Of course, Fan Yun and Song Dalong wouldn't share a room. They had different sleeping habits, and poor rest would affect their exam the next day. Song Chunhwa originally planned to rent another private room. Seeing her second sister's expression, the young master immediately said, "Big brother Fan, I'll sleep in the same room with you." "Don't worry, I don't snore or talk in my sleep." Fan Yun nodded quickly. No matter who he shared a room with, it was better than sleeping in the common room. He was grateful to stay in this private room. Regarding Fan Yun, Song Chunhwa had a good impression. Although Song Sanlang had good sleeping habits, the exam tomorrow was very important. She knew that if Song Dalong wanted to pursue a career as an official in the future, classmates would be important connections. As she said before, she didn't lack money. She then called a second young man to ask, "Please, can you prepare another private room for us?" Fan Yun quickly waved his hand. No need." Song Chunhwa smiled and insisted, "Getting good rest is key to doing well on the exam." Her tone was gentle but firm, leaving no room for refusal. Hearing about the exam, Fan Yun no longer declined and felt very grateful for Song Chunhwa's arrangement. After settling the luggage and taking a short rest, a few people headed downstairs. Just as they reached the lobby, Ming Yangyuan happened to walk in from behind. "Let's go, time to eat." Ignoring others, Ming Yangyuan directly pulled Fan Yun along. Fan Yun quickly pointed to Song Dalong and others, saying, "We agreed to eat together." A hint of disappointment flashed in Ming Yangyuan's eyes, as if he had just noticed Song Dalong and the others, and he greeted them. Fan Yun glanced at Song Dalong and invited, "Want to join us?" Since Song Dalong was a classmate, Song Chunhwa did not object. They went to a busy restaurant not far from the inn. After sitting down, the waiter brought menus. Song Chunhwa looked over the menu and asked, "Which dish is the signature?" Seeing that the table was mainly led by a girl, the waiter paused briefly, then enthusiastically explained, "Our restaurant signature dish is steamed chicken." "Okay, I'll have that. Also, some steamed ribs, stir-fried lotus root slices, and tofu soup." Song Chunhwa handed the menu to Fan Yun. "You have exams tomorrow, so let's order lighter food today. Brother Fan, see if there's anything else you'd like." Fan Yun waved his hand. "I'm fine with anything." Ming Yangyuan looked longingly at the braised pork on the neighboring table. Seeing that Song Chunhwa ordered light dishes, he thought she was being stingy and vain, obviously reluctant to eat more, yet claiming it was for the exam tomorrow. Still, he smiled and pointed to the neighboring table. "This braised pork is good. Add that too." The dishes arrived quickly. Ming Yangyuan couldn't wait and picked up a piece of the rich, saucy braised pork, eating most of it. Song Dalong remembered Chunhwa saying that eating too much greasy food could cause stomach issues, and his younger siblings had experienced diarrhea from overeating. When Ming Yangyuan reached for more braised pork again, he warned, "This pork is very greasy. Eating too much might cause diarrhea. You could try the lotus root slices and tofu soup instead." Ming Yangyuan internally despised Songja for being stingy. He wanted to eat more meat but was being denied. Still, he replied, "It's okay. I often eat like this at home." Hearing this, Song Dalong said no more. After the meal, almost all the braised pork was gone, mostly eaten by Ming Yangyuan. Finishing the meal, Ming Yangyuan commented confidently, "This braised pork is almost perfect, just a little short of ideal, but still good." No one responded, not even the usually kind-hearted Fan Yun. "Total is 280 coins, Song Chunhwa said as she settled the bill and returned to the table. Hearing this, Fan Yun immediately took out money to pay his share, while Ming Yangyuan acted as if he didn't care. Song Chunhwa continued, "We are 5 people, each paying 56 coins. As soon as she said this, Fan Yun started counting coins. Ming Yangyuan quickly stood up, but then felt he overreacted. He smiled and said, "Why do I still need to pay?" Song Chunhwa smiled and asked, "Where do you think we're eating?" "Do you think you don't need to pay?" "No, I mean, why does everyone have to pay?" Ming Yangyuan explained awkwardly. "Oh, you mean you're inviting us?" Song Chunhwa pretended not to understand and asked back. Hearing this, Ming Yangyuan felt even more embarrassed, but didn't want to admit that Song Chunhwa was paying. He then pointed at the bowl of braised pork on the table and said, "I only ate this dish, so I'll pay for this one." Alright, this dish costs 100 coins, Song Chunhua said with a smile. Ming Yangyuan felt even more awkward but then pointed at the bowl and shouted, "Is this a shady place?" A bowl of braised pork costs 100 coins. Hearing this, the shopkeeper was not happy. He stepped forward and said, "Young man, I don't like that. Everyone knows our place, 1 coin full, is famous for good quality and low prices in the city. But how can a bowl of braised pork cost 100 coins? This fatty meat only costs about 20 or 30 coins per jin," Ming Yangyuan argued. "This young man's family probably has never cooked this braised pork," the shopkeeper said. Hearing this, Ming Yangyuan's face turned red. He then shouted loudly, "No, we do make it often." "Then you should know that this bowl needs about 2 jin of meat. The fatty part makes it more filling, and the meat alone costs nearly 70 coins. Plus, sugar is essential for braised pork, and everyone knows the price of sugar. Add other seasonings, and the total reaches 100 coins. This dish requires firewood and a good chef, which all costs money. Serving it to you also requires someone to bring it to your table, and I have to pay rent for this place. Think about how much profit I make from you," the shopkeeper explained. As he spoke, the shopkeeper felt like he was losing money. This speech caused a lot of embarrassment, and kind-hearted Fan Yun quickly tried to smooth things over. "It's a misunderstanding, shopkeeper," he said, then turned to Ming Yangyuan and added, "Let's split the cost evenly. Just give 56 coins. Song Dalong also spoke up. Yes, yes. Only then did Ming Yangyuan accept the deal, counting out 56 copper coins and handing them to Song Dalong. Before leaving, he noticed some leftover dishes on the table and recited quietly, "Every bowl of rice, and every meal is hard to come by." He then turned to Fan Yun and said, "Hurry up and pack it," pointing at Fan Yun. "Otherwise, it will just be wasted." Fan Yun knew Ming Yangyuan wanted to pack the leftovers, but was too shy to ask directly. Still, not wasting food was a good idea, so he asked the shopkeeper, "Please bring some oil paper." "There's no need for the vegetarian dishes, just pack the plain rice," Ming Yangyuan directed. When they arrived at the inn, Ming Yangyuan spoke. "Fan Yun, you're weak and thin. How can you eat leftovers?" He then took the rice and dishes wrapped in oil paper from Fan Yun's hands. Fan Yun shook his head but said nothing. The next day was the day of the scholar exam. The group decided to eat at the inn for breakfast. As they sat down, Ming Yangyuan looked pale, clutching his stomach with his right hand. Fan Yun stood up and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Just as he was about to reply, Ming Yangyuan's stomach made a loud gurgling sound, and he immediately turned and ran toward the toilet. About 15 minutes later, the group had finished eating. Ming Yangyuan came back, again clutching his stomach, and walked into the hall. "What's wrong with you?" Fan Yun and Song Dalong asked, standing up. Ming Yangyuan looked weak and said, "I don't know what's happening. I've been having diarrhea since last night. What should we do?" "The exam is about to start," Fan Yun said anxiously. Song Chunhua and Song Chunhua exchanged a glance, quickly understanding the cause, but the most important thing was how to handle it now. Song Chunhua handed 2 copper coins to the waiter. "Please bring a glass of warm salt water." After drinking the warm salt water, Ming Yangyuan asked, "I think I feel a little better," he replied. There was less than an hour before the exam started. Although he didn't like Ming Yangyuan much, he knew how important the exam was for a scholar, and he said, "Go find a doctor to take a look." A few people helped Ming Yangyuan to the nearest pharmacy, where the doctor gave him 9 pills of Baoji pill. Ming Yangyuan, feeling pained, took out his remaining silver coins. When they arrived at the exam hall, it was already crowded outside with students and family members waiting to enter. There were young boys like Song Dalong, mature middle-aged men, and even elderly people with white hair. The county exam consisted of 4 sessions, held in 4 separate rounds. Each exam lasted 3 to 4 hours, and students could bring their own food and water. Song Dalong's basket mainly contained water, while snacks like cakes, dried fruits, and cooked food were also packed. When hungry, he would eat a little to fill his stomach. Next to him, Ming Yangyuan looked weak. Although he had taken Baoji pill to control his condition, he had barely slept the night before and kept having diarrhea. Now he was very weak. "Young Master Zhao." Suddenly, Ming Yangyuan called out with his weak but excited voice. A few people looked in the direction Ming Yangyuan was pointing. They saw a young man about 18 or 19 years old, dressed in fine silk and satin. He was followed by two people, a slightly older man who seemed to be the family steward, and a young servant carrying a food basket. When they heard Ming Yangyuan's call, they seemed not to notice, not even glancing his way. But this didn't stop Ming Yangyuan from showing enthusiasm. He clutched his stomach and walked over. Song Chunhua and the others watched from afar. They saw Ming Yangyuan bowing and smiling politely at the young man, but he didn't respond at all. His eyebrows furrowed in impatience. Song Sanlang whispered to Song Chunhua, "He's a classmate of the older brother, surnamed Zhao. I heard he's related to the county magistrate, and many shops in town are his." No wonder Ming Yangyuan acted like that. When it was time to enter, an official at the gate called out names from a list one by one. When a student's name was called, they stepped forward. Nearby, officials checked the student's belongings and searched for food. Cakes and large pieces of food were opened and inspected. When they called out Song Dalong's name, Song Chunhua advised him, "Just stay calm and don't worry." Students wouldn't come out until evening. Song Chunhua and Song Sanling decided to take a walk around the town. Song Chunhua wanted to explore, while Song Sanling helped carry their things. They strolled from one end of the street to the other, buying food, drinks, clothes, accessories, and toys. Nothing was left out. Of course, they didn't forget to feed Jade, her space pet. Finally, both of them, with their hands full of packages, looked at the sky and then headed back to the inn with their bags. After putting things away, the two of them headed straight to the exam hall. About half an hour later, the exam hall door slowly opened and students came out. Some looked happy, some pale, and others appeared dazed. Soon after, Song Dalong came out of the exam hall. When he saw Song Chunhua and Song Sanling, he immediately smiled and ran over. "How did it go?" Song Chunhua asked with a smile. "Looks pretty good." Song Dalong nodded. "I think I will pass." "Great, let's go have a nice meal," Song Chunhua said happily. When they returned to the inn, Fan Yun was also back. "Can I stay in the same room with Min Jianju in these days?" Fan Yun asked Song Dalong. Song Dalong nodded. The results were announced 3 days after the exam. That day, Song Chunhua and the others were having breakfast at the inn when a student rushed in, excitedly shouting, "The results are about to be announced." Hearing this, Min Jianjuan immediately put down his chopsticks. "Let's go quickly." Fan Yun and Song Dalong also put down their chopsticks, and Song Chunhua had no choice but to rush outside with them. Suddenly, the street became lively. The announcement was made on an open space outside the exam hall. Before the official announcement time, the wall where the names were posted was already crowded with students. Song Chunhua and the others arrived a bit late and could only stand on the outskirts. After about half an hour, a gong sounded. Several officials beat drums and struck gongs, escorting a scroll of the list. The crowd instantly became excited. One official brushed rice glue on the wall, and the list was large. 2 officials stood on either side, standing on high chairs, and then posted the list. The list was a big red paper about 5 or 6 meters wide, with large characters. Song Chunhua and the others could see it from the outside. Soon, the crowd erupted in excitement, some crying, some laughing. People grabbed others nearby, shaking with joy, and others shouted loudly, "I made the list! I made the list!" At the same time, some shouted, "There must be a mistake in this exam." This caught the officials' attention. The family members nearby quickly covered their mouths and pulled the people away. Big brother, I saw your name. I saw your name. You're on the 16th line." "I also saw Brother Fan's name. It's on the 5th line, on the 5th line," Song Sanling shouted excitedly. Fan Yun and Song Dalong hurriedly congratulated each other. Standing nearby, Ming Yangyuan was well known and kept his eyes fixed on the list. He read from the top to the bottom, then from the bottom back to the top, afraid of missing anything. On the way back to the inn, Ming Yangyuan muttered to himself with unfocused eyes, "Impossible, impossible. My name isn't on the list. There must be a mistake, it has to be a mistake. Next time, I will definitely pass." It's all your fault, all your fault. If you hadn't gone to that restaurant, I wouldn't have gotten sick, and I would have made the list. Ming Yangyuan suddenly became excited, pointing at Fan Yun and the others. You must have done it on purpose. You definitely did it on purpose. Fan Yun was so angry, he pointed at Ming Yangyuan but couldn't say a word. Then he shook his head and stopped paying attention to him. Song Chunhua and Song Sanling also ignored him. Song Dalong wanted to comfort him, but after hearing Ming Yangyuan's words and seeing his sister walk away, he immediately followed. Those who made the list continued to take the second exam the next day. Those who didn't make it went home. The next day, Song Dalong and Fan Yun prepared to go to the exam site. Ming Yangyuan carried his bag, ready to go home, and saw Song Dalong and the others walking away without noticing him. Song Sanling quietly said to Song Chunhua, "Why does this person turn his back on us? Yesterday he was sharing our room, and today he acts like he doesn't know us." Although he spoke softly, Fan Yun heard him and felt a bit embarrassed. His room was arranged by the Song family, but he had let Ming Yangyuan stay with him. With just a little money, you can see a person's true nature. This deal was worth it, Song Chunhua said with a smile. The second exam was held outside the exam hall, and fewer people showed up than last time. After Song Dalong entered the hall, Song Chunhua still took Song Sanling shopping. After 4 exams, the final announcement day arrived. Song Dalong and Fan Yun eagerly watched as the officials posted the list. The crowd was unusually quiet, waiting nervously for the list to be posted. This time, those who made the list passed the county exam and qualified for the provincial exam. Passing the provincial exam meant becoming a tongsheng, eligible to take the imperial exam for a scholar. I made the list. Just one step away. Why did I miss it by just a little? Ha ha ha, I finally passed. As the list was posted, the crowd showed various reactions. The county exam, which lasted over 10 days, finally came to an end. Both Song Dalong and Fan Yun made the list, and they celebrated together excitedly. Song Chunhua happily shouted, "Let's go to the Heavenly Fragrance Tower. I will pay." Everyone order a portion and finally, a good bottle of wine. Song Chunhua pointed at the menu and ordered enthusiastically. Soon, several tables of students celebrating arrived at the restaurant, making the place lively. Fan Yun was amazed to see the big and small bags of items carried by Song Chunhua and her siblings. At the school gate, Song Dalong and Fan Yun went inside to tell the teacher the good news. Song Chunhua and Song Dalong waited in the carriage. About an hour later, they came out. Since the road was not convenient, Fan Yun did not ride the carriage back. The carriage headed straight to Black Eagle Mountain Village. When they reached the gate, Dahe, the dog, ran over and wagged his tail happily to welcome them. Song Chunhua found it strange that the twin dragons and phoenixes, who always ran out when they returned home, were not there. Song Dongmei saw Song Chunhua looking around and said with a smile, "Fourth brother and fifth sister went to Annie's house to buy tofu. If they knew you were coming back now, they wouldn't have gone." As soon as she finished speaking, the twin dragons and phoenixes' voices were heard. Second sister. Big brother. Third brother. Their voices sounded excited. Song Chunhua looked over and saw the two running unsteadily toward them. Song Silang was behind, carrying tofu in his hands. The twin siblings rushed over. Second sister, big brother, third brother, we missed you so much. Song Silang caught up. I missed you too, I missed you too. As usual, the first thing to do when returning home was to distribute gifts, and everyone had their share. The most gifts went to fifth sister Song. Song Chunhua bought 3 sets of new clothes for her, and she also had a bunch of hair accessories and ribbons. When they heard that Song Chunhua and her siblings had returned home, Song Eugene immediately ran over, followed by Chen Jinghe. Hearing that they passed the exam, Song Eugene said excitedly, "From now on, I will be a scholar." Song Dalong explained, "Not yet, you still need to take the provincial exam." "Passing, that is the goal," Chen Jinghe asked eagerly. "When is the provincial exam?" "Next February," answered Song Dalong. This was understandable because, in Song Dalong's village, no one had ever taken the county exam before. Sharing their joy, Song Chunhua stayed at home for a meal with her family. They didn't hold back and ate happily. The next day, Villagers kept coming to congratulate them. Song Chunhwa clearly feels that the villagers speak more politely now. Early in the morning, Song Chunhwa just returned from the deep mountains after absorbing plant energy. It was still early, so she planned to walk around the village a few more times. Suddenly, there was a splash in the river again. The river water was very cold this early in late autumn. "Why are you doing this?" Song Chunhwa asked the wet person across from her. She was soaked all over and wanted to go home to change clothes, but the person across from her kept their head down and said nothing. Feeling helpless, she took the person by the arm and headed home. Her family was surprised to see her carrying someone. Song Chunhwa took the person into her house, changed clothes, and then handed over a clean outfit. Seeing that the person still said nothing, she called out, "Chun Suifong." Chun Suifong kept her head down and didn't respond, so Song Chunhwa simply took off her clothes. After changing into clean clothes, Song Chunhwa found 2 thick cloths, dried her hair quickly, and started helping Chun Suifong dry hers. Suddenly, Chun Suifong burst into tears. Her crying grew louder and louder. Song Chunhwa stayed silent and kept drying her hair. After crying for about half an hour and getting tired, she finally stopped. Song Chunhwa brought in a bowl of meat porridge and a bun, offering them to her. Seeing that she didn't reach out, Song Chunhwa simply pushed them toward her. She picked up the wet clothes from the ground, looked at Chun Suifong's, and finally gathered them all. She handed the clothes to Song Dongmei, who was washing clothes, and looked at Chun Suifong's outfit. Song Dongmei didn't ask anything. Then she went to the study and told Song Xiling, "Go to Sister Fong's house and tell her mother that Sister Fong is at my place. Say nothing else, understand?" When she returned to the house, the bowls of meat porridge and buns were already empty. It seemed she could eat, so she wasn't seriously hurt. Suddenly, Chun Suifong asked, "Why didn't you ask me anything?" "Oh, what is it?" Song Chunhwa asked politely. Chun Suifong started talking to herself. "The family I was engaged to yesterday came to cancel the engagement." "Why did you just say, oh?" Chun Suifong decided not to argue with Song Chunhwa and continued, "How can they just cancel? They liked me too." She jumped into the river because of this. Song Chunhwa was speechless. Song Chunhwa was very confused. There are many men, so if one is gone, just find another. As the saying goes, 3-legged frogs are hard to find, but 2-legged men are everywhere. But thinking about it being ancient times, she also felt sympathy for women of that era, even though she didn't really like Chun Suifong. She clearly said she wouldn't marry anyone but me. Chun Suifong muttered to herself again. Chun Suifong kept talking off and on for about 15 minutes. Song Chunhwa was nearby, tidying her clothes and reading a book. She didn't reply, and Chun Suifong didn't need a response. "Suifong," came the voice of Chun Shun's wife, Chun Suifong's mother, from the yard. Song Chunhwa went outside and called the person in. Song's 4th young master told her that Chun Suifong was at his house. At first, she didn't think much of it, just curious about how her daughter ended up there, so she continued gathering pig grass. While gathering pig grass, she overheard some women in the village talking about her daughter being soaked from head to toe. Considering what happened yesterday, she knew something had happened. Worried, she still smiled and finished gathering the pig grass, but her hands moved faster. When she saw the women couldn't see her, she quickly threw her basket into a hidden spot and ran straight to Song Chunhwa's house. As soon as Chun Shun's wife entered, she didn't say a word and started hitting Chun Suifong. "Mother! Mother! Mother!" Chun Suifong begged. "Stop hitting me. Please stop." After tiring herself out, Chun Shun's wife stopped and then burst into loud crying. Song Chunhwa hurried outside, closed the door, and also shut the yard gate. She quickly went to the workshop and closed the door tightly. A few days later, Chun Suifong brought clean clothes to return, along with a basket of eggs and about 2 jin of meat. Without saying a word, she shoved them into Song Chunhwa's hands. Seeing others in the yard, she casually pulled her to a corner. Leaning close to her ear, she whispered, "Someone proposed marriage to my family from the next village." Seeing Chun Suifong's happy face, she looked quite satisfied. Then her face turned red and she looked a bit shy. Just took a look, and he's pretty good, but my mother isn't very happy about it. Before Song Chunhwa could reply, she continued. She thinks that family is too poor. Chen Suifeng thought of something. Are you still inviting people? Song Chunhwa shook her head. Then she said to Chen Suifeng, this dress is for you. Chen Suifeng's face was full of happiness. Yes, Song Chunhwa nodded. The clothes were newly made, rough cloth but with a better style and color than usual, and without any patches. The inner garment was made of soft cotton. Chen Suifeng happily accepted it. Then I won't be polite. Thank you, second sister, this for you. The twin children rushed into the yard, followed by a group of little kids. Song Wenyang handed a hawthorn to Song Chunhwa. Song Siling also handed over some hawthorn from his pocket. Do you want to eat candied hawthorn sticks? Song Chunhwa asked with a smile. The twins had eaten before and immediately remembered the sweet and sour taste. Most of the other little kids hadn't eaten it before, but they knew Song Chunhwa's food was delicious. Without hesitation, they all answered, yes. Go pick some hawthorn. Hearing this, the little kids ran out quickly. Since they wanted to make hawthorn treats, they needed to make a haystack and sharpen bamboo sticks. When they heard about straw, Chen Suifeng immediately said, I have some at home. Today, Song Dalong and Song Sanling were on leave. At this moment, Song Sanling came out of the study. Song Chunhwa had instructed that every half hour of reading, she should look into the distance, sharpening bamboo sticks for candied hawthorn. At this moment, Song Dalong came out. Hearing this, the two brothers picked up bamboo strips and knives and started sharpening. Soon, Chen Suifeng ran back into the yard, holding a large bundle of straw. Together, they made a haystack for the candied hawthorn. While the haystack was being made, they also sharpened 30 or 40 bamboo sticks. The little kids ran back into the yard again, each with a full pocket of hawthorn. Chen Suifeng led the little kids to wash and string the hawthorn, while Song Chunhwa was boiling sugar. First, she poured 2.5 bowls of water into the pot, reserving the remaining half bowl on the stove. Lu Jinshi sat by the stove, watching Song Chunhwa pour nearly 2 jin of sugar into the pot. She still felt a little heartache, even though she had been staying at the Song family for several months. Boiling sugar was a slow process, stirring it gently in one direction. When it was almost ready, Song Chunhwa used chopsticks to test the sugar, then dipped them into water. Biting one, it was still a bit sticky. She continued stirring. After a while, she repeated the process, first putting the chopsticks into the boiling sugar water, then into the water, biting it to check if it was crispy. Song Chunhwa called out, bring over the skewered ones. Chen Suifeng immediately held about 10 skewers of sour jujubes and took them to the stove. Once the sugar was ready, she coated the skewers of hawthorn in the syrup, then tapped them on the cutting board. The sugar-coated candied fruit sticks were ready. Lu Jinshi was nearby, inserting the candied fruit sticks into the tied-up haystack. The haystack was large, with about 50 skewers inserted. They looked bright red and shiny, very attractive and tempting to eat. Not only the little kids, but even the adults in the kitchen couldn't help but swallow hard. Song Chunhwa considered herself an adult, even though she was only 11. The little kids looked up at the haystack with candied fruit sticks, their mouths watering even more. This needs to cool down before it's tasty, Song Chunhwa said with a smile. Let's take it outside so it cools faster. Hearing that it would cool quickly, the little kids pulled Lu Jinshi and headed outside. When they heard Song Chunhwa say they could eat, everyone immediately went to wash their hands at the water jar, each taking 1 skewer. The workers at home also shared a skewer each. Finally, there were about 20 skewers left. Song Chunhwa took 2 and handed them to Dinyo, saying, these are for your mother and second aunt. The sweet and sour candies were very delicious, and Song Chunhwa also ate 1 skewer. Seeing everyone enjoying the treats, Song Chunhwa gave each person another skewer. On the second round, the twin children immediately bit into their skewers, but Song Chunhwa stopped them. These will be eaten tomorrow. After that, almost every day, the little kids brought hawthorn to Song Chunhwa, hoping she would make candied fruit sticks. She made them 2 or 3 more times. As winter approached, Song Chunhwa decided to visit Qianan Mansion again. Second sister, can I go with you? Song Woonyang asked shyly, while lying in bed that evening, hugging Song Chunhwa. Song Chunhwa comforted her, saying she would take her when she was a bit older. The next day, before dawn, the Song family's carriage left the yard. As soon as they left the village entrance, Song Chunhwa put all the soap inside the carriage into the space. The white horse relaxed and quickened its steps. On the third day in the afternoon, they arrived at Qianan Mansion. This time, they didn't stay at the same inn as before, but changed to a different one. After freshening up, they started shopping. This time, Song Chunhwa dressed as a boy. When she returned to the inn carrying big bags and small packages, the shop assistant was very surprised. How could a boy love shopping so much? The next day, Song Chunhwa returned to her usual stall spot. After paying the stall fee, she set out her items and started calling out to attract customers. Before she could say much, a group of regular customers gathered around her. Hey, you're finally here. Do you know I've been coming to this street every day just to see if you'd show up? I was afraid I'd miss you. Me too, me too. Most of her regular customers bought at least 10 or 20 yuan worth, with some spending up to 200 yuan. This is so useful, especially with the new year coming. Giving these as gifts is a good idea. Her regular customers brought in new ones, and within 15 minutes, her stall was crowded. This time, Song Chunhwa was alone, so she could be a bit sneaky. When she went to the cart to get soap, she often took out a box from her space. No matter the era, people loved to join in the fun. Passers-by saw the crowd around her stall and came over out of curiosity. Finally, Song Chunhwa thought it was enough and called out, "Stop lining up. We're almost sold out." Hearing this, the people in line were encouraged to join the queue. She calculated that she had sold over 10,000 yuan worth of soap today. To avoid attracting too much attention, she moved the remaining 1,000 yuan worth of soap from her cart and didn't take out any more from her space. Suddenly, a fancy-dressed woman appeared, holding a long whip, followed by a group of young men and maids. "Give me what's left," Song Chunhwa smiled and said. "Please line up to buy." A maid nearby scolded. "How bold. In the Money Piece Mansion, my lady is making people line up to buy. Fine, line up." The fancy woman moved to the back of the line. But the crowd in line quickly stepped aside, afraid of offending her. Since the people in line voluntarily made way, Song Chunhwa didn't bother to say anything. She was about to give change when the maid handed her a banknote and said, "No need to give change." Turning to the crowd, she loudly announced, "Anyone who didn't get to buy earlier, come now." The crowd didn't seem surprised and quickly gathered around. "Thank you, Miss Chun. Thank you, Miss Chun." Everyone happily expressed their thanks. Song Chunhwa looked at the maid handing out money and sighed. She was rich. Suddenly, a young man lifted a plump old lady. "Just now, you weren't in the line." Song Chunhwa thought the older woman would argue, but she immediately begged for mercy. "I was wrong. I was wrong." A loud, harsh sound rang out. The chubby older woman collapsed on the ground about 2 meters away. While everyone was busy collecting their money, Song Chunhwa quickly packed up and left. First, she took her carriage to the back courtyard of the inn, then walked to a nearby steamed bun shop on the same street. This shop was recommended by the inn staff. Song Chunhwa ordered a basket of steamed buns. The owner brought the basket to the table. Inside were 8 hot, steaming buns. After working all morning, Song Chunhwa was a bit hungry, so she immediately picked up her chopsticks. To grab a steamed bun, you need quick eyes and hands. Pinch the top pleats quickly, lift it carefully so it doesn't break, place it into the bowl, bite the skin and the flavorful soup inside. After finishing the soup, she took the bun skin into her mouth. She ate one, then reached for the next, eating 5 in total. Suddenly, a stream of soup shot out. Song Chunhwa was quick and caught the bun, dodging the splash. The man sitting nearby was not so lucky. His face was splattered with soup. The steamed bun shop was small, with few tables and customers shared tables. The man across from her hurriedly apologized. Sorry. The waiter quickly handed over a cloth, probably used to such accidents. The man waved his hand, calm and relaxed. It's okay. He still has 7 more. The owner came over, smiling and explaining how to eat the steamed buns. The man followed the owner's instructions and found it much better. The man across from her only had half his face splattered. Seeing the two people at her table with greasy faces, Song Chunhwa handed them small pieces of soap. The man across from her was excited and said, "This is very useful. My wife bought some. I heard it's called soap." He quickly thanked Song Chunhwa. The man hurriedly brought a basin of clean water from the kitchen, wetting his hands and face first, then placing the soap in the water. He lathered his hands, washed his face thoroughly, and rinsed with clean water, leaving his face spotless and free of oil. This action attracted the attention of others at the nearby tables, including the owner. They heard someone was selling this soap today and regretted not buying it. Suddenly, an unexpected person entered the shop. Walking straight to Song Chunhwa's table. "Little uncle," Miss Chun changed her tough and cool attitude from earlier on the street. The little girl happily held onto Uncle Song Chunhwa's arm. "Boss, please settle the bill." Song Chunhwa quickly took out some money. They slowly walked towards the inn. Not far along the way, the man sitting at the bun shop nearby caught up. "Young man, wait a moment. I heard my niece say that soap is sold by you." Song Chunhwa nodded. "I want to buy 10,000 yuan worth," the man said directly. Song Chunhwa used the usual excuse again. The man smiled and said, "Next time when you get this batch of goods, could you give it to me directly? I will pay an extra 10%. Song Chunhwa politely declined, saying, "The delivery time and quantity are uncertain, so I can't agree. Whenever you get the goods, just give them to me. Whatever amount you have, I want that much." The man replied with a smile, emphasizing that he would follow your schedule and quantity. After learning about Miss Chen's family background, someone in the court with a good position, Song Chunhwa saw this as a good opportunity. As someone with no power or influence, she knew that selling in small amounts meant she couldn't keep her stall for long, and many people were eyeing her money-making opportunity. Whether in ancient times or modern days before her crossing, ordinary people couldn't easily control their tools for making money. Lucky ones might get a share or be bought out, while unlucky ones could have everything taken away. Seeing the man's behavior just now, he seemed reliable for now. Although his niece was a bit arrogant, he paid on time. So she nodded. She reiterated that the timing and amount of delivery were uncertain. The man shared his location. She refused his request to dine at the tavern and headed straight back to the inn without wandering further. The next day, she set out to return to the village. Song Chunhwa had been in this world for a full year. She was enjoying her life, having enough to eat and wear with family around and most importantly, having money. Every household in the village was preparing for winter. More families on the mountain were chopping firewood, and everyone was repairing their roofs to prevent heavy snow from collapsing them. Winter was coming, a good time for hot drinks. The best would be sweet hot drinks that children liked. One sunny day, Song Chunhwa began making a traditional version of milk tea, much to the anticipation of the little radish heads. She bought 2 large jars of milk from the town. This was scheduled by Song Chunhwa a few days ago, and today she just needs to go and pick it up. The mung beans and red beans take longer to cook, so she will cook these first. For the milk tea, besides milk, it also needs tea. Song Chunhwa continues to brew a large pot of tea, removing the tea leaves and leaving only the tea water. Finally, she cooks the milk until it's ready, then adds the brewed tea, mung beans, and red beans. Milk tea is popular among girls and children, especially when it's sweet. Song Chunhwa pours an entire jar of sugar into the tea. She tastes it and feels it's not sweet enough, so she adds half a jar more. This makes Lu Jinshi feel very distressed. The little children each get a bowl and eat happily. Now, Song Chunhwa's house is the favorite place for the little children to visit. At this moment, Chen Suifeng walks into the yard. Seeing each little child holding a bowl, she immediately walks over to her younger brother, Xiao Laba, and quickly snatches his bowl. Xiao Laba hurriedly shouts, "Don't drink it all. Hope is good, but reality can be harsh." It's so delicious. Chen Suifeng originally just wanted to taste a sip, but once she tasted the milky and sweet flavor, she loved it so much she drank it all, and even licked the bowl. Seeing her sister finish it all, Xiaolaba starts crying loudly. Chen Suifang feels a bit embarrassed and worried her brother might complain when he goes back. She takes out a copper coin from her pocket and hands it over. Here, here, here. Xiaolaba refuses. I don't want this coin. Give me back my milk tea. The whole family, including Xiaolaba, speaks confidently. Song Xiling steps in. If you keep crying, you're not allowed to come to my house. Hearing this, Xiaolaba immediately shuts up. He then hands over the half bowl of milk tea he still has. Xiaolaba wipes his nose and prepares to go for more. Wash your hands. Song Xiling frowns and says simply. Xiaolaba quickly runs to the water barrel, scoops some water into a basin, initially planning to rinse quickly, but seeing Song Xiling's serious gaze, he starts washing carefully. Chen Suifang's eyes widen as she watches all this. That's his snotty little brother. Are you free tomorrow morning? Chen Suifang jogs over to Song Chunhua. Song Chunhua looks over. Chen Suifang's face is shy. I want to introduce you to someone. Chen Suifang leaned over and whispered. That person coming to ask for my hand tomorrow. Come see how it goes. The next day, Song Chunhua had just finished breakfast when Chen Suifang sent her younger brother, Little Trumpet, to call her. Okay, I'll come right away. Hearing this, Little Trumpet turned and ran home. Song Chunhua took a basket of wild vegetables from inside the house and headed to Chen Suifang's home. When she reached the yard outside Chen Suifang's house and looked over the fence, she saw several people sitting inside. Song Chunhua called out of the gate. Suifang's sister. Little Trumpet heard her and ran to the gate, pulling Song Chunhua by the sleeve to go inside. Chunhua's sister, come in quickly. In the yard, there was a woman dressed as a matchmaker, sitting beside a middle-aged couple and young man. It looked like this young man was the one Chen Suifang was talking about. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, which was quite nice. No wonder Chen Suifang liked him so much. I think this is a perfect match. Let's pick a day to settle everything. The matchmaker flicked her fan and chuckled. Hearing this, Chen Suifang looked shy and lowered her head. Chen Shun's wife looked at her unpromising daughter with a sigh, then turned to Chen Jinglu. Although Song Chunhua was capable, she was only 11 years old and still considered a child, so others didn't pay much attention and sat beside Little Trumpet. Next month, the 18th is a good day, said the middle-aged man. No, that won't do. Chen Shun's wife refused. That's too soon. Yes, it's really too soon. But we like Suifang very much and want to marry her as soon as possible. The woman quickly made an excuse, looking at Chen Suifang affectionately. Chen Suifang blushed happily. How about next spring? The woman asked again. All right. Chen Shen's wife thought for a moment and agreed. Congratulations. Congratulations, the matchmaker said happily, offering her blessings to both families. After the agreement was reached, the middle-aged couple and their group said goodbye. The family coming to ask for her hand left, and Chen Suifang couldn't wait to ask Song Chunhua, How is it? How is it? Chen Shun's wife looked at her daughter with a bit of helplessness, questioning an 11-year-old girl. She said, They didn't say a word. Maybe he's mute, Song Chunhua teased. Pfft, no way. He probably speaks very well. Chen Suifang defended herself, and after speaking, she couldn't help but blush. Thick eyebrows and big eyes look good. We'll definitely have good-looking kids in the future. You agree, right? They'll probably have thick eyebrows and big eyes, a high nose bridge, a small mouth, and… Yes, Song Chunhua replied perfunctorily. At that moment, a villager carried a bamboo shoot past the yard. Now the winter bamboo shoots are being dug up, Song Chunhua exclaimed in surprise. Chen Suifang said indifferently, Yes, I've dug out several. You can take them all later. I'll go back and get a… I want to dig bamboo shoots, Song Chunhua said happily. I'll go too, Chen Suifang quickly added. Next to them, the little speaker also shouted, I want to go too. They grabbed their hoes and headed toward the bamboo forest. Winter bamboo shoots are hidden underground, unlike spring shoots that poke out of the ground, so they rarely appear above ground. In her past life, Song Chunhua often went bamboo shoot digging with elders in the countryside, so she knew some tricks for digging winter bamboo shoots. The soil near the bamboo is raised and has fine cracks, which usually indicates bamboo shoots are there. Chun Suifong watched Song Chunhua dig a big hole and keep digging, then asked, "Is there one here?" Song Chunhua kept working without stopping. The little speaker, meanwhile, was concerned about eating, holding the 3 bamboo shoots just dug up and asking, "Jia Chunhua, how do you plan to eat these bamboo shoots?" He swallowed hard, thinking that everything Song Chunhua made was delicious. Chun Suifong, feeling the same, also swallowed and looked on. Stir-fried winter bamboo shoots with cured meat. How about that? Song Chunhua said with a smile. Yummy, yummy. The little speaker immediately shouted when he heard there was meat. But last year's cured meat is finished, and this year's hasn't been smoked yet, Song Chunhua said with a smile. Hearing this, the little speaker's happy face immediately drooped, but he quickly cheered up again. After all, whatever Sister Chunhua makes is delicious. How about winter bamboo shoots stewed with chicken? The little speaker nodded eagerly like a chick, unable to stop himself from swallowing. Thinking about bamboo shoots stewed with chicken, the two, Song Chunhua and Chun Suifong, eagerly started digging. When the basket was nearly half full, Song Chunhua said, "That's enough. Let's go back." Passing by her house, Chun Suifong saw her parents weren't home, so she told her younger brother, the little speaker, to keep watch. She then caught a fat chicken right in the yard. Giggling sounds, flapping wings non-stop. Song Chunhua looked at her poor chickens, mainly kept for laying eggs. She thought these chickens were probably saved for the New Year feast, so she said, "Let them go." Hearing this, the brother and sister got excited. "No more bamboo shoot chicken stew. If you catch my chickens, I'm afraid your parents will stew you with bamboo shoots," Song Chunhua said. They were momentarily stunned, then quickly let go and flew away. "That's very kind of you," Chun Suifong said with a smile. Song Chunhua was a bit annoyed. "Then don't eat," Chun Suifong hurriedly said. No. Last year, you wished I paid for all the people riding in the ox cart. Now you're so generous and feel embarrassed," Song Chunhua teased. "Aren't I your lifesaver?" Chun Suifong said shyly. When they reached the gate of the yard, the twins just finished class. "Aunt Wan, please kill 2 chickens," Song Chunhua asked Lu Jinshi. Lu Jinshi immediately went to the backyard to catch chickens, while Song Dongmei went to boil water. The group started peeling bamboo shoots in the yard. Once peeled and washed, the chickens were also prepared. Song Chunhua asked Lu Jinshi to chop the chicken into pieces. The bamboo shoots were cut into chunks. Then, the bamboo shoots and chicken were blanched in water one after the other. After removing them, half a pot of water was added to the pot, along with the blanched chicken, bamboo shoots, soaked mushrooms, a dozen red dates, and seasonings. The lid was put on. "How long does it need to stew?" Chun Suifong asked. "Half an hour," Song Chunhua replied. "That long?" The little trumpet nearby blinked and stared at the lid without blinking. "Stop staring. Let's peel more bamboo shoots. The sun is good today. We'll dry them later," Song Chunhua said with a smile. They all went to the yard. Chun Suifong, her brother and sister, and Song Chunhua peeled bamboo shoots, while Lu Jinshi cut them. The smell is so good. Although the little trumpet was peeling bamboo shoots in the yard, his eyes kept fixed on the kitchen. Amid many "smells so good" sounds, Song Chunhua finally stood up with a smile. "I'll go check." She lifted the lid, and a rich aroma wafted out. She scooped a piece of chicken to taste, but saw the little trumpet next to her swallowing saliva. She handed it over.
"Try it."
"Is it cooked?" The small horn was immediately put into her mouth. The freshly cooked meat was hot, and she kept blowing on it to cool down, while fanning herself with her hand. Delicious. Cooked. "It's ready." Song Chunhua served a bowl to Sister Chun Suifong and brother Lu Jinshi, then finally used a large bowl to hold the leftovers. The pot was left for Lu Jinshi to blanch the bamboo shoots. "You don't want to eat?" Chun Suifong asked. "I'll eat when it's time for dinner," Song Chunhua replied. Knowing that Song Chunhua's family ate 3 meals a day, Chun Suifong didn't say anything and started eating the chicken and bamboo shoots in her bowl. "Big sister, should we also let Mom do it this way?" Little Horn, nibbling on chicken, mumbled. Chun Suifong also felt a bit reluctant but comforted her brother. This is a big matter, so you need to be the little boss and tell her. Mom, will she hit me? Little Horn shrank back. How could she? Mom loves you the most. To prevent a disaster in the village over a chicken, Song Chunhwa added another bowl for the brother and sister from the big bowl. Because of her trade with Old Master Chun San, Song Chunhwa needed to go to Qianan Mansion before the new year. In ancient times, heavy snow made travel difficult, so she had to go before the roads were blocked by snow. The next day, the weather was clear and Song Chunhwa set out again. Near the gates of Qianan Mansion, she took half a bar of soap from her space and placed it in the carriage. After entering the city, she headed straight to Old Master Chun San's residence. When the carriage stopped, two young servants at the gate immediately came forward. Looking for Old Master Chun San bringing soap, Song Chunhwa said. One of the servants recognized her as someone sent by Old Master Chun San and politely asked her to wait. The other quickly went inside to report. Soon, a man who looked like a steward came out with four young servants behind him, bowing to Song Chunhwa. Old Master Chun San is out on business. I will sign for it on his behalf. Please help me by standing by the carriage to assist, Song Chunhwa said to the steward servant. The total is 10,000 yuan. Please count it. The steward waved his hand, and the servants began counting. 15 minutes later, the amount was confirmed to be correct. Please follow me to the treasury to get the silver, the steward said, bowing and leading the way. Inside the mansion, Song Chunhwa felt like she was experiencing Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Wow, so rich. They reached a courtyard, and the steward asked her to sit on a stone bench while he went inside first. After a moment, a maid in a blue jacket brought a cup of tea. About 15 minutes later, the steward came out. Please, Brother Song, come in and sign your fingerprint. He led Song Chunhwa to a round, plump accountant who finished the fingerprint. A young servant brought out a large tray of shining silver coins, and another held a wooden box filled with silver notes. Song Chunhwa's appetite grew. She took out a large money pouch from her. All over 2,000 taels of silver notes were packed into it, heavy and full. After saying goodbye to the two, a young servant led her out of the house. Once on the carriage, she stored the silver in her space. With over 2,000 taels in her space, she couldn't help but want to buy things. To avoid attracting attention, she stopped selling soap at her stall. She headed straight to the inn where she stayed last time. The young clerk, recognizing her, warmly greeted her and asked another person to lead her horse to the backyard. After settling into her room, she strolled into the busy street. Her first stop was the silver shop to feed her space. Wrap these, and these, she said, pointing at the jade jewelry inside the display. The shopkeeper, with a smiling fish scale pattern on his face, quickly called the shop assistant to prepare good tea and pastries. Outside the shop, Song Chunhwa quickly stored her jewelry into her space. Her space was now fed, so she decided to feed herself next. Unsure what to eat, she entered a busy, high-end restaurant. She ordered 2 signature dishes, which were quite expensive, each costing 2 taels of silver. She glanced at the neighboring table, which had 5 or 6 dishes, some even 9 or 10. At about 1 tael per dish, this meal could be a year's or even 2 or 3 years' income for a typical farming family. After eating, she continued shopping, visiting stores she liked or hadn't explored before. The Wun style of the Qian residence was thriving, and the bookstore was a must-visit. When she left, she carried a pile of books. Feeling satisfied with her shopping, she leisurely returned to the inn. Springflower, Dad misses you so much. Song Yongquan rushed forward to hug her, but she quickly blocked him. Why are you back? Song Chunhwa asked calmly. Just missed you all. She raised an eyebrow, giving him a look that said, Do you think I believe that? At home, it was time to give out gifts as usual. This is for our Tangdang. Song Chunhwa took out a large bundle. Clothes, shoes, hair accessories, headbands, pastries. Everything for eating, wearing, and playing. The whole family had a share, including Song Jin, the young lady, and the village chief. She also told the twins and Song Sanling to deliver their parts. Song Yongquan saw that his share was missing and smiled as he stepped forward. Chunhwa, where's my part? Song Chunhwa glanced at him. Song Yongkwon quickly looked for a way to smooth things over. It's okay, don't worry. You didn't know when Dad would come back. Move aside. Song Chunhwa interrupted his chatter. Song Yongkwon didn't mind her attitude and still flattered her. You're tired from the journey. Drink some hot water quickly. The kitchen has chicken soup, you'll be able to drink it soon. He was busy either sweeping the yard, cleaning the house, or working in the kitchen. As Lu Jinshi picked up the broom, he snatched it away, taking charge of all the kitchen work. Drink a bowl of chicken soup. You look so thin. Don't worry. When Dad comes back, he'll make sure you all gain weight, said Song Yongkwon kindly, serving the soup. After dinner, they quickly cleared the dishes, wiped the table, washed the bowls, afraid that someone else might take their work. Lu Jinshi asked with a bit of reluctance, Chunhwa, when your dad comes back, will someone still cook and clean? Should I come over tomorrow? Uncle Wan doesn't cook, but if you want to do other chores, are you willing? Lu Jinshi nodded quickly. Yes, I am willing. In the past few months, not only did she earn money at Song Chunhwa's house, but she also received oil residue, meat pastries, and cloth. To let her focus on her work, she didn't have to do household chores anymore. Then come as usual tomorrow. Lu Jinshi felt reassured and happily went home. The next morning, Lu Jinshi arrived to see Song Yongkwon clutching the wok spatula, looking alert. Song Chunhwa took Lu Jinshi to the backyard by the well, where 2 new rooms had been built. Uncle Wan, please clean these 2 rooms. Yes, I will. Back in the front yard, Song Sanlang had returned from the town, carrying a small intestine. Second sister, I bought 6 pairs. First, she went to the kitchen to get some flour, then carried the small intestine to the backyard. She first removed the fat and membrane from the outside of the intestine. Then, she threaded the intestine onto a thin wooden stick and slowly turned it over. After turning the inner wall inside out, pour in flour to scrub away surface fat and mucus. Lu Jin was a bit reluctant when pouring in the flour, even though in recent months, Song Chunhwa always used salt and flour to scrub pig stomachs and intestines during cooking. After rinsing thoroughly, turn the wall back to the outside, continue rinsing until no mucus remains, then scrub with alcohol to remove the smell and sterilize. Cut the small intestines into lengths of 1 to 2 meters. Tie one end tightly with a string, then air into the other end using a bamboo tube until the intestine pouch swells, and then tie the other end tightly. After demonstrating once, Song Chunhwa stood up. One ant, I'll leave the rest to you. Okay. The table was already set with porridge, pickles, and meat. Seeing Song Chunhwa approaching, Song Yongkwon immediately stood up to serve the porridge. After breakfast, Song Chunhwa went to the mountain to absorb plant energy. When she returned home, she heard Song Sailang's voice inside. Dad, you're stealing Big Brother's clothes. What's stealing? What's mine is my son's. So, this is also mine. Seeing Song Chunhwa, Song Sailang immediately ran over. Second sister, Dad took Big Brother's clothes. Song Yongkwon quickly composed himself and awkwardly said, It's too cold, I borrowed Big Brother's clothes to wear. What's mine is my son's clothes, and I don't need money for that. Song Yongkwon jumped up but quickly smiled apologetically. We're all family, talking about money hurts feelings. Either pay or don't wear it, Song Chunhwa said calmly. I'm just cooking and cleaning for the family. If you invite others, you also spend money. You don't need to pay me, just buy a few sets of clothes. If you don't eat at home, then you can buy a few sets of clothes, she added, and walked straight to the workshop. At lunch, she glanced at Song Yongchuan's cotton coat of Song Dalong but said nothing. Song Dalong felt a bit embarrassed. The next day, Song Chunhwa went to town again to buy 6 more sets of small intestines. She spent 3 days cleaning the intestines. The first 2 days intestines had already dried. The pigs raised at the pig farm, entering winter, are slaughtered every 3 to 5 days. The fat parts are kept for oil and for their own use, while the rest are sold in town. When Song Chunhwa arrived at the pig farm, Song Erxiang, Lu Da, and Old Hu, the pig butcher from the village, were scraping pig hair. They all greeted her. Uncle Erxiang, keep the meat and intestines. All right. Song Erxiang nodded immediately. After the pork was delivered, the refining part was sent to Lu's workshop, while the rest was placed in Lu Jin's workshop. This skin has been peeled off. Lu Jin quickly picked up a knife and started peeling the skin. Following a fat-to-lean ratio of 80-20, she cut a bowl of meat, then Song Chunhwa weighed it and began adding seasonings. Alcohol, salt, chili powder, sugar, 5-spice powder, and pepper. Today, Song Chunhwa was making spicy sausage. In a few days, she planned to make sweet sausage to see which one people like more. Lu Jin kneaded the mixture firmly until it became sticky. That's enough. Song Chunhwa nodded, setting it aside to marinate. Lu Jin continued preparing the next batch. In the afternoon, Song Chunhwa soaked the dried sausage casings in warm water until soft. She took out the sausage stuffer made by Song Dalong. While stuffing, she explained the details. When the casings are dry, touch them with water to dampen. Then stuff. This way, the meat will be evenly packed and firm. After stuffing one sausage and tying it into sections, Song Chunhwa handed the stuffer to Lu Jin. "Uncle Wan, try this." Lu Jin quickly got the hang of it and soon found the technique. She used a needle to poke holes in the sausages to release air. They hung the sausages on a bamboo rack built by Song Dalong and Song Sanling a few days earlier to dry. Every day, the town only bought about 6 pairs of small intestines, which was far from enough. Song Chunhwa went to the county town again and bought all the small intestines she could find. On the 7th day of drying, the casings became semi-transparent, and Song Chunhwa started smoking them. "Uncle Wan, today we smoke for 3 hours and tomorrow for 2 hours. The next day, seeing the sausages turn a reddish brown and emit a strong smoky aroma, Song Chunhwa said, 'They're ready.' Lu Jin praised nearby. 'They look delicious. Later, I'll cut 2 pieces and steam them for you to try.' 'No need, no need.' Lu Jin quickly waved her hands. 'Trying the flavor and adjusting it is necessary,' Song Chunhwa explained with a smile. Lu Jin then stopped refusing. Song Chunhwa decided to make sausage fried rice. Song Yongkwon quickly squatted by the stove to start a fire. The water in the pot boiled, and he added the slightly salty sausage to cook for 15 minutes. Because in ancient times there were no refrigerators, the sausages were made quite salty for longer storage. "Go wash 2 bowls of rice." Song Chunhwa greeted Song Yongkwon in the morning. She took out the sausage, cut it into small pieces, and evenly spread it over the rice. As the rice aroma grew stronger, Song Yongkwon couldn't help but ask, "What is this? It smells so good," but he immediately shut his mouth because at home, he was not allowed to ask about anything. He just needed to do his own work well. Hearing the answer, Song Yongkwon felt relieved again. "You all made this in the backyard." A cold look swept over, and Song Yongkwon quickly kept quiet. When the rice was cooked, she stirred it well. In a hot pan, she added oil, and 6 eggs sizzled in, frying until crispy and broken apart. She poured the eggs into the sausage rice and stir-fried it quickly. She added soy sauce for flavor, sprinkled chopped green onions, and the aroma burst out strongly. "Second sister, it smells so good." The twins rushed into the kitchen. "Go to the backyard and call Aunt Wan," Song Chunhwa said with a smile. "Go to the workshop and call Aunt Lu and second sister Chun. Everyone come over." She served each person a bowl. "Try it and see how it tastes." "What is this?" "It's so delicious. It smells so good." "Second sister, this is so tasty." Nearly 100 jin of smoked sausage, and Song Chunhwa decided to go to the county town. She headed straight to the finest restaurant in the city. Before mealtime, only a few tables were empty in the hall. She went directly to the counter. She took out steaming sausage and mushroom rice, chestnut sausage rice, chicken sausage rice, pumpkin sausage rice, and finally sausage egg fried rice and garlic leaf fried sausage from her basket. A strange, strong aroma instantly filled the air. The shopkeeper frowned and looked up. The smell was very overpowering. He examined the food and the young girl in front of him, full of suspicion and caution. "Little brother, what is this?" "Shopkeeper, this is freshly made food. Please try it." The shopkeeper didn't accept it immediately. He looked at the sausage carefully. "This item has a bright red color and a lot of oil. What is it made of?" The method. I haven't seen anything like this before. He had run a restaurant for many years and knew that food safety was very important. He wouldn't dare to eat something from an unknown source. Song Chunhwa looked at him confidently. Shopkeeper, don't worry. This is a family secret recipe for sausage. After saying that, she picked up her chopsticks and took a piece. Then she quickly offered another piece with her chopsticks. Seeing that Song Chunhwa herself had eaten, the shopkeeper picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, chewed. His eyes suddenly widened. The rich, smoky, and savory aroma of the meat explodes in the mouth. Before I can savor it, the second piece is already in my mouth. I simply can't stop. Try it with rice. Song Chunhwa guides at the right moment. The rice soaked in oil and fat is wrapped around crispy slices of sausage. One bite, and a warm wave rushes straight to the stomach. The sausage egg fried rice is even more amazing, with the perfect blend of egg and meat flavors. This strong aroma makes diners unable to sit still. Shopkeeper. What dish smells so good? Give me one too. An old regular calls out. A more experienced customer rushes to the counter, picks up chopsticks, and scoops some. Wow. Delicious. He even lifts the bowl of sausage rice. This seems to ignite everyone's excitement. Others can't resist anymore. They gather around. Some run back to their tables to grab chopsticks. In a flash, 6 bowls of sausage delicacies are cleaned out. Shopkeeper. Bring out that dish with eggs. I want the one with garlic leaves. Chicken one, pumpkin one of each, and pack the leftovers. The diners are still eager, voices rising in enthusiasm. The shopkeeper is surprised and happy, quickly calming everyone. Everyone. These are new dishes we will introduce tomorrow. Oh, shopkeeper, just make one today. Any flavor is fine. The regulars lead the plea. Yes. Everyone agrees. The shopkeeper struggles to keep control, pulls Song Chunhwa aside as if afraid she might fly away. Young man, please come to the backyard. They sit down and tea and snacks are served. The shopkeeper can't wait. Young man, I want that sausage. Name your price. Shopkeeper, you're an expert. How much do you think it's worth? Song Chunhwa replies playfully. The shopkeeper, after a moment of thought, tentatively suggests, this is a new and solid product.
170 coins per gin.
How about that? Song Chunhwa quickly calculates in her mind. This price minus costs could earn half, but this product relies on skill. She keeps a confident smile and speaks with certainty. Shopkeeper, you've tasted it too. Making this sausage takes effort, skill, and time. 220 coins. In this town before the new year, only you sell it. The shopkeeper's heart skips a beat. She reveals her bottom line and added value directly. The shopkeeper's heart races. 220 coins. It's a bit higher than his expected price of 190 coins, but the temptation of only this one is too strong. Thinking about the lively scene in the hall earlier and the busy season before the new year, he clapped his thigh and said, all right. 220, then 220. But remember, before the new year, only for my drunken immortal tower. Song Chunhwa nodded quickly. After agreeing on the price, the shopkeeper asked Song Chunhwa to demonstrate how to make the cured sausage to Da Chong, generously offering to pay extra. Song Chunhwa was very happy to do so. As soon as she got home, Song Chunhwa handed the small intestines she bought from the county town to Dae-an. With the temperature dropping, the saponification reaction slowed, drying took longer, and there were fewer shells left, so Song Chunhwa decided to focus on making the cured sausage. Lu continued making soap, while Chun, Dae-an, and An helped with the sausage. They divided the work into making the casing, cutting meat, seasoning, stuffing, smoking, and so on. They could produce about 200 jin, a Chinese weight measure, each day. 3 days later, Song Chunhwa went back to the county town again. As soon as she arrived at the restaurant entrance, the shopkeeper saw her and was overjoyed. Without much small talk, he immediately asked about the sausage. The main reason was that the sausage was so popular that the restaurant was full every day because of it, and they ran out of sausage yesterday. When Song Chunhwa said she brought 300 or 400 jin, he didn't hesitate and said he wanted all of it. Last time, He refused to give his address, but worried about running out again, the shopkeeper asked politely, "Young man, could you give us an address so we can come to pick up the goods ourselves?" Not wanting to cause trouble, Song Chunhwa smiled and declined. "Don't worry, I'll come around about 3 days before the snow." Seeing her say this, the shopkeeper didn't press further, mainly to avoid offending her. Back home, Song Chunhwa looked at a big basin of pork skin and thought again about a profitable food idea. Yes, the new money-making idea Song Chunhwa thought of was fried pig skin. "Grandma Lu, I want to ask Aunt Jean to help with some work. Do you think that's okay?" Song Chunhwa went to Lu's workshop and asked. Lu was frying pig fat and immediately agreed. Sure. I'll go talk to Aunt Jean," Song Chunhwa said, turning to walk to the next room. "Chunhwa is here." Lu Jean was feeding chickens in the yard, carrying Tiger on her back. After Lu Jinsher listened to Song Chunhwa talk about her work, she agreed without hesitation, just like Lu Shi. "Huzi, you can stay at my house. It's a good chance for my Lu Lang to have a companion," Song Chunhwa said with a smile, teasing Lu Jinsher and Huzi on her back. "Do you want to play with your little brother?" Lu Jinsher knew Chunhwa meant well, but she didn't want her family to always be taken advantage of, so she quickly refused. "No need. The head of the family is home, and the 2 older kids can watch over things." Seeing Lu Jinsher's firm attitude, Song Chunhwa didn't insist further. Lu Jinsher said she would come later, so Song Chunhwa went home first to prepare. Song Lulang was sleeping, and Song Dongmei was squatting by the stove helping to burn firewood. Right now, Song Chunhwa planned to make some money from pigskin. She trusted her scoundrel father, but she knew she couldn't get close to him. First, she blanched the pigskin, then added scallions, Sichuan pepper, and star anise to remove the smell. After boiling for 15 minutes, she drained the water and placed the pigskin in a basin. Song Dongmei moved to the well to wash the pigskin quickly to cool it down. "Big sister, scrape off this fat oil thoroughly, like this," Song Dongmei said after washing, demonstrating while explaining. "Scrape it all off?" Song Dongmei asked to confirm. "Yes, leave nothing behind." Although reluctant, Song Dongmei followed the instructions and scraped the pigskin clean. She then put the scraped oil into a clean bowl. They continued boiling the next batch. Lu Jinsher entered with a smile. "Chunhwa, I'm here," she said. She was ready to take over the job of frying the pigskin, so Chunhwa moved aside to guide her. At this moment, cries came from the front yard. Song Dongmei finished handling the pigskin and hurried to wash her hands. Soon after, Song Dongmei came back smiling, looking pleased. "Yongkwan is here. Looks like your father has really changed. He's willing to do housework now," she said happily. Song Chunhwa smiled, but didn't say anything. She didn't believe her scoundrel father would change. They worked for most of the day, boiling all the pigskin from the past few days, 6 pots in total. They cut the pigskin into long strips of similar size, punched holes in them, and threaded them with rope to hang on bamboo poles. Once everything was prepared, the scraped oil filled 2 large bowls. Song Chunhwa took out 10,000 coins and distributed some to everyone helping in the yard. Everyone was happy, thinking about how to eat or save it for guests. The winter sun was gentle. The first batch of pigskin had been drying in the sun for 6 days. "Does this pot of oil need to be heated?" Lu Jinsher asked nearby. "No need. This fried pigskin requires a cold pan and cold oil. When I fry the next batch later, I will wait for the pan to cool down." Song Chunhwa placed the pieces into the pot one by one. As the pig fat heated, the pigskin slowly softened. When the oil temperature rose, the pigskin in the pot started to bubble. The pot made a crispy pop sound. "Can you do this with pigskin?" Lu Jinsher asked in surprise, pointing at the bubbling pigskin. She paused briefly and continued. "Because the oil and pan need to cool, the second batch is fried in a nearby pot, and the third batch is fried in the same pot as the first batch, alternating." After frying the first batch, Song Chunhwa moved aside to let Lu Jinsher fry, while she squatted by the stove. In half a day, all the pigskin was fried. Song Chunhwa took a few pieces, cut them into chunks, put them in a bowl, sprinkled chili powder on top, and mixed well. "Try some," she offered to Jinsher. "Delicious." Lu Jinshi exclaimed after just one bite. Song Chunhwa told her to take a few pieces home, then carried a bowl toward the sausage workshop. Because eating in the workshop was not allowed, Song Chunhwa stood at the door and called out, "Come try the freshly made snacks." Seeing the new food, everyone immediately smiled and got up to wash their hands and come out. Suddenly, a crisp crunch sounded. "Springhua, what is this?" "It's so tasty," Ernie asked, licking her fingers. Song Chunhwa smiled and said, except for Ernie, who chuckled. The others looked surprised. Song Chunhwa nodded with a smile. "Wow, I can't believe pigskin can be made like this," Lu Jinshi said with disbelief. With everything at home settled, Song Chunhwa decided to visit the city again before the new year. Before going to the city, she planned to deliver a batch of preserved sausages to the county restaurant owner. "Boss, business is good, huh?" Song looked at the full hall and smiled. "Thanks to you, little brother." The boss sincerely thanked her. "Would you like to add another dish?" Hearing this, the boss's eyes lit up. "Yes, yes, yes," she answered immediately, afraid of losing a second. "You haven't even seen what the dish is. Are you sure it's suitable?" "I'm sure the dish you bring will be good," the boss said confidently. "Is this?" The boss pointed at the item in Song Chunhwa's hand. He looked at the pigskin, which was different from his impression, and confirmed. Seeing this, Song Chunhwa smiled and asked, "Boss, do you want this pigskin?" "Yes, yes, yes," the shopkeeper still responded quickly and firmly. No matter what kind of skin it was, as long as it was brought by this young man, he wanted it. Seeing his straightforwardness, Song Chunhwa smiled and said, "I'll make a dish with this pigskin."
Please try it.
The shopkeeper was eager to try, quickly bowing and inviting her into the kitchen. "Take a look and see if you need anything else. We'll prepare it right away." Song Chunhwa glanced at the stone counter and smiled slightly. "No need. Everything is here." "Come help out." The shopkeeper pointed to the busy, round-faced assistant in the kitchen. The assistant immediately put down what he was doing and hurried over. "Shopkeeper, young master, Zhu has arrived," the waiter whispered as he approached. "He's here? Just entertain him." The shopkeeper waved his hand, looking calm. Right now, nothing was more important than the new dish Song was preparing. The waiter leaned in and whispered a few words. The shopkeeper listened, then quickly gave Song Chunhwa an apologetic smile and said, "I need to go out and greet the guest. Sorry for the inconvenience." After saying that, he instructed the others in the kitchen, "Make sure to prepare any ingredients young Master Song needs immediately. When you're working, don't delay." After giving instructions, the shopkeeper hurriedly left. Song Chunhwa took out a piece of fried pigskin from her bag. She looked at the golden, crispy, bubbly surface with curiosity. The others in the kitchen also looked over, curious about this unfamiliar ingredient. She soaked the pigskin in warm water until it softened. It gradually expanded, shiny with oil on the surface, becoming soft and elastic. Song Chunhwa cut it into even small pieces. Meanwhile, the assistant had prepared chopped green onions, soaked wood ear mushrooms, soaked shiitake mushrooms, halved boiled eggs, sliced chili peppers, small green vegetables, and sliced pork belly, placing everything nearby. Once everything was ready, Song Chunhwa started cooking. She poured lard into a pot, heated it, then added the pork belly to fry until fragrant. Then she added the pig skin and simmered with broth over low heat. After about 15 minutes, the soup turned a thick white. She added the prepared ingredients one by one. Finally, she sprinkled salt, pepper, and chopped green onions, turned off the heat, and poured the soup into bowls. The assistant nearby couldn't help but swallow hard. The shopkeeper, informed by the waiter, quickly came over, followed by a well-dressed elderly man. As soon as I entered, my attention was immediately drawn to a bowl of crispy pork skin and 3-flavor soup. The soup was milky in color, with ingredients like pork skin, wood ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, eggs, greens, and scallions, all mixed together like a colorful painting. The aroma of the soup rose with the steam, making my mouth water. "Try some, shopkeeper," Song Chunhwa said with a smile. The shopkeeper, a plump old man, scooped a spoonful of soup, blew on it to cool, and then tasted it. The rich flavor filled his mouth. The pork skin in the soup softened and became tender, melting easily. It was very suitable for the elderly. The old man ate several pieces, nodding happily. Very good, very good. After finishing a bowl of the crispy pork skin and 3-flavor soup, the shopkeeper's face lit up with a big smile. His restaurant now had another signature dish. He shared half of the pork skin and preserved sausage with the restaurant, and the rest was taken straight to the city. At the city gate, they paid the entrance fee. The city was still bustling and lively, with many pedestrians. Song Chunhua headed straight to the high-end restaurant Yupingxiang in the city. Just as she took out the preserved sausage and pork skin, the shopkeeper saw she wasn't a customer and waved her off impatiently. No need. We don't lack ingredients here. You should try elsewhere. Seeing the shopkeeper's attitude, Song Chunhua didn't argue. She dismissed Yupingxiang and, confident in her goods, believed she would find a buyer. Without hesitation, she went to the opposite place, Bai Wei Fong. Bai Wei Fong's business was clearly not as good as Yupingxiang. It was almost mealtime, and only a few tables were occupied in the main hall. The staircase leading to the second-floor private rooms was empty, with no one coming or going. The shopkeeper was a kind-looking middle-aged man. He glanced at the preserved sausage and pork skin in Song Chunhua's hands, hesitated, and called over an assistant. Take the young man to the kitchen. The kitchen staff was preparing dinner. Only 2 of the 6 pots were steaming, making the place look quiet. Seeing the assistant bring someone in, one of the cooks whispered to another. Business is so slow. Why are they still hiring people? Not here to work, the assistant replied.
Don't ask.
Just get to work. Song Chunhua found a corner and started cooking the pork skin and preserved sausage. She took out a few sausages from her basket. The sausages were bright red and slightly oily on the surface. She laid the sausages on rice and covered the pot. Next, she took out the pork skin. After soaking in water, prepare the ingredients. Once everything is ready, Song Chunhua begins to cook fried pigskin in another pot. Meanwhile, the previously cooked cured sausage is also ready. The aroma from both pots fills the air, and the entire kitchen is filled with a delicious smell. The kitchen helpers can't help but come closer. Seeing that both dishes are ready, one helper says, "Please call your boss." Soon the boss comes in. Song Chunhua lifts the lid of the pot, and the smell becomes even stronger. Seeing the food inside, her eyes light up. She picks up chopsticks, takes a bite of the steamed sausage, and puts it in her mouth. The salty flavor of the sausage, mixed with the fat, makes her very hungry. At this moment, Song Chunhua hands over the soup of fried pigskin, takes a sip, then bites into the pigskin, making her eyes squint from the freshness. The boss nods repeatedly, saying, "Good,
Good, good.
3 times. Everyone try it," the boss says to the kitchen helpers. The helpers, already tempted by the smell, immediately pick up their chopsticks and praise the food one after another. The boss puts down his chopsticks, smiles at Song Chunhua, and says, "Little brother, you really know your stuff." Song Chunhua smiles and replies, "The sausage and fried pigskin." Yes, 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 the sausage and fried pigskin. We want those." Song Chunhua offers the same price as in the county restaurant. At this moment, the boss is very confident about the sausage and fried pigskin and buys all that Song Chunhua brought. They decide to use these 2 ingredients to turn their business around. After the deal is made, Song Chunhua also tells the chef how to prepare the sausage and pigskin differently. The boss gives her the money and asks with a smile, "Little brother, how can we contact you?" Song Chunhua takes the money and replies with a smile, "I will come back in 10 days. When I do, I will find you." After selling the sausage and pigskin, Song Chunhua sweeps through the meat stalls in the city. The popular fatty meat is gone, but there are still many small intestines at some stalls. In the end, she buys about 10 sets, reserving all the small intestines at each stall for tomorrow. Song Chunhua then walks into the 100 Flavors Inn. Unlike 10 days ago, when there were only a few scattered tables and a quiet scene, the place is now bustling. Every table is full, with no empty seats. Customers and waiters move up and down the stairs. As Song Chunhua stepped into the Beidafang Inn, the shopkeeper greeted him with a big smile, his eyes showing happiness and gratitude. "Brother Song, you're finally here," the shopkeeper said, gesturing for him to come inside. "Please come in. Please." Song Chunhua smiled slightly, calm and relaxed. The table was full of different dishes, but each table had either cured sausage or fried pork skin with 3 kinds of soup, and sometimes both on the same table. "Quick, brew my special tea," the shopkeeper called to the waiter. The shopkeeper led Song Chunhua to the back courtyard. When the waiter brought the tea, the shopkeeper took it and handed it over with both hands. He took a gentle sip, and the aroma of tea filled the air. "Don't be shy. Later, you can take a jar home," the shopkeeper said generously. Song Chunhua smiled and waved his hand. "No need, just a taste is enough." The shopkeeper looked at him with a hint of curiosity. "Brother Song, about our cooperation, do you think we can keep working together?" Song Chunhua looked at the shopkeeper with firm eyes, speaking calmly and confidently. "Rest assured, since our cooperation has been good, I will continue supplying." Hearing this, the shopkeeper nodded quickly, happy. "Good, good. Brother Song, don't worry. Beta Fang will cherish this opportunity to work with you." He paused for a moment. "By the way, did you bring cured sausage and pork skin this time?" Song Chunhua took another sip of tea and smiled. Hearing this, the shopkeeper couldn't hide his joy and smiled broadly. 200 pounds of fried pork skin, 800 pounds of cured sausage. "How much do you want?" "All of it." "I want all of it," the shopkeeper said without hesitation. After completing the deal, Song Chunhua politely declined the shopkeeper's invitation to stay for lunch. As he stepped out of the Beta Fang Inn, he had only taken a few steps when the shopkeeper from Yipin Fang hurried after him. With a big smile, he said, "Brother Song, we've prepared a table of food and drinks. Please, do us the honor of joining us." Song Chunhua stopped and politely refused. "No need. I'm in a hurry to get home." The Yipin Fang shopkeeper quickly said, "Brother Song, last time was a misunderstanding. We want to work with you. Could you also supply us?" Song Chunhua spoke calmly but firmly. "Sorry. All my goods are already with Beta Fang. I don't have any extras right now." The owner of Yipin Fang's face immediately changed when he heard this, but he quickly calmed down and said, "We at Yipin Fang are willing to pay more than Bai Fong." Song Chunhua remained calm and said, "Boss, you're also in business, and you know that honesty is the most important. I have already agreed with Bai Fong to give them priority. If they can't take it, then I will look for the next one." Meanwhile, the owner of Bai Fong heard from his assistant that Yipin Fang's owner was talking with Song Xiao, and he hurried over. He just overheard Song Chunhua say they couldn't take more and would look for the next place, so he loudly shouted, "We will pay double." Recently, many customers asked if they had dried sausage and a dish called hikai. When told they didn't have it, most customers turned around and went straight to Bai Fong. Business at the restaurant was not as good as before. The owner of Bai Fong was anxious and shouted, "I'll pay double too." Song Chunhua smiled and said, "Two bosses, there's no need to fight. In 10 days, I will bring more supplies. If Bai Fong can't take it then, the leftovers will go to Yipin Fang first." "How about that?" The owner of Bai Fong still insisted he could eat everything, making the owner of Yipin Fang angry and frustrated. Song Chunhua bowed and took her leave. Today, she had to rush back to Black Eagle Mountain Village. She quickly cleaned out the meat stalls in the city. Last time, she told the meat vendors she would come today, and most of them had saved small intestines for her. After collecting the intestines, Song Chunhua hurried toward Black Eagle Mountain Village. When she arrived home, it was already dark. The next day, they slaughtered pigs at the pig farm. Song Chunhua brought a bowl of pig blood to her great-aunt's house, and she also bought some tofu to cook pig blood with tofu. In the kitchen, her great-aunt was chatting with an older woman and a young girl. Zhao He was nearby, looking down. From his flushed face, Song Chunhua immediately understood he was trying to find a partner. The older woman, about 40, was thin and slender. The young girl beside her was also thin and was leaning on a rough wooden cane. "Chunhua is here," Song's mother called out with a smile. "Slaughtered the pig, brought pig blood, and 2 pieces of tofu for you." "Great. I want to eat pig blood," Song Chunhua said happily, taking some. Zhao hurriedly prepared 2 pieces of tofu for Song Chunhua and, without hesitation, served her a bowl of tofu pudding. Then, he lowered his head and also served a bowl for the woman and girl. After finishing the tofu pudding, Song Chunhua put down her bowl and, thinking not to disturb, prepared to leave. As she reached the courtyard, Mrs. Song caught up and asked, "Chunhua, do you have any meat?" "Yes, I do." "I'll ask Silang to bring some later," Song Chunhua replied immediately. Mrs. Song quickly handed her money to Song Chunhua. Song Chunhua smiled and refused. "You are my great-aunt." Before Mrs. Song could insist further, Song Chunhua had already stepped out of the yard. At home, she cut about 5 jin of pork belly and threaded it onto a vine branch. "Take this to my great-aunt and don't accept any money," Song Chunhua said as she handed the meat to Silang. The next day, after breakfast, Song Chunhua was about to go to the town. Just as she jumped onto the cart, Zhao hurried over. "Uncle Zhao, is there something you need?" Zhao gestured with his hands. "Are you going to the town with me?" Zhao nodded firmly. "Then come on up." "Uncle Zhao, are you planning to buy a silver hairpin?" Song Chunhua asked with gestures. Zhao nodded again with force. "Uncle, can you manage alone?" At the entrance of the silver shop, Song Chunhua asked Zhao gently. Zhao nodded with a sincere smile. "I'll be right over," she said quickly and headed to the meat stall. After grabbing some small intestines, Song Chunhua didn't stay long and hurried with the cart toward the silver shop. As she arrived at the door, she heard arguing from inside. Hearing Zhao's urgent voice, she quickly strode inside. "You're the one who caused the damage. If you don't pay, you'll have to see the officials," said the shop assistant, grabbing Zhao and showing a stubborn attitude. Zhao kept waving his hands and shaking his head, calling out, "Ah," looking anxious and helpless. "Let go," Song Chunhua shouted sharply. Her tone was firm and unquestionable. The shop assistant was startled by her sudden voice, turned around, and saw a young girl. He sneered and continued to hold Zhao. The shopkeeper saw it was Song Chunhua and hurried to greet her. Last time, she had bought a lot of jade pendants and bracelets from the shop. The shop assistant was stunned by the shopkeeper's attitude. Zhao saw Song Chunhua come over, as if she had found her main support, and hurriedly ran to her side. Originally, the second shopkeeper was no match for Zhao, who often pulled the mill, and he was just afraid to struggle. "Shopkeeper, I don't know what my uncle did to be sent to court," Song Chunhua asked seriously, her eyes sharp, staring directly at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, now smiling kindly, said, "I accidentally broke a jade hairpin." Song Chunhua turned to Zhao and asked, "Did your uncle break it?" Zhao shook his head hard, looking anxious. "It was you who broke it," the second shopkeeper loudly said nearby. Seeing this, Song Chunhua gave him a cold look, and he immediately fell silent, whispering, "I handed it to you, but you didn't catch it. May I see the broken jade hairpin?" Song Chunhua asked directly, ignoring the second shopkeeper. "Yes, yes," the shopkeeper hurriedly replied, turning to the second shopkeeper and saying, "Go and get it quickly." The second shopkeeper muttered, "It's already broken. What's there to see?" Seeing Song Chunhua's face turn cold, the shopkeeper immediately shouted at him, "Just get it already." Reluctantly, the second shopkeeper brought the broken jade hairpin. Song Chunhua reached out, indicating for him to hand it over. "Customer, it's all broken. There's nothing special to see." The second shopkeeper hesitated, pointing at the counter. "Maybe I can bring you a perfect one from the shop." "No need," Song Chunhua said coldly, her tone firm and commanding. The second shopkeeper finally handed it over unwillingly. Song Chunhua carefully examined it and assembled the broken pieces. The second shopkeeper muttered, "Putting it together won't help." "Shopkeeper, your jade hairpin has been broken for some time," Song Chunhua said, picking up one of the fragments and pointing the broken edge at the shopkeeper confidently. The shopkeeper looked confused at first, then suddenly realized and glared fiercely at the second shopkeeper. The second shopkeeper argued, "Shopkeeper, don't listen to her nonsense. This is the one that just broke." The shopkeeper, ignoring the second shopkeeper's defense, said to Song Chunhua, "Sorry, customer, we misunderstood." "Shopkeeper, you should apologize to my uncle," Song Chunhua said seriously. The The shopkeeper hurriedly bowed to Zhao and apologized, then turned to the second shopkeeper and said, "Kneel down or get out." At this moment, the young shop assistant was still arguing. "Shopkeeper, you can't trust outsiders. They just don't want to pay," Song Chunhua calmly said. "Take it to the officials." Hearing this, the young assistant suddenly knelt down, pleading, "Please spare me, I won't do it again." It turned out that a few days ago, when the young assistant was tidying the counter, Yu Chai accidentally bumped into something. Today, seeing Zhao and the villagers dress simply, he couldn't speak properly, so he decided to use this to his advantage. He deliberately handed the jade hairpin to the other person, and then let go when the other didn't catch it. This young assistant was the nephew of the shopkeeper's mother, so they couldn't really send him to the authorities. They discussed, "Since this mistake was ours, and you and your uncle like the item, we will give you a 20% discount. There's no need, we don't need the money that badly." The shopkeeper glared fiercely at the young assistant kneeling on the ground, then said, "Let's make it a 30% discount." Song Chunhua didn't say anything. The shopkeeper, feeling the pain, asked, "Uncle, what do you think?" Zhao He, who was honest and straightforward, saw the apology and the discount and nodded quickly. Song Chunhua had no objections. In the end, Zhao He chose a silver hairpin and a pair of earrings. Song Chunhua, like a wholesale buyer, selected a large number of jade pendants, hairpins, and other accessories. The shopkeeper was visibly distressed about the purchase. After buying from the silver shop, Song Chunhua and Zhao He didn't linger long and headed straight to Black Eagle Mountain Village. Zhao He was very happy, buying 2 items at the same price. As soon as they arrived home, Chen Suifang was waiting in the yard. Seeing Song Chunhua return, she hurried over and asked, "Chunhua, can I see your green, purple, and blue dresses?" Chen Suifang explained, "My mother bought some fabric, saying she would make 2 dresses as part of my dowry. I think your dresses look very nice, so I want my mother to make some like yours." Song Chunhua took down her small intestine, a type of clothing, saying, "Wait a moment," then she headed to the back courtyard. Chen Suifang waited patiently in the yard, well-behaved and knowing the rules. She knew outsiders weren't allowed in these workrooms. After giving the small intestine to the Ni, Song Chunhua returned to the front yard and led Chen Suifang inside. She took out the dresses she mentioned. "Beautiful, really beautiful. Is this the style that city girls like?" Chen Suifang loved her new clothes so much, she couldn't put them down. "But my mother only plans to make 2 sets. Otherwise, I would want to make a set for each style," she said. Song Chunhua and Chen Suifang are about the same size. Chen Suifang has many clothes, and her wardrobe and 2 big wooden chests are full. Seeing that Song Chunhua liked her clothes, she said, "Pick one, and I'll give it to you." "Really?" Chen Suifang exclaimed in surprise, feeling very excited. Then she waved her hand. "Forget it. It feels like being friends means I might try to take advantage of you. I want to tell you, even though I sometimes like to get small benefits, I don't take advantage of friends. Take it. Consider it your wedding gift." Hearing this, Chen Suifang giggled. "In that case, I want this green one." Time passed quickly. Soon, it was Laba Festival, and the first snow of the year fell, covering everything in white. During this time, she went to the city. The car was full of pigskin, and the shopkeeper of Manhwa Fong had eaten everything. The owner of Ipin Fong was so angry, he almost lost his temper. Laba Festival is the day to eat laba porridge. Early in the morning, Song Yongquan was busy. The porridge was still cooking at home, and the neighbors Lu Shi, Song Eugene, and the Song family brought their own laba porridge. Time to eat laba porridge. As Song Yongquan lifted the lid, hot steam and sweet aroma filled the room instantly. The porridge was made with rice, millet, red beans, red dates, chestnuts, lotus seeds, peanuts, and dried longan, all cooked together. On top, there were sunflower seeds, pine nuts, and candied fruits, with a spoonful of brown sugar. The color was tempting and made everyone hungry. Song Chunhua asked Song Dalong and Song Sanling to each carry a bowl and deliver them to the Song and Eugene families. Song Dongmei brought a bowl to Lu Shi's house next door. They cooked a big pot and sent the twins to invite some workers from the front to come and have a bowl. Wow, You put so many good things in this porridge, Lu Jinsher exclaimed, holding her bowl. On Lava Festival, people in the village cook porridge. Usually, the porridge is a bit thicker than usual, with some red beans and dates added, if they are well off. But no one had seen such elaborate preparation before. This must be how rich city folks eat, Lu Shur said with a smile. Everyone happily ate a big bowl. After finishing, they didn't stay long and went back to work, feeling satisfied. In the next few days, more snow fell, covering the ground up to their ankles. The whole family put on boots made from rabbit fur. They were quietly welcoming the new year, but Chi Tsuehua, who usually gave birth after the new year, went into labor early this time. Lu Laifu hurried into the yard, shouting anxiously, "Mother! Mother!" Mrs. Lu quickly ran out and asked, "What's wrong?" "Tsuehua is about to give birth. Hurry and ask Grandma Zhao San," Mrs. Lu ordered quickly. Song Chunhua happened to be walking into the yard and responded, "I'll go." Grandma Zhao San lives in the south of the village, usually taking half an hour to walk back and forth. Now, with the snow, it might take an hour. Mrs. Lu and Lu Laifu kept thanking her. Song Chunhua immediately brought out the horse-drawn cart, placed her hand on the horse's side to give it energy. With a loud giddy-up, the horse started running. Grandma Zhao San, seeing no response, she raised her voice. "Grandma Zhao San, coming, coming." Grandma Zhao San's voice came from inside the house. "Mrs. Lu's second daughter-in-law is about to give birth. Isn't she supposed to give birth after the new year?" Grandma Zhao San was surprised, then turned to walk into the house. "I'll change into clean clothes." After she finished packing and took her delivery tools, Song Chunhua quickly drove the cart back to Lu's house. When she reached the gate, she heard Chi Tsuehua shouting from inside. "Oh no, you can't shout like that. You need to save your strength for later," Grandma Zhao San muttered as she hurried into the house. Mrs. Lu felt relieved to see her arrive. "Grandma Zhao San, you're here. We really need your help this time. Let's talk later." "Is the hot water ready?" "Ready, ready," Lu Laifu quickly replied. "Boil a bowl of eggs," Grandma Zhao San ordered before entering the inner room. Lu Laifu hurried to the kitchen. Just as he reached the door, Lu Jinsher came out holding a bowl. Inside was a bowl of egg soup. "Go away, don't block the way. Go inside and watch your brother," Lu Jinsher told the two oxen beside her. Inside, there were continuous cries and shouts, mixed with Grandma Zhao San urging, "Push harder." After about 2 hours, a baby's cry was heard from inside the house. Though faint, that sound reassured everyone inside and outside the house. They entered the room to find Chi Tsuehua lying weakly on the bed. The baby was held by Lu Jin's wife. Lu Laifu came in, and Lu Jin's wife quickly handed the baby over. Lu's wife offered the prepared lucky money and a basket of eggs. Zhao Sampo politely declined twice, but eventually accepted. After tidying up her things, Lu's wife was about to have Lu Laifu see her off when Song Chunhua spoke from nearby. "Grandma Zhao, I will see you off." "Thank you, Chunhua," Lu's wife said gratefully. Just as she returned home, Lu Xuanfu entered, holding about 10 woven bamboo trays. "Where should I put these?" Song Chunhua smiled and reached out. "Give them to me." Since early winter, Lu Xuanfu had been weaving trays for Song Chunhua. "Do I still need to weave more?" he asked uncertainly. "Keep going, make another 30 or 40, she replied. Song Chunhua placed the trays in the workshop. The home had started eating the preserved cured meat. At dinner, Song Yongquan stir-fried a large plate of cured meat with garlic leaves. The garlic aroma mixed with the meat, making everyone eager to eat. They finished the whole bowl, without leaving a single piece. After tidying the kitchen, Song Yongquan went over to Song Chunhua with a pleased smile. "Chunhua, it's almost New Year. Shouldn't you make a new jacket? Don't you have one already?" Song Chunhua glanced at him. "But that's your older brother's. How can I keep wearing his?" "This one is for you," Song Chunhua said. "Tomorrow, I'll make a new one for your older brother," Yongquan quickly replied. "Your older brother is still growing. He'll outgrow it in a year or two. Making a new one isn't a waste." He paused, then smiled again. "Your dad won't grow anymore. I'll make one that he can wear for 10 or 20 years. "All right," Song Chunhua agreed. Hearing this, Yongchuan's face lit up with happiness. Yes, then give me the money. What? Song Chunhwa raised her voice. At once, Yongkwon shut his mouth with a glance from her. The next morning, Song Chunhwa arrived at the pig farm. Old Hu, Song Erxiang, and Lu Er were catching pigs in the pig pen, surrounded by a few villagers. Recently, with snow falling, they kept some pork intestines for making sausages and fried pigskin. The pig stomachs and pig feet were for their own use, and the rest were mostly bought by villagers, not sent to town. At this moment, the villagers were waiting to buy. Song Chunhwa greeted them and then went to the vegetable garden at the pig farm. Because there was pig manure and a large area, a piece of land was made at one end of the pig farm for growing vegetables. Usually, Song Erxiang and Lu Er take care of it. The Chinese cabbage was covered tightly with snow. When the snow was brushed away, the green leaves appeared. Song Chunhwa picked 2 heads. After being pressed by snow, the cabbage was especially sweet, perfect for soup or stir-fry. At this moment, a loud argument suddenly broke out near the pig slaughter area. When Song Chunhwa approached, a group of people had gathered around the manure pit, and the air was thick with the smell of pig manure. Grandma Zhao was sitting on the ground, yelling and rolling around, "Pay up! You must pay!" Next to her, some people were covering their noses and watching, while others laughed and teased. Song Ergu, stealing chickens and meat is bad enough. Now you're stealing pig manure too? Angrily, Song Ergu glared and shouted, "Shut up!" Grandma Zhao yelled again, "Bring that girl from the Song family here. She must pay." Just as Song Chunhwa arrived nearby, Song Erxiang quickly explained what had happened. Every day, the pig farm slaughters 2 pigs. The first pig slaughtered today still had some meat not moved to the Song house. Grandma Zhao and her son spotted this meat, secretly stuffed a piece into their clothes, but were caught by Song Erxiang. He pushed them away and ran outside the wall, accidentally falling into the manure pit. Luckily, the man digging manure nearby ran fast and avoided getting splashed. The manure pit was less than a meter deep, and Song Ergu immediately climbed out. "First, pay for the meat," said Song Chunhwa calmly, glancing at the ground. "Oh, and the pig manure also needs to be paid for." "Pay for the meat?" Grandma Zhao whined and yelled. Before she finished, the meat in Song Ergu's arms fell to the ground with a splat, covered in pig manure. Everyone burst into laughter. Song Ergu, with thick skin, retorted, "Yes, you pay me for the meat." Grandma Zhao also shouted, "Yes, pay for my meat." "You Song Ergu, shameless. That meat was clearly stolen from our chopping block," Song Erxiang scolded angrily. Song Ergu stubbornly argued, "Which I saw me steal it. I bought it from the town." Song Chunhwa smiled softly, speaking calmly, "Then tell me, which stall did you buy it from? Is that Boss Huang, the butcher's son, or Lady Lu?" Song Ergo was momentarily speechless and hesitated, then stammered, "I don't remember." Suddenly, he became aggressive again, saying, "It's none of your business where I bought it." The crowd watching burst into laughter. A man exposed him, saying, "Song Ergo, I live at the village entrance. I haven't seen you pass by these days." "Take him to the officials," Song Chunhwa said calmly. When they heard about reporting to the authorities, Grandma Zhao and Song Ergo looked nervous. They quickly ran outside. Song Ergo was covered in pig manure. When they pulled him up, Grandma Zhao also had some on her. As they ran away, the crowd quickly dispersed. It was winter, and they had no extra clothes to change into. A few steps away, Grandma Zhao ran back to pick up the piece of meat covered in manure and tucked it into her clothes. "Please, Uncle Erxiang, tell the village official that Song Ergo has no money. Just like last time, he will bring firewood to pay," Song Chunhwa continued. After saying this, she didn't stay long. She carried 2 big cabbages home. When she arrived, she handed the cabbages to Song Yongkwon. Song Dongmei smiled and said, "The Qian family is starting a fish pond today." Hearing about the fish pond, Song Chunhwa became interested and asked the twins, "Do you want to go see?" "Yes." "Yes," the twins replied together, running inside to change into their boots. By the pond, a group of people had already gathered. When the little children saw the 3 siblings from the Song family, they cheered and gathered around. In the village, fish ponds are usually made during the new year, draining the pond, catching big fish and leaving small ones, and removing mud to fertilize fields and keep the water clear. People buy a few fish to add to their New Year's table, and bringing some home is a respectful gift. Now, the pond was drained, and the men from the Chien family were busy working in the water. Chien de Bao, there's a big one by your leg. Catch it quick, a man said anxiously, eager to jump in himself. The Chien family is the same. They didn't drain the pond before the snow, and now they're starting the fish pond after it snowed, a woman muttered. Someone nearby responded. They didn't plan to start it, but a wealthy family in town urgently wanted to buy 100 or 200 jin of fish, so they started the pond last minute. Wow, that's a lot of money, the woman looked envious. Soon, they caught about 10 buckets of fish. Song Chunhua walked to the bucket and selected 2 fish weighing about 4 or 5 jin each, perfect for pickling. When steamed with spicy peppers, they would make a delicious meal. She also chose 8 fish around 1 jin each, 5 to keep for the new year and 3 for stew or braising in the next few days. Wow, the Song family is really generous, an auntie said with envy. Next to her, another woman said sourly, look at the coats their siblings are wearing. Those are clothes from a wealthy city family, enough for us to eat for months. Song Chunhua didn't bother to reply. She turned to Old Man Chien and said, Grandpa Chien, please weigh these. Old Man Chien glared at the 2 women and said sharply, if you're going to gossip, do it away from my pond. The women pouted and stepped back a few steps. At this moment, second brother Chien carried up a bucket of freshwater snails. Song Chunhua smiled and asked, are you selling these? What? No, I want to eat them. I'll take them home. Old Man Chien waved his hand. Thank you, Grandpa Chien, but I can't take them for free. Just give me a fair price, she said. Cover the cost of the last grain delivery. Old Man Chien replied simply. Song Chunhua smiled and took the bucket. Grandpa Chien, I'll take this bucket home first. I'll have it delivered later. Old Man Chien remained serious and nodded in agreement. The twin children kept their eyes fixed on the pond, catching fish. Song Chunhua said, I'll take the fish home first. You 2 can stay and play. We'll carry the fish home and come back, said fourth brother Song, acting like a little adult. Song Chunhua smiled, each of the children taking a fish weighing about 1 jin. The little ones nearby also eagerly helped carry. All the fish weighing about 1 jin were divided up. 2 little children didn't get any, so they quickly grabbed the bucket of snails. Since they had been busy and hadn't cooked for a while, Song Chunhua asked, do you want dumplings? The children cheered loudly and hurriedly stepped faster. Back home, she saw several of the children's shoes and pants were wet. She told them to squat by the stove to dry, then started cutting a piece of pork belly. She asked Song Yongquan to handle the dough. Go to the room and get 10 copper coins, Song Chunhua said to her daughter Song Wenyang, who was watching her closely. Okay. The little girl ran to the bedroom immediately. Song's 6th brother was sleeping, and Song Dongmei, who had planned to help in the backyard, also came in smiling. Song Dongmei looked at Song Chunhua and Song Yongchuan's actions, then at the little children around them. She smiled gently and asked, are you making dumplings? Yes, we're eating dumplings today, Song Chunhua replied happily. Can I help with something? Big sister, come help me chop the filling. Since Song Dongmei was here, Song Chunhua planned to make more dumplings so everyone in the family could have a bowl. She also wanted to send some to the Song family and the Eugene family. She turned to Song Yongquan, who was kneading the dough, and said, make another bowl of dough. Song Yongquan felt annoyed inside but didn't say anything. Without hesitation, Song Dongmei rolled up her sleeves, washed her hands in the yard, and went to the kitchen. She picked up a knife and started chopping meat on another cutting board. Song Chunhua put the chopped meat into a bowl. Meanwhile, the little children, led by Song Silang, washed fresh cabbage and green onions thoroughly and brought them in. Can you help me return Grandpa Chien's bucket? Song Chunhua asked the slightly taller child. Yes, the child nodded immediately and ran outside to fetch Grandpa Chien's bucket. Song Chunhua also chopped the cabbage into filling, while Song Dongmei quickly cut the green onions into small pieces. Everything was prepared, and they started mixing the fillings. Thinking that there were plenty of eggs and chives in the garden, she told Song Xiling, "Go pick half a basket of chives and bring 26 eggs." Hearing this, Song Xiling led the children out happily. Second sister. "The coins are here." Song Wunyang ran in with short steps. "Good job.
Go help your brother pick chives," she said.
Okay, Song Wunyang replied and ran out calling, "Fourth brother." The seasoned meat filling was already fragrant. After preparing the cabbage filling, Song Yongquan was cooking the second pot of dough. Soon, the children brought in the washed chives. Song Dongmei picked up the spatula, and quickly, a bowl of chive and egg filling was ready. Meanwhile, the first batch of dough had rested for a while. Song Dongmei took out the rolling pin and started rolling out dumpling wrappers. Her movements were quick and steady. Soon, she had a stack of evenly thin wrappers. Song Chunhua began wrapping dumplings. Seeing the children looking up eagerly, she smiled and asked, "Would you like to try?" The little radish heads quickly nodded. "First, wash your hands so they are clean before wrapping." Hearing this, the little radish heads hurriedly ran to the water basin in the yard to wash their hands. Song Chunhua set up a small table in the kitchen, just the right height for the little radish heads. After washing their hands, the children raised their little hands to show her. Song Chunhua smiled as she divided the rolled-out dumpling wrappers among them. She happily gave each child a wrapper, then demonstrated. Place a small spoonful of filling, gently pinch the edges with your fingers, fold and pinch to seal, making a pretty dumpling shape. "Spring flower sister, look at mine." One little radish head held up their dumpling. Soon, the children eagerly raised their hands, showing all kinds of creative dumplings. Song Chunhua smiled and praised each one, helping to wipe off excess filling from the edges and pinch the open parts closed. Shape doesn't matter, just enjoy the process. At this moment, Song Dalong and Song Sanlang arrived just after class, and they joined in wrapping dumplings. 2 big bowls of filling were quickly used up. Next was boiling the dumplings. Song Chunhua first put the batch wrapped by the children into the pot. In no time, the pot looked lively, with bits of meat, cabbage, eggs, and chives floating in the broth. Without hesitation, Song Chunhua scooped in some oil and salt, then cracked in 2 eggs. After the dumplings were cooked, she scooped them out and served them into bowls. The little radish heads blew on the hot dumplings, eager to eat them while still steaming. The thin wrappers, filled with meat and eggs, burst with flavor when bitten, the meat juices spreading in their mouths. Everyone finished their bowls of soup clean. Seeing they still wanted more, Song Chunhua asked Song Dongmei to cook another pot, and each person was served another bowl. The group ate until they were full, all smiling happily. Later, Song Chunhua also brought bowls to the workers in the workshop and pigsty. She gave 20 dumplings each to the Song family and Song Eugene. Finally, she carried a bowl with 20 dumplings, 10 with cabbage and pork, 10 with chives and eggs, and headed toward the Qian family. When she reached the yard gate, Song Dalong just returned, so she ordered, "Take a bowl of dumplings to the Li family." At this time, the Qian family had already brought back the fish, and a carriage was parked at the gate, likely belonging to the wealthy fish buyers from town. The Qian brothers were lifting a fish basket onto the cart when a man who looked like an official handed some broken silver to the old man Qian. After the cart left, Song Chunhua stepped forward and offered a bowl she was holding. "Grandpa Qian, try these freshly made dumplings." Old Mr. Qian still looked serious. He picked out 20 pieces from the broken silver and copper coins he had just received. When he smelled meat, he counted 5 more and handed the bowl to Song Chunhua. "No need to give it to me." Song Chunhua quickly refused. "Thank you, Chunhua. Come inside and warm up," Grandma Qian said as she approached, took the bowl, and glared at her husband. "You old man," Chunhua is smiling so happily. Giving her silver, what kind of thing is that? "No, thank you," Song Chunhua said with a gentle smile. "All right, wait a moment. I'll clean the bowl right away," Grandma Qian said, and went to the kitchen. Soon, she returned with a full bowl of pickled vegetables. "Homemade, try some." "Thank you, Grandma Qian," Song Chunhua said happily as she took the bowl. At home, she placed the pickled vegetables in the kitchen and then headed to the study. The fireplace was burning brightly, filling the room with warmth. Song Dalong and the others sat quietly at their desks, reading or practicing calligraphy. Song Chunhua picked up a book she had bought from Qian Onfu a few days ago and sat on the sofa by the fireplace. The firelight reflected on her face, calm and gentle. But this peaceful moment didn't last long. Just as Song Chunhua was putting a piece of candied fruit into her mouth, suddenly, Lu's anxious voice came from outside. She quickly put down her book and pushed the door open to go out. "Chunhua, please go and ask Dr. Hong to come," Lu said hurriedly when she saw Song Chunhua come out. Seeing her anxious face, Song Chunhua asked quickly, "What's wrong?" "Nunyo has a high fever." Lu's voice was trembling with tears. Nunyo was Lu Xuanfu's daughter. Hearing this, Song Chunhua hurried home and said to Song Sanling, "Nunyo has a fever. Quickly get the cart and ask Dr. Hong to come." Song Sanling quickly went to the stable. Song Chunhua ran back to Lu's house. Chi Tsuehua was holding Nunyo, whose face was red and burning hot, looking helpless. Lu Laifu was beside her, fidgeting nervously. "Give Nunyo some warm water," Song Chunhua said firmly as she reached out to feel Nunyo's hot forehead. Seeing a few people look hesitant, she explained, "Nunyo has a high fever now. It's like a stove burning on fire. To prevent the stove from drying out, we need to add water." After hearing this, Lu quickly said, "I'll go pour some warm water." She turned and ran to the kitchen. Giving her milk is also fine. Chi Tsuehua hurriedly rolled up her clothes and put her into Nunyo's mouth. Nunyo instinctively found her pacifier. Then Song Chunhua asked Lu to bring a basin of warm water and gently wiped Nunyo's forehead, neck, armpits, and limbs with a soft cloth. Could she catch a cold? Lu Laifu asked worriedly. But her mother trusted Song Chunhua and didn't stop her. After wiping her down, she touched Nunyo and said happily, "She doesn't seem as hot anymore." At this moment, the sound of a carriage stopping came from the yard. Dr. Hong hurried in. After checking, he prescribed a few medicines. They agreed that giving the baby milk and wiping her down to cool her was good. On the way back, Song Sanlang drove the carriage home, and Lu Laifu went to get the herbal medicine. Seeing that her granddaughter was fine, Grandma Lu expressed her gratitude to Song Chunhua. "Chunhua, this time it was really thanks to you." Song Chunhua smiled and said, "Grandma Lu, you used to help my family like this too." In the following days, 2 snowfalls covered the ground with a thick layer of snow, turning everything into a white world. It was also the night before the Lunar New Year's Eve. From this day on, soap, sausages, and fried pork skin were all finished for the year. Junjun's aunt has been working hard these days. Song Chunhua handed over some silver and copper coins. Song Sanlang was busy carrying 2 pigs' feet to give. "Hard work." "Chunhua, you've already paid us wages," Lu Jinsi said. "I'm grateful to you for giving me this job." Song Chunhua handed out wages to everyone, with the New Year gift being either a pig's head or 2 pigs' feet. Everyone happily received their wages. Although work in the workshop had stopped, the pig farm still needed workers. Since there was no need to slaughter pigs or tend the vegetable fields during this time, Lu Er and Song Erxiang took turns working. On the morning of the Lunar New Year's Eve, all the children in the family changed into new clothes, including Song Chunhua. Children celebrate the new year by doing things they love to eat. A few days earlier, the twin dragons invited their good friends over. Early in the morning, Song Chunhua's family had just finished breakfast when the little children started arriving one after another. Several of them carried large cabbages, held white radishes, or carefully cupped eggs in their hands. Song Yongquan tidied up the kitchen, and Song Chunhua, smiling, walked in with her twin children. Today's special treat was sweet desserts. Yesterday, she had soaked various beans and dried fruits. One little child immediately sat by the stove, taking charge of lighting the fire. Song Chunhua first took out dried osmanthus flowers to soak in warm water. She then took out glutinous rice flour and sticky rice flour, mixed them in a large basin, added broth and water, and stirred into a smooth paste. She strained the osmanthus water into the rice paste, then poured everything into specially made molds and steamed them. While the osmanthus cakes were steaming, Song Chunhwa hurried to make corn cakes. Next, she made lotus seed cakes, corn cakes, red bean cakes, mung bean cakes, rice cakes, chestnut cakes, and jujube cakes. In one go, she made 10 different kinds of cakes. Seeing the table full of desserts, the little children's eyes widened. They swallowed hard, eager to taste. Each type was made in generous portions, enough for everyone to have a piece. Song Chunhwa divided the cakes among them. Today, everyone brought their own bowls, each filled with a full serving of cake. "Give me." One boy immediately snatched a cake from a girl's hand. "Return it." Before Song Chunhwa could speak, Song Silang, looking serious, said. The boy confidently replied, "My grandma said, girls in the family are not worth much, so all the tasty food should be for the boys." This boy usually didn't come to help with cooking. He seemed to stay with his parents in town. "If you don't return it, don't come to my house next time," said Song Silang firmly. A little child nearby tugged at the boy and said, "Just return it." The boy looked reluctant, handed over the bowl, and whispered, "If you eat a piece, I'll tell Grandma and she'll punish you and not let you eat dinner." After dividing the cakes, the children debated whether to eat them here or take them home. They glanced at the girl holding her bowl, who didn't dare to eat a single bite, and one of them said, "Today, these cakes must be eaten here and only 5 pieces can be taken home." When Song Chunhwa spoke, several boys cheered. Family members reminded everyone to bring home some good food. They said that at most, they could eat half of it, and the rest would be saved for guests during the new year or taken to the grandmother's house. "Eat quickly," Song Chunhwa smiled and told the girl. Because Song Silang was watching, the boys didn't dare to take more of their cousin's cake again. "Wow, this jujube cake is so tasty. This chestnut cake is delicious." After finishing the cakes as they were leaving, Song Silang approached one of the boys and said something. The boy's face changed. Today, Song Yongkwan had a day off and only returned home for dinner. The New Year's Eve was coming soon after the small New Year celebration. Today, on New Year's Eve, Song Chunhwa's family was cooking the big family dinner. A few days earlier, Song Chunhwa had started preparing with her family. Early in the morning, Song Dongmei brought her daughter to help. Aunt Song also came early. After noon, Song Jinshur brought her 3 daughters-in-law over. The kitchen became lively. Finally, they set out 4 big tables of food. Before eating, Song Chunhwa poured a bowl of wine for Song Eugene. Song Eugene smiled happily. She then placed the wine jug on the table with more men. Brothers Song Daxiang and others looked at the jug, eager to try. But since their father didn't say anything, no one dared to pour. Although Song Yongkwan was afraid of Song Chunhwa and was at the bottom of the family hierarchy at home, outside, he was the head of the family. This time, he picked up the wine jug and poured for Song Daxiang and the others. Today is the 30th, and seeing that their father didn't object, Song Daxiang and the others took a sip from their cups. The other tables had Song Chunhwa's special honey water. It was sweet and tasty. Springhua sister's honey water is so good. Next to her, Lu Jihua immediately stopped her. "Don't say that during the new year." Song Jinshur smiled and said, "This honey water really is delicious." After saying that, she took another sip. Seeing that her mother-in-law's bowl of honey water was gone, her daughter-in-law quickly poured another bowl. There was plenty of food on the table. Over the past year, Song Chunhwa often brought homemade dishes, so the food was not finished too quickly. But because there was so much delicious food on the table, everyone kept eating without talking much. They kept stuffing food into their mouths, wishing they had more mouths to eat because it was all so good. Unable to fit any more food in my stomach, I put down my chopsticks. On New Year's Eve, leftover food is kept, symbolizing abundance every year. Song Dongmei helps put the leftovers into the cupboard. After the meal, everyone helps clean up the kitchen. Once finished, we all sit together around the fire in the main hall. On the table are various cakes and candies. At this moment, Song Eugene speaks up. "Big sister, have you chosen the date?" "Yes, I checked the date." "February 28th is a good day," Song Shur says with a smile. Everyone quickly congratulates Zhao He. Zhao He smiles happily and laughs. Song Jinshur pats Grandma Song's shoulder and says, "Next year, You'll be holding your first grandson. Congratulations. Then he turns to Zhao He and says, keep trying hard. This makes Zhao He's face turn even redder. Everyone talks about Zhao He's upcoming marriage. Suddenly, Song Erxiang's wife joins in. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, there's a big opera at the Guanyin Temple in my hometown. The children hear this, and their eyes light up. They all look eagerly at their parents. The twin children are also excited and look at Song Chunhua. Song Wunyang pulls at Song Chunhua's sleeve, looking at her eagerly. Song Chunhua laughs and gently pinches her nose, saying, a few days from now, it might still snow. We can't take the horse or ox cart, so we have to walk. Can you walk? Yes, we can, the twins reply in unison. Then let's go. Song Chunhua nods with a smile. Seeing her agree, the brothers also agree to their little brother's wishes. Suddenly, the room fills with cheers. Their mother laughs and scolds a little, then lets them go. After chatting happily by the fire for about half an hour, it gets late. Song Eugene and Grandma Song's family go home to stay up for the new year. The children quickly grab 2 pieces of cake and some candies to enjoy later at home. Song Eugene glances at Lu Jihua, who is stuffing cake into her pocket, clears his throat, and urges, let's go, let's go. Seeing that their father looks unhappy, Song Daxiang quickly pulls his wife away, taking her from the room where she was about to pack more cake. Song Chunhua's family also moves from the main hall to the study. A circle of sofas was placed in front of the fireplace, with each person curled up inside their chair. These sofas were copies of modern single-person chairs made by Song Chunhua, with footstools in front. Song Chunhua was lying half-reclined in her chair, facing the fire. Her feet rested on the footstool, with her heels raised higher than her head. She occasionally picked a candied fruit and put it in her mouth. Song Wunyang imitated Song Chunhua and lay down nearby. Second sister, this is tasty, she said, handing over a sour jujube candy. It's sweet and sour. Song Sailang and Song Yongquan were gnawing on spicy chicken feet, their mouths covered in oil. Song Dalong was busy studying for the upcoming official exam, trying to make the most of his time. Song Sailang was holding Song Luling and sitting beside him. Luling twisted and wanted to get down, but Song Sailang placed him on the carpet. Once free, the little guy immediately reached out with his small hands and tried to crawl. Song Chunhua spread a carpet in the study, with a pair of cotton slippers made by Qian Fengshe at the door, which she changed into upon entering. The carpet was now clean and tidy. Tonight, there was no need to read or write. The table was pushed against the wall, so there was no worry about Luling bumping into anything. When Luling got tired of crawling, he would crawl over to each person, looking at this one and that one. Before Song Sailang and Song Yongquan could react, he grabbed a chicken foot and shoved it into his mouth without hesitation. The chicken foot had been soaked in chili water and was covered with chili, so he was soon overwhelmed by the spiciness and started crying loudly. Song Sailang hurriedly handed him some water. Song Sailang tried to take the chicken foot from his hand, but Luling held on tightly and refused to let go. Later, Song Chunhua dipped the chicken foot in water to remove the chili, then swapped it with another one, returning the cleaned chicken foot to Lialong's hand. Your little baby teeth are quite strong, Song Chunhua said, smiling as she looked at the chicken foot that Luling had gnawed on. Luling didn't understand, but just giggled. At midnight, the twin dragons curled up in their chairs, warm and cozy, taking a comfortable nap. Luling was also lying in Song Sailang's arms, sleeping soundly. Song Chunhua opened the fireplace door and added a few large logs. As the rooster in the backyard crowed loudly, Song Chunhua and Song Dalong carried the twin babies back inside. On the first day of the new year, the Song family slept until dawn. When the courtyard gate opened, a group of little children rushed in, chattering happily and wishing everyone a happy new year. Song Chunhua smiled as she handed out pieces of cake and candies to everyone. Although lunch was coming soon, each person still ate a bowl of longevity noodles, with 2 eggs in each bowl, symbolizing hope and good luck for the new year, as well as prosperity flowing in. After breakfast, the family put on their boots and hats, then went together to pay New Year greetings to Mrs. Song-woo. Yesterday, Song Dalong and Song Sanlang had already cleared the snow from the grave. They placed the prepared food in front of the grave, lit incense and candles, then knelt down to burn paper money and bow to pay respects. While kneeling, Song Chunhwa quietly said, "Rest assured, I will take good care of your daughter's body. In return, I promise to look after your son and daughter so they won't suffer from the cold anymore." They bowed 3 times deeply. This was both a promise and a thank you. After paying respects to Mrs. Song-woo, the family went home to get the New Year gifts and headed to the Song Eugene family. The usually snow-covered road was today filled with footprints of all sizes. Along the way, they often met villagers offering New Year greetings. Song Chunhwa and her siblings would give each person a candy. The villagers were very happy to receive candies. Since they had no gifts to give back, they exchanged a lot of good wishes instead. When they reached the gate of Song Eugene's house, the first to come out were the little children of the family, who immediately gathered around. Song Eugene and Song Jinshir came out right after. "Happy New Year, great-grandpa and great-grandma. Wishing you all the best, good health, and peace every year." They exchanged a series of New Year greetings, making Song Eugene and his wife smile happily. Song Yongkwan quickly handed over a piece of cured meat and 2 packs of cakes. Song Eugene also gave some copper coins he had prepared to Song Chunhwa and her siblings. "Come in quickly and warm yourselves by the fire," Song Jinshir cheerfully called out. "No, we still need to visit Annie and the village chief," Song Chunhwa politely declined with a smile. "Everyone come have a bowl of tofu pudding." Auntie Song and Zhao He happily handed each person a bowl of tofu pudding sprinkled with sugar on top. After eating a warm bowl of tofu pudding, everyone felt cozy and warm inside. The last visit was to the village chief's house. Like Song Eugene, as soon as they arrived at the gate, the little children of the family gathered around. They exchanged good wishes and gifts, then happily headed home. Just as they reached their own door, they met brother Zhao Dachuan and sister Zhao Akun, who came to pay New Year greetings. "Happy New Year! Happy New Year!" As they were about to enter the house, Granny Tao led Lu Er and Lu Jinshir over, followed by a group of little children. Meanwhile, Grandma Lu also brought her family, except for Chi Tsuehua and Nyo Nyo, who were resting after childbirth. They exchanged New Year greetings happily, filled with laughter and good wishes. "Come in quickly and sit down. Come in quickly and sit down," Song Chunhwa cheerfully called out. At this moment, Lu San led his son over from nearby. Song Dalong and Song Sanlang hurriedly lit the fire in the main hall. Everyone sat around the fire, which occasionally crackled softly. Song Chunhwa poured everyone a glass of honey water. Lu Jinshir took a sip and smiled, saying, "No wonder my kids keep asking me to make this honey water." Next to her, Lu Jinshir nodded and added, "My 2 kids also want me to make it." Nyo and Nyo quickly said, "Mom, you make it, you make it." Lu Jinshir patted their backs and scolded playfully, "You 2 think this honey water is without sugar? Do you think sugar is free?" They chatted for about half an hour, talking about New Year goods, the weather, and village matters, with laughter echoing by the fire. Afterward, everyone got up to leave. Some had guests at home. Others needed to visit more neighbors. Before leaving, each family gave the twins and Song Luling 10 to 20 copper coins as New Year money. After everyone left, the Song family began preparing lunch. They ate late breakfast and occasionally nibbled on candied fruit, a piece of cake, or a handful of sunflower seeds and peanuts, so no one was very hungry. Lunch was simple, but better than other families in the village. They made chicken soup, stir-fried cabbage, and a spicy steamed dish. Of course, there was a whole fish braised in red sauce, symbolizing prosperity and abundance, with a good start and finish. They brought out the leftover dishes from last night, making a total of 8 dishes. In the afternoon, there was no need for more visits. The family stayed in the study room. Suddenly, Song Chunhwa saw an essay about winter, building snowmen and having snowball fights. Very fun. She often took out books from the space, usually hiding them with books from this era. Looking out the window, she saw the thick snow sparkling in the sunlight and suddenly said, "Let's go build a snowman." Hearing this, The twins cheered happily and agreed. Song Dalong and Song Sanling put down their books when they heard the news. Listening to the cheers of the awake Song Luling, everyone was smiling, and he smiled along. Spring Flower carried him from a small bed, gently patted his back, and said with a smile, "Luling, let's go build a snowman." Luling giggled happily. The whole family put on their knee-high boots together. Yongkwan Song and Dalong Song pushed the snow into a big pile. Sanling Song and the twin children rolled snow to make the snowman, while Spring Flower held Luling and acted as the boss. Sanling used an iron shovel to build a tall snow pile for the snowman's body, patting it firmly to make it strong. The twins rolled a big snowball for the head. "Make the body a bit rounder." Spring Flower pointed at the snow pile. Sanling nodded and kept shaping the snowman's body, then carefully placed the head on top. Spring Flower found 2 sticks and a bundle of straw from the woodshed. She stuck the sticks on each side of the snowman as arms. She wove the straw into a scarf and tied it around the snowman's neck. Finally, she inserted a few pieces of straw on the head as hair. She then brushed away some snow and picked 2 stones for eyes and stuck a short, thick branch as the nose. "Second sister, it looks so good," Song Wunyang cheered as she looked at the realistic snowman. Sanling also cheered happily. Next, they built figures resembling the family's old yellow dog, white dog, black dog, chicken, and mother sheep. At that moment, Grandma Lu from next door came over, startled, then laughed and said, "Wow, it really looks like them." Behind her, Big Bull and Second Bull ran over, shouting happily. "Today, we fried some round dumplings at home. Come try some." Grandma Lu handed over a bowl. "Thank you, Grandma Lu," Spring Flower said with a smile. "No need to thank me. We eat your food quite often," Grandma Lu replied. Spring Flower washed the bowl and returned it. Grandma Lu didn't stay long, as she had many things to do at home. Big Bull and Second Bull stayed to help build the snowman. There wasn't enough snow in the yard to make more snowmen, so the family moved outside. More and more little children gathered. Passing villagers stopped to watch and point, and several of them started building their own snowmen nearby. Song Chunhwa's family was building a snowman. One person told another, and then another, and so on. Children from the village, from little ones to slightly older kids, kept coming over. Most of the children who didn't go visiting relatives had gathered here. The yard was lively and noisy, like a market. There were many kids, and Song Luling was the happiest. He kept looking at this sister and that brother, clapping his little hands excitedly. Seeing everyone holding snowballs, Song Luling was eager. Song Chunhwa also gave him a small snowball. As soon as Song Luling got it, he tried to put it in his mouth. Song Wunyang saw this and quickly said, "Little brother, you can't eat that or you'll need medicine." But Song Luling didn't understand and kept trying to eat it. Kids are brave and not afraid of the cold. They enjoyed eating the snowballs. Seeing Song Luling having fun, Song Wunyang also tried to taste one, shivering a little. Suddenly, building a snowman turned into a snowball fight. Snowballs flew everywhere, and Song Luling in her arms giggled happily. After tiring, Song Chunhwa called everyone inside to warm up by the fire. She poured everyone a cup of honey water and gave each a piece of candy. "Sure to, dinner time. De Zhuang, come back quickly. Gooden, come back here." As evening fell, each family called out for their loved ones, and everyone reluctantly left. It was the second day of the Lunar New Year. "I won't go to Grandma's house. I want to go to Sister Chunhwa's house. Mom, I won't go to Uncle's house. I want to play at Tong Tong's house. I want to go to Sister Chunhwa's to drink sugar water and build a snowman." Before the 15th day, children shouldn't be scolded or beaten, or they might get a spanking. In the following days, Song Chunhwa's family visited Song Eugene's house and the Song family for a meal. The rest of the time, they stayed home, warming by the fire, reading books, cooking delicious food, building snowmen, and having snowball fights. One day, the family was sitting inside, warming by the fire and reading. Chun Suifang's voice was heard. Song Chunhwa went outside and saw her holding 2 winter bamboo shoots and carrying a basket. Next to her were 2 boys, one with a small horn, the other unfamiliar. Each of them was also carrying a basket. You love eating bamboo shoots, right?
Here for you.
From my uncle's family. Song Chunhua smiled and took the bamboo shoots. Then she handed over the basket, which contained mountain produce brought by her grandparents. There is a basket filled with chestnuts, dried shiitake mushrooms, walnuts, honeysuckle, wood ear mushrooms, yellow flowers, and dried bamboo shoots, all neatly sorted. Grandma Chun Suelon lives in a place even more mountainous than Black Eagle Mountain Village. Most villagers rely on the mountains for their livelihood. Thank my grandparents for me. No need. We have plenty at home, Chun Suelon said casually, waving her hand. Want to come in and warm by the fire? Song Chunhua asked. No, my grandparents are here. I need to go back and help my mother cook. Wait a moment, Song Chunhua said, then went inside. When she came out again, she was holding 2 packs of pastries and a bag of about 2 jean of oil residue, handing them to Chun Suelon. Thanks for the mountain goods. Are those mountain goods worth these pastries and oil residue? Chun Suelon declined politely. If I say they are, then they are, Song Chunhua insisted, pushing them into her hands. Take them. Then she gave each of the 3 Chin family members a piece of candy. Little Trumpet happily said, Thanks, Sister Chunhua, and quickly put the candy in her mouth. Seeing the little boy nearby not eating, she urged, It's very tasty. Eat it quickly. I want to save it for my sister, the boy whispered. Song Chunhua smiled and handed him another piece. For your sister. Time passed quickly. Soon it was the night before the 15th. Because they planned to go to the temple to watch a big performance, the twin children were very excited. That evening, Song Wunyang took out the clothes, shoes, hat, and scarf they would wear the next day. Song Dalong and Song Sanling also looked forward to it. Their family was poor before and had never watched a show. Later, they were busy with school and never went. Song Chunhua was also very excited. The family, full of anticipation, arrived on the 15th day of the lunar month. Second sister, are you ready yet? Song Chunhua was changing her shoes inside the house when the excited and happy voices of the twin children came from the yard. At the gate of the yard, a group of people was gathered. Lu's family, Song Eugene's family, and Chun Suefong leading Lil Trumpet and the little boy who came to their house a few days ago. Song Wunyang held tightly to Song Chunhua's hand with one hand, and her other hand was quickly held by Song Siling. It hadn't snowed again in the past half-month. The snow could have allowed for a carriage ride, but the carriage couldn't fit so many people. Walking together felt very nice. Do I look good? Chun Suefong came over, spun around to show Song Chunhua her outfit. Today, I wore a brand new pink cotton jacket and put on some blush on my face. Seeing her clearly dressed up, Song Chunhua nodded with a smile. Chun Suefong giggled and leaned close to her ear, whispering, Today, we are going to the village where he lives. Her face turned shy and red as she spoke. Did you make plans to meet him? Song Chunhua asked with a smile. Of course not. We can't meet privately, Chun Suefong replied shyly. Maybe you'll run into him by chance, Song Chunhua teased with a smile. At the village entrance, the crowd grew larger. The children were playing snowball fights as they walked, chasing each other. One fell here, another there, but they kept getting up and running again, throwing snowballs in the air. Sometimes, adults got accidentally hit and scolded. After about an hour, they reached their destination. Around the temple, many people had gathered, mostly families. There were many stalls on the open ground, including a vendor carrying a long bamboo pole with a grass bundle on top, decorated with candied fruit skewers, walking through the crowd. The vendor shouted as he moved, Candied fruit! Sweet and crispy candied fruit! His shouting attracted many children who gathered around. Another stall sold sugar paintings, also drawing a group of kids. The seller was a middle-aged man holding a copper spoon filled with hot syrup. He skillfully poured the syrup onto a stone slab, and soon, a lively little lion figure appeared. He smiled and handed the sugar painting to a little girl in front of him, while nearby children looked on with envy, eager to taste it. I want one. I want one. A child sat on the ground crying loudly. Get up, or I won't take you out next time, his mother threatened. Song Wunyang tiptoed and handed a copper coin to the vendor, softly saying, I want a little tiger. The vendor happily took the money. Second sister, fourth brother, third brother, and older brother, do you want some? Song Woonyang asked each family member, holding a small purse, showing she had money. Everyone shook their heads with smiles. Song Yongkwan was not happy and said, "Why don't you ask your dad? Dad is an adult and doesn't eat sweets." Song Woonyang replied naturally. Song Silang, the little follower, echoed, "Yes, sir doesn't eat sweets." Song Silang didn't forget to add, "Dad, other families' dads and moms buy things for their kids, but you never buy for us. Instead, we have to buy for you. That's really unfair." Song Yongkwan wanted to cover this boy's mouth, but didn't dare in front of his unfilial daughter. Song Woonyang held a small tiger-shaped candy and licked it, smiling happily. "Mom, I want a small tiger too." A little boy from the village, who came with them, said to his mother. His mother, full of energy, replied, "Do I look like a tiger?" The Liu family, and Song Eugene's family, who earned a lot last year working at Song Chunhwa's house, also bought a candy picture for their children. Chun Suehua was about to get married, and her mother gave her some pocket money. Now she was generous and bought candy pictures for her younger brother and cousin. Soon, almost every child in the group was holding a candy picture, some tigers, rabbits, big roosters, and little oxen. There was a pancake stall with a very strong aroma. Song Chunhwa couldn't help but stop. The stall owner saw people stopping and immediately asked, "One, very fragrant." Song Chunhwa counted the crowd and said, 20 of the meat dishes and 20 of the vegetable dishes. The stall owner, hearing this, quickly waved his spatula. "You're spoiling them," Granny Tao said with a smile, her tone full of gratitude. At this moment, the performance hadn't started singing yet. Song Chunhwa led her family to pay respects to Guanyin Nyang, praying for safety and good health. When bowing, Song Chunhwa sincerely bowed 3 times, thanking her for being in this world. She placed 100 coins in the donation box, thanking the Bodhisattva for protection. The family strolled around the temple, and by then, the stage had already started singing. They hurried over to the stage. Suddenly, Song Chunhwa saw someone she knew. It was Chun Suefong's fiancé, but he was standing next to a girl. Song Chunhwa was puzzled, but from their eyes, it wasn't the look of siblings. Instead, it seemed more like lovers. "Go ahead first. I'll come later," Song Chunhwa said to the others, then turned around and told the twins, "Stay close to big brother and third brother, okay?" After a moment, he spoke. "Tell Sister Chuifong to come here. I want to see her. Do you understand?" The twins nodded. They all headed toward the stage area. Song Chunhwa kept a close eye on the 2 people in the distance. Seeing them walk toward the back of the temple, she quietly followed. "Brother, and I know I don't deserve you," the girl said tearfully, her voice soft and helpless. Chun Chuifong's fiancé quickly put his arm around her shoulders and softly comforted her. Seeing that they wouldn't leave anytime soon, Song Chunhwa went to the spot where she had just been. Chun Chuifong was already waiting there. "What do you want from me?" Chun Chuifong asked casually. "There's an old tree in the backyard. Many people are praying under it for good luck. I thought you might want to see it." Song Chunhwa casually made up an excuse. "Really?" Chun Chuilong was very interested. "Then let's go quickly." Song Chunhwa hesitated a little, unsure if this was the right thing to do. But rather than marrying into a stressful situation, it was better than getting hurt now. However, Chun Chuifong had the right to know. Whether she married or not was her own decision. "Where did they go?" "Are they gone?" Song Chunhwa asked, confused, because she didn't see the couple in the backyard. Using her plant powers, she sensed that their breath was still nearby. She consciously led Chun Chuifong toward the stronger scent. "Isn't the old tree here? Where else could they go? Just wandering around. All right, then I'll go with you. I'll kill you 2 scoundrels." Chun Chuifong suddenly shouted at the couple hugging each other. This loud shout made the 2 jump apart immediately. Before Chun Chuifong could act, she saw a figure rush like the wind, charging straight at the 2, shouting sharply, "I'll kill you, you fox spirit." Upon closer look, it was Shun Zheng's mother. She grabbed the girl's hair and cursed fiercely. Shun Zheng was at a loss, trying several times to step forward and pull his mother away, but worried about hurting her. At this moment, the girl, tears in her eyes, called out softly, "Brother Zheng, save me." Hearing this, Shenzheng felt heartbroken, and his tone grew harsher as he shouted to his mother, "Mom, let Huinyang go." He increased his grip, and Shenzheng's mother was thrown to the ground. Shenzheng hurried to help, but the other person angrily pushed him away. Chen Suifang stepped forward and coldly said, "The items you sent over, I will have my father return them tomorrow." Only then did everyone notice Chen Suifang's presence. Shenzheng's mother quickly got up and hurriedly explained, "Suifang, don't misunderstand." Pointing at Wu Huerong, "It's this sly woman who seduced my son." Shenzheng looked at Chen Suifang, then at Wu Huerong, wanting to say something but unsure what, finally choosing to stand silently with his head lowered. Seeing this, Chen Suifang turned and rushed out. Song Chunhua followed closely behind. After causing the scene, the play was ruined. Song Chunhua told Shendalyang and others to stay safe, then accompanied Chen Suifang and her siblings to go back together. Little Trumpet saw her sister's eyes were red and hurriedly asked, "Big sister, what's wrong?" Not asking was fine, but this question made Chen Suifang's tears flow uncontrollably, streaming down her face. Thinking about her own crying, Little Trumpet remembered that as long as she had something to eat, she could stop immediately. She quickly handed over a sugar painting in her hand. "Big sister, here." Her younger cousin also handed over a sugar painting. Seeing her sister not taking it, Little Trumpet then offered the remaining half of a pancake. When her sister still didn't accept it, she looked at Song Chunhua for help. "It's okay. Eat it yourself." Song Chunhua gave them a comforting look. Walking and crying all the way, after about half an hour, perhaps tired from crying or having thought it through, Chen Suifang reached out to Little Trumpet with a heavy nasal sound. "Bring the pancake." The protective Little Trumpet immediately handed it over. Chen Suifang bit into it hard, looking like she was grinding her teeth. When they reached the village entrance, Chen Suifang changed her angry expression and looked at Song Chunhua pitifully, acting coquettishly. "Can I go to your house?" Song Chunhua nodded in agreement. Little Trumpet immediately shouted, "Big sister Chunhua, we want to go too." At Song Chunhua's house, they usually ate 3 meals a day. It was almost noon now, so the 4 of them quickly started cooking. Little Trumpet and her younger cousin were responsible for washing wild vegetables. Chen Suifang was in charge of lighting the fire. Song Chunhua was washing rice and cooking, while slicing half a bowl of preserved fish, preserved meat, and spicy chicken to make a spicy steamed dish. After the rice was steamed, they reheated last night's chicken soup and stir-fried a plate of wild vegetables. Chen Suifang immediately helped serve the food and dishes, while the 2 younger children quickly set the bowls and chopsticks. "Spring Flower, your cooking is so delicious," Little Trumpet exclaimed as he took a piece of preserved fish into his mouth, praising happily. The younger cousin was shy and hesitant to pick food, only pushing rice around in his bowl. But even just eating rice made him very happy, big, white, dry rice that they couldn't usually enjoy during the New Year at home. Song Chunhua scooped some egg and cured meat for him. The little cousin shyly whispered thank you. Chen Suifang cried a lot earlier, which used up her energy. The smell of meat and warm rice made everyone's mouth water, so she also focused on eating seriously. All 4 finished all the food on their plates. Little Trumpet let out a loud burp, touched his round belly, and looked very satisfied. Today is the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, and they are eating sweet rice balls. After the meal, everyone started working. The peanuts and sesame seeds had been roasted and ground into powder a few days earlier. They mixed the 2 powders together and added pig fat to knead evenly. Seeing Chen Suifang standing nearby eager to try, Song Chunhua said, "Come and do it." She quickly washed her hands, and Song Chunhua started making the dough. When the sesame and peanut filling was well mixed, she instructed, "Roll into small balls." After shaping the filling into small balls, they put them outside to freeze for a while, making them easier to wrap. Meanwhile, they kneaded the glutinous rice dough into long strips and divided it into small pieces. When it looked right, Chen Suifang brought the filling inside, and they started wrapping the rice balls. They rolled the dough into a ball, flattened it, placed the filling inside, carefully sealed the opening, and rolled it into a round shape. 1 rice ball was finished. Seeing the two little ones watching intently, Song Chunhwa smiled and asked, "Want to try? Don't, or it will be wasted later." "This is glutinous rice flour with sesame and pig fat," Chun Suefong said to stop them. Little Trumpet, seeing his sister oppose, quickly patted his chest and promised, "I won't waste it. It's okay. Round, flat, square, or long, any shape is fine as long as the filling shows. It's still edible, so it's not waste," Song Chunhwa said with a smile. Seeing that Song Chunhwa agreed, Little Trumpet pulled his cousin and ran to the water jar in the yard. Song Chunhwa set up the small table again. The two ran back, picked up a dough piece, and Chen Suefong warned, "Wrap it carefully." Seeing her serious look, the children nodded quickly. Like this. Like this. Okay. Song Chunhwa demonstrated as she wrapped. Before long, most of a large bowl was filled. At this moment, the sound of twins, a boy and a girl, came from the yard. Second sister. Second sister," Song Chunhwa quickly responded. The two children rushed into the kitchen, and upon seeing the glutinous rice balls, they immediately became interested. "Want to try some?" Song Chunhwa asked with a smile. Without hesitation, they ran to the water jar outside. Soon, Song Dalong and Song Sanling came in to join, and they all made a big bowl of rice balls. Once the rice balls were wrapped, it was time to cook them. Cooking the rice balls was left to Song Yongkwan and Song Dalong. The group stood by the pot, each holding a bowl of steaming, misty rice balls. They scooped up a rice ball, carefully blew on it, and saw the translucent skin with hints of peanut and sesame filling inside. Gently biting into it, the soft, chewy rice skin broke open, and the peanut and black sesame filling flowed out. The rich aroma of peanuts and sesame filled the mouth instantly. "Delicious!" Chun Suefong exclaimed after taking a bite, forgetting all her worries for the day. Xiao La, the little boy, nodded vigorously in agreement. At this moment, he felt a bit regretful for eating too much at lunch. One bowl is enough. Eating more will cause indigestion. Save some for dinner. Song Chunhwa stopped him from serving another bowl, advising. Song Wunyang obediently nodded. Seeing her younger brother and little cousin with round bellies, Chun Suefong hurriedly stopped them. At this moment, she thought that whatever Song Chunhwa said was right, and she just followed along. Chun Suefong's grandmother was still at her house. Song Chunhwa brought a bowl of uncooked rice balls and handed it over. "To Grandma," she whispered as she left. "Well, my grandma was planning to stay until I got married, but now I might not get married at all." Song Chunhwa couldn't help but look at her with admiration. She didn't expect Chun Suefong to have such courage. The family was cozy in the study, reading books, warming themselves by the fire, and snacking. Such a happy scene. Chun Suefong ran home crying. Song Chunhwa went to the yard. Before she could speak, Chun Suefong hugged her and burst into tears. She quickly led her inside her room and gently closed the door. Chun Suefong's voice sounded like it was forced out of her throat, trembling with broken tears. She said, "If I don't get married again, I'll be an old girl with no one to marry me. They say I was divorced once, and if I mess up this time, no one will want me." She suddenly looked up, tears swirling in her red eyes, but stubbornly refused to fall. "But it's not my fault. That's Xinzheng, but I really don't want to get married." Her voice suddenly lowered, full of helpless sadness. Earlier that morning, Xinzheng's family had come to Chen Suefong's house. Xinzheng's mother repeatedly promised that Wu Huiliang would never appear again and assured them that the Xin family would treat her well. "What should I do?" Chen Suefong looked helpless. "My parents, grandmother, and uncle all think it's no big deal. They believe as long as the other side still wants me, it's fine." Chun Suefong sniffed, wondering why it was enough that the other side wanted her. She said she didn't want to marry, but no one listened. Song Chunhwa listened quietly, and Zhao Cuelon didn't need to say anything. As she spoke, Chun Suefong seemed to make a big decision. "If they want me to marry, I will run away from home." But then she looked helpless again, slumping her shoulders and laughing bitterly at herself. "My uncle definitely won't give me a travel permit." After venting, Chun Suefong smiled and said, "Talking about it. Makes me feel so much better. I am going home now. She turned to walk toward the door. Suifong, Song Chunhwa's voice called out behind her, clear and firm. If you really want to leave, I can help you get a travel permit and find a job to support yourself. Chun Suifong stopped in her tracks, suddenly turned around, and looked seriously at Song Chunhwa. A huge, unbelievable wave of warmth overwhelmed her defenses. Her voice choked with emotion. Thank you. When the homemade sausages got too warm, it was no longer good to make them, so before the Lunar New Year was over, they started making fried pork skin. Thank you, Chunhwa. Thank you, my dear. The workers held the red envelopes for starting work, with heavy copper coins and small silver pieces in their palms, all smiling happily. The busy workshop was full of energy, producing steadily. Chun Suifong ran away from home without telling Song Chunhwa. Song Chunhwa understood clearly that Chun Suifong didn't want to involve her. Chun Zhengchuan and Chun Shin's family had to withdraw their engagement with the Shin family, which caused some gossip in the village. In February, although the snow hadn't completely melted, it was not as thick as before. Song Chunhwa drove her carriage to deliver goods to the county and the prefecture. After leaving the first-grade workshop, Song Chunhwa headed straight to the major meat stalls in the city. After finishing the last batch of small intestines, she was about to leave when her gaze casually swept over a street corner where a food stall was located. She recognized a familiar figure squatting beside a wooden basin, diligently washing a large pile of bowls and dishes. Approaching with her horse-drawn carriage, she softly called out, Chun Suifong. The figure suddenly stiffened, looked up, and upon seeing who it was, a wave of panic flashed in her eyes, but then she brightened with joy at seeing her good friend. It turned out that Chun Suifong had begged Chun Jinghe for a pass, and since she was worried about meeting acquaintances in the county, she had obtained a pass to the prefecture. During this time, she had spent all her money on food and drink. Without any skills, and with women finding work difficult, she fainted from hunger beside this food stall. The owner's wife took her in, helping with washing dishes, cleaning, and providing 2 meals a day. She slept at the noodle shop at night. However, the noodle shop originally didn't need to hire anyone, and when the owner's wife and mother-in-law came to see her, they refused to keep her. The owner's wife had no choice but to let her leave after washing the dishes today. Song Chunhwa looked at the house that the servant brought her and Chun Suifong to see. It was a one-room, one-hall house with a private yard. It wasn't very spacious, but for one person, it was quite comfortable. There was also a small thatched toilet on one side of the yard. Overall, it was very tidy, showing that the owner cared for the house. Young man, this house is the best on this street. It may be small, but it has a private yard and a separate toilet. Living here is extremely convenient. The public well is only about 100 to 200 meters away. Most of the residents nearby are scholars from the academy, so you can be completely assured of safety. After considering for a moment, Song Chunhwa said, Let's rent this one. The servant's face lit up with a smile, and he quickly took out the rental agreement. Song Chunhwa wrote Chun Suifong's name, paid the rent and agency fee, and the house was rented. Chunhwa, Chun Chuelan looked at the rental agreement, her voice choked with emotion. I will work hard and do my best. Song Chunhwa asked Chun Suelan to make sausage casings in the city. This not only solved the urgent supply problem for Song Chunhwa's workshop but also gave Chun Suelan a way to support herself. Song Chunhwa paid for the rent, and wages were based on the amount processed. If the worker was fast, she could earn 2 or 3 cents a day after meals. The kitchen was in the main hall, and the original owner left the stove and basic daily items. All that was needed was a thicker bed, blankets, and some rice, oil, and salt. The house didn't need cleaning, and the water jar was already filled. Chun Suelan immediately started preparing the small intestines, following the method Song Chunhwa had just taught her. Meanwhile, Song Chunhwa went to the grocery and rice shops, bought a jar of oil, a jar of salt, and 20 jin of brown rice. Then she went to the fabric store to buy cotton bedding. She also bought 200 jin of firewood in the city. Chun Suelan watched Song Chunhwa buy these items, and her eyes filled with tears again. Don't cry. From now on, it will be deducted from your wages. I'm just paying in advance. Chen Suilon cried and smiled, wanting to hug Song Chunhua, but looked at her own hands and stopped. Wash your hands, and I'll take you to a big meal, Song Chunhua said with a smile. That's enough. 2 people eating so much is too much, Chen Suilon said, stopping her. Eat freely. If you don't finish, pack it up. After lunch, the 2 carried the leftovers in their hands and went back to their rented place. Chen Suilon took out a string of coins and handed it over. Here's your wages for a month. I've already reserved half a month's worth of sausage casings. You can pick them up when you go. I'm leaving now or I'll get back too late. Chen Suilon's eyes filled with tears again. At their farewell, she stood by the carriage and asked, How are my parents doing? Song Chunhua comforted her. Don't worry, they're fine. You don't need to worry. Just take good care of yourself. Being alone out here, be very careful. If you encounter trouble, go to Ipin workshop and see the shopkeeper. I've already spoken to him. She gave a few more instructions before waving her whip and urging the horse forward. Chen Suilon stood at the yard gate, watching the familiar carriage disappear, then slowly closed the door to her new life with reluctance. In the small courtyard, the fire was not yet lit, but warmth had already begun to grow. On the 26th day of the first lunar month, the day after tomorrow, Zhao He's wedding day would be here. Song Chunhua held a stack of couplets and lucky characters written by Song Dalong and Song Sanling, walking towards the Song family home, accompanied by twins. They chatted happily, asking questions non-stop. Second sister, will uncle get a little baby after he gets married? Then I will become an uncle. When they arrived, Song Eugene and the Song family were already there. Auntie quickly took out some candies and handed them to the 3 children. Sweeten your mouths. Thank you, Auntie, the children replied together. In the yard, everyone was busy. Over here a little. Yes, 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 that's enough. They were putting up couplets and hanging lucky characters, making the scene lively and cheerful. Auntie looked at the red couplets and lucky characters on the doors and windows, smiling happily. Although I can't read, the red decorations look so festive. After finishing the preparations, Song Chunhua went to Auntie. Have you talked to the new wife? Are we ready for Wunyang to move into her new bed? Song Chunhua didn't want a repeat of last year's wedding when Lu Laifu replaced Song Wunyang. If that happened again, she would definitely have opinions about the new wife. She confirmed again. Auntie, knowing about Lu Laifu replacing Song Wunyang last year, patted her hand confidently. I told you, we are very satisfied with Si Lang and Wunyang. When they arrived at Auntie's house, everyone enjoyed a bowl of warm tofu pudding, which made them feel cozy inside. Seeing that everything was ready and there was nothing more to do, Song Chunhua took the twins home. On the wedding day, just as the sun rose, the wedding procession gathered at the door of the Song house. Song Chunhua's family had a carriage and a bullock cart. Song Dalong was in charge of the carriage, and Song Sanling handled the bullock cart. Both were decorated with lucky characters and red ribbons, making the scene very festive. Song Xian responsible for the whole wedding process, and Song Chunhua went along as part of the bridal party. The groom was dressed in bright red, with a big red flower on his chest, looking very happy. Before getting on the carriage, Song Chunhua reminded him again, "Don't get your clothes dirty." Today, the twin children, both dressed in bright red, each tied with red cords on their heads, looked very joyful. Everything was ready, and the wedding procession set off. They arrived at the new wife's house. The villagers had already gathered around, talking excitedly. Someone pointed at the horse-drawn carriage and the ox cart, with a tone of envy. Wow, they have a carriage and an ox cart. That Chin family's crippled girl married well. Nearby, someone scoffed. She married a mute, and a mute. Perfect match, another person said, laughing loudly. Song Chunhua glanced at them with a cold smile. Suddenly, the 3 people who had spoken fell to the ground. This made the crowd burst into laughter. When they came out, Zhao carried the bride on his back as they walked out of the house, with villagers surrounding them. Song Chunhua grabbed a handful of candies from her small basket and scattered them on the ground. The crowd scrambled to grab them, making way. She quickly helped the bride onto the carriage. The carriage and the ox cart were crowded with people. all happily heading toward Black Shadow Mountain Village. At the gate, Grandma Song and the Song Yojin family came forward to greet them. Villagers also gathered to see the bride. Song Chunhwa again scattered candies on the ground, and the crowd eagerly grabbed them, laughing happily. Now, it's your turn to perform. Song Chunhwa led the twins into the new house. Song Siling rolled over once, and Song Woonyang followed her example. The twins had eaten well and dressed nicely for over a year. Now, they looked like two happy little children rolling on the bed, making everyone praise them. The matchmaker was nearby, saying auspicious words, rolling on the bed, filling the house with children, early birth of noble children, long-lasting happiness, rolling on the bed, a dragon and phoenix bringing good fortune, loving couple, a harmonious union, rolling on the bed, prosperity in the family, abundant harvests and wealth, rolling on the bed, wealth and treasures filling the hall, good luck shining bright, everything going smoothly, rolling on the bed. The village women and aunties watched with envy, smiling and saying, "This year, when I get married, I want my children to roll on the happy bed too. My family wants that too." The twins' faces turned red from the praise, but the second sister told them to be polite and thank everyone properly. This blessing and politeness made the aunties and women wish they could take the twins home. After the meal, Song Dalong and Song Sanlang still took care of the bride's family. That day, Song Chunhwa planned to go to the city. Chun Suifong's mother carried a basket on her back and hurriedly walked over with 2 baskets on each side. When she returned from the city, Song Chunhwa told her parents about her affairs in the city. "If you want to come back, just come back. I won't force her to marry him," Chun Suifong's mother said, taking out about 100 copper coins and giving them to her daughter. Song Chunhwa took the coins and nodded in agreement. First, they went to the county town, then headed toward the capital city, stopping at Ipin workshop to deliver pigskin and dried sausage. When they arrived at the courtyard, Chun Suifong was cleaning small intestines. Several drying racks with hanging intestines were set up in the yard. Seeing the basket and the items inside, Chun Suifong's eyes filled with tears. Song Chunhwa handed her the copper coins. "Your mother gave these to you. Spring flower, please return these to my mother." Chun Suifong refused to accept them. "Pack up and go out to eat." Chun Suifong wiped her tears. "No need, the meat vendor gave me a piece of lean meat today. Save it for tomorrow," Song Chunhwa said with a smile, pretending to be unhappy. "We've traveled for hours. I should get to enjoy a good meal." During the meal, Song Chunhwa asked Chun Suifong, "Your mother said they won't force you to marry. If you want to go home, just go." "Do you want to go home?" Chun Suifong looked down and was silent for a moment, then softly said, "I'm not sure. I miss home, but I think it's okay this way. I don't have to listen to gossip." Song Chunhwa nodded. "All right, just tell me when you want to go back." As spring arrived and flowers bloomed, the time for the imperial examination approached. Matters in the workshop were entrusted to Grandma Lu, who was experienced and responsible. Song Luling still left the care of the children to Song Dongmei. During this period, the mother and daughter stayed at Song Chunhwa's house. This time, the twin boy and girl, the dragon and phoenix twins, decided to go to the capital city with Song Chunhwa. 3 days before the exam, the 5 siblings from the Song family set out for the capital. On the way, the twins couldn't contain their excitement, chattering non-stop. They leaned out the carriage window, pointing at the flowers, grass, houses, passers-by, and ox carts, calling their older brother and sister to look. The carriage slowly stopped in front of the school. Song Chunhwa and her siblings got out and bowed to the teacher at the school gate. The teacher, serious and stern, spoke kindly. "Good luck on your exam." Song Dalong and Fan Yun responded respectfully. Fan Yun still rode in the Song family's carriage to take the exam. He greeted Song Chunhwa and her siblings politely. After getting into the carriage, Fan Yun took out the transportation fee from his sleeve and handed it to Song Chunhwa. Song Chunhwa smiled and accepted. "Brother Fan, you are too polite." Fan Yun sat slightly bowed and said, "It's my duty." They booked a room in a not far from the exam hall. When they arrived, the lobby was full of students preparing for the provincial exam. Half a month ago, Song Chunhwa came to the city and reserved 4 upper rooms. The carriage was parked in the stable, and 6 people headed upstairs. Following their usual home habits, Song Chunhwa took Song Woonyang, Song Sanlang took Song Silang, and Song Dalong and Fan Yun each had their own room. After settling their luggage, they went to the main hall. The students in the hall were discussing the upcoming exam. Some tables had people reciting poetry and verses. The twin children, Long Feng, were curious and looked around. Woonyang whispered, "Second sister, they are so impressive. They can speak so well." Woonyang's face paused. Song Chunhwa smiled and added, "They can speak eloquently." She also praised her older brother. "Big brother is amazing. He can speak so well too." Song Sanlang teased nearby. "Is he really that good? Or is someone else better?" Woonyang quickly said, "Big brother is the best, the very best." Everyone at the table laughed at Woonyang's words. At this moment, the shop assistant brought over steaming bowls of noodles, fragrant and hot. They stopped talking and started eating. After finishing the noodles, Song Dalong and Fan Yun went back to their rooms to read. Song Chunhwa took Song Sanlang and the twin children to Chen Suifang's courtyard. Seeing them, Chen Suifang hurried to greet them. Song Sanlang handed over a wild chicken he carried. "It's from the mountains. Cook it tonight. Don't keep it, it would spoil," Song Chunhwa advised. "Why don't you stay here for dinner?" Chen Suifang invited. Chen Suifang was happy to hear this and prepared to wash her hands. "Then I'll go buy some vegetables now." "No need, we'll buy the vegetables later," Song Chunhwa stopped her. She helped Chen Suifang prepare some small intestines, then took Song Sanlang and the children to buy 1/2 kilogram of pork belly, 1/2 kilogram of ribs, and some wild vegetables from a farmer on the street. They also bought a jar of soy sauce from a grocery store. They bought 2 jin, about 1 kilogram, of rice from the rice shop. "Brother Fan, would you like to join us for dinner?" Song Chunhwa invited with a smile. "That might not be very proper. It's okay, we're all from the same village. We've already agreed that there will be no free labor. Everyone will do their own work," Song Chunhwa said with a smile. Fan Yun was not a shy person, so he nodded in agreement. "All right, sorry to bother you." After entering the courtyard, everyone found their own workstations. Song Chunhwa and Song Sanlang were in charge of cooking, Song Dalong was chopping firewood in the yard, Chen Suifang was handling the leftover intestines, and the twin children watched nearby. Fan Yun stood there feeling a bit awkward. He thought about helping with cooking but didn't know how, then considered helping with the intestines but hesitated because of the gender rules. Chopping firewood also didn't seem appropriate. Song Dalong stepped in to help. "Brother Fan, could you please move the firewood to the stove?" Okay. Fan Yun hurried to move the firewood. They prepared a chicken soup, pork belly, steamed ribs, and stir-fried wild vegetables. Since there was no separate kitchen, they cooked in the main hall. It was still bright outside, so they moved the dining table into the yard. After eating and washing the dishes, it gradually got darker. Song Chunhwa and the others said goodbye and headed back to the inn. The next day, Song Dalong and Fan Yun spent the whole day reading in their rooms. Meanwhile, Song Chunhwa and her siblings started shopping. "Do you like it?" Song Chunhwa asked, pointing at a piece of light yellow cloth. Song Woonyang nodded repeatedly and said softly, "Please buy this fabric for me." Song Chunhwa turned to the shopkeeper. "It's delicious, right?" Song Woonyang pouted her cheeks like a little hamster and said softly, "Yes, it's delicious. Give me a box, too." Within half a day, their clothes racks were full of items. "That's enough. We'll buy more tomorrow." The two behind let out a big sigh. Early the next morning, everyone carried food boxes and headed to the exam site. Outside the exam location, many officials were maintaining order. Seeing young Master Zhao, Song Dalong and Fan Yun didn't approach, but bowed from afar. After the courtyard gate opened, students, guided by officials, divided into 2 groups and took turns for inspection, which was as thorough as the county exams. Once cleared, they lined up and entered the gate one after another. Inside exam hall, students had to remove their clothes and shoes for inspection under the cloth curtains to prevent cheating. Clothes were carefully checked, including inner layers. After passing inspection, officials guided each student to their designated seat. The seats were small private rooms. After the exam papers were distributed, Song Dalong began to answer the questions carefully. Song Chunhua and her siblings continued shopping after Song Dalong entered the exam room, led by Song Chunhua. They bought a lot of things and didn't return to the inn. Instead, they bought vegetables and went back to Chen Suifeng's house. As soon as they entered the yard, Song Chunhua handed over some pastries. Your favorite 5 fortune cake. I put it in your room. Seeing the big and small bags in Song Chunhua's hands, Chen Suifeng was very surprised. After putting down the items, Song Chunhua and Song Sanlang started cooking. They made spicy chicken cubes, chive scrambled eggs, steamed ribs with garlic, and finally, some crown daisy greens. After dinner, everyone helped Chen Suifeng handle some small intestines as the exam time was approaching. They put the purchased items in the inn and then headed toward the exam site. Outside the exam hall, they waited for about 15 minutes, and people began to come out one after another. The twin siblings, with sharp eyes, saw Song Dalong from afar and immediately shouted. The siblings hurried forward. How do you feel? Song Chunhua asked with a smile, seeing that Song Dalong looked relaxed. I finished all the questions. Hearing this, Song Chunhua confidently said, Then there's definitely no problem. Soon, Fan Yun came out of the exam hall. The two examinees exchanged a few words. They first went to call Chen Suifeng, then headed to the restaurant. After dinner, Song Dalong and Fan Yun returned to the inn to rest. The remaining people continued shopping. Although it was dusk, there were still many stalls on the street. Song Sanlang and Song Siling didn't really want to shop, but worried about their sister and younger sister, so they just followed behind. Considering Chen Suifeng, Song Chunhua mainly watched this time. As it got completely dark, for safety, the siblings sent Chen Suifeng back to her residence. The next day, Song Chunhua and others like Song Dalong and Fan Yun stayed in the room reading and writing. On the third day, the first announcement of the imperial exam results. They got up early, washed up, and had breakfast in the inn hall. The hall was filled with a tense and excited atmosphere. The innkeeper and waiters kept talking cheerfully to comfort the students. After breakfast, they all went to the place where the results were announced. The street was already crowded with people. The twin siblings were carried by Song Dalong and Song Sanlang. When Song Wunyang saw a child nearby being carried on his father's shoulders, she coquettishly said to Song Dalong, Big brother, I want to do that too. Song Daliang smiled as he crouched down. Seeing Song Wunyang sitting on her older brother's shoulders, Song Siling also teased Song Siling. The two sat on their brother's shoulders, excitedly shouting, Wow, so many heads, wow. They happily laughed and cheered as they arrived at the exam results place. The list was hanging high, a big red banner displayed prominently. Many people crowded around the front, standing on tiptoe, to see the list. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and someone shouted loudly. Someone passed, but others stood in front of the list, looked carefully, and then sighed sadly, murmuring, No way, no way. My name isn't there. The imperial exams had 3 rounds. Only those who passed the previous round could take the next. I saw my brother's name. I saw it. Wunyang pointed at the list and shouted excitedly. Song Siling echoed. I saw it too. I saw it too. Following Wunyang's finger, he saw his own name clearly listed, and he relaxed with a smile on his face. Some nearby people hurried to congratulate them. Fan Yin also quickly looked for his name. After a moment, his eyes lit up, and he took a deep breath. I saw my name too. Song Chunhua and others heard this, and were equally happy. Let's go call Sister Cuifeng to celebrate, Song Chunhua said with a smile. Everyone felt relaxed and happy, calling out to Chen Cuifeng, then heading to the restaurant. Brother Liu, congratulations. Brother Feng, congratulations. Brother Yang, what do you think of the last essay? Although they hadn't reached the restaurant yet, it was already crowded with people who had just finished the exams and their families. Everyone's faces showed joy or worry, and they discussed eagerly. When the dishes were served, Song Chunhua stood up and said, Let's have tea instead of wine, to wish Brother Daliang and Brother Fan good luck in the next exam and to succeed. Others quickly picked up their teacups, and the twins also held theirs properly. After a hearty meal, they sent Chen Suifeng back and left directly for the inn without shopping or lingering. Tomorrow is the second round of the imperial exams. The next day, a few people carried their lunchboxes and headed toward the exam site, following the same process as the first exam. Half of the candidates had been eliminated in the previous round, so there were noticeably fewer people now. Song Chunhua led the group for a leisurely walk. Near noon, they were attracted by the smell from a roadside stall selling fragrant, crispy small fish. Fresh crispy fish, tasty and affordable. The stall owner was a middle-aged man who was good at attracting customers. He pointed to a nearby bowl for tasting and said, "Everyone try a bit. If you like it, you can buy some." Seeing that Song Chunhua and the others were interested, he quickly handed them clean chopsticks. The fish for tasting had been divided into small sections by the vendor, so it wouldn't mess up the rest. Song Chunhua looked at it and thought the stall owner was quite careful and thoughtful. She picked up a piece with her chopsticks, put it in her mouth, and immediately felt the tender, crispy, and refreshing taste. The bones inside were also fried until crispy and could be eaten directly. Both Song Chunhua and Song Sanlang looked pleased. She put down her chopsticks and said to the stall owner, "Everyone will have 2 pieces first." The vendor cheerfully pointed to the nearby tables and chairs. "Please sit over there. It will be ready soon." Soon, 6 pieces of golden, crispy fried fish were served, and they were quickly finished. Seeing that the twins still wanted more, Song Chunhua smiled and said, "Eating too much can make bubbles in your mouth and hurt your throat. We'll come back in a few days. Okay?" The twins nodded eagerly. Song Chunhua took some coins from her purse and handed them to the vendor. The stall owner took the money and said, "If you like it, you're welcome to come again. I'll be here all month." On the way back to the inn, each person bought a bun or a steamed bread to complete their lunch. After eating, they rested briefly. Then the siblings started their lessons. Song Chunhua also looked through the books she had bought at the bookstore a few days ago. As the exam time approached, they headed toward the exam hall. Just outside the hall, Song Dalong and Fan Yun came out one after another. The group, like last time, first went to pick up Chen Suifeng, then went to a restaurant together. After the meal, Song Chunhua called the waiter to pay. The waiter pointed to the door and said, "Sir, the young master who was here earlier has already paid." Hearing this, Song Chunhua and her group quickly looked toward the door the waiter was pointing at. "Young Master Zhao?" Fan Yun asked in confusion. Song Dalong and Fan Yun hurriedly stood up. When they reached the door, young Master Zhao had already gotten into the carriage. 3 days after the exam, the results were announced. Song Dalong and Fan Yun both made the list. Both of them worked hard and took the 3rd exam. This time, nearly 1,000 students participated in the provincial exam. Now, only about 200 students qualified for the 3rd round, and over 100 would be eliminated in this test. The 3rd exam was over. While waiting for the results for a few days, the Song siblings mostly stayed at the inn reading and writing, only occasionally going shopping or visiting Chen Suifeng for a meal. On the day the results were announced, as the sun rose, they excitedly headed toward the announcement board. The crowd was tense and nervous. Getting on the list meant becoming a Tongsheng, a successful candidate, which allowed participation in the provincial exam in the future. If they failed, they would have to start over, retaking the county and provincial exams. While waiting nervously, firecrackers sounded, and officials beat drums and gongs as they arrived. The crowd became lively. A long list was posted on the wall. A total of 100 students were accepted from the top ranks. Out of over 1,000 students, only about 1 in 10 was accepted, making the competition very fierce. Once the list was posted, the crowd immediately gathered around. Song Chunhua and the others stayed calmly to the side. Cheers and shouts of joy mixed with cries of disappointment filled the air. I am a Tongsheng. I finally made it. Why? Someone fainted. Someone shouted from the crowd. The officials, responsible for safety, pushed through the crowd and carried the fainted person to the clinic. Once the crowd calmed down a bit, the Song siblings moved toward the list. Song Wunyang pointed to Song Dalong's shoulder and said, Big brother, I'll help you look." Song Dalong immediately crouched down. Seeing his younger brother's expression, Song Sanling also crouched. The twin brothers sat on their older brother's shoulders as the names on the list were read out. First place, Huang Jing. 10th place. 46th place, Songja. When the name Songja was called, Song Wunyang got excited. Big brother, your name is on the list. You're a Tongsheng. Big brother, you made it. You're a Tongsheng now. Fan Yun sincerely congratulated him, but his face still looked tense. Song Chunhua turned to Song Wunyang and said, "Keep reading down the list and find brother Fan's name." The soft, gentle voice continued to speak. 47th place, Sun Haoran. 58th, 65th, 76th, Fan Yun. Fan Yun. Fan Yun is brother Fan's name. That's brother Fan's name? Congratulations. Congratulations. Song Dalong hurriedly bowed to offer his greetings. Both of them made it onto the list, and their nervous feelings finally eased. Do I still need to read out my older brother, second sister, and third brother's names? If you want to keep going. If not, stop. The twin brother and sister, full of excitement, continued reading. 89th, Hizimo. 96th, Linwen. 100th, Wen Yuan. Song Chunhua gently touched their chubby cheeks and praised with a smile. Our fourth brother and fifth sister are really amazing. They recognize so many characters. Their two older brothers also kept praising. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly saw young Master Zhao walking toward them. Oh, wait, I was mistaken. He wasn't walking toward them, he was passing by. Let's go celebrate, said Song Chunhua with a smile, watching young Master Zhao walk away. The next day, everyone slept in until they woke naturally. After a simple breakfast and buying some snacks for the road, the Song siblings and Fan Yun headed home. The second day, after returning home, before breakfast, the Song family was interrupted by a loud rush of the Zhao, Qian, and Lu families into the yard. As soon as they entered, Grandma Qian loudly shouted, "Why did you rent my family's land to someone else?" Hearing this, Song Chunhua sneered coldly and said sharply, "Your family? I don't remember ever selling the land to your family." Grandma Qian was speechless, her face turning red. She quickly changed her words. "No, I mean, how could you rent the land I leased to someone else?" Song Chunhua looked calm and asked back, "This land is my family's, right?" It turned out that a few days ago, Ludo was fertilizing the field when he happened to meet Grandma Qian passing by. She insisted that the land belonged to her and called over the Zhao and Lu families. In the past few days, the families had been arguing fiercely, each refusing to back down. "That land of mine, I decide who to rent it to, right?" Song Chunhua said firmly, not backing down at all. The capable old man Song and Grandma Song from the family were no longer there. Even though Song Chunhua is clever, she is still a young girl, and a little girl at that, so she starts to act stubborn. "Last year we planted it, so this year it belongs to our family." Just as Song Chunhua is about to reply, a loud shout comes. "Qian Posey, are you bullying us because no one in the Song family can stand up to you?" A man named Song Eugene walks quickly into the yard, looking very angry. Seeing Song Eugene come in, Qian Posey's confidence drops and she mumbles quietly, "It was already." In the yard, Air and I notices things are not going well and secretly calls for Song Eugene. Zhao Posey sees that Qian Posey's tantrum isn't working, so she uses her best trick, moral pressure. She looks sad and wipes away fake tears, choking as she says, "Last year, we used a lot of fertilizer on our land. To plant this land, our family's eldest son didn't go out to find work. How are we supposed to live this year?" "Yes, we also used a lot of fertilizer," Qian Posey quickly adds. "Our eldest son also deliberately didn't go out to find work." Pfft, Tao Posey walks in and spits forcefully. "What you used last year has nothing to do with this year. Last year, you gave rice to my family." She pauses and then sneers. "As for your eldest son not going out to find work, everyone knows why." Her words make Zhao Posey blush with embarrassment. She usually cares about her reputation, but now she's caught in a tough spot and can't say anything. Qian Posey doesn't mind and continues to act stubborn. "I don't care. Like I said, last year it was our family's land, and this year it must be ours." Song Chunhua calmly says, "All right, then let's go talk to the county magistrate. My older brother is going to a feast at the magistrate's house in a few days." Everyone is surprised to hear this. But then Qian Posey looks skeptical and sneers. "Stop bragging. The county magistrate wouldn't invite your older brother." "Why would he? Tomorrow, the magistrate will invite my older brother, second brother, and third brother to his house." Song Chunhua remains calm, speaking softly. "My older brother is now a student." Suddenly, the yard falls silent. Everyone looks at each other, afraid to speak. Chun Jinghe walks in excitedly. Song family's eldest son has passed the exam and become a student. Song Chunhua smiles slightly. Yes, he passed. Tao Posey quickly comes over to congratulate Song Chunhua. The Zhao, Qian, and Lu families did not dare to say a word at this moment. Lu Fugue quickly stepped forward, repeatedly apologized to Song Chunhua, and then hurriedly took his leave. He felt very regretful and hated himself for listening to the instigation of Zhao and Qian families. Seeing that there was no elder from the Song family to support her, they wanted to pressure Song Chunhua and reduce the rent. But now, not only was the rent not reduced, but they also lost the land to rent. Their family had a scholar, and in the future, he might become a successful candidate or even a top scholar. They were not ordinary villagers who could control them. Just hope they won't hold a grudge later. Grandma Zhao's eyes twitched, and she sat on the ground, tears forced out of her eyes. She crawled in front of Song Chunhua and said, "Oh, Chunhua, your family now has a scholar. Please be kind and rent us the land." Seeing this, Granny Qian was about to imitate her. Before Song Chunhua could reply, Qin Jinghe loudly shouted, "Get out. If you dare to come to the Song family again, get out of the village. I'll hit you every time I see you," Song Eugene said nearby. Grandma Zhao was frightened and quickly got up. "Get out," Qin Jinghe shouted again. The two hurriedly ran out of the yard in a panic. That day, news spread throughout Black Eagle Mountain Village that Song Dali had become a scholar. When Song Dali and Song Sanling returned home from school, they were warmly welcomed at the village entrance. A few days ago, it rained continuously. Today, the weather was clear and the sun was warm. Song Chunhua and the twin brother and sister, Long and Fong, each carried a basket and a small, starting their wild vegetable gathering trip. Along the roadside, they found wild garlic and squatted down to dig with their small hoes. Cooking wild garlic with eggs was very fragrant. After digging half a basket, they could cook a big bowl. They didn't dig any more and headed toward the creek at the foot of the mountain. The clear creek water was so transparent that the stones and mud at the bottom were clearly visible. Occasionally, a group of shrimps and a few small fish swam by. Clusters of water celery grew in the creek. On both sides of the creek and along the field ridges, dense patches of fishy grass, wormwood, and lily bulbs grew. Lily bulbs were a good thing, but they only matured around April and May. Song Chunhua loved to eat the roots of fishy grass, pulling or digging them up along with the roots. The roots were covered in mud, but she washed the mud off in the nearby creek and put them into her basket. She sniffed the fishy grass in her hand. Smells so good, so fragrant. Next to Song Xiling, there was a look of confusion on his face. "Second sister, this smells really bad," Song Wunyang also agreed, nodding with a look of disgust. Soon, 3 baskets were filled with water celery, wild garlic, mugwort, and fishy grass. At home, they washed the fishy grass, dried it on a basket, and soaked it in water to drink later. The water celery and wild garlic were left for Song Yongquan to handle, and they planned to stir-fry them for lunch. As for the mugwort, Song Chunhua prepared to make mugwort green rice balls. While packing the filling, Qin Jinghe came in, looking worried. As soon as he saw Song Chunhua, he said quickly, "The village kids went deep into the mountains, and they haven't come back yet." Song Chunhua frowned and asked carefully, "Did they go into the mountains? How did they go? Are you sure they went?" "A few women from the village saw those 3 kids near the mountain. We checked everywhere else in the village, and it seems they went deep into the mountains." Song Chunhua looked upset. She knew there were many wild animals in those mountains. She only dared to go because of her plant-related abilities.
We're going to look for them now.
After Lu the hunter left, no one else has entered those mountains. Only you have been in there. Can you help us find the way? Chun Jinghe asked earnestly. Hearing this, Song Dongmei immediately spoke up. Chunhua is just a girl. She shouldn't go. Before she finished, Chun Jinghe quickly assured her, I will make sure Chunhua is safe. It's okay, big sister. Song Chunhua comforted Song Dongmei, then turned to Chun Jinghe and said, I'll go get my bow and big knife. Hearing this, Chun Jinghe nodded quickly. All right. At the foot of the mountain, there were already over 10 villagers, each holding a machete or. The mothers and grandmother of the 3 children shouted into the deep mountain, their voices trembling with tears. If they weren't being pulled back, they would have run into the mountain already. After gathering, everyone headed into the deep mountain. Seeing a few women follow, Chun Jinghe went over and said, Don't come with us. Stay outside the mountain and help look around the village. Let me go. 2 women shouted through tears. Chun Jinghe looked serious and said, Don't cause trouble. Do you still want to find your big treasure? The women then turned back toward their home. As they went deeper into the mountains, everyone became more nervous. Growing up at the foot of these mountains, everyone knew how dangerous they were. Unless they were starving, no one would dare enter. Song Chunhua used her plant abilities to sense the surroundings. At this moment, she could feel the presence of people within 10 miles, but she had not sensed any children. Be careful, there's a wild boar. Song Chunhua suddenly said. Where? A villager asked nervously. I didn't hear any sounds, another villager said doubtfully. Just as they spoke, a deep grunting sound came from afar. Everyone tensed up, gripping their knives and hoes tightly. Song Chunhua already had her bow ready, with an arrow nocked. A large brown figure appeared ahead, with sharp teeth like a curved blade sticking out from its mouth. Before they could react, Song Chunhua's arrow shot out swiftly, aimed at the wild boar. Then a second arrow followed, hitting the boar precisely. The boar let out a loud squeal, suddenly leaping and crashing into trees, charging toward the group. A third arrow struck the boar, which slowed down. About 10 meters away from them, it finally collapsed to the ground, making a low, mournful sound. Its limbs twitched a few times before it stopped moving. Everyone was stunned, unable to react immediately. They looked at Song Chunhua, then at the fallen boar. Although they saw her shoot it, it was hard to believe she could do it. Song Chunhua walked over to the boar, pulled out the arrows, and wiped the blood off with a cloth.
Spring.
How did you learn to use this bow and arrow? A villager stammered. I read about it in books, Song Chunhua replied.
There are books about this, the villager said.
She nodded. Yes, all the farming books teach this. At that moment, another man exclaimed. Really? There are books about farming? Chun Jinghe snorted loudly, stopping the conversation. He asked, What should we do with the boar? Without hesitation, Song Chunhua answered, Leave it here. The most important thing is to find the children. A few villagers looked disappointed. The father and grandfather of the missing children looked grateful. They were afraid that Song Chunhua might carry the wild boar back and stop searching, since the boar was worth a lot of money. Even if they didn't sell it, their family could eat it for a year. If it were up to them, they truly couldn't give up on this wild boar. Let's go quickly. The smell of blood will attract other animals, Song Chunhua warned. When they left, several villagers looked back at the wild boar on the ground with regret, even swallowing hard. They continued walking for another half-hour, but still didn't see the child's figure. Several villagers helping with the search had already started to give up. As the village chief, Chun Jinghe had to be responsible for the villagers. He looked at the sky and said, Let's search for another half-hour. The family of the lost child wanted to keep searching until they found him, but they didn't say anything. After all, others had risked their lives to go into these deep mountains. Suddenly, Song Chunhua sensed a familiar smell. Following the scent, the others saw and immediately followed. After shooting the wild boar, everyone naturally looked to her as the leader. About 15 minutes later, They found the missing children in a pit. The child's family was about to jump in, but Song Chunhwa stopped them. Chun Jingha scolded, "Don't you see how deep this pit is?" The group found some vines nearby and wove them together. They carefully climbed down using the vines. They placed the children into baskets on their backs and slowly climbed back up. Using this method, they managed to bring each of the 3 children up one by one. By then, the children were very weak, so their families didn't bother with gentle touches or comforting words. The group quickly moved in the direction they came from without stopping. The forest became silent, and everyone was tense, walking faster. They weren't afraid of the chirping of birds, but of this eerie silence.
Why?
"Why is it so quiet?" a villager asked nervously. Chun Jingha urged. His voice was tense. Song Chunhwa had 3 arrows ready on her bow, alert and watching the surroundings carefully. Suddenly, a low growl came from not far away. A man trembled as he spoke with a shaky voice. "W." What was that sound? When Chun Jingha was a child, he once encountered a mountain lion coming down. His heart pounded, but he kept calm on the outside, lowering his voice and urging caution. Suddenly, a loud growl echoed again, making the surrounding leaves rustle loudly. At that moment, a man accidentally tripped and fell. He tried to get up, but his legs trembled uncontrollably. Another man nearby quickly helped him up. They saw a large tiger slowly emerge, its golden fur shining, black stripes visible, and eyes fixed on the crowd. The air smelled of
Old
tiger, one man said, his face pale and trembling. The rest of the group looked worried too. Right now, the tiger was in a bad position for shooting. If they missed, it might anger the animal. If it were just her alone, it wouldn't matter much. She could handle it. But there were others present, and she couldn't use her special powers now. "Run quickly. I'll distract the tiger," Song Chunhwa said. Chun Jingha immediately objected, but Song Chunhwa quickly added, "Trust me, I won't get hurt." Then she shouted loudly, using her plant-based powers, and ran in the opposite direction. The tiger was attracted by her and chased after her. As it nearly caught up, she sped up, and when it was about to overtake her, she slowed down and made noise to distract it. Finally, she stopped on a relatively flat area. They were only about 10 meters apart. The tiger quickly veered away, but still got hit by an arrow. Angrily, the injured tiger roared and charged towards Song Chunhwa. She used her plant powers to make the plants in front of her dense, slowing the tiger's run. She drew her bow again and shot 3 arrows at once. This time, 2 arrows hit the tiger's body. The tiger fell heavily to the ground, its eyes wide open in death, staring at the human who had shot it. Calmly, Song Chunhwa pulled out her arrows, wiped off the blood, and collected the empty arrowheads. Feeling no human presence, she stored the tiger in her space. While absorbing plant energy, she headed home. On the way, she casually caught a mountain chicken for food. As it was getting dark, she didn't stop again. When she reached the outskirts of the mountain, distant shouts could be heard. "Bring back my second sister. Bring back my second sister." The twin siblings, a boy and girl, were rushing into the mountain, fighting and shouting. The men who entered the mountains remained silent, as they were not Song Chunhwa. They probably stayed deep in the mountains all day. The families of the 3 children who went into the mountains looked very ashamed. Is that Chunhwa?" One man pointed at a distant figure, unsure. The people nearby immediately looked in the direction he pointed and shouted with joy, "Yes, yes. It's Chunhwa." The Song siblings heard this and immediately ran toward Chunhwa. The twin brother and sister called out tearfully, "Second sister. Second sister." They rushed to Chunhwa and hugged her tightly, not letting go. "Second sister, we thought we would never see you again." A few family members and the Song family also gathered around. The group that entered the mountain took a deep breath, relieved. But they couldn't hide their excitement and asked, "Chunhwa, what happened to the tiger?" Chunhwa shook her head. "I ran, and then I didn't see the tiger anymore." Considering how fast Chunhwa ran and disappeared, everyone believed her words. When everyone was back, they started talking about how Chunhwa shot and killed a wild boar. The others listened with wide eyes. Within a day, everyone in the village knew about it. Most people looked at Chunhua with respect and admiration. However, Granny Qian and Granny Zhao were scared. They avoided Chunhua, worried she might shoot them like she shot the wild boar. The next morning, the families of the 3 children brought chickens, eggs, and small fish to Chunhua's house. Chunhua, this time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, Stone and the head of the family wouldn't be alive. Chunhua, you saved our whole family. From now on, if anyone dares to bully your family, my wife, and I will fight them. Yes, yes, I will fight too. After saying this, the 3 families handed over their gifts. Take this chicken home. I'll keep the eggs and small fish, Chunhua said, trying to return the chickens. No way, one woman quickly pushed the chicken back. Chickens are very important for rural families. They rely on eggs from chickens to buy salt. How about this? From now on, if you catch small fish, shrimp, or snails, bring me a basket. Those are not enough. You must take the chicken. If you want to eat the small fish and shrimp, just say so anytime. I will ask your uncle and the older man to fish them out for you. Song Chunhua smiled and said, no need. You keep the chicken for laying eggs. Sure too, and the others need to rest and recover. If the aunties and grandmothers feel bad about it, they can send me a few baskets of small fish and shrimp. The 3 families were very touched, thinking how kind Chunhua was. From now on, if anyone in the village causes trouble for her family, it will be as if they are causing trouble for all 3 families. As soon as they got home, they told the men to go fishing for small fish and shrimp, dig for loach and eel. When the weather warmed up, Song Siling was also going to school. He had planned to go last year, but then decided to stay home so he could learn and play with the village children. So he continued studying at home. Time passed quickly, and soon it was May. The temperature rose, and they stopped making preserved sausages. They focused on frying pork skin and making sausage casings. They also started making soap. Song Chunhua planned to sell a batch of soap. Looking at the map, she decided to head north this time. The further north she went, the colder it became. By now, it was the 3rd day since Song Chunhua set out. As night approached, she entered a guest house. The young clerk greeted her with a smile and asked, are you just stopping for a quick rest or staying overnight? Staying overnight, Song Chunhua replied, handing over the reins. The innkeeper came out eagerly and led her inside. In the middle of the night, Song Chunhua suddenly woke up. She glanced at the small pipe slipping under the door. Soon, smoke started coming out of the pipe's opening. About 15 minutes later, there was a soft click, and the door latch was pried open. The door slowly creaked open. 2 silent figures slipped inside, one thin, one slightly plump. Both had black cloth masks over their faces. This kid has no luggage. His money must be on him, the thin man said. They headed straight for the bed. Quickly, they pulled off the black cloth covering the other, but before they could react, their mouths were covered. They were tied back to back with ropes. The 2, terrified, looked at Song Chunhua. Woo-woo. They whimpered. Soon, a voice called from outside, urging, is it done yet? Song Chunhua tore the cloth from the thin man's mouth, her eyes warning him. The thin man, following the usual handover method, whispered softly. Another person entered the doorway. Before the others could react, a punch was thrown. Song Chunhua looked at the 3 people tied together. They were the shopkeeper, the second apprentice, and the cook. She chuckled softly. So, this is a hideout for thieves. Hero, spare me, please. I was just here to see how you were sleeping, the shopkeeper begged repeatedly. If anyone should be caught, it's not us. Song Chunhua smiled and untied the others' mouths. The cook let out a big breath and cursed. You're talking nonsense. The second apprentice quickly added, he forced us to do it. The 3 started to argue and fight among themselves. Suddenly, a calm voice sounded, and immediately the room fell silent. Where's the money? Song Chunhua asked the 3. Seeing their silence, she smirked and extended her right hand. 3 sharp sounds followed. All 3 faces turned bright red instantly. Where is it? Song Chunhua asked again, softly. A series of slaps sounded. Now each of their cheeks was painfully red, feeling the heat. It's in. Before she could finish, the second apprentice quickly said, I'll tell you. It's in my wardrobe. Which room? The back. The first room in the backyard. Song Chunhwa looked at the cook. The cook shivered and hurriedly said, It's behind the wall in the cabinet, in the same room as him. In. On me, the shopkeeper stammered. Looking at the small bag of silver coins and notes, with less than 100 taels. Is there more? The shopkeeper replied. All. All of it is here. Another slap sounded. It's in. The cabinet on the bed, the first room after turning left in the backyard. 356 taels, Song Chunhwa said, placing the silver notes and coins into her space. She looked at the second apprentice and the cook. It's in. This, they both pointed with their chins at their sleeves and shoes.
All the money is yours now.
Please, hero, spare us, the second apprentice begged, trembling. Song Chunhwa snorted coldly and dragged the three down the stairs. Song Chunhwa glanced around and put everyone's socks into their mouths. Ugh. When she returned to her room, Song Chunhwa changed into different clothes and continued to sleep. The next morning, early, the street of the inn was bustling. We are thieves, a man who could read said while looking at the sign hanging on the three people. Suddenly, a man shouted, Isn't it the innkeeper and the young servant of Xianghaoren? Next to him, an older man pointed at the chubby person and said, That person is also from Xianghaoren, he's the cook. Good, I remember last time my nephew stayed at your inn and lost money. Turns out you stole it. An old woman suddenly shouted, pointing at the group. Return the money. Return the money. She then threw vegetables she just bought from her basket at the three people. As she threw vegetables, others nearby also started throwing vegetables at them. The three people, hanging with their mouths stuffed with smelly socks and unable to speak, could only make muffled sounds. Finally, their clothes were covered with eggs and rotten vegetables, and the officers arrived. Many onlookers, some victims, began to complain. Helpless, the three were taken to the government office again. By this time, Song Chunhwa had traveled for an hour. On the 9th day, she reached her destination, Qinghe Prefecture. Daqing Kingdom, one of the important grain storage areas in the north, with a well-developed water transport system. Looking up at the city gate, the tall city tower came into view. Entering the city, Song Chunhwa headed straight for the most luxurious inn. The inn was decorated elegantly, with carved beams and painted rafters, very grand. Please bring a bucket of water, she asked the young servant who came to serve her. Since she wanted to wash up before the city gate closed, she started her journey before dawn and now wanted to relax with a bath. She went straight to the most famous rouge shop in the city, Ningxiang Pavilion. Ningxiang Pavilion was located on the busiest street in the city. As she entered, a light floral fragrance greeted her. The interior was elegant and refined, with ink paintings hanging on the walls and blue porcelain vases placed in the corners, holding fresh flowers. The counter displayed various rouge and powders, each stored in exquisite boxes. Inside, young ladies and madams, along with maids, were shopping, while several young men dressed in fine clothes waited nearby. An older woman approached politely. Are you here to choose rouge for your family, lady? Her voice was gentle and respectful. At this moment, Song Chunhwa was still dressed as a man, but not in rough clothes. Instead, she wore fine clothes, looking like a young master from a wealthy family. Is the shopkeeper here? The woman bowed slightly and replied, Please follow me. They walked to the side of the stairs, where she gestured for them to come up. On the second floor, there were more rouge products, looking more luxurious. The shopkeeper was a woman about 40 years old. Shopkeeper, this guest is looking for you. May I ask what you need? The shopkeeper asked with a smile and a bow. Song Chunhwa took out 2 bars of soap from her bag. Could you bring a basin of clean water? Although the shopkeeper was puzzled, she still ordered the woman nearby, Bring a basin of clean water. Song Chunhwa took a piece of dirt from her bag and smeared it all over her hands. Guest, what is this for? The shopkeeper asked with a look of confusion. Song Chunhwa smiled and went to the water, opened the soap, dipped it in, and gently rubbed it a few times, so foam covered her palms and backs of her hands. She then rubbed her hands together and rinsed them in the water. After rinsing, the dirt was gone, and her skin felt fresh and clean. The shopkeeper and the maid looked at her with slight surprise. Next, Song Chunhwa took out a clean handkerchief stained with ink and dust from her bag. When a clean handkerchief appeared, the shopkeeper and maid stared in shock. Customers on the second floor also looked over. "Shopkeeper, is this your new product?" a lady asked. "It cleans even better than soap," another lady exclaimed in amazement. A young lady nearby read the words on the packaging. "Ing brand soap. Such a good product must not be missed." One lady said to the shopkeeper, "Give me 10 pieces." Seeing this, others quickly called out, "Give me 10 too." "No, 20. Song Chunhwa then took out a soap made with poria and mugwort. "Ladies and young women, this poria and mugwort soap not only cleanses the skin but also whitens it. It's perfect for summer and can help prevent insect bites." The crowd looked excited, their eyes bright. "Really?" Song Chunhwa nodded. "Shopkeeper, please give me 20 coins." "Shopkeeper, these ladies and young women are regular customers," so they smiled and said, "This is our new product. When it's launched, you'll be the first to get it." "Young master, please come this way." The shopkeeper made a welcoming gesture. Although calm, Song Chunhwa could see the shopkeeper was excited. The shopkeeper led Song Chunhwa into a room that looked like a private space for important guests. "I don't know how much this item costs." Song Chunhwa quoted the original price, saying, "Ordinary soap costs 300 coins, and herbal soap costs 400 coins. The shopkeeper had just seen the effects, and the prices Song Chunhwa mentioned were very reasonable. Even a jar of rouge in the shop was more expensive. As a businessman, maximizing profit is important, so he smiled and said, "How about 1,000 coins? Would you accept 20 coins less?" Song Chunhwa smiled and replied, "Shopkeeper, you surely know how good this deal is. If you offered me 10,000 coins, I would still sell it at this price." Seeing that Song Chunhwa wasn't willing to lower the price, the shopkeeper laughed and said, "Then, let's each take 1,000 coins." Song Chunhwa took 700 taels and went to another rouge shop. She visited 10 shops in total, selling goods worth 15,000 coins. Finally, she entered a small rouge shop tucked in a corner. The sign was mostly hidden behind a large tree, so unless you looked carefully, you wouldn't notice this was a rouge shop. "Young master, interested in buying rouge? I can give you a discount." "Shopkeeper, I am not buying rouge." When Song Chunhwa said she wasn't buying, the woman looked disappointed. "I want to introduce you to a different item." Hearing this, the woman sighed. "Young master, look, I only have you as a customer here, and you're not even buying rouge. Why are you trying to sell me something else?" Song Chunhwa smiled and asked, "Shopkeeper, could you bring me a basin of clean water?" Thinking that customers should be well served, the shopkeeper brought a basin of clean water. The shopkeeper watched as her dusty, muddy, and ink-stained hands rubbed over the items, and they suddenly became very clean. Her hands looked even whiter and softer. Excited, she pointed at the soap on the table and asked, "What is this?" "Eagle brand soap." Song Chunhwa replied with a smile. "I want it. I want it," the shopkeeper hurriedly said. Thinking about his shop's business, his smile froze on his face, and his eyes lost their shine. "I've taken it, but no one comes to the shop, so it's useless. If I don't make a profit this month, I will have to close it." Song Chunhwa asked with a smile, "Is it because of that tree outside?" "Yes, it's right in the corner, and there's a tree blocking the view. I thought the shop was cheap, but, well, cheap things often aren't good. If the shop were really good, I wouldn't be in this situation. We can turn this weakness into a strength," Song Chunhwa said with a smile. "That's easy for you to say. How do we turn this weakness into a strength? How about calling it rouge under the tree?" The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. "That sounds good. That really sounds good." Song Chunhwa continued, "Later, you can ask a few people to promote it in the city. When people hear about the rouge shop under the big tree, they'll think of you. This way, the weakness becomes a strength." The shopkeeper suddenly understood and became very excited. "Yes, yes. Young master, you're so clever. Thank you so much. I'll change the name tomorrow and send someone to promote it in the city." Song Chunhwa then turned back to talking about soap. "What about the soap? Of course I want it," the shopkeeper declared confidently. "I feel sure that my shop will be bustling with customers, crowded with people, and full of business." Song Chunhwa smiled and quoted the price of the soap. The shopkeeper immediately said, 2,000 yuan each. I'll take a gamble. If I win, I'll make a big profit. If I lose, I'll just sell the shop. But I believe I can sell a lot. They sold nearly 20,000 yuan worth. By noon, Song Chunhua found a restaurant. After eating, she led her carriage out of the city. Just before leaving the city, a maid blocked the horse's way. The maid, panting, said, Finally caught up with you. Then, the manager of the fragrant pavilion caught up, also panting. Young master, we still need 5,000 yuan, no, 10,000 yuan. The soap was placed on the counter and was quickly snapped up. In less than a morning, over 200 pieces were sold. And this was all done without any promotion, and the big customers still didn't know. She bought 2,000 pieces, which would sell out in at most 3 days, or even 2 days. Song Chunhua smiled and said, Sorry, the soap I brought this time is already sold out. The shopkeeper heard this and quickly asked anxiously, When will there be more? Probably not for a while, Song Chunhua replied with regret. The shopkeeper was very anxious and no longer appeared calm and composed like earlier. We at Ningxiang Pavilion are willing to pay an extra 10%. Song Chunhua smiled and said, Shopkeeper, even if you pay 20% more now, I have no stock. This soap isn't made by me. The shopkeeper was stunned for a moment, but then thought that such a powerful item couldn't be made by a young man like this, so he quickly believed it. May I ask where you bought it? But then he thought, why would someone reveal such a profitable source? He quickly apologized. Young master, I didn't mean it that way. He then asked, Can you go buy more right now? Song Chunhua looked hesitant. I wish I could, but who doesn't want to make money? She paused, showing a look of helplessness. However, my supplier always contacts me, and I don't have his contact information. Can you really not contact him? The shopkeeper looked puzzled. She had never encountered such a situation before. Song Chunhua nodded seriously, looking sincere. The shopkeeper thought it was probably true, since no one would refuse money. He quickly took out a silver note worth 100 taels from his sleeve. This is a deposit. When you have stock, you must prioritize us at Ningxiang Pavilion. Afraid she wouldn't accept, he hurriedly handed it to her. With 5,000 taels in her hand, Song Chunhua happily left the city. It's not that Song Chunhua didn't want to earn more. As an ordinary person, she couldn't be too ostentatious. The more she sold, the less confident she was about leaving Qinghe Prefecture. After all, money can drive people crazy. Not in a hurry to go home, Song Chunhua traveled while enjoying the scenery passing by, occasionally visiting nearby towns. She didn't stick strictly to official roads, since she wasn't afraid of being robbed. After all, she didn't know who would rob whom. That day, Song Chunhua passed through a remote mountain village. Looking at several households in the village with thick smoke rising and hearing cries for help, Song Chunhua stopped her cart. Suddenly, a woman holding a child ran toward her. Behind her, a horse followed slowly, as if teasing her. Song Chunhua wrapped a black cloth around her face. When the attacker swung a big sword at the woman, she accurately shot and hit the target. The horse was startled and started running. Song Chunhua jumped off the cart and stopped it. The woman knelt on the ground. Thank you, hero. Thank you, hero. At this moment, 2 more horses appeared. Song Chunhua quickly grabbed the woman, pushed her into the cart, and said, Don't come out. She drew her bow and shot again. 3 arrows flew at once, hitting one attacker, while the other dodged. It seems she needs more practice with her arrows. Seeing her companion hit, the attackers became alert. They immediately turned their horses around, ready to call for help. But Song Chunhua would not let them go. Her arrow hit its mark, and the man fell from his horse. Come out, Song Chunhua called. The woman shivered and crawled out, crying loudly, with a child in her arms. Not all acts of kindness lead to rescue, but when faced with these arson and robbery bandits, she had to draw her sword to help. How many are there? Song Chunhua asked. The woman stared at her blankly, then slowly replied, About 20 or so. Then she realized who she was talking to and asked excitedly, Hero, are you here to save people? But she quickly remembered that this was her benefactor and tried to stop her. Don't go. They all have horses and hold knives. Please don't go to your death. She then knelt again. Benefactor, can you take me to the county to report this? Go inside. Don't come out unless I call you. The cart sped toward the village. A bandit with a big sword was attacking a child, and Song Chunhwa shot directly at his chest. He fell from his horse. Quick, hide, Song Chunhwa advised. She continued heading toward the next group of bandits. The sound of the cart attracted nearby bandits. Facing 6 bandits across from her, Song Chunhwa shot 3 arrows, hitting 2 of them. Then she drew her bow again, and 3 arrows split in the air, aiming directly at the remaining 3 bandits. Seeing her companions fall, Song Chunhwa immediately changed direction. She didn't want to miss anyone and drew her bow again, shooting an arrow without hesitation that hit the enemy's body. The noise again attracted a bandit on horseback. This time, Song Chunhwa quickly dealt with him as well. She took the arrow out, jumped onto the carriage. Seeing no bandits nearby, but about 20 people, she realized she had only killed 12 earlier. Where are the rich people in your village? She asked. Inside the carriage, a woman saw Song Chunhwa efficiently take down more than 10 bandits and quickly pointed in a direction. There were 5 or 6 bodies on the road, some elderly, some men, some women, and even children. When they arrived, they saw a few horses outside the yard. Before the bandits could react, Song Chunhwa jumped down and slashed at the bandits at the door. She rushed into the yard and, without hesitation, cut down 3 bandits with her sword. The bandits inside heard the noise and rushed out. Song Chunhwa used her plant powers, taking down each bandit one by one. Finally, she entered a room and decisively attacked a bandit who was bullying a girl. She went to the girl, gently helped her put on her clothes, then took out a bottle of water and touched the girl's hand to her chest, speaking softly. I'll help you wash up. She squatted down and cleaned the girl's body of any dirt. Finally, she gave her a contraceptive pill. Eat this and forget everything that happened today, she said firmly. The girl burst into tears, crying out loud. Song Chunhwa hugged her tightly. Song Chunhwa rode her carriage around the village to make sure there were no bandits left, then returned to the yard. She moved the bodies of the bandits out of the yard. Seeing one bandit still breathing, she didn't hesitate and stabbed him with her sword. Walking to the carriage, she called out, "Come out." A woman, trembling and exhausted, crawled out of the carriage and bowed 3 times to Song Chunhwa. Go find someone to report this. Yes, I'll go right now, the woman said, getting up from the ground. Do you know where the bandit hideout is? Song Chunhwa asked. The woman was surprised and pointed to a large mountain behind her, then quickly said, Hero, please don't go there. The deep mountains are full of fierce animals, and the horse bandits know the area very well. Even the officials are afraid to go inside. After so many bandits died this time, they won't come back easily. Song Chunhwa smiled. After so many bandits were killed, they would surely seek revenge. She decided to go and eliminate the bandit hideout. Seeing that Song Chunhwa was silent, the woman anxiously said, Benefactor, please don't go. Not going. You should find someone to report to the authorities, Song Chunhwa replied. Hearing her assurance, the woman hugged her child and went to report. The girl still stood there, staring blankly. Is this your home? Song Chunhwa asked, handing her a box. She had just opened it and saw a lot of silver and jewelry, which didn't look like items from other villagers. The girl still didn't speak. Song Chunhwa placed the box on the table. The rest of the journey was up to the girl. No one else could help. Song Chunhwa headed straight to the mountain the woman pointed to. She checked around, saw no one, and stored the horse carriage in her space. Since the bandits could ride horses, it meant their route was accessible by horse. She jumped onto her horse and rode into the deep mountains. By dusk, she found the bandits' hideout. A group of about 10 people and horses rushed into the yard. Song Chunhwa took out 2 buns and a bag of grass from her space, and they started eating. Late at night, distant sounds of wild animals could be heard. Song Chunhwa hid her horse in a concealed spot and crept toward the bandits' yard. There were 2 guards at the gate. One of them yawned and said, I'm going to. Another, knowing he was trying to slack off, scolded. Hurry back, the second in command isn't back yet. The boss is in a bad mood today. The boss is too cautious. The second-in-command must have been charmed by some pretty woman, he chuckled. The man hummed a tune and was about to pull down his pants. Suddenly, his mouth was covered, and before he could react, he collapsed. Song Chunhwa dragged him into the bushes, stripped his clothes. Using her plant powers, she leapt up and entered the yard. It was right outside the kitchen, which was still brightly lit. A cook was vigorously swinging a spatula. Song Chunhwa Cat entered the room, where 5 prepared dishes were on the table. She took her special laxative from her space and added it to each dish. When she saw someone coming, she quickly jumped onto a beam. 2 people entered, carrying the dishes, and urged, "Hurry up." After they left, the cook started cursing. When the cook turned again to swing the spatula, Song Chunhwa jumped down from the beam. Just as the cook turned around, before she could speak, the person opposite spoke first. "I was just complaining casually. Please don't tell the boss." The person thought they had been caught talking badly about the leader. Song Chunhwa put on a serious face, imitating the tone of the person who just entered. Hearing this, the cook hurriedly grabbed the spatula and swung it even faster. Song Chunhwa quickly slipped out of the kitchen. Half an hour later, a strange smell filled the entire yard. The scar-faced man sitting in the main seat shouted loudly, "Bring me ma paozi." Before he finished, his stomach growled loudly again. At this moment, Song Chunhwa had reached the storeroom, where she quickly stored a box of gold, a box of silver, and a case of banknotes into her space. She entered a room where about 10 girls were held, all looking at her with fear. Song Chunhwa made a show gesture. One girl screamed in terror. 2 men rushed in from outside. Song Chunhwa raised her big sword, first slashing at the first man's left arm, then cutting the other man's right arm. Both arms fell off. The screams inside the room grew louder. The noise attracted a group of people heading toward the room. 4 or 5 people burst in. With long knives, they swung wildly, and arms kept falling. The main boss heard the commotion but was too weak from hunger to do anything. He told a few nearby, "Go see what's happening." 15 minutes later, sensing something was wrong, the boss clenched his big sword. He saw a person dressed in the local camp's uniform, but with a strange face, holding a blood-stained big sword. "Someone help," but no one responded. He was already exhausted, but after years of combat, he swung his sword, creating a strong gust of wind. With the fall of one arm, the battle ended. Song Chunhwa tied everyone up in small groups. At this moment, the chef, whose face was flushed from the beating, knelt and begged for mercy. "Please spare me, hero. I was kidnapped, not part of their group. I was originally a cook at Qingfeng Tower in the city, returning home when they captured me. You can ask around if you don't believe me." Song Chunhwa still tied him up but did not cut off his hand. "Go explain to the officials." She then went to the girl's room and said, "The officials will come tomorrow. Wild beasts are roaming in these mountains. It's best to wait for the soldiers before leaving." She threw down 20 taels of broken silver and strode away. Suddenly, a girl ran over, looking determined. "I will go with you. I don't take people." Song Chunhwa firmly refused. After descending the mountain, there were about 2 hours before dawn. Song Chunhwa drove her carriage back to the village where the horse thieves had been caught today. She threw a small bag of silver into each house, each containing 5 taels of broken silver. After the carriage left, the people hiding inside finally came out carefully. "Silver. It's silver." A man checking the situation inside the courtyard picked up a bag of money from the ground and shouted, "Oh, my, I was so scared," thinking the bandits had come again. Where did this silver come from? At the village entrance, a woman who had been rescued suddenly had a thought and shouted, "It was the benefactor who saved us yesterday and threw this in. It must be him." Thinking quickly, she said confidently, "Yes, last night's carriage sound was definitely that benefactor's carriage." The woman knelt toward the village entrance, pulling her child and husband down with her. "Quick, kneel and thank the benefactor." Song Chunhwa headed straight to the county office. She found someone by the roadside, gave them 100 coins, and handed over an envelope. Take this to the county magistrate. Say it's about the mountain bandits. An hour later, two groups of soldiers headed toward the mountain where the bandits were. The envelope detailed the route to the bandits' hideout and described the situation there. She hadn't slept all night. She found a guest house to rest and slept until evening. When she woke up, everyone in the guest house and on the street was talking about the news of capturing the bandits. The next day, the weather was clear and bright, and Song Chunhwa set out again to return home. Time flew by, and summer arrived. Thunder roared, and the wind howled loudly. Branches tore and twisted in the storm. Large raindrops fell quickly, making the hot summer suddenly feel cool and refreshing. The roof made a loud cracking sound. All of this made Song Chunhwa feel very comfortable. The summer rain came suddenly and also stopped quickly. In less than half an hour, the wind stopped and the rain ceased. Second sister, the rain has stopped, Song Woonyang happily exclaimed. Song Chunhwa smiled and said, I know. Just as they were about to leave for the city, a heavy rain suddenly started again. Now that the rain had stopped, Song Woonyang eagerly asked Song Chunhwa to lead the horses and carriage. When they brought out the carriage, Song Woonyang had already packed her small water bottle and backpack, standing at the courtyard gate. Are you so happy? Song Chunhwa asked with a smile. Song Woonyang nodded hard. Her small braids swung with her movement, looking very cute. The muddy ground from the rain was a bit slippery, so they couldn't go too fast. They arrived just outside the city gate just before it closed. After entering the city, they headed straight to Ipin Workshop to deliver pigskin. Brother Song, come eat here. I'll ask the kitchen to prepare a few dishes, the shopkeeper said, trying to persuade them as usual. Song Chunhwa waved her hand to refuse as usual. The two chose a guest house nearby Chun Suifang's courtyard. After booking the room and resting briefly, they carried a basket full of items and headed toward Chun Suilon's courtyard. Big sister Suifang, Woonyang called loudly into the yard. Hearing the voice, Chun Suifang quickly opened the courtyard gate. The small dried fish your brother brought you, and the green bean cake we made a few days ago, Song Chunhwa handed over the basket. After dinner at the restaurant, the two sisters took Chun Suifang home and did not go shopping anymore. After a busy day, Woonyang was extremely tired. She went back to the inn, washed up, and went to sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, the two sisters headed to the pawnshop. The pawnshop clerk who had helped rent a house for Chun Suifang hurried to meet them. Half a month ago, Song Chunhwa had mentioned buying a house and asked him to keep an eye out. Today, early in the morning, the pawnshop clerk was waiting for Song Chunhwa. The first place was a two-courtyard house next to the pawnshop on the neighboring street. Second sister, grapes, Woonyang said happily, pointing at the grapevines in the courtyard. Under the grapevines, there were two rocking chairs and a small table for tea and snacks, looking very comfortable. The dentist immediately brought a chair, stepped on it, picked a bunch of grapes, and handed it to Sister Song Woo. This is what the owner said. You can look at the house and eat the grapes freely. Song Chunhwa thought to herself that the owner of this courtyard was quite generous. The dentist led the two sisters to look around. They saw the main hall, side rooms, courtyard, the decorative gate between inside and outside, the back main house, side rooms, and the rear courtyard, a standard two-entry residence. How is it? Are you satisfied? The dentist asked politely. Is there another house? Song Chunhwa asked with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. The dentist hurriedly replied. After a moment, they arrived at a second house. The neighbors around here are all scholars. The owner of this house is a successful candidate.
Wow, so many little fish.
Sister Song Woo pointed at the pond in the yard, where fish swam happily. The water in the pond was clear, and the fish moved leisurely. There was a fake mountain and a hexagonal pavilion beside the pond. The dentist continued leading the sisters toward the back courtyard, which was a three-entry yard. After looking around, the dentist smiled and bowed to ask, which one suits you both? Song Chunhwa smiled and asked Sister Songwoo, which one do you like? Sister Song Woo looked conflicted. I like the grape arbor in the first house. I also like the little fish in this one. Can we move the grape arbor from the first house to this one, or move the fish pond from this house to the first? She pointed to an empty spot in the yard and said with a smile, "Can we set up a grape arbor there?" Sister Song-woo nodded happily. Yes, yes. Let's choose this one, Song Chunhwa said. After deciding, the two sisters followed the dentist to sign the house sale agreement, which was registered with the government, and finally handed the key to Song Chunhwa. The dentist smiled and congratulated them. Congratulations on moving into the new place in Ingliang, Anjai Prefecture. They wouldn't stay in this house for now, so Song Chunhwa didn't have anyone clean it. Their main task in the city was completed, so next was shopping and eating. They wandered around for 2 days, and on the third day, the sisters headed home. Second sister, there seems to be a person lying ahead, Sister Song-woo said while sitting in the front carriage, pointing to the middle of the road. The carriage stopped, and the person lying in the middle of the road remained still. No one else was around. Please make way. Song Chunhwa called out to the person lying there. I called out 3 times, but there was no response. Go to the carriage, Song Chunhwa said to Song Woonyang. After Woonyang entered the carriage, Song Chunhwa picked up a large knife and jumped down from the cart. Please make way, Song Chunhwa said again. The person lying there still showed no reaction. She turned the person over with the back of her knife. It was a man with a full beard, his eyes closed. Song Chunhwa lifted the man and placed him by the roadside, so as not to block the cart. Thud! Gurgle! Several round muddy balls fell from the man's body, 2 of which rolled near Song Chunhwa's feet. She crouched down and picked up the 2, looking at the small fist-sized potatoes with sprouting eyes, and exclaimed in surprise. This was her first time seeing potatoes in this era. She thought potatoes hadn't appeared yet. She picked them up one by one, squeezing a soft, cooked one, then looked at the man with his eyes closed nearby. Could it be that he got poisoned by eating sprouted potatoes? She muttered. After checking his eyelids and mouth, she shook her head. No, it didn't seem so. Song Chunhwa's eyes sparkled at the sight of the potatoes. They were silver, and she swallowed hard. The thought of potato dishes appeared in her mind. Spicy and sour potato strips, potato pancakes, 3 delicacies with potatoes, potato noodles, beef stew with potatoes, and everyone's favorite, crispy golden fries. Give me those potatoes. I won't take them for nothing. I'm saving your life, she said, putting the potatoes into her bag. She placed her hand on the man's wrist, sending some energy into him. Feeling his pulse, she noticed it was stronger. She stood up, walked back to the cart, and jumped onto it. After driving about 10 meters, she pulled on the reins and turned the cart around. You're lucky. The cart returned to the man lying on the ground, and she lifted him and pushed him into the carriage. Song Woonyang kept glancing back now and then. Finally, she whispered to Song Chunhwa, "Is this big-bearded uncle coming home with us?" Song Chunhwa nodded, then said softly, "Don't tell anyone. We found uncle with the big beard on the road, okay?" "Okay." Woonyang nodded. She listened to her second sister. Whatever she said, she would do. First, they put the person on the cart, then helped Song Erxiang and Lu Er tidy up the storage room. Afterwards, they made a simple single bed with wooden planks. Song Erxiang brought a handful of straw from home and laid it on the bed, then covered it with a rough cloth sheet. Looking at the man that Song Chunhwa carried down from the cart, Song Erxiang and Lu were both surprised. They moved the person onto the bed and locked the door before explaining. This person fainted in the middle of the road. I felt sorry for him, so I brought him home. But I don't know who he is, whether he's a good or bad person, or if he can survive. He paused and continued. So, Uncle Erxiang, Uncle Lu, please don't tell anyone about this. They worked at the pig farm, earning a few taels of silver each year, which was enough to cover several years of wages. They also received a bonus once a month. Such a good job made others in the village very jealous. At this moment, the boss spoke, and they nodded without hesitation. Before leaving, Song Chunhwa pointed to the storage room. You don't need to worry about this person. I will come back for him later. That evening after dinner, Song Chunhwa checked on the person. Seeing he was still not awake, She placed water beside the bed, didn't stay long, locked the door, and left. Second sister, what is this? Song Woonyang pointed at a small piece of potato. Song Chunhwa looked around and then used her finger to point at a sprout. Song Woonyang got very excited. She thought her sister was sharing a secret, a special secret between them. It fell from Uncle Big Beard, Song Chunhwa said, pointing at the sprout. Woonyang's eyes widened and she whispered, "Won't Uncle Big Beard be angry?"
It's okay.
"I traded something with him," Chunhwa replied. Although Woonyang didn't know how her unconscious Uncle Big Beard was traded, she trusted her sister unconditionally. "Let's plant together," Song Chunhwa said with a smile. After planting the potatoes, Song Chunhwa went back to the pig farm. "Don't you remember?" "You don't remember anything?" she asked the big-bearded man across from her. When she entered, she saw he was awake. She took out the potatoes and asked directly where he came from. But the man said he didn't remember anything. Really, isn't not remembering anything a line that a time traveler like her would use? Finally, Song Chunhwa asked, "Do you remember your name?" "Where are you from?" He replied, "I don't remember." "Do you know how you got hurt?" The bearded man shook his head like before, saying, "I don't remember." Looking into his clear eyes, it seemed he truly couldn't remember. If he weren't an actor, Song Chunhwa would conclude that. It was getting dark, and it wasn't good to let him leave, so she said, "Leave early tomorrow morning." She took out 2 meat pies from her pocket and handed them over. When leaving, Song Chunhwa was about to lock the door as usual, but since he would leave in the morning and she was worried about her own matters, plus he might need to use the bathroom after waking up, she decided not to lock it. The next day, Song Chunhwa went to check on the pig farm as usual. At the gate, she saw the bearded man carrying a pig weighing over 200 jin, a live pig, and he looked very relaxed. Well, she could carry pigs too, but she had a plant-based power. This man was definitely very strong. Strong and forgetful, he seemed like a perfect guardian. He might even know martial arts, which could make him a martial arts master. Then the whole family could learn some self-defense moves. Thinking this through, she saw him put down the pig and quickly went over. Song Chunhwa asked directly, "Do you want to stay?" The bearded man thought for a moment and nodded. Seeing his agreement, Song Chunhwa immediately said, "From now on, you'll be responsible for protecting our family." You don't need to do that for now. Do you remember any martial arts skills?" The man hesitated and shook his head. All right, Song Chunhwa was already regretting her decision. After a pause, she smiled and said to the person across from her, "Take your time to think about it. Let me know if you remember. For now, work at the pig farm. If anything comes up, I'll call you." He nodded. At dawn, Song Erxiang rushed into the yard, panting heavily. "The pig farm. 7 or 8 people," he said breathlessly. 7 or 8 people? Song Chunhwa asked in confusion. "Thieves," Song Erxiang explained. "Did bearded man do it?" Song Chunhwa guessed. Although Song Erxiang and Lu Er were strong, they couldn't fight 7 or 8 people, especially since they took turns on night duty, and one person alone was impossible. He nodded forcefully. "Go call the village chief," Song Chunhwa told Song Sanlang, who had the day off. Before entering the yard, they heard voices of people groaning in pain. Lu Er and the big bearded man were chopping pig feed outside the pig pen. Lu Er kept glancing toward the sound of someone crying out. The big bearded man was focused on chopping the feed, as if he hadn't heard anything. When Lu Er saw Song Chunhwa arrive, he hurried over. The 5 people, with their hands tied, were scattered along the pigpen corridor. 2 of them were lying near the manure pit, and another was lying at the foot of the wall. Song Chunhwa glanced at the tied-up people, then walked over to the big bearded man. "You're the one who tied them," the big bearded man nodded. Song Chunhwa beckoned him to follow her. They reached the storage room. Song Chunhwa suddenly threw a punch, but the big bearded man's quick reflexes easily blocked her attack. She tried 3 different moves, but he blocked all of them. "Come to my house early tomorrow morning," Song Chunhwa said to the confused big bearded man, then turned and headed toward the pigpen. At this moment, Song Sanlang had already arrived with Qinjinghe. Song Erxiang was explaining what had happened. On the way here, Song Chunhua told him to downplay the big bearded man's role. Chun Jinghe saw Song Chunhua approaching and asked, "Chunhua, what are you going to do? Report to the authorities?" She replied simply. Suddenly, a man shouted to Chun Jinghe from near the pig pen, "Help!" Chun Jinghe froze, having only glanced at the people lying on the ground without paying much attention. Now he looked at the man shouting, "Wu Debao!" He looked at him with disbelief. Wu Debao proudly said to the people nearby, "It's fine. This is my older brother. He rules this village." He then turned to Lu Er and said, "Let me go," with a look of confidence. "Shut up," Chun Jinghe yelled, his face turning red with anger. "Oh, mother! Come quick and see." Wu Debao started shouting. Before he finished, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. The big bearded man, seeing everyone looking at him, said calmly, "It's too noisy." The others, who were about to shout along with Wu Debao, immediately closed their mouths. Chun Jinghe turned around, looking serious, and said to Song Chunhua, "Chunhua, about reporting to the authorities. Village chief, I don't want to report either. But if we just let this go, everyone in the 10 or so villages will come to look at this pig farm," Song Chunhua said, emphasizing her words. Because Song Dalong passed the imperial exam and from the last time he went into the mountains to find someone, seeing Song Chunhua's skills and the occasional meat and cake she sent, Chun Jinghe couldn't treat her like other villagers. He sighed and spoke with a pleading tone, "Can you please forgive them this time, for my sake?" After saying this, he immediately promised confidently, "Don't worry, if they come again, whatever you say, I will do." He wanted to stay in the village for a long time, so the village head couldn't refuse. Besides, dealing with these people without going to the officials was not easy, so he nodded. Chun Jinghe, who owed Song Chunhua a favor, had helped her a lot when she bought the land for her house. That's a story for later. After being loosened, they quickly ran out of the yard. Some of them stumbled and fell into the pig manure ditch, not caring about the mud on their bodies, and got up to run again. Outside the village gate, a few men cursed Wu Debao. "You still say their pig farm only has one person at night, claiming he's just a farmer. Last night, they had just entered the yard and were knocked out before they could see clearly. When they woke up, they were next to the pigsty and the manure pit." Thinking of this, they felt chills. Wu Debao explained, "I really didn't lie to you. Have you ever seen a farmer knock down all 8 of us at once?" A thin, skeptical man said, and others nodded in agreement. Wu Debao, feeling unfair, shouted, "No matter what, if it weren't for me today, you'd all be in trouble with the officials." A tall man kicked him. Last night, he couldn't beat that person, but he could handle Wu Debao. Wu Debao fell to the ground. "Do you still have the nerve to say that? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here." They had to pass through a mountain trail to go back. A braver man shouted around, "Who? Come out here." As soon as he finished, stones rained down like a storm, and the branches and grass on both sides shook and rustled, creating a strange sound. "Ghost! There are ghosts!" Someone screamed. Frightened, they ran wildly. They only recovered after lying at home for 3 days. Song Chunhua watched them run away, then turned and headed into the deep mountains. The next morning, at the Song family, except for Song Luleng, the others stood in the yard. "Go up and hit him." Song Chunhua pointed her chin at Song Yongquan. "Ah, no. What if he gets hurt?" Although he said so, there was a faint look of excitement in his eyes. "You don't have to take responsibility if you get hurt." Song Yongquan raised his stick with all his strength and charged at the big man with a beard, shouting confidently. But before he finished shouting "ha," he immediately changed to a scream of awe. Everyone except Song Chunhua was stunned by what just happened. Song Wunyang covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Song Yongquan was lying on the ground. "Oh, my back. Oh, oh." Ignoring Song Yongchuan's screams on the ground, Song Chunhua said to a few people, "From now on, he will be your martial arts teacher." When she said this, the master and apprentices looked confused. The big man with the beard walked up to Song Chunhua. "I don't know how. Remember what you can, forget what you can't, and if you forget, just fall down." Song Chunhua pointed at Song Yongquan lying on the ground. She paused and added, Don't hurt him too badly. Over the next 4 days, the Song siblings' faces were swollen and bruised. On the fifth morning, when Song Chunhwa returned from a walk around the mountain, she saw the big man leading a few people practicing boxing in the yard. Having survived the apocalypse, Song Chunhwa watched the big man's fierce boxing moves, squinting her eyes. He was tough. Definitely, for survival. After finishing, the big man looked excited and came over to Song Chunhwa. I remembered a set of boxing. Congratulations. Song Chunhwa replied simply. Except for the eldest brother, who practices at the usual time, everyone else will add an extra hour of practice each day, she instructed. In the afternoon, while packing soap in the workshop, she checked the inventory. There were 16,000 blocks of soap stored. She also calculated the time for Song Dali's courtyard trial and decided to visit Qinghe Prefecture again in the coming days. The heavy city gate slowly opened as the winding drawbridge turned. Farmers carrying baskets of fresh vegetables, students in blue robes reading books, merchants with donkey or mule carts, and townspeople shopping all lined up to enter. A woman in rough cloth dress held 2 letters in one hand and a copper coin in the other. Just deliver these 2 letters? Song Chunhwa nodded. The woman looked at the copper coin with joy and promised, Young master, rest assured, I will deliver them immediately. Inside the Qingxiang pavilion, a few shop assistants were cleaning the store. The woman held a letter in her hand. When she entered the shop and smelled the nice fragrance, she looked at the carved wooden beams and felt nervous. She clenched her clothes to calm down. The shop assistant glanced at her. Seeing her simple clothes, he continued working without much interest. Excuse me, is the shopkeeper here? The woman asked nervously, approaching a young worker. The worker looked at her rough clothes again and decided she was not a special guest or a servant of a guest. He said impatiently, Our shopkeeper doesn't see just anyone. The woman, already nervous, stammered more. I have a letter to give. The worker interrupted impatiently. Just give it to me. She quickly handed over the letter and then ran out of the shop. The worker looked at the letter, then tucked it inside his clothes. After leaving the shop, the woman went to a tree near the rouge shop and hesitated. The shopkeeper saw her and came out smiling. Sister-in-law, do you want to buy something? Come in and take a look. She waved her hand quickly. I don't want to buy anything. No problem. Just come in and look, the shopkeeper said with a smile, guiding her inside. I'm here to deliver a letter, she said hurriedly, handing over the letter. A young man asked me to give it to you. The shopkeeper opened the letter suspiciously, but didn't read the words. His eyes lit up, and he said quickly, Is he the young man with big eyes and a dimple when he smiles? He took out 20 copper coins and handed them to her. Sister-in-law, have some tea. After sending her away, the shopkeeper turned to his assistant and said, Hurry and prepare the carriage. He went to the counter, counted the silver notes and coins, and put everything into his pocket. Then he told another worker inside, Tell the young master to send 2,000 taels quickly. Song Chunhwa finished her meat pie, patted her hands, and jumped off the carriage. When the carriage stopped, the shopkeeper from the rouge shop immediately got off and bowed to Song Chunhwa. Shopkeeper, business seems good lately, she said with a smile, noticing his cheerful face. Thanks to you, she asked straightforwardly. How much are you planning to prepare this time? 10,000. The shopkeeper immediately raised a finger, without hesitation. 5,000 coins each for regular soap and for poria and mugwort soap. Okay, Song Chunhwa cheerfully agreed. Is that the price? Cash only, same as usual. Hearing this, the shopkeeper's smile grew even brighter. He quickly handed over the prepared silver. Come with me. Song Chunhwa led the others toward the back room. In one day, Song Chunhwa sold a total of 58,000 pieces of soap. The 10 rouge shops that received messages, except for Ningxiang Pavilion, all came over. A few days later, the shopkeeper of Ningxiang Pavilion learned that the city's competitors were selling soap hotly. After some investigation, he found out it was the young man who delivered the goods, who had sent messages to all the rouge shops they had previously cooperated with. Back at the shop, after some questioning, they learned the full story. When they arrived at the designated place, Song Chunhwa had already left. Once back at the shop, They immediately dismissed the young servant who had received the message that day. Less than a month after returning from Qinghe Prefecture, it was time for Song Daoyang's exam. Like last time, the 5 siblings went together to the city. After washing the dishes, Song Yongquan walked over to where Song Chunhua was in the yard. "What if no one cooks for you when you go to the city? Should I go cook for you and your siblings?" "It's fine, we'll eat at the restaurant. That would waste a lot of money." "No problem, we have money." Hearing this, the siblings practicing martial arts in the yard couldn't help but smile. "Why is he going?" Song Yongquan pointed at the bearded man. "He's useful," Song Chunhua replied simply. Song Yongquan was caught off guard. Does that mean he's useless and not as good as an outsider? But he didn't dare to cause trouble, so he lowered his head and quietly walked away. This time, they didn't stay at an inn. The siblings headed straight to their own courtyard. "Welcome to our new home." Song Chunhua pushed open the door. The 3 brothers' eyes widened. "Second sister, this is our home." Song Chunhua smiled and nodded. "Go choose your rooms." "Third brother, can I still share a room with you?" Song Xiling asked Song Xiling. Song Wunyang also immediately said to Song Chunhua, "Second sister, I want to keep sharing a room with you." With both agreeing, the twin siblings jumped up happily. Song Wunyang cheerfully said to Song Xiling, "Fourth brother, I'll take you to see the fish." "There are so many." "First, choose your room." Song Chunhua smiled and shouted, "Wait a moment, I'll watch again." The group began cleaning the yard, mainly tidying up the house where they had been staying recently. They planned to clean the rest of the area gradually later. They had already bought all the bedding and other daily supplies during their previous visits to the city. On the 3rd day in the city, the first day of the exam at the official testing grounds, they prepared food and then headed together to the exam site. At the entrance of the exam hall, a row of officials stood, about 50 in total. In the middle there were more than 10 soldiers. The officials and soldiers held their waist swords, looking serious. Like the county and academy exams, the candidates stood in 6 rows. In front of each row was a small table, with 2 officials and 2 officials standing behind each table. The officials checked the candidates against the attendance list, while the officials checked the food brought by the candidates. After the first check, 2 people would take each candidate into a room to remove their clothes and check for any cheating items, making sure nothing illegal was hidden. Another official would call out the candidates' number to lead them to their assigned spot. Once all the candidates entered, the main gate slowly closed and was locked. The exam then began. Family members who came to see the exam gradually left, though some stayed outside waiting. Song Chunhua led her younger brother and sister home to study and practice martial arts. She herself lay on a custom sofa inside, reading her comic books. As the exam time approached, the 3 siblings hurried to the exam hall. Many family members of the candidates had already gathered in front of the exam hall. As the hall slowly opened, the candidates started coming out one after another. "Big brother!" The twins shouted and ran over. "Big brother, you smell bad." Song Wunyang covered her nose. Big brother Song Daoyang looked a bit embarrassed and took a step back. Wunyang stepped forward, took his right hand gently and said softly, "Big brother, I like your smell too." "I like it too." Little follower Song Xiling quickly agreed. Song Chunhua smiled and asked, "Did you get the feces sign?" Big brother Song Daoyang nodded helplessly. Wunyang asked innocently, "What does feces sign mean?" Song Xiling, who had been to school and heard about exams, explained straightforwardly but correctly. "It means sitting next to the toilet." "Big brother, do you also eat near the toilet?" Wunyang looked up seriously. Big brother Song Daoyang nodded helplessly again. The group originally planned to call Chen Suifang and go straight to the restaurant, but they had to go back home first. Since they were home, they decided to eat there. They had rice, flour, grains, oil, dried fish, dried meat, and dried sausages. They only needed to buy a little fresh meat and some fresh vegetables. So Song Chunhua took Song Wunyang to call Chen Suilong, Song Sanlang took Song Xiling to buy vegetables, and Song Dalong went home to take a bath. When they arrived home, Song Sanlang was chopping vegetables, Song Xiling was washing vegetables, and Song Dalong was changing out of his clothes. Everyone was busy, and soon they sat down to eat. Chen Suilong saw the big bearded man for the first time and was surprised by his full beard. In the end, She learned he was the martial arts master of Song Chunhwa's family, and she kept her distance from him. The provincial exam was different from the county exam. The first exam results were not announced, and no one was eliminated. The second round was scheduled for the next day. The next day, the family went together to the examination hall. When the exam doors closed, Woonyang asked a long-held question: "Is Big Brother also taking the feces exam today?" When they left the exam hall in the afternoon, the candidates walked out side by side. No one was within a meter of Song Dalong. One candidate pointed at Song Dalong and said, "This guy is so unlucky. He was assigned to the feces group. He probably has no hope." Woonyang ran up to the candidate and, with her hands on her hips and head held high, said, "My big brother is not unlucky. My second sister said feces means talent, the talent of the mind. My big brother will definitely pass." She spoke confidently and proudly. Song Dalong, feeling playful, said, "Then I'll share some talent with you, big brother." Woonyang covered her mouth and pointed at Song Sanlang. "Give some to Sanlang. He will take the county exam soon." Song Sanlang deliberately glared at Woonyang. 3 days later, the results were announced. During these 3 days, the Song family read books, practiced martial arts, and occasionally went out for a walk. They weren't too worried about whether they passed or not. If they succeeded, they would be happy. If not, they would try again next year. But on the day of the results, the whole family became nervous. At dawn, they arrived outside the exam hall. The list was already crowded with people. Only the top 5% of 2,000 candidates were selected, which meant only the top 100. When most people had left, the Song siblings pushed forward to see the list. The task of reading the list was still done by the twin brother and sister, each sitting on the shoulders of Song Dalong and Song Sanlang. First place, Lin Hongjong. Second place, Zhang Jin. Third place. Their voices echoed together. After reaching the 50th place, Song Dalong looked nervous. Song Chunhwa had already seen the last 10 names and suddenly spotted Song Dalong's name. She quickly signaled her twin siblings to look.
Ah,
Song Woonyang cheered excitedly. Big brother, I see your name." Both shouted together. 96th place, Song Ja. Hearing his name, Song Dalong relaxed completely. Big brother, you're a scholar now, right?" Song Woonyang said excitedly. "Yes," nodded Song Dalong shyly.
"Wow.
My big brother is a scholar. My big brother is a scholar." The twins cheered happily. Suddenly, a figure ran over. During this time, they practiced boxing every day. The siblings quickly moved aside, but some others around weren't so lucky and were bumped over. "Stop right there. You. How many times have you taken the exam?" A strong voice shouted. Dad, please don't make me take the exam anymore. I'll do anything else," a voice begged. "Stop right there." No noise in front of the list. A guard noticed the commotion and shouted loudly. The chase finally stopped. Tomorrow, Song Dalong had to go to the official exam to write his personal statement. The family went together to buy new clothes for the exam at the tailor shop. Dad, you only have one son. If you beat me to death, no one will send you off when you die." After dinner, the siblings sat in the yard, talking near the wall, when they heard a familiar voice from next door. "I'll beat you to death, and have another one. You can have more, but Mother can't have more." Mother. Dad is looking for someone else to have a son." Then a woman's voice came. "Goodness, Ju Yud, you want to have a son with someone else?" "Just wait and see, madam." "Madam, I only have you in my heart." After a chaotic scene, everything finally quieted down next door. Song Chunhwa looked at the low wall, thinking it needed to be higher and thicker. The next day, after filling out the personal statement, the family headed home. Not long after arriving, 2 congratulatory guards came. When they reached the village entrance, the villagers became nervous upon seeing the officials. One officer loudly asked, "Where is Mr. Song Jishui's house?" A brave man quickly ran over, pointing in a direction. "Go straight from here, then turn left, and go straight for 2 miles. Lead the way," the officer said to the man. "Yes, sir." the man replied, bowing slightly. The officer walked a few meters and some villagers at the entrance started talking. Did the officer just say that Mr. Song Jishwai is here? One woman asked. It seems so. Oh wow, our village has a scholar now. Maybe the Song family's ancestors are lucky. Let's go see for ourselves, someone said, and a few villagers hurriedly ran towards Song Chunwa's house. The officials had to pass through fields on both sides. The farmers working in the rice paddies saw the officials and didn't dare approach, stopping the villagers behind them. Where are you going, officers? Is there something wrong in the village? Before the woman could speak, another woman shouted, Our village has a new scholar. Songja passed the exam. Hearing this, a man's eyes widened. Really? Of course, it's true, another woman confirmed. Farmers in the fields also hurried over. Along the way, villagers, hearing the news, joined the group heading to Song's house to share the joy. At Chinjinghe's home, upon hearing the news, he quickly put down his work and rushed to Song's house. Little children in the village, before the officials arrived, went to Song Chunwa's house to share the good news. Song Dongmei and others working at the Song house hurriedly tidied up the yard, even though it was already clean. Song Chunwa's siblings prepared tea, candies, snacks, and money as gifts. Third brother Song Zhe, is now a scholar. The officials came to tell us. A man from the village, panting from running, said to Song Yongquan, who was chopping wood, with a flattering tone. Song Yongquan enjoyed the flattery but pretended to be indifferent, waving his hand. It's nothing. I already knew yesterday. After the man left, Song Yongquan threw down his knife, ran home, then turned back to pick up the knife again. He had lost it, and his unfilial daughter would make him chop wood with his bare hands otherwise. He muttered softly in his mouth, I am your father. Such an important matter. You didn't tell me. Do you even respect your father? When he got home, the messenger hadn't arrived yet. He quickly rushed into the house and changed into the newest, most decent clothes. The messenger and a large group of people arrived at the gate of the Song family courtyard. Song Yongquan immediately ran to the messenger and said, Please come inside. Sir, he introduced himself. I am Song's father. The messenger, hearing he was the father of the young scholar, smiled and kept congratulating him several times. Hearing this, Song Yongquan felt very proud. This was an official, and the official was congratulating him. He quickly calmed himself, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, Congratulations, congratulations. The villagers who followed in also entered the courtyard. Song Dongmei and the others were already very nervous. They held their tea, trembling. Song Chunhua hurriedly signaled to Song Sanlang to take it. Official, thank you for your hard work. Please have some tea. Song Chunhua also handed over a red envelope. The official quietly weighed the envelope, which was about 1 or 2 coins. He looked pleased, thinking that coming to report good news in this rural household, he would probably get only a few dozen coins. Holding the red paper, the official opened it and loudly read, Congratulations to Lord Songja. Reporter, Zhang Lu and Lu Jing from Baihua County Office. After finishing, he congratulated again. Since he still had a long way to go back, he didn't stay long and left. As soon as the official left, the villagers hurried to congratulate him. Congratulations. Congratulations. I always said Song Daliang was a talented scholar. He's sure to become a top scholar someday. Here, have some candy. The Song siblings handed each person who came to congratulate a piece of candy or cake. The villagers kept congratulating him, one after another. Song Yongquan stood straight, feeling very proud inside, with a calm expression on his face. Until Song Siling said, Father, you haven't finished chopping firewood today. At this moment, Song Yongquan really wanted to scold this unfilial son to death. He had never enjoyed so much praise in his life. Why couldn't he enjoy it a little longer? He wanted to put on an elder's attitude and say something important. His back trembled, and he quickly picked up the axe he had thrown in the corner. It's just a scholar. I'm going to chop firewood first. Song Yongquan said calmly. The villagers admired him and whispered, Looks like he really might become top scholar. Look, even his father doesn't care. He's a scholar's father. Yes, and look at Song's siblings. They're all so calm. Oh wow, The Song family is quite something. Because of Song Yongchuan's confident attitude, the villagers thought that Song Chunhua's family would be impressive in the future. Not long after the provincial exam, the county exam was held this year. This time, Song Chunhua and Song Daliang accompanied Song Sanling to the county. Standing outside the exam hall, Song Sanling felt very different this time. Last time, he was just accompanying his older brother. Now, he was taking the exam himself. As he hurried into the hall, Song Chunhua reminded him, "Do your best and don't think about the consequences." Song Sanling nodded. After sending him off, Song Chunhua and Song Daliang returned to the inn. One studied quietly, the other read comics, each in their own room. After 4 exams, Song Sanling passed safely each time. When the 3 of them got home, they saw someone squatting at the gate. When the carriage approached, the man stood up. Song Chunhua glanced and remembered it was Song Dongmei's ex-husband, Lu Da. Hearing the carriage, Song Dongmei came out. Lu Da, who had been arrogant when Song Chunhua first saw him, now tried to flatter her. "Dongmei, I was wrong. I've been thinking about you these past 2 years." Song Dongmei pushed him away impatiently. "Go away. Get lost." Seeing this, Song Daliang and Song Sanling looked confused, and Song Chunhua said, "He's the father of the 3 sisters." Their eyes immediately turned cold. Lu Da grabbed Song Dongmei's hand. Song Sanling jumped down and pushed him away. He staggered and fell on his backside. Song Dongmei warned him, "Lu Da, if you don't leave now, I'll have my brother beat you up." With a thud, Lu Da knelt down. "Dongmei, I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once." He was about to grab Song Dongmei again, but was slapped away. "Lu Da, do you have any shame? If you don't leave, you'll see if I hit you or not." Song Erxiang rushed over. "This is my own second uncle." Lu Da shrank back, but thinking about his own situation, he continued crying and pleading with Song Dongmei, "Please forgive me for the sake of Big and I, Air and I, and San and I. They can't be without a father. We can live without a father." Dai and I said expressionlessly, "And you're not our father anymore. You. Lu Da was so angry he couldn't speak. "Let's test how well the boxing practices worked," Song Chunhua said to Song Daliang and Song Sanling. The 2 brothers immediately understood and went over to Lu Da. "Help.
Save me."
"Stop." Lu Da curled up on the ground, begging for mercy. Song Chunhua signaled for them to stop. Lu Da, with a swollen face, looked at Song Dongmei and said, "Dongmei, I was wrong." After many years of marriage, seeing Lu Da like this, she still felt a little soft-hearted. Da and I quickly shouted. Song Dongmei woke up, looked at her daughter, and remembered that her own softness had caused her and her daughter to suffer for many years. Her expression changed immediately, and she said firmly, "Get out of here." Her tone was completely without softness. "Do you still want to be beaten?" Song Erxiang raised his right hand, looking ready to hit someone. I'm leaving." Lu Da hurriedly got up, almost stumbling and falling again. "Big sister, you can't be soft-hearted. He now has no one to support him, so he's only thinking of you." Song Erxiang said bluntly, "I've checked. That old woman Jiang took the 25 taels of silver and stole it that very night. Widow Zhao gave birth to a daughter, and she argued with Jiang at home every day. She secretly sold a few acres of land and then ran away with her daughter." He warned seriously, "Big sister, you must not be soft-hearted. You're saying that, but which woman doesn't need a man?" All these men have bowed their heads, almost giving in. A passing old woman interrupted. Another old woman echoed, Exactly. You're talking nonsense. Why don't you send your daughter?" Song Erxiang retorted without hesitation. "How can you talk like that?" the old woman scolded, crossing her arms. Song Eugene came over and scolded Song Erxiang. Seeing the others being scolded, the old women became even more proud. After finishing scolding Song Erxiang, Song Eugene spoke, "Our family's matters don't need your concern." 2 women argued badly, and one of them angrily said to Song Erxiang, "No son, no husband. What will she do when she gets old?" "You." Song Eugene grabbed Song Erxiang, who was about to hit her. Song Chunhua chuckled softly and used her plant powers. Suddenly, weeds on the ground wrapped around the two women.
Ah,
My waist. Ouch. Song Erxiong pointed at the two women who were falling and laughed loudly. The others also couldn't help but smile. Song Dongmei, who had just been hurt by the words, also tried to smile. The next day, Lu De didn't come again. After dinner, Song Dongmei and Song Chunhua bathed Song Luling in the study. Looking at Song Dongmei hesitantly, Song Chunhua asked, "Big sister, what's wrong? Do you want to talk to me?" "It's nothing." Song Dongmei hurriedly washed Song Luling. After dressing him, Song Dongmei couldn't help but ask, "Should I go back? Do you want to go back?" Song Chunhua replied with a smile. After a while, Song Dongmei shook her head. She paused and softly said, "But women ultimately need a man. The three sisters, Danny and the others, will eventually need a father. How will a mother who is divorced find someone? Can you really rely on a man?" Song Chunhua asked calmly. "Children always need a father." Song Chunhua smiled but said no more. This was a question Song Dongmei needed to figure out herself. Although Song Dongmei hesitated, she ultimately decided not to go back. Ludo was beaten a few times and didn't dare to come again. Winter arrived. This was the third winter since Song Chunhua came to this era. One day, as usual, she went for a walk when suddenly her energy bar vibrated. "What's going on?" After a few shakes, a faint white mist dispersed, revealing two large patches of fertile black land in space. The energy bar showed a value of 1. After a long time, Song Chunhua tried throwing in some emergency vegetables like coriander seeds, garlic, and radish seedlings onto the black soil. In less than half a day, tender sprouts broke through the ground. "This speed is just too fast." Song Chunhua took out seeds of eggplant, winter melon, pumpkin, long beans, peas, and soybeans, and threw them into the black soil. The next day, all the seeds sprouted tender shoots. Well, 2 years of stored energy turned into this. It's pretty good for the end of the world, but in this lush, green environment, it seems to have little use. Wait a moment, could it be that they want to send her back to the end of the world? Thinking of this, Song Chunhua quickly ran to a place with many trees, using her energy to absorb plant power. Her space bag already stored a lot of food. The next day, she cleared out 2 grain shops, which made her feel at ease. In the following 3 days, Song Chunhua spent little time in the workshop, mostly staying around the mountain's edge. Once her energy reached 5, she entered the deep mountains. She stayed there for several days, constantly absorbing energy, until the black soil was full and grew plants and vegetables covering 2 square meters, and her space bag was filled with enough food for a lifetime. Her energy reached 20. Confident, Song Chunhua shouted toward the deep mountains, "Just go back." Every 5 days, Song Chunhua harvested vegetables and herbs planted in the black soil. The vegetables had accumulated enough, and since it was out of season, she didn't take them out. The black soil was mainly used to grow medicinal herbs. Over the past 2 years, she dug up ginseng, lingji mushrooms, and seeds, planting them all in the black soil. Now there were about 100 ginseng and lingji plants. In winter, the first snow fell. Song Chunhua carried a big pig's hoof, Song Wunyang led the wobbly Song Luling, and Da Huang ran far and then immediately came back. The 3 of them and the dog headed toward their grandmother's house. In the kitchen, Granny and Zhao were busy, while Shun's wife sat with her big belly near the stove. Seeing the 3 siblings from the Song family busy, they all stood up. "Come quickly and have a bowl of tofu pudding." Granny picked up a bowl from the stove. Song Chunhua handed over the pig's hoof. Granny scolded with a smile. "Why bring another one here again? Anyway, it's at home." "I'm just exchanging it for your tofu and tofu pudding," Song Chunhua said happily. "Grandma still wants some." Song Luling raised his bowl and handed it to Granny. "You can't eat more, or your tummy will feel uncomfortable." Wunyang pointed at Liulong's round belly. "Don't let my tummy feel uncomfortable." Luling hurriedly covered his stomach. Seeing this, everyone in the kitchen burst into laughter. Granny glanced at her daughter-in-law's belly, her eyes softening. "Time is getting late, and soon it will be time for dinner." Carrying tofu, the 3 of us and a dog walk home. The family is preparing to eat dinner when Annie rushes into the yard. Her hands trembling, she stammers. Go to the town. Dr. Hong said we need to go to the town. Big brother, quickly get the horse-drawn cart. Song Chunhua immediately tells Song Dalong. She walks to Auntie and softly asks, "What's wrong?" Sufin fell and got hurt. She's bleeding. Don't worry. It's okay. Song Chunhua comforts her. At this moment, Song Dalong has already prepared the cart. Song Chunhua quickly helps Song Shi into the cart. The house smells of blood. The pregnant woman lies weakly on the bed, muttering softly. Zhao He tightly holds Shin Sufin's hand. They lift her onto the cart with a blanket. Dr. Hong instructs, "Go to Heshuan Pharmacy." Song Dalong drives the cart, with Song Chunhua sitting beside him. Zhao He and Auntie stay inside the cart. Halfway there, Zhao He suddenly cries out. Song Chunhua immediately climbs into the cart. Shin Sufin has lost consciousness. Song Chunhua quickly soothes her. "Don't worry, it's definitely fine. We'll be there soon." She calmly feels her pulse and sends energy into her. Seeing her pulse strengthen, Song Chunhua immediately releases her hand. Auntie murmurs, "It's definitely fine, it's definitely fine." She kneels and prays, "Please, Bodhisattva, protect us. Please, Bodhisattva, protect us." She bows her head after each prayer. Soon, Shen Sufin slowly wakes up. Mother and child are overjoyed. Annie bows her head 3 times heavily. "Thank you, Bodhisattva, for your protection. Thank you, Bodhisattva, for your protection. Thank you, Bodhisattva, for your protection." This is incredible. The doctor feels Shin Sufin's pulse, looking amazed. Auntie Song is very anxious and asks quickly, "Doctor, is my daughter-in-law and grandson okay?" Zhao He also gestures anxiously nearby. The doctor smiles and says, "They're fine. Both the adult and the child are safe." Hearing this, Auntie Song, Zhao He, and Shin Sufin all relax. The doctor continues lost in his own thoughts, shaking his head and muttering, "It shouldn't be possible, really." The doctor once again placed his hand on Shin Sufin's wrist, looking surprised. "How can that be impossible?" Grandma Song asked worriedly. It's fine. Just wait to hold your grandson," the doctor said with a smile. "I'll prescribe some medicine to help her recover. Just boil and drink it at home." "Thank you, doctor," Grandma Song said gratefully. Then she asked nervously, "Are you really sure? She lost a lot of blood and fainted on the way here." The doctor waved his hand. "It's okay," the shop assistant nearby said. "With such heavy bleeding in your family, it's amazing that everyone is fine, adults and children alike. I've never seen anything like this before." The doctor couldn't help but ask, "Did you feed her anything special or do anything unusual, like acupuncture or injections?" "That's strange." The doctor shook his head again. After a moment, the doctor signaled the shop assistant to hand over the medicine and said to Grandma Song, "You are very lucky. Go home and take good care of her." Definitely. When we get home, I'll make her lie down and not let her do anything," Song said. The doctor disagreed. Lying down all the time isn't good either. Once she's better, she should walk around a little each day. Grandma Song and Zhao nodded quickly. At the gate of the courtyard, before the carriage stopped, Song Eugene hurried over. "Are you okay? Are you all right?" Song Dalong was sitting in front, driving the carriage, and quickly responded. Hearing this, Song Eugene let out a heavy sigh. They carefully carried Shin Sufin into the house with a quilt. Zhao hurried to the kitchen with the medicine. Grandma Song burst into tears, crying loudly at her brother. Song Eugene hurried to comfort her. "It's okay now. Why are you crying?" I thought, Song said, choked with sobs. "Don't think like that. It's really fine now." Grandma Song wiped her tears. "I'm going to the temple tomorrow to thank the Bodhisattva. I'll go with you," Song Eugene said. Grandma Song rarely refused and nodded. Song Chunhua nearby said, "I'm free tomorrow. I'll go with you." "No need, it's too much trouble. Today you and Dalong have already helped us a lot," Grandma Song replied. "It's no trouble. I also want to visit the temple and pray," Song Chunhua said. A few years ago, Song Chunhua planned to visit Fuqing again, both to deliver goods and to meet Chen Suifeng. Let's go. Let's go. Chen Suifeng jumped onto the carriage, carrying 2 large bundles. Suddenly, someone approached the side of the carriage. Who are you? Song Chunhua asked the man in front, who was carrying luggage on his back, chest and arms. The man looked gentle and was of average height. Before he could answer, Chen Suifeng climbed out of the carriage. What do you want? I brought this for you, the man said, handing over a bag. I don't want it. Song Chunhua looked at him with a curious expression. Suifeng, you should take it. Hearing this, Song Chunhua raised her eyebrows, looking eager to see what would happen. Chen Suifeng's cheeks turned red, and she harshly said to the boyish man, Zhu Xiaohua, take this thing back. I won't. Either you take it back or I go with you. You're so shameless. Chen Suifeng scolded, but her voice sounded a little playful. She then said to Song Chunhua, Chunhua, let's go. Zhu Xiaohua quickly said, Suifeng, after the new year, can I ask my parents to come to your house to ask for your hand? That's your business. Why are you asking me? Chen Suifeng replied, then angrily climbed back into the carriage.
She's gone now.
Come out. Song Chunhua called cheerfully into the carriage. Soon after, Chen Suifeng looked down and crawled out. Tell me everything. Tell what? Tell me about Zhu Xiaohua, Song Chunhua teased with a smile. Chen Suifeng's face turned even redder. What do you mean, my family? That's not true. It's my family, Song Chunhua joked. It's my neighbor. Chen Suifeng looked surprised. Just as Zhu Xiaohua spoke, Song Chunhua recognized it immediately. Tell me how you met and fell in love. We didn't fall in love. Chen Suifeng's face reddened even more. Okay, then tell me how you met. Chen Suifeng lowered her head, fiddling with a handkerchief, shyly saying, One time, I went to your house to feed the fish. He climbed over the wall, and I thought he was a thief, so I scolded him. Later, once I went to the pork stall to buy small intestines, I ran into him. He then followed me and kept talking to me. After that, I kept meeting him at the pork stall every day, and gradually we became familiar. When she reached this point, Chen Suifeng refused to say more and quickly went back into the carriage. The next day, Little Horn excitedly ran to Song Chunhua's house. Big Sister Chunhua. Big Sister Chunhua. Little Horn couldn't hide her excitement when she saw Song Chunhua. He's here. He brought lots of things. Song Dongmei led Song Lulang out of the house, smiling as she asked, Little Horn, who's here? My brother-in-law. Little Horn puffed out her chest, her voice bright and clear like popping beans. Your brother-in-law? Song Dongmei looked puzzled. Yes, my brother-in-law and his father and mother and the matchmaker too. Little Horn turned to Song Chunhua and said, My sister is calling you to come over and see. Seeing that Song Wunyang nearby looked eager to go, Song Chunhua took her small hand and said, Let's go see. When they reached the gate of Chen's yard, they heard voices talking excitedly. A few women gathered around the cart, pointing and whispering. Oh my, this girl from the Chen family is something else. You didn't see earlier. She took several bolts of fabric and they were fine cloth. Another woman whispered, She's probably going to be a second wife. Otherwise, why marry a girl from the countryside and get turned down twice? A woman nearby looked at the cart with envy on her face. I'd be happy to be a second wife too. At least I wouldn't have to work in the fields or climb mountains. Several other women nodded in agreement. You all really think she's so lucky? There must be something wrong with that son of hers, one woman whispered. The women nearby nodded in agreement. Little Horn stepped forward loudly shouting, My brother-in-law isn't any problem. You kids don't know anything. I do, Little Horn said proudly, lifting her chin. His health is definitely fine. He just took the imperial exams this fall, Song Chunhua said with a smile. Back then, passing exams also required good health. After saying this, Song Chunhua took the 2 little ones into the yard, and the sound of astonished whispers followed behind. The jealous women's eyes grew even redder. Inside the main room, not only 2 families and the matchmaker, but also Qin Jinghe's couple had been invited over. Next to her, there was a woman named Qian Hehua who loved gossip. She kept serving tea and water to everyone, ignoring Qin Yao's glances. Qin Yao was so annoyed that she chose to ignore her. The group was happily chatting and smiling. Chun Suifang sat nearby, shy and pretty. Song Chunhua, like last time, sat in the corner with Song Wunyang watching the show. At this moment, Zhu Xiaohua's daughter came over and said warmly, "I heard Suifang say that your house is right next to mine. We should visit each other more often." When Qian Hahua heard this, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Chunhua, you bought a house in the city." Her shout made everyone turn to look at her. Chun Jinghe snorted loudly and quickly signaled his wife. Chun Yao immediately pulled Qian Hahua outside. Less than an hour after Song Chunhua sat at Chen Suifang's house, most of Black Eagle Mountain Village knew that Song Chunhua's family had bought a house in the city. As soon as they left Chen Suifang's door, several women stopped them. "Chunhua, you bought a house in the city. That house in the city must be very expensive, right? How much silver? Maybe 100 taels? How big is the house? Is it as big as yours?" City house. One woman saw that Song Chunhua took Chen Suifang to the city and thought about it. She quickly said to Song Chunhua, "Your family city house probably isn't looked after much. I think your big sister can help watch it." "Your big sister can't watch it. My dog sister is more suitable." Another woman immediately responded, knowing what she was planning. "My big sister isn't suitable. Your dog sister is not suitable either." "My dog sister." Two women started arguing. "Stop fighting, girls. A girl can't guard the house. It should be a tall, strong young man like Taishan for my family." The two women turned into three women fighting. "It's rented," Song Chunhua said, and the scene instantly quieted. The women's faces lit up with smiles. One woman said, "I knew it, city houses aren't easy to buy." Exactly. Another woman agreed. Song Chunhua didn't pay attention to them anymore and strode home. After walking a short distance and seeing no one around, Song Wunyang looked up and asked, "Second sister, why did you lie and say we rented this place? Because we're not strong enough yet, and telling the truth would cause a lot of trouble," Song Chunhua replied softly. Wunyang nodded as if she understood, but wasn't quite sure. The next day, Chun Suifang came over holding a piece of cloth. "My mother told me to give this to you. Don't refuse. I know you don't lack anything." After a moment, Chun Suifang spoke again. "Chunhua, I'm a little scared." "Scared of what?" "Our two families are very different, and I also differ a lot from Zhu Xiaohua. He's a scholar, and I only know a few characters you taught me. I can't even write well. You're worried they might look down on you." Chen Suifang nodded, then looked up and said, "If they dare to look down on me, I will leave." Just then, Chen Shen entered and patted Chen Suilan on the shoulder, scolding, "Stop talking nonsense, you silly girl." Mother. It hurts. After hitting her a dozen times, she stopped and warned, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, you'll see what happens." Chen Suifang's mother handed over a basket of mountain produce and said, "Try some of what I brought." "Thank you, Auntie." Song Chunhua took it without hesitation. "No need to thank me. It's not worth much. We're very lucky that Suifang found such a good family, thanks to you," Chen Suifang's mother said gratefully. In the past 2 days, she had let go of the frustration from 2 failed engagements last year. Now, she walked with her head held high in the village. No one dared to say her daughter was unwanted anymore. Instead, they looked at her with envy and jealousy. Over the next month, 2 or 3 heavy snowfalls occurred. Few people were out on the roads. Chun Fuchen's ox cart service to the town also stopped, and everyone stayed home sewing and mending. Song Chunhua occasionally helped make preserved sausages. The rest of the time, she walked along the wooded paths to absorb plant energy, or read and nap in the study, or watched her older brothers and sisters practice martial arts with Song Luling. Life was very comfortable. The little radish children hadn't had good food in a while and looked at Song Chunhua with anticipation. "Is the lion's head delicious?" "What do you mean by lion's head?" one little radish asked. "It's meatballs." Da Zhuang, who had eaten, looked proud. The little radish children always followed whatever Song Chunhua did, and now that they heard about meat, they cheered happily. In this era, people love eating fatty meat with oil, but Song Chunhua prefers lean meat. She takes a balanced approach, dividing it evenly.
half lean, half fatty. She skins and slices the meat, then chops it into small pieces. She puts the minced meat into a bowl, and the little radish heads carefully pour in the scallion water as instructed. They mix everything evenly, stirring in one direction, adding seasonings one by one. Next, they add eggs and mix again, then fold in chopped lotus root. They look at the small half-pot of oil in the pan, and the little radish heads are once again amazed. As the meat fries, the aroma of meat and oil fills the air. Everyone in the kitchen starts to salivate. At this moment, Chen Suifeng runs into the kitchen. Wow, it smells so good. So delicious. She then pulls her younger brother, Little Trumpet, by the ear. Come over and eat the tasty food. Why didn't you call me sister? Sorry.
Sister.
I didn't call you because Mother didn't allow me to, Little Trumpet quickly explains. Chen Suifeng finally releases her brother. By now, the meatballs are fried and ready. She pours water into the pot again, adds seasonings, and puts the fried meatballs in. Do we need to cook it again? Chen Suifeng asks. Yes, it makes it tastier, Song Chunhua explains with a smile. After about 20 minutes of boiling, she lifts the lid, and a rich meat aroma fills the entire kitchen. Everyone's salivation grows even more. All done, with Song Chunhua's words, everyone rushes to the water jar outside and lines up neatly. This time, the meatballs are as big as fists, each filling half a bowl. Each bowl contains 2 meatballs and some broth, making a full bowl. The little radish heads divide the bowls, and Song Chunhua says to Song Xiling, "Go call Grandma Lu, second sister Chun, and the others." Then she uses a big bowl to serve 9 meatballs to Song Sanling. "Take these to Uncle Erxiang and the others." No one speaks. Everyone lowers their heads. It seems that if they lift their heads to say anything, the meatballs in the bowls might fly away. After eating, Song Xiling leads the little radish heads to wash the dishes and tidy up the kitchen. Song Chunhua doesn't interfere. Chen Suifeng sneaks out and doesn't stay long before heading back. As the year is about to end, the family of the ant has a big, chubby grandson. 100. Song Chunhua hands over 2 baskets of eggs. The young lady handed over the prepared copper coins, worried that Song Chunhua might refuse. She quickly said, "If you don't want them, I will buy from other families in the village." Meanwhile, the young lady took the eggs away. Song Chunhua continued to relax in her study, lying on the sofa and reading her unfinished novel. Winter passed, and spring arrived, bringing a new year. This spring, Song Chunhua started thinking about digging a pond. She wanted to plant lotus roots, raise fish, and enjoy the lotus flowers and seeds. To dig a pond, she needed to buy land. There was an empty plot nearby, which she planned to keep for building a new house later. She asked Old Man Qian to help choose the best spot. They selected the location, measured the size, paid for it, and bought 1 acre of land. It was about 200 meters from her home. Digging a pond requires experience. Song Chunhua asked Old Man Qian, "Grandpa Qian, are you free these days?" Old Man Qian looked up. Song Chunhua smiled and said, "I'd like to ask for your help and advice." Old Man Qian nodded calmly, indicating he agreed. Song Chunhua quickly added, "How about paying the local day labor rate, plus half a gene of oil residue each day?" Some villagers with fish ponds dug their own. Song Chunhua wasn't sure about the prices, so she suggested this. Just pay the local day labor rate. No need for oil residue. You'll need at least 2 or 3 people to help. You can hire 2 more. All right then. We'll eat lunch at home. If you refuse, it can be paid in money, Song Chunhua said with a smile, knowing Old Man Qian was about to decline. She turned to ask Qian Daba, "Uncle Daba, are you free these days?" Qian Daba was happy to hear this and looked at his father. Everyone in the village wanted to work at Song Chunhua's place. The wages weren't less than in the town. He had heard that Chunhua's family ate white rice every meal. Seeing his father didn't speak, Qian Daba took it as a yes and quickly said, "Yes, I'm free. I'm free. Then I'll also invite Uncle Lu San." "Grandpa Qian, is that okay? Uncle Lu works well." The next morning at dawn, the 3 of them started digging. Song Chunhua brought out 3 big bowls,
filled them with rice, and topped them with a thick layer of spring bamboo shoots and cured meat. She chose large, fatty pieces of cured meat. Finally, she added a jar of egg soup. After packing everything into a basket, she carried it toward the pond. Time to eat. At this moment, a large hole has been dug, and all three are inside it. Qiandabao smells the meat aroma coming from the basket and swallows his saliva. Song Chunhua smiles and says, "Grandpa Qian, you should eat first, or the food will get cold later." Seeing her father put down his, Qiandabao quickly climbs up. He brushes off the dirt on his body and washes his hands in the nearby creek. When he sees the food Song Chunhua offers, all three feel very hungry. Lu San has worked at Song Chunhua's house a few times. Although he misses the good food there, he stays calm for now. This is Qiandabao's first time eating, and he stares wide-eyed at the big pieces of fatty meat. Old Mr. Qian sees his son looking so excited and shakes his head helplessly, feeling surprised himself. The three of them eat eagerly. Song Chunhua pours out the chicken egg soup from the jar. Seeing there is still egg soup, Qiandabao's eyes widen again. On the 8th day, the pond's outline became visible. The next day, Song Daxiong joined in digging the pond. Song Chunhua's family also sent their ox cart to help move soil. The three brothers went to school, driving a horse cart to take the internal organs and pig skulls to town. Early in the morning, Song Chunhua asked Song Yongquan to cook 2 large pots of sticky rice. They carried the rice to the construction site, where old Mr. Qian mixed lime and clay together. Seeing Lu San and the others avoid it, he said gruffly, "Look, from now on, I won't need to come to dig the pond." The lime is about 60 to 70%, the clay 20 to 30%, and the cooked sticky rice about 10%. Although the early spring wind was still a bit cool, the 4 workers at the site were sweating heavily. In the afternoon, Song Chunhua asked Song Yongquan to cook a pot of 8 treasure porridge: red beans, green beans, soybeans, lotus seeds, peanuts, sticky rice, regular rice, and corn, all from their home. The porridge was thick and appetizing. After everything was prepared, they waited for it to dry in the sun. Song Chunhua walked around the pond, inspecting it. The pond was divided into 3 zones: deep water, shallow water, and a transition zone. Drainage and water diversion functions were all in place. Song Chunhua handed over the prepared copper coins one by one, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." Old Mr. Qian also gave an extra 10 jin of oil residue, 5 jin of pork fat, and a pig's head as a technical fee. No need. Old Mr. Qian always spoke briefly and refused directly. "Grandpa Qian, this is your payment for the sugar digging technique." Song Chunhua quickly handed the money to Qiandabao standing nearby. Qiandabao looked at his father, saw he had no more objections, and happily accepted the money. He still felt a bit reluctant, as he had been eating large pieces of meat and bowls of white rice every day, along with thick porridge in the afternoon. He felt he could do this work for a lifetime. Before leaving, Old Man Qian looked up at the sky for a while and said to Song Chunhua, "There hasn't been rain these days. If it rains lightly in a few days, don't worry. If it rains heavily," he looked up again at the sky, stayed silent for a long time, then confidently said, "There hasn't been a heavy rain recently." The work at the pond was temporarily finished. Spring is a good time for foraging in the wild. One day, the sun was warm and flowers were blooming. Song Chunhua and Song Wunyang each carried a basket, heading straight for the golden acacia trees. Recently, the sun had been shining, and the trees were full of blooming flowers. Song Chunhua picked the flowers from high up, while Song Wunyang picked from lower branches. "Second sister, look. The flowers are blooming." Song Wunyang suddenly grabbed Song Chunhua's sleeve. Song Chunhua looked over. The small yellow flowers were slowly opening in the sunlight. They spent about an hour collecting 2 large bamboo baskets of flowers. At that moment, an old woman with a basket emerged from the bushes. "Oh dear, Chunhua, your family always eats meat and white rice at every meal. Why are you coming up the mountain to eat these wild flowers and grasses? We only have these to eat at every meal. Now you're here to take more? Are you trying to make us eat dirt?" Song Chunhua saw Anshin passing by and quickly asked, Aunt Chen, has this land been bought by Grandma Wu's family?
No, Aunt Chen replied.
Why do you ask? Grandma Wu said that if I pick these wildflowers and grasses, her family will have to eat dirt. So I thought her family bought this mountain, Song Chunhua said innocently. At that moment, a voice interrupted, Grandma sure to, pointing at Aunt Wu and scolding. This land belongs to your family? You decide everything? Only your family can pick flowers and grasses here. Her family eats fish, meat, and white rice every day, and still comes to pick these wild flowers and grasses. Isn't that stealing from us? Aunt Wu retorted.
Pfft.
I think you're just jealous, wanting to eat big fish and meat.
Tell your son to buy some.
You keep bragging about how great your son is, so great that you have no food to eat yourself. This made Wu Sampo angry, and she pointed at Granny Shirtu, saying, You, unable to speak clearly. Stop it, Granny Shirtu said. Don't let me see you bullying Chunhua's family again. Chen Yaoshi often received many favors from Song Chunhua. Her grandson frequently went to her house to eat and drink. She said, This mountain belongs to the village. Everyone can come. With 3 against 1, Wu Sampo was too angry to say anything. Wu Sampo left, and Granny Shirtu said to Song Chunhua, Don't listen to her. Pick as many as you want. She's just jealous. Song Chunhua nodded. She kept some fried eggs aside, and the rest she let Song Yongquan wrap into dumplings. Under Song Chunhua's guidance, Song Yongquan had become skilled at making all kinds of dishes, pastries, and cakes. Although he was not happy at this moment, he had to knead dough and chop filling because of the pressure from his disobedient daughter. For dinner, everyone had a bowl of honeysuckle meat dumplings. Song Wunyang took a bite and squinted, saying, Sweet. Song Chunhua also took a bite. The spring flavor of honeysuckle wrapped in minced meat exploded on her tongue, as if she was eating spring itself. She praised, Well done. Encouraged, Song Yongquan made a gesture, as if counting money with his fingers. Does that mean a reward of silver? Yes, Song Chunhua nodded. His eyes widened, and he quickly said, 1.5 or 2 taels is enough. Song Siling said, Dad, your math is off. On the town, casual workers earn about 10 coins a day. For heavy work, it's no more than 20 coins, and they don't include meals. Song Yongquan glared fiercely and said, Your second sister agreed, so don't talk. Pay for the dumplings you just ate. Based on your prices, 50 coins each. You just ate 20, so that's exactly 1 tael of silver. Song Chunhua put down her bowl and held her right palm up. Song Yongquan was about to jump up, but at this moment, he was afraid of this disobedient daughter, reflexively. He hurriedly tried to flatter her. Just 10 copper coins is fine. Okay, then 3 coins each. 20 dumplings, so 60 coins. I'll give you 10 coins as a reward and keep 50 coins. Song Yongquan joked. Just kidding. Just kidding. The others saw his reaction, lowered their heads, and stifled their laughter. Their father, uncle, and younger cousin come by every few days, always ending the same way, giving up. The story takes place during Song Sanlang's exam day, which is also Chun Suifang's wedding day. It was early morning, with the sky just beginning to turn white. On the country road, villagers carrying hoes passed by, heading to work in the fields. The Zhu family and Song family carriages left the village gate one after the other. The lively wedding feast from yesterday had ended. Because the journey to the city was long, they set out early today. Only Chun Suifang's parents and younger brother saw her off. The wedding banquet was scheduled for the next day. The dowry had already been taken to the city by Song Chunhua last time, ahead of time. Songda was in a carriage that could hold both families. This time, the Song family was also a big group, including Song Luling. Inside the carriage, the twin children leaned against the window, their faces red from the morning breeze, still excitedly looking at the passing scenery. Song Luling kept trying to break free from Song Sanlang's arms to look outside like his older siblings. 3 little heads crowded at the window. Today, Chun Suifang's family stayed first at Song Chunhua's house. When the carriage entered the Song family estate, Chun Suifang's mother widened her eyes. The blue brick, dark tile house was more grand than she had imagined for a noble lady's residence.
She clenched her dress and trembled as she said, "This big house must be where the city lady lives." Chun Suifong quickly tugged on her mother's sleeve. "Don't talk nonsense about the village. I know, I told you a few days ago. I didn't say anything. I just got excited seeing such a beautiful house for the first time." She turned to her father and said, "Dad, you're not allowed to say anything either." Finally, she warned her younger brother, especially you. "If I find out you said anything, I'll hit you, and your brother-in-law will hit you too." Little Laba nodded vigorously, not because he was afraid of his sister, but because he didn't want Song Xiling, the eldest, to ignore him. "Chunhua, I really thank you so much this time. Annie doesn't know how to thank you." Chun Suifong kept holding Song Chunhua's hand, full of gratitude. "It's all in the same village, and I'm friends with Suifong. Annie and Uncle Abba, go see the house we're staying in tonight," Song Chunhua said with a smile. After settling the luggage, Zhu Xiaohua's family came over to invite everyone to a restaurant for a meal. Walking along the streets of the city, Mr. and Mrs. Chen Zhengchuan and Little Trumpet naturally walked more quietly. The three of them, from entering the restaurant, moved together, hand in hand. "Wow, this is a city restaurant." Mrs. Chen leaned close to Mr. Chen's ear and whispered. Mr. Chen kept a calm face, but inside, he was confused and worried about embarrassing his daughter. He told Mrs. Chen, "Don't talk." Mrs. Chen didn't care about what her husband said and got excited. This was a city restaurant. Not many people from the village had been to such a place, let alone a city restaurant. She planned to tell everyone back home. When the dishes arrived, Zhu had greeted everyone. "Don't be polite." Then he said to Mr. Chen, "Dear, let's have a drink." Mr. Chen quickly held his cup with both hands. Zhu spoke again. "From now on, we are family." "Yes, family, Mr. Chen agreed. Zhu Xiaohua carefully picked out all the fish bones and gently placed them into Chun Suifong's bowl. "This is delicious." Chun Suifong's ears turned red and she whispered, "I can do it myself." Song Chunhua winked at her, making Chun Suifong blush even more. Little Trumpet happily ate a piece of braised pork, then suddenly looked up. "Sis, why is your face so red? Eat your meat, don't talk." Chun Suifong hurriedly picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into her younger brother's mouth. Everyone enjoyed the meal happily. The next day, Chun Suifong wore a bright red wedding dress and left Song Chunhua's house to get married. The day after the wedding, Song Sanlang took his exam for the first time. The Song family sent him off together again. When they arrived, there were already many people outside the exam hall. Before the exam, the family all said to Song Sanlang, "After you go in, split up. One group will go shopping, the other will go home to study. Second sister, I want to eat that fried fish," said Song Wunyang. Song Xiling agreed. "Me too." The three of them headed straight to the fried fish stall. They had been there a few times before. Sometimes, when Song Chunhua came to the city, she would bring some home. They were regular customers. The stall owner smiled and said, "Today, the fish are very fat. Everyone, 2 fish each, and fry 2 more for us to take home." "All right." The stall owner grinned happily, responded loudly, and quickly scooped fresh fish into the oil, with the sizzling sound of oil splashing. Today is the day the results are announced, but the list has not been posted yet. Yes, it's time for the results to be shown. Maybe they haven't finished checking the exam papers yet. That's impossible. Suddenly, a group of officials and guards arrive, with 2 officers leading the way. "The results are out." "The results are out." "Huh? Why isn't the list posted yet?" "Re-examination," someone shouts. The crowd, unable to see the list, starts asking loudly, "What? What? Re-examination? Re-examination?" The final exam for the government test is being retaken. What? Why? Why are they making us retake it all of a sudden? People keep asking in disbelief. "It's nothing. Just a little experience," Song Chunhua says to Song Sanlang. "Okay." Song Sanlang nods calmly. The re-examination is scheduled for 3 days later. The siblings from the Song family don't stay long and head home. They pass by an inn. Suddenly, a man dressed like a scholar blocks their way. Then a bundle is thrown out. "Not enough money, and you still want to stay? Do you think this inn is your home?" The young innkeeper yells from the door.
Go away. Don't block the door, or you'll affect our business. I can wash dishes instead. Just let me stay in the woodshed. The scholar-like man pleads. No, last few days, every time you wash dishes, you break 2 or 3 bowls. The pay for washing dishes isn't enough to cover the cost of bowls, let alone the room. The young innkeeper refuses loudly. The crowd watching laughs unkindly. But some feel sorry for the scholar and say to the young innkeeper, maybe if you let him wash dishes a few more times, he won't break bowls anymore. Besides, the woodshed is empty anyway. Then go wash at your place and sleep in your own shed, the young innkeeper retorts rudely. A woman nearby speaks to the young innkeeper. I am just a woman. How can I bring a man home? After saying this, she leaves, holding a vegetable basket. The scholar lowers his head and walks past the Song siblings. A scroll falls from his bundle and lands right at Song Chunhua's feet. The scroll isn't tied with any string and spreads out on the ground. Before the end of the world, Song Chunhua learned about ink painting because of her work. The painting spread out on the ground uses different shades of ink to show the layers and spirit of the mountains and water. The whole picture is like a poem. Just as Su Shi praised Wang Wei's paintings, there is poetry in the painting and painting in the poetry. A young scholar hurriedly squatted down to pick it up. Suddenly, Song Chunhua spoke. I have an empty room at my house that you can stay in. The young scholar's eyes widened in surprise. Song Daliang and the others also looked shocked. The young scholar confirmed with disbelief. Song Chunhua nodded. His eyes lit up. But I will exchange this painting for it, Song Chunhua said. The man looked stunned again. Why not? Song Chunhua asked. The young scholar snapped out of his surprise and waved his hands. No, it's not that. The painting is dirty, and this paper. It's okay. Song Chunhua replied. From now on, you can stay here, she said, leading the scholar to a guest room. Later, I'll ask my older brother to bring bedding. Thank you. He bowed in gratitude.
Wuxing Shen Montag bei.
Song Chunhua. Soon, Song Daliang brought the bedding. Shen Mo Bai kept thanking him. Mo Baiji, dinner time. The twin children called from the door. Yummy. Shen Mo Bai exclaimed as he ate eagerly, praising the food. Though eating with big bites, he was not rude. After 3 bowls, Shen Mo Bai stopped and said shyly, I haven't eaten for 3 days, so. The Song siblings smiled and shook their heads, saying it was fine. After dinner, Shen Mo Bai handed a scroll to Song Chunhua. I could redraw this picture, but I need to earn money to buy brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. No brushes, ink, paper, or inkstones. Shen Mo Bai scratched his head shyly. He looked at the complete set of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones in front of him, his eyes shining. He couldn't wait to spread out the paper, grind ink, and pick up his brush. Did you draw this yesterday? Song Chunhua pointed to the 3 paintings spread on the table. She looked at Shen Mo Bai's dark circles under his eyes. Do you like staying up late to paint? Shen Mo Bai waved his hand. No, I just couldn't stop looking at the paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones yesterday. If you run out of these in the future, just tell me. Song Chunhua pointed to the paper, ink, brush, and inkstone on the table, then turned and left. Thank you. Shen Mabe bowed to show his gratitude. No need to thank me. You provided food, shelter, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones for my painting. Consider it even. Song Chunhua pointed to the 3 paintings in her hand. It's more than that. Thank you for liking my paintings. Shen Mabe bowed deeply in thanks. After the makeup exam, the Song family waited once again for the results. Third brother, I see your name. You passed. The twin siblings sat on Song Dalong and Song Samling's shoulders, excitedly shouting. Everything was over. The Song siblings packed their bags and prepared to leave early the next morning. We'll go home tomorrow, Song Chunhua told Shen Mabe. Yes. You can stay in this house if you want. Can I go home with you? Don't worry, I can wash dishes. I won't break any more bowls, I promise. Second sister. The twins looked at Song Chunhua with hope. No need to wash dishes. How about teaching Tang Dang to draw? In recent days, Song Woonyang visited Shin Mabe every day to watch him paint, and they didn't go to the market anymore. Shin Mabe nodded, without hesitation. Song Woonyang cheered happily. "Let's go home," she shouted. "Big brother, are you ready?" Song Siling urged from the yard, where Song Dalong hadn't come out yet. After everyone got on the carriage, the family set off slowly toward Haeying Mountain Village. By the time they arrived home, it was evening. Hearing the carriage, Song Dongmei hurried out to greet them. It was just after work hours, and Lu and a few others came out of the workshop. Song Chunhwa handed out 2 pieces of cake and candy to each person. Since there were many people at home and limited space, after Song Yongkwan returned, Song Silang took Song Lulang and Song Dalong to share a room. There was no room for another person in that house, so Shin Mabe and Song Yongkwan shared a room. "You can use that table first. In a few days, I'll make you a new one." Song Chunhwa pointed to her desk. "You can use the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone on the desk. The shelves over there also have supplies. Just don't waste anything." Shin Mabe looked at everything, blinking without a word, then bowed to thank her. After giving instructions, Song Chunhwa went to Chin Carpenter's house. Wood shavings spilled out from the entrance, forming a thick layer on the ground. Chun Carpenter gripped his plane tool tightly and pushed with force. "Uncle Chin, do you have time?" Song Chunhwa asked directly as she entered the yard. Master Carpenter Chin put down his plane, wiped sweat from his forehead, and asked with a smile, "How are things? What do you need?" "I want to make the same tall desk and chairs last time, then build a bed that's 5 feet wide and 7 feet long, like the one you made before," Song Chunhwa said. "Let's start with the bed." "All right, I'll make it this afternoon," Chin replied quickly. Song Chunhwa handed over 2 strings of copper plates. Chun happily accepted them. Then Song Chunhwa went home, took 2 boxes of pastries and about 5 jin of meat, packed them into a basket, and headed to Chinjingha's house. Before entering the yard, Chinjingha came out with a big smile. "Chunhwa, how did Samlang do on his exam this time?" "He passed," Song Chunhwa answered happily. "He passed." Chinjingha raised his voice excitedly. A few men and women coming back from the fields, ready to eat breakfast, saw Chinjingha so excited and asked, "What did he pass?" Before Song Chunhwa could answer, Chinjingha said with a smile, "Song family's Samling passed. He became a scholar." Everyone congratulated him. But one jealous woman muttered softly, "He's just a scholar, that's all." Hearing this, Chinjingha glared at her. Her husband quickly pulled her away, heading home. Inside the yard, Song Chunhwa took out the pastries and meat from the basket and handed them to Chinjingha. "This is from the county town. Grandpali, please try some." Chinjingha happily accepted them. Then Song Chunhwa spoke. "Grandpali, I want to buy the land next to my house to build a new house." "Sure." Chinjingha agreed readily. "I want a whole piece of land, including the small hill next to it." "That much?" Chinjingha was surprised. "That will cost quite a lot of silver." But Song Chunhwa showed no change in expression and quickly agreed, then set a date for measuring the land. After measuring the land and preparing the official documents, the busy spring planting season was over, and Song Chunhwa began hiring people to build the house. The first person she chose was a familiar face, Lu San. Recently, Song Chunhwa had mentioned her plan to build a house. When Lu San heard, he didn't look for other work, since working for the Song family was nearby and paid well. He then asked a few other familiar families, and everyone agreed happily. Mother Chi Tsuehua happened to visit her daughter's home. When she learned that Song Chunhwa was building a house, she quickly asked her son-in-law to go help and inquire about it from her son. Lu Shi overheard this and stopped her son. "Don't ask about it. Just tell him later that we've already asked for permission." "Mother." "But people shouldn't be too greedy. We've already taken enough advantage of Chunhwa's family." Lu Shi sighed. "If Chunhwa didn't mention inviting your in-laws, you shouldn't bring it up either." They chose a good day for the construction. The building site quickly became busy. Besides a few familiar families, most others had many people working, and they did a good job. Men and women from different families helped out, sharing light tasks. Liang was assigned to Lu San and Lu De to handle the work. Song Yongkwan was responsible for making afternoon tea. "Just porridge is enough, no need for pancakes,"
You don't need to cook. Song Yongchuan's eyes lit up. The spoiled girl finally understood to consider her father. Go move some stones at the construction site. I'll make pancakes right away. I'll make them now. Hearing this, Song Yongquan hurried to the kitchen. After making the pancakes, Song Chunhua carried them and headed to the construction site. When she arrived, a boy about 7 or 8 years old approached her. He stopped in front of Song Chunhua, bowing his head and speaking in a pleading tone. Big sister, I can pick up stones and dig dirt. I don't want any pay, just one meal a day is fine. How old are you? No, you need to be at least 16. Song Chunhua refused. Please, let me work. The boy begged, almost kneeling. Song Chunhua supported him with one hand. She looked at the boy, who looked pale and thin, about the same as when she first arrived here, and said, You can pick mugwort leaves and shells or clams. The boy looked troubled and asked again, Big sister, please give me a job. Then he turned to leave. Uncle, auntie, take a break, Song Chunhua told the workers. Everyone received a piece of meat pie. Lu's 4th and 5th children, smelling the delicious aroma, had bright eyes. They came mainly for the afternoon tea. Not far away, Song Chunhua saw Lu San's wife walk over to the boy and hand him a freshly made pie. The boy hesitated, and Lu San's wife quickly pushed something into the boy's hand. Lu San felt a bit embarrassed and said, I don't know if my wife called him over. Song Yongquan nearby shouted, Don't call everyone you see. Song Chunhua glared at him, then turned to Lu San with a smile to show everything was fine. She said a few words about safety, and then left. On the way back, she met Lu San's wife running back from the construction site. She stopped and asked, Is it really not possible? He works very fast and can endure hardship. The grass and shells aren't because he doesn't want to do them, but because they might get stolen. Song Chunhua handed her a cake. I already took one. The woman quickly waved her hand. It must be someone at least 16 years old, Song Chunhua said, pressing a coin into her hand. Just as she was about to say more, Lu San's wife ran over and pulled her away. Passing by the boy, Song Chunhua stopped and asked, Do you know about fish grass? Yes, I do. Come with me. The boy hurried to follow. Hold this. The fish pond is just the one we just passed. The boy quickly caught up. If anyone asks, just say I asked you to cut grass for me. In the evening, the boy came back carrying a basket. Song Chunhua handed him 5 copper coins. You don't need to take it today. I already gave you a cake and you don't need that much. Take it, she said, placing the coins in his hand. Come again tomorrow morning. The boy nodded excitedly, saying, Yes, yes. For the next 10 days, the boy came every day to cut fish grass for half a day, and Song Chunhua paid him 5 coins each time. One morning, an old woman with a cane entered the yard. Song Dongmei went over and asked, Is there something you need? The old woman replied, Madam, I am Grandma Mu General. He accidentally bumped into something yesterday, so I came to help him for the day. Seeing that she had no grass or shells, she added, You don't need to pay for today. Song Dongmei placed a small stool behind her for her to sit on. Please sit, auntie. We need to wait for my niece to come back. Soon after, Song Chunhua came into the yard from outside. The old woman quickly stood up. Song Dongmei introduced her and repeated what had happened. Song Chunhua saw the old woman trembling and gently said, Grandma, you should go back. When the wood root is ready, you can come again. How can that be? The old woman replied shyly. It's okay. Song Chunhua waved her hand. At this moment, 5th sister walked over after practicing her boxing. Song Chunhua said to her, Go to the kitchen and bring 2 eggs for Grandma. The old woman quickly waved her hands. That's not allowed. That's not allowed. This is a reward. Everyone working at home gets some. Song Chunhua smiled and handed the eggs to the old woman. Woodroot lives in the next village, about an hour's walk away. If the old woman walks at her speed, it would take 2 hours. She's already on her way, probably before dawn. From the kitchen, the smell of fried dough sticks wafted over. Song Chunhua took 2 sticks and handed them to her. Eat these on the way. The old woman said thank you with moist eyes. When Song Chunhua went to the construction site, she saw Lu San's eldest son feeding fish. Lu San's wife said to Song Chunhua, Woodroot is working today.
I asked my son to do it for him, but please don't let him stop. She sighed helplessly. Some boys from the same village know Woodroot is working at your house and earning money every day, so they try to take it. She sighed again. Our family only has an old person and a young one. Woodroot's face was bruised and purple, with a piece of clothing missing. He limped into the yard. Song Chunhwa glanced at him, but said nothing, and turned to leave. A few days later, seeing that he no longer limped, she spoke. Come early tomorrow, half an hour. Woodroot didn't ask much and nodded in agreement. The next morning, dawn was just breaking. Song Chunhwa's siblings lined up, with a big man standing in front, ready to practice boxing. Song Chunhwa saw Woodroot walk in, slightly lifting his chin, and said, Come and practice together. Woodroot hesitated and pointed at himself. Song Chunhwa nodded. Come over. Woodroot slowly walked over and stood at the back of the line. In the yard, they practiced boxing. Song Chunhwa, like usual, went up the mountain to absorb energy, and whenever she found rare medicinal herbs, she transplanted them into the black soil. Looking at a box of century-old ginseng and lingji inside her space bag, Song Chunhwa couldn't help but smile. This time, in the end of world, these herbs were life-saving medicine. In this era, they shimmered like shining silver. After wandering around, she was about to head back. Suddenly, a loud and inappropriate sound was heard. From the sound, it was clear that it was an old acquaintance, Widow Yu. Song Chunhwa raised her leg to leave, but she hadn't gone far. Suddenly, screams rang out. Cowherd, don't go. The voice was full of pleas for help. Song Chunhwa turned around and headed toward the crying sounds. She saw Widow Yu alone, her clothes disheveled, holding up her right hand. On the back of her hand was a clear bite mark from a snake. Seeing Song Chunhwa, she immediately shouted, Help me. Save me. Song Chunhwa took out a knife from behind her and handed it over. Widow Yu shook her head desperately. No, I can't. There's nothing I can do. Song Chunhwa shrugged. Widow Yu sniffled and asked, Is there really no other way? Seeing Song Chunhwa shake her head, she tremblingly reached out her left hand. She closed her eyes and swung the knife toward her left hand. Wait a moment, Song Chunhwa suddenly spoke. Sounds of objects falling came from behind, to the left, and to the right. Song Chunhwa went to pick them up. Widow Yu slowly opened her eyes. 3 snake heads were close in front of her. The screams sounded again, startling the birds in the trees. Widow Yu was so frightened she sat down the ground. After a moment of reaction, she saw that Song Chunhwa was holding tightly, unable to escape, and all her eyes were closed, so she calmed down. Which of these 3 snakes just bit you? Widow Yu tremblingly pointed to the left. It seems to be that one. Song Chunhwa sheathed her knife and picked up the snake. No poison won't kill you. Really? Widow Yu widened her eyes, unable to believe and confirm. Song Chunhwa ignored her, picked up the non-venomous snake, and turned to leave. Chunhwa, wait for me. At the foot of the mountain, several men chopping wood and women digging wild vegetables approached. Seeing the snake in Song Chunhwa's hand, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Chunhwa, you're so lucky, one woman said with a smile. Yes, very lucky, Song Chunhwa replied with a smile. One man stared intently at Widow Yu, while a tall, thin woman nearby glared sharply and suddenly sneered, Are you meeting some wild man in the woods again? The woman next to her covered her mouth and giggled secretly. After walking for 15 minutes, she felt no pain. Aunt Yu finally believed that Song Chunhwa's claim about the poison was true. She relaxed from her fear and pointed at the other person, scolding. I think you're pretending to pick wild vegetables. Going to meet a wild man is the real thing. What are you talking about? The tall, thin woman quickly got upset. I'm not talking nonsense. Aunt Yu flicked her hair. I'll beat you, you old troublemaker trying to other men. The tall woman lunged at Aunt Yu. 2 women who had worked on farms for years, both strong, quickly got into a fight. The nearby aunties and the tall woman's husband hurried over to pull them apart. Song Chunhwa glanced at the chaos and strode confidently toward her home. When she arrived, the morning exercise was already over. Breakfast was on the table. Seeing her second sister return, Song Woonyang ran up quickly, but when she saw the snake in her hand, she immediately stepped back a few steps. It's not poisonous, Song Chunhwa smiled. Woonyang was still scared and didn't dare to come closer. Mu Zhen carried a basket and headed outside the yard. Song Chunhwa said to Woonyang, "Bring an egg for brother Mu Zhen. I don't need it." Mu Zhen heard this and ran out of the yard as if fleeing. During breakfast, Song Chunhwa told Song Yongquan, "Handle the snake in the yard." Song Yongquan shook his head like a rattle drum, refusing completely. "I'll do it." The bearded man stuffed the last piece of fried dough into his mouth. After the rest of the Song family finished breakfast, the snake was already taken care of. The snake's gallbladder was taken to the town's pharmacy by the three Song brothers to exchange for money. "Wanna try it?" Song Chunhwa pointed at the snake meat and said to Woonyang. Woonyang shook her head like a rattledrum. "Teacher Shen, try some." Song Chunhwa then looked at Shinmabe. No. Shinmabe leaned back quickly, waving his hand to refuse faster than Woonyang. The ones eating the most happily at the table were the bearded man and Song Yongquan. They kept stuffing food into their mouths, both looking very satisfied. The house was being built vigorously, and as the temperature rose, work slowed down. The preserved sausages had stopped production, as there wasn't much pigskin left, mainly focusing on making soap. Song Chunhwa went up the mountain, as usual, to absorb energy. Suddenly sensing an unfamiliar presence, she exclaimed, "Ah!" A loud, earth-shaking male voice echoed. "Madam, please. I'm your husband." The man's voice trembled. "Let me go." "Husband?" Song Chunhwa narrowed her eyes. "Widow you?" "Humph. Let you go?" The woman gave a cold laugh. She slowly stepped closer, pushing aside the branches. Widow Yu held a knife in her hand, its blade stained with blood. The man was tied to a tree, with 2 bleeding wounds on the back of his hands.
Killing
someone is against the law. You could be executed." The man struggled, his face full of fear. "With you here, I don't mind." Widow Yu's face twisted with anger. A sharp smell filled the air. Another wound appeared on the man's hand. "I'll marry you. Please, let me go." "Marry you?
Ha!
You think you deserve me?" Widow Yu burst into laughter. All right, I won't marry you. Just let me go." "How dare you refuse?" "Then I'll marry you. Please, just let me go." "You're not worthy." The scene suddenly felt less like a crime and more like a quarrel between a couple. Sensing someone nearby, Song Chunhwa quietly tossed a small stone in their direction. The two were too busy arguing to notice. Suddenly, Widow Yu swiftly cut the rope binding the man. Freed, the man didn't attack her as Song Chunhwa expected. Instead, he screamed and stumbled away in the opposite direction. After running about 10 meters, he turned back and shouted, "You'll regret this." After watching the commotion, Song Chunhwa turned and headed home. Later, she went to the construction site to deliver afternoon tea. As she handed out pastries, 2 officers arrived, escorting Widow Yu. A group of villagers followed behind. A little girl about 5 or 6 years old walked at the back, crying, "Mother, please don't take my mother away." Widow Yu's face was expressionless. Her mother-in-law picked up the child, wiped her nose with a sleeve, and scolded, "Stop crying." Qianhua stopped eating her pastry, ran to join the crowd, and soon came rushing back to the site, speaking quickly. "Do you know why Widow Yu was arrested?" Without waiting for others to ask, she quickly said, "Someone has been hurt." Hearing this, the workers nearby gathered around, eyes wide with disbelief. There was a gasp. "Someone's been hurt." Lu's wife stammered, confirming. "Who was hurt?" Qiandabeo asked. "A man from the next village." Qianhua lowered her voice. "I heard he was a close friend." Song Chunhua looked at the distant widow and turned to go home. When everyone finished eating, Lu Sen called out, "Time to work." Everyone reluctantly parted ways. It was a day off from school. Song Dalong and Song Sanling were busy working in the workshop. "Bring a bowl, we're going to Annie's house," Song Chunhua called to the twin children. The 3 of them were busy in the kitchen, where a large space held a baby bed. As soon as they entered the kitchen, the twins hurried over to the baby bed.
We're here, little one, Song Woonyang said happily. Song Chunhua approached, and the baby in the bed looked at Song Woonyang, then at Song Xiling, then at Song Chunhua, looking back and forth among them. Song Woonyang took a small bag of toys from her small backpack and handed them out one by one. Why bring so many? Grandma Song handed over some tofu pudding to the children. Song Chunhua took the tofu pudding and smiled. Luling is grown up now and doesn't play with this anymore. Leaving it here would be a waste. Shin Sufin quickly took out a ceramic jar filled with sugar candies from the cupboard, opened it, and scooped a spoonful for each person. At that moment, a sound of swallowing was heard by the door, followed by a series of loud stomach growls. Everyone looked over, and it was Little Bean Sprout, the daughter of the widow. Her two black eyes stared at the bowls in the siblings' hands. Mrs. Song sighed, took a bowl from the cupboard, scooped some tofu pudding, and handed it over softly. The two small, thin, black hands took the bowl, hesitated to drink a small sip, then drank greedily, finishing the bowl quickly. Timidly, she returned the bowl and whispered, "Thank you, Grandma Song." Grandma Song took the bowl, wrapped a large leaf around the rim, and handed it back. "Hold this, give it to Grandma, just say I gave it to you." The little sprout nodded. "Go back now," Grandma Song said softly again. After the sprout left, she sighed and said, "This little one is also pitiful." Thinking about the difficulties in Song Chunhua's family a few years ago, she explained, "Your mother was pregnant, and I didn't bring you food because I had caught a cold at that time. I was almost gone, and we had spent almost all our money." Song Chunhua replied, "I know." At this moment, Nyowa started crying loudly. Shin Sufin hurriedly picked her up. "Is she crying because she pooped, or is she hungry?" She touched her warm bottom. "She pooped. Dad will change her right away." Zhao He quickly came over, skillfully picked up Shuhua, sniffed her bottom, and with a smile, headed back to his house. Song Woonyang looked confused. "Does Uncle Zhao not smell anything?" Song Xiling said nearby. "Maybe Uncle Zhao has a cold." Hearing this, the three people in the kitchen laughed. They served tofu, and the three siblings from the Song family headed home. Passing by Widow Yu's house, they looked through the fence. Several boys in the yard were throwing stones at small bean sprouts. Widow Yu's two daughters-in-law ignored them. Song Xiling snorted loudly. The boys who had been throwing stones ran out. They happily ran to the gate. "Why are you guys doing this?" Song Xiling asked seriously. "Her mother is a murderer." One boy pointed at the small bean sprouts. Song Xiling looked serious. "What does that have to do with her? If I find out you bully her, you are not allowed to come to my house." The boys nodded eagerly. Seeing Song Xiling scold his own son, the women in the yard came out, one hand on her hip, pointing at Song Xiling. "Why are you scolding my son?" The chubby boy quickly said to his mother. "Mom, don't talk to our big brother like that." A few other boys agreed. The woman glared at Song Xiling and went back inside. The chubby boy hurriedly apologized to Song Xiling. "Big brother, please don't be angry," Song Chunhua suddenly asked. "Who said her mother was a murderer?" The chubby boy, seeing that Song Chunhua asked, waved his hand. "Spring Flower sister, we won't say that anymore. I want to know who said that." The boy whispered. "Yesterday, the official came to arrest someone and said it." Song Chunhua thought deeply. When she got home, Song Chunhua, dressed as a boy, pulled out the ox cart and placed a bucket of oil residue on it. Then she headed towards the neighboring village. At the entrance of the neighboring village, a few women sat under a big tree. Song Chunhua loudly called out, "Selling oil residue." Since outsiders rarely come to the village, a peddler approached. Whether people bought or not, they all gathered to take a look, shouted a few words, and the women sitting under the tree quickly surrounded him. "How much are you selling the oil residue for?" one woman asked. "It's 2 cents cheaper than in town, and if you buy 2 jin, I'll give you 2 more liang for free," Song Chunhua said with a smile, taking a few pieces from the bucket and handing them to the women. "Try some." The women took the pieces without hesitation. "You're so generous, young man." Song Chunhua lowered his voice and asked, "Annie, which family in your village has the surname Nyo?" A woman with a hoarse face asked, "Why do you want to know about the Nyo family?" "Oh, I heard from several villages that the Nyo family in your village." "Well,
I'm a bit timid and afraid of that. I just want to stay away, a round-faced woman said. It's okay, no one has died. Really? Song Chunhwa pretended to be surprised. Then how come I heard that someone was killed and taken away? Young man, you must be mistaken, the round-faced woman replied. His hand was cut, but he didn't die. I saw him walking around the yard this morning. At this moment, a woman with a square face spoke up. I think the Nyo family deserves it. They don't work and just steal chickens and walk their dogs every day. Lowering her voice, she added, they love to bother widows. Song Chunhwa then handed each woman a piece of oil residue again. The women happily accepted it. How come he still runs to the back mountain after being injured? It must be some widow, the horse-faced woman said with a look of disgust. We ate several pieces and we would have bought half a jean, but we didn't bring any copper coins. Yeah, in the village, we don't carry silver either, another added. Song Chunhwa smiled and waved his hand. He drove the ox cart around the village slowly, occasionally shouting. Having gathered the information he wanted, Song Chunhwa didn't stay long and headed home. Half a month later, Black Shadow Mountain Village was buzzing again. Widow Yu was back.
Did she
kill someone? How? Yao family members misunderstood. The official said someone was hurt. Then why was the hurt person released without punishment? At this moment, Mrs. Chan Yao approached. It was a misunderstanding. The official has already explained everything to my old man. A group of women and wives gathered around Mrs. Chen Yao, eager to hear the details. A few days later, early in the morning, Song Chunhwa silently glanced at the widow Yu behind her and continued walking forward. They stopped at a quiet place with no one around. Widow Yu approached quietly and whispered, Thank you. Song Chunhwa looked at her. Don't let little Bean lose her mother. After saying that, she strode into the deep mountains. A few days later, another incident happened in Black Eagle Mountain Village. It was also related to the Yu family. Widow Yu divided her family. She didn't take anything. With Chun Jinghe's approval, she built a simple thatched house at the end of the village. Mother and daughter picked mugwort and collected shellfish every day. Some men who had tried to bother her were chased away by Widow Yu with all her might, so no one in the village dared to bother her anymore. Mrs. Chun Yao carried a basket filled with vegetables from her own garden and walked with Chun Jinghe toward Widow Yu's house at the end of the village. Mother and daughter were squatting at the door, cleaning the stones outside the thatched house. Seeing Chun Jinghe and his wife approaching, they stopped their work. Here you go. Mrs. Chun Yao handed over the basket. Widow Yu didn't refuse and gratefully accepted it. She took out the vegetables and then returned the basket. Chun Jinghe pointed to the empty land beside the house. Plant on that patch of land first. When you have extra money, you can pay us back. Widow Yu again expressed her thanks. Chunhwa spent quite a bit of money on this matter. She's not short of you, but having some extra money back is a kind gesture, Chun Jinghe said. Widow Yu nodded. The couple didn't stay long and turned to leave. The 9th day of this month is a good date, Song Eugene said as he came into the yard, speaking to Song Chunhwa.
All right.
Let's set that day for the beam raising, Song Chunhwa agreed with a nod. In the first few days, the entire Song family began preparing for the beam raising ceremony. Firecrackers crackle and pop. At this time, the busiest harvest period is past. Most villagers have come back from town, leaving only those who make a living in the village. The area in front of the new house is crowded with people. Good luck time. Chun Jinghe directs the men in the village to carry the wrapped main beam into the central room. Chun Jinghe loudly recites, a single beam from the mountains, chosen by Luban as the main support. Today we invite the golden beam, for generations of descendants to serve in the hall. Everyone looks at the beam, which takes 2 people to hold. This beam is really impressive, Chun Jingchuan speaks. Once this beam is in place, the Song family will surely prosper with many children and wealth. Song Dolly raises his knife, drops chicken blood on both ends of the beam. Golden Rooster points to the beam's head. Wealth and honor will come without worry. Red Cinnabar marks the tail. Happiness and longevity will last forever. Chun Jinghe loudly recites nearby. Lift the beam. They step up the stairs, one by one. Chun Jinghe continues loudly. The beam points east where the sun rises red. The beam points north where longevity and spring last. Once the main beam is in place, everyone eagerly waits for the next step, throwing the beam. Little children cheer excitedly below. The men lifting the beam each carry a bamboo basket filled with coins, candies, peanuts, red dates, and steamed buns. The steamed buns are wrapped in oil paper. Everyone looks up together, tossing the items down. Adults and children scramble to catch them. As they toss, Chun Jung-ha keeps speaking auspicious words. Steamed buns thrown east, a top scholar will emerge from the family. Coins land with 3 jumps, bringing happiness, prosperity, and longevity. Older women and aunties use their clothes to catch the items. Children, small and quick, dodge under the adults' arms to grab the wrapped steamed buns. The men reach high, trying to catch the white buns in the air. The scene is lively, full of noise, disputes, laughter. That's mine. 2 women fight over a bun, finally splitting it in half and stopping. Meanwhile, Granny Qian bends down to pick up a coin at her feet, but Zhao Debao quickly snatches it up. Granny Qian misses, scolds, and stops to pick up other coins after being reminded. So sweet. The little children eagerly grabbed candies and quickly put them in their mouths, knowing their mothers would take them away soon. They wanted to eat as many as possible now. Mrs. Zhao was proud, holding many candies and coins inside her apron. Nearby, a few people bumped into her, causing the candies and coins to spill onto the ground and scatter around. People around started grabbing the fallen treats. Mrs. Zhao shouted, "Don't pick them up. These are mine." But the villagers didn't listen. The fallen candies and coins belonged to everyone. Seeing this, Mrs. Zhao immediately fell to the ground, gathering the red dates, coins, and bread around her. Grandma Song held her little boy, who watched everything and clapped happily. Zhao and the bread were placed in his small hands, and he tried to put them in his mouth. Grandma Song softly said, "Good luck, good luck." Song Chunhua had prepared many items, and most people left with full hands. Everyone's face was full of happiness. After the roof-raising ceremony, Song Chunhua gave big red envelopes to Chun Jingha and the men who helped lift the beam, following tradition. Chun Jingha received 200 coins, and the others each got 100 coins. Everyone held their heavy red envelopes, smiling happily. Next was the roof-raising feast. Usually, this feast was for helpers and friends, but many villagers brought gifts today. Most gifts were a few eggs or some coins, but Song Chunhua still decided to invite the whole village to eat together for a lively celebration. Grandpas, grandmas, uncles, and aunts, everyone is invited to dinner at our house tonight. Song Chunhua announced loudly beside Chun Jingha. As she spoke, the crowd cheered. "Chunhua, really?" asked an old woman. Song Chunhua nodded. "Yes, everyone come. Just bring your own bowls and chopsticks." Then Chun Jingha arranged for the men to carry tables and stools from each house. Mrs. Chun Yao and Mrs. Song Jin quickly helped with the chores, and the kind women in the kitchen were busy working without stealing food. Mainly, they helped out, while the head chef, Song Chunhua, hired cooks from the town's Chunfeng restaurant. Hong Pengzi had planned to come, but due to restaurant business, his apprentice came instead. 26 tables were set up in front of the new house, with dishes prepared in the old house's kitchen. "Food's ready. Food's ready." With this call, everyone picked up their chopsticks. The first dish was a towering pile of steamed pork, thick cuts of pork, braised until shiny and tender. Chun Jingha sang auspicious words. "Good meat aroma. Blessings fill the house." The second dish was a whole fish. As the dish was brought to the table, Chun Jingha said, "Fish leap over the dragon gate, rising higher generation after generation." With each dish, Chun Jingha loudly spoke lucky phrases. There were 10 dishes in total, 5 meat and 5 vegetable. "Go invite the village chief to eat," Song Chunhua said to her husband, Song Dalong. After all the dishes were served, the servers, villagers busy in the kitchen, and Song Chunhua's family started eating. First, 2 tables of dishes were set aside in the cupboard, ready to be taken out later. An old woman smiled and said, "I'm not losing today. I've been smelling meat all afternoon." Next to her, another woman laughed. This year's cravings are so strong. I feel like I've swallowed all my saliva today. The villagers nearby nodded in agreement. When the meal officially started, everyone grabbed their chopsticks and reached for the dishes they had already decided on. Villagers used large bowls from home, each person scooping food into their own bowls. Soon, all the dishes on the table were finished. The vegetable dishes, cooked with oil, had a strong aroma and were quickly eaten up. Everyone brought 2 large bowls, one for food, one for rice. The bowls of plain white rice were packed tightly, piled as high as possible. For a moment, no one spoke, only the sounds of eating. One woman started crying while eating. A man nearby hurriedly asked, "Mother, why are you crying? I've farmed all my life and finally get to eat plain white rice." The man's eyes filled with tears as well. "Mother, this year I will make sure you can eat this white rice again. Today's enough," the woman said, wiping away her tears and smiling. Everyone ate until they were full and their bellies round. After the meal, the dishes were taken home by their parents. The man helped sweep the tables, benches, and floor. The woman who hadn't helped in the kitchen earlier washed dishes and cleaned up. In less than half an hour, everything was spotless. When the moon rose, the wedding and banquet concluded. Song Dalong and the big-bearded man took Hong Pongzi's apprentice back to the restaurant, then returned home. Song Wunyang ran over with short steps, looking up and asking, "Second sister, can you teach my master the 9-9 multiplication table?" Song Wunyang immediately ran to the study, shouting as she ran, "Master," my second sister agreed. Soon, a clear voice came from inside the study. 1 equals 1, 1 2 equals 2. 3 9 2 7. 9 8 7 2. 99 8 1. She recited smoothly and confidently. Song Chunhua stood outside the study, smiling, then turned to walk toward the workshop. Winter had arrived, and the Song family moved to a new house. Although it was a move, most of the belongings, especially large items, had already been moved over a few days earlier. Today, they mainly moved clothes, pots, and utensils. "Second sister, can I not sleep with you anymore?" Song Wunyang asked, hugging Song Chunhua and acting cute. "So, you want to sleep with me?" Song Chunhua asked with a smile. Song Wunyang nodded eagerly. "Wow," she cheered happily, immediately hugging her clothes and rushing to Song Chunhua's room. A few days ago, she had moved her belongings and wardrobe into her own room, asking her master and brother to help move everything into Song Chunhua's room. The Song family has 6 siblings, each with 5 rooms and 2 bedrooms. One room has a bed for summer and autumn use, another has a brick bed for winter and spring, and there's a separate study. The remaining 2 rooms are currently empty, to be used later for children or other purposes, as they see fit. Of course, the new house also has a large study with a big fireplace. After moving in, Shin Mabe got his own room, and the big man also moved from the pigsty storage room. Once everything was arranged, they started preparing a feast to celebrate the move. They invited villagers for the housewarming ceremony, mainly including Song Grandma, Eugene, and the village chief's family. Originally, they planned to invite Lu Nai from next door, but if they invited her family, they would also have to invite Lu San from Lu's family and Dachuan's family. In the end, they decided not to invite anyone outside their relatives and the village chief's family. The villagers still only ate breakfast and dinner, so they held a dinner banquet. Before noon, the 3 families began arriving one after another. The house had a master artist, and each room in the new house had a painting. Some were masterpieces, others were simple works by Song Wunyang herself. Song Dewang and his 3 brothers each wrote a few calligraphy pieces, which were also hung on the walls. Song Chunhua took some seasonal plants from her space and planted them in pots. At this time, the rooms with brick beds and the main hall's fire pit were all lit, and the whole house was warm. In the afternoon, just after noon, the 3 families arrived. As soon as they entered the house, Song Jin smiled and said, "This house is really warm. Yes, I'm someone who's afraid of the cold, but I don't feel cold in this house at all." Seeing the calligraphy and paintings on the wall and the flowers and plants on the table, Qinjinghe smiled and said, "This house looks like it belongs to a scholar." Song Eugene laughed and replied, "I think so too."
Qian Hua kept exclaiming, "Oh, this cabinet. This cabinet must be worth a silver or two. This bed must be worth several taels." Song Wunyang moved the wardrobe into Song Chunhua's room. She was organizing the clothes inside. Qian Hua looked at the half-filled wardrobe and the large pile on the bed and exclaimed at the size and style. "This is all for you." Wunyang nodded, looking at the valuable clothes, and Qian Hua made a sound of admiration. Chen Yao felt embarrassed and said to Qian Hua, "Bring the radish I soaked at home." "Mother, isn't it already brought here?" "I told you to go, so go. Once you bring it, bring another bowl too," Chen Yao said firmly. At this moment, Lu Jihua looked at the wardrobe and clothes on the bed, her jealousy obvious. She stormed off to the firewood shed and scolded Song Daxiang, who was helping chop firewood. After touring the house, the women went to the kitchen to help, while the men helped chop firewood, fetch water from the old house, and clean up the old house. The little children ate cakes and ran around the yard, jumping and playing. This time, Song Yongquan was in charge of cooking. The menu was planned by Song Chunhua. Besides braised pork and whole fish, which were the same as on the day of the house's completion, the rest of the dishes were different. They prepared several dishes that children love, like crispy fried pork, sweet and sour ribs, and sweet 8 treasures porridge. To take care of the children, the older ones were also looked after, such as soft and sticky braised lion's head. The meal included a good mix of meat and vegetables, with 10 dishes in total. Because each dish was served in generous portions, there was a lot left on the table. Song Chunhua gave each family a big bowl to take home leftovers. At night, the 6 siblings of the Song family sat around the fireplace in the study. Song Sanling sighed. "I feel like these past few years have been like a dream. I never thought we'd live in a new house now." Song Dalong stood nearby, looking at the desk and bookshelf with the same sense of wonder. "We are still reading books." Both of them looked at Song Chunhua. The twin siblings also looked towards Song Chunhua. Song Lulang was spinning around his older brother and sister. Having never worried about food or clothing since childhood, he couldn't understand their feelings. "Our family will get better and better in the future," Song Chunhua confidently said. Song Lulang clapped his hands and imitated her. "Getting better and better." Song Chunhua picked him up and said, "Yes, better and better." The atmosphere in the study became cheerful. That night, the 6 siblings went to bed later than usual because they had to go to school the next day. Lying in bed, 5th sister tightly hugged Song Chunhua and whispered, "Second sister, I want to sleep with you forever." Song Chunhua gently patted her head and softly replied, "Okay." Less than a month after moving into the new house, the new year was approaching. Heavy snow had started to fall. School was on holiday, and the 3 brothers of the Song family were all at home. Song Dalong and Song Sanling read and rode in the mornings, then worked in the soap workshop in the afternoons. Song Siling occasionally helped out, and he also had a new task, writing spring festival couplets. "Sir, where do you want to paste this couplet, and what meaning do you want it to convey?" Song Siling asked an old man from the village who came to have a couplet written. "I'm going to stick it at the kitchen door, hoping not to go hungry next year," the old man replied with a smile. Song Siling thought for a moment and then picked up his brush to start writing. Although he was young, he showed a confident style in his calligraphy. His brush movements were steady, with only his wrist gently turning, and the characters appeared naturally. The old man, who couldn't read, looked at the strong and vigorous characters and nodded in approval. "Good.
Good.
Good. Well written." Villagers came to have couplets written, bringing red paper with them. The ink and labor were free, and they also received a fu character as a gift. Every day, villagers brought red paper to have couplets written. Before the old man left, another villager entered the yard with red paper. Song Dongmei stood at the door, looking confused and asking. Before she finished speaking, Song Yongquan immediately turned around and ran away. The man quickly shouted and led a group of people inside. "Young master! Young master!" At this moment, Song Dongmei realized, it's Mr. Huang's family. She had only taken a few steps when a bearded man stopped her. A group of people pushed forward, directly knocking others down. "Get out!" The bearded man pointed at the courtyard gate,
speaking plainly. The leading man pointed toward the direction where Song Yongkwan ran and said, "Our young master is inside. Get out." The bearded man ignored him and again pointed at the courtyard gate with a neutral expression. The leader glanced at the people rolling on the ground and hurried toward the gate. After returning home, Song Yongkwan kept quiet about what happened at Mr. Huang's house. His family didn't know what he did there or why he came back. Of course, this did not include Song Chunhua. At this moment, Song Yongkwan had hidden inside a room, locked the door, and even blocked it with a table. He paced back and forth inside, muttering, "I'm doomed. I'm doomed." At the courtyard gate, there were constant calls, "Young master. Young master." Soon, many villagers gathered outside, watching the commotion. "Bring him in." Song Chunhua put down her book and said to Song Sanlang. Song Sanlang immediately opened the study door and went outside. He reached the courtyard, pointing at Song Yongchuan's room, and said, "Bring him out." At the same time, Song Yongkwan was pulled out by the bearded man. The leader saw Song Yongkwan and bowed. "Young master, Miss asked me to invite you home." His tone was respectful but firm, leaving no room for refusal. "I don't." Song Yongkwan shook his head like a rattle. The leader stepped closer. "Young master, Miss misses you very much." He emphasized the word Mrs. Hearing this, Song Yongkwan trembled all over. He ran to his siblings hiding behind them and stammered, "Help! Help! Dad!" Standing behind his children, Song Yongkwan gathered his courage and shouted loudly, "I'm not going back." "Young master, how can you not go home?" The leading man straightened up, raised his hand, and handed a contract to the person beside him. Song Yongkwan saw this and started trembling even more. "This doesn't count." "How can it not?" "Your signature and fingerprint are on it." Seller of myself, Song Yongkwan from Black Eagle Mountain Village, Baihua Town, Fengyang County, voluntarily sells himself to the Huang family for a price of 1,000 taels. After selling, he must serve. If he wants to buy back his freedom, he must pay 10 times the amount and also return the bride price. The man loudly recited. Hearing the amount of 1,000 taels, everyone in the yard gasped. At this moment, Song Eugene and Ernie entered and heard this. They walked straight to Song Yongkwan. "Hand over the money." I don't have it." Song Yongkwan lowered his head and whispered softly. "What?" Song Eugene raised his voice sharply. "You don't have it. You. Song Eugene pointed at him angrily. Then he looked at Song Chunhua. "Grandpa, 10 times is 10,000 taels, plus the bride price. Over 10,000 taels is enough to sell all of us siblings and even the house," Song Chunhua said calmly. Song Eugene was just angry, but he couldn't imagine over 10,000 taels. For him, even 1,000 taels was hard to believe. Every family in the village might not be able to gather 1,000 taels. "Young master, please." The leading man made a gesture inviting him. Song Yongkwan suddenly knelt in front of Song Chunhua. "Chunhua, save me. You must have a way." Song Chunhua shook her head. The leading man signaled to the people behind him, and they immediately went to pull Song Yongkwan away. Seeing the big man step back, but not resisting, she cautiously approached him. "Uncle, Song Xian, Song Zhe. Save me." Song Yongkwan was taken away, and the yard returned to silence. Song Chunhua turned and left, heading back to her study. She wouldn't waste a single cent on Song Yongkwan. If she weren't occupying this body, she would have resolved this long ago. Song Sanlang held tightly to Song Lulang, followed closely by the twin children. Song Dalong stood in the yard, silent for a long time. Song Eugene sighed and turned to leave. Humph. Even his own father wouldn't spend money. Yet he wears new clothes every day, Lu Jihua said disdainfully during dinner. No one answered on the table, especially Song Erxiang's family. Song Eugene let out a loud sigh. Mrs. Song Yao glared at him, and Lu Jihua hesitated but stayed silent. After the lights went out at night, Lu Jihua was angry and started scratching and scolding Song Daxiang. As the weather warmed up, the 3 Song brothers began going to school every day again. Old Zhao led his younger son with tools, busy working in the backyard of the new house. Although there was a well in the old house's backyard, making water was easy there, but it was more convenient to get water in the new yard. Once the well was finished here, the 6 siblings of the Song family set out again for the city. The Song Chunhua family had just arrived in the city and was cleaning the yard. Chun Suifong supported her back, pregnant with a big round belly, and walked into the small courtyard slowly. "Give birth next month?" Song Chunhua asked, looking at her impressive belly. "Yes, around the beginning of next month," Chun Suifong panted. Song Chunhua frowned slightly. These days, there were no C-sections. "Don't overeat. The baby is too big, and it will be hard to give birth." Chun Suifong's eyes widened in surprise. "My mother said, when you're pregnant, you should eat plenty. Otherwise, the baby will be thin and hard to raise." Many families in the village only suffered because they didn't eat enough during pregnancy. Chun Suifong was obedient and especially listened to Song Chunhua's advice. She turned to leave the door. "I'll ask my husband to find a midwife." The Song family tidied up the yard, rested for a while, then went out to the restaurant. The next morning after breakfast, Chun Suifong came over quickly. Seeing Song Chunhua, she hurriedly said, "Chunhua, I asked the midwife yesterday and she said eating too much can cause blockages. She told me to watch my diet. Luckily, you reminded me." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly cried out, "Ow!" "What's wrong?" asked Song Chunhua. "This little troublemaker is really strong." Chun Suifong touched her belly and smiled gently with love. Song Wunyang curiously moved closer. "Auntie, can I touch it?" "Come." Chun Suifong smiled and took the little girl's hand, placing it on her belly.
Wow.
"It's really moving," Song Wunyang exclaimed happily. Seeing this, Song Luling also took small, shaky steps from the fish pond, trying to stand on tiptoe and raise his little hand. I want to. Near noon, Zhu Xiaohua came to pick up someone, and Chun Suifong reluctantly said goodbye. The next morning, the gate of the examination hall slowly closed. After the Song siblings returned home, Song Chunhua changed into a neat outfit and went out alone. She stopped in front of the Yuchen Building Rouge shop. Before entering, the shop owner's wife, who was sending off a distinguished guest, saw her and her eyes lit up. She hurried to greet her warmly.
Oh.
"Boss Song is here. Please come in, please come in." The shop owner's wife smiled happily and politely guided her inside, calling out as she led the way, "Top-quality Longjing tea." Inside, several well-dressed women and young ladies were choosing products. A quick-witted maidservant brought over a teacup, and the shopkeeper personally handed it to Song Chunhua. "Boss Song, please enjoy some tea." Song Chunhua looked around the shop and nodded slightly. "Business is booming for you, shop owner. Thanks to your support. All thanks to you." The shop owner's wife smiled so broadly that her eyes disappeared. While they were chatting, a woman dressed in bright purple silk suddenly approached Song Chunhua directly, bowed gracefully, and warmly tried to flatter her. "Greetings, Boss Song." Before she could respond, she introduced herself. "I am Liu from the Liu family. I am the manager of Drunken Lotus. Today, I boldly come to discuss the Eagle brand soap business with you." Liu Furong, the owner of Yuchen Tower, immediately frowned and raised her voice. "This is our territory." Liu Furong didn't care at all and still smiled happily. "Sister Ding, don't be so petty." She turned to Song Chunhua, her eyes eager. "Boss Song, I sincerely want to buy your goods. Send her away," the owner of Yuchen Tower coldly ordered the maid. The maid immediately stepped forward and made a, "Please," gesture toward Liu Furong. Liu Furong was not upset and cheerfully said to Song Chunhua, "Boss Song, I will wait outside for you." After saying that, she turned and left. The owner of Yuchen Tower was furious, her face turning red. Liu Furong reached the door, then looked back and added, "Sister Ding, don't worry. I mainly want to buy the soap from the shop next door in the city." This made the owner's expression soften a little. When Song Chunhua finished negotiating with Yuchen Tower, Liu Furong was indeed waiting at the door. Seeing Song Chunhua nod in agreement to go to Zui Furong, she immediately smiled happily and led the way. Last time, it was the clerk's mistake, and they were careless. I hope you can forgive them. Liu Furong kept smiling and apologizing on the way. Zui Furong, a rouge shop next door, looked more luxurious than Yechen Tower. Liu Furong directly led Song Chuanhu to the elegant room in the back courtyard. As soon as they sat down, a young man in fine clothes and a butler entered. Liu Furong immediately bowed politely, showing respect. After introductions, Song Chunhua learned that this distinguished young man was the behind-the-scenes owner of Zui Furong, young Master Ding. 10,000 taels. Young Master Ding sat down, and the butler handed him a purple sandalwood box. He opened it to reveal a thick stack of silver notes. By your formula. Song Chunhua chuckled lightly, with a distant tone. Young Master Ding, you've mistaken me. I'm just an intermediary, earning some commission. She turned to look at Liu Furong. Young Master Ding clearly didn't believe her, his gaze sharp. 30,000 taels. Song Chunhua looked helpless. Even if you pay 100,000 taels, I can't produce the formula you want. She put down her teacup and seemed about to leave. Since young Master Ding isn't interested in buying soap, I will take my leave. Young Master Ding still didn't give up. Then please, Boss Song, kindly introduce your supplier. Song Chunhua's face turned cold, and her tone became sharper. If young Master Ding were in your place, would you give away the hen that lays golden eggs? It seems your shop isn't sincere about working together. After speaking, she bypassed Liu Furong and strode out. Just as she reached the gate, Liu Furong, panting heavily, caught up. Boss Song, wait. Seeing that Song Chunhua didn't stop, she hurried around to the front, took out a stack of silver notes from her pocket, and handed them over with both hands. 10,000 coins for ordinary soap, 10,000 coins for fulling mugwort soap. This is the deposit. Then she apologized. After settling the details with Liu Furong and leaving the Zui Furong, Song Chunhua went to her usual fish fry stall and bought 2 portions. When she reached her small courtyard, the gate suddenly swung open with a loud squeak, revealing Song Dalong's panicked face. Almost at the same time, Chun Suifang staggered over, supported by Zhu Xiaohua. Behind them, Zhu Xiaohua's parents also looked very worried. Chunhua, Sailang Wunyang, and Liang Leng are missing. I was reading in the study, and they were in the yard. They came out just 15 minutes ago. And now they're gone. We've searched everywhere nearby, but found no trace. Song Dalong hurried over to Song Chunhua, his voice hoarse, trembling all over, full of guilt. Song Chunhua held his trembling hand and calmed him. Let's split up and look. We'll meet back at home in an hour. Okay, Song Dalong quickly agreed. Song Chunhua then looked at Chen Suifang. You stay at home and guard. Everyone immediately split up. An hour later, Big Brother, you report to the authorities and we keep searching, Song Chunhua said. I'll go with you. I know a few people in the government, Zhu Xiaohua's father offered. Chun Suifang stayed at home, and the others split up again. Based on what Song Chunhua knew about the 3, they wouldn't have gone far. The only possibility was that someone nearby had taken them. However, Song Chunhua used her plan abilities, but couldn't sense their presence. At the alley entrance, a beggar curled up, catching lice. A piece of silver fell in front of him. The beggar immediately lunged forward. Just as his hand reached out, a pair of shoes crushed the silver. Looking up, he saw a girl about 14 or 15 years old. Do you want the silver? The beggar nodded repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at rice. Do you see the 3 children? 2 boys and a girl, around 10 years old, and a little boy about 3. The beggar's eyes flickered with fear, then quickly hidden. He shook his head hard.
No.
I didn't see anything, Song Chunhua sneered.
Bang.
Another silver coin fell to the ground. The beggar looked greedily, but a flash of fear crossed his eyes. He immediately shook his head again. Song Chunhua picked up the coin, stuffed a torn cloth into the beggar's mouth, and carried him home. Chun Suifang saw Song Chunhua carrying a beggar back and wanted to ask why, but before she could speak, the other spoke first. Close the door. She threw the beggar onto the ground, stepped on his hands, and held the 2 silver coins she had just thrown.
Tell me what you know.
These coins are yours. If you don't say anything, you won't be able to say anything later. The beggar felt the cold air coming from Song Chunhua and shivered uncontrollably.
I
really didn't see anything, he stammered. The beggar's right hand was stepped on, and Song Chunhua turned it around. His screams grew louder. Lady Hero, spare my life. Lady Hero, please. I really don't know anything. Then Song Chunhua took out a small knife. It seemed he didn't want to talk anymore. She covered his mouth and pulled out his tongue. The beggar whimpered and nodded vigorously. Song Chunhua released him. I'll tell you. It's Jia Shampa, Jia Rini, and Hawuda. I really don't know. Speak. Song Chunhua's sharp eyes swept over him. I'll tell you. Hawuda has a lover in Ingchun Court. What is her name? Her name is Tsue Hong. The beggar lay on the ground. Lady Hero, I've told you everything I know. Please let me go. And you must not say I told you. Otherwise, I might lose my life. Song Chunhua asked the beggar to describe the appearance of the three people. She pointed at the beggar, who was in a five-fold bind, and said to Chen Suifong, "Ignore him." Then she stuffed a torn cloth into her mouth. Chen Suifong nodded firmly. Song Chunhua returned to the house, changed into a noble young man's outfit. "Young master, we haven't opened for business yet. We only open at noon." A man at the door stopped her. A silver coin fell into his hand. The old man immediately smiled happily, making a welcoming gesture. "Young master, please come in." Inside the welcoming courtyard, it was not yet open for business. Only a few maids and attendants were cleaning. "I want to see Tsue Hong," Song Chunhua said. The old man looked hesitant, and at this moment, he took out another silver coin. Hastily, he bent down and flattered, "I'll call Tsue Hong right away." At that moment, a woman wearing a gold hairpin and fine clothes came down the stairs and stopped the old man. "What are you doing? The young ladies and distinguished guests are still resting." She then pointed at Song Chunhua. "This isn't the time for guests. Why did you bring her in?" The old man hurriedly leaned in and whispered a few words. The woman smiled and stepped in front of Song Chunhua. "Young master, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here?" Song Chunhua opened his fan with a charming look. "Just passing by. I heard Tsue Hong is good, so I came." "Please, madam, kindly introduce her." He then handed a silver ingot to the woman. The woman looked at the silver and smiled, causing her makeup to fall softly from her face. She turned to the old man waiting at the stairs and said, "Go and bring Tsue Hong down." "Madam, I want a quiet place. Just me and Tsue Hong." She then produced another silver ingot. The madam, seeming to understand, said to the maid wiping the table, "Take the distinguished guest to Tsue Hong's room." As soon as they entered the room, Song Chunhua was immediately met with a woman full of rouge and perfume. Before she could shout, the woman fell to the ground. Her voice cut off suddenly. Tsue Hong quickly got up and was about to pounce on Song Chunhua again. She had just heard the old man say that this was a generous person who could come inside and had probably paid a lot to the madam. Song Chunhua stopped her, sat Tsue Hong down on a chair, and threw a silver ingot onto the table. Tsue Hong hurriedly picked up the silver. "Where does Hawuda live?" "Young master, I don't know any other men." "I've never heard of Wuda or Yud," Tsue Hong said flirtatiously, giving a charming wink at Song Chunhua. "Speak," Song Chunhua said with a tone that left no room for refusal. Tsue Hong hesitated, then continued with a coquettish tone. "I really don't know any other men. I only have my young master in my eyes." Song Chunhua's voice was cold and firm as she grabbed the other's chin. I said, live in Sugar Gourd Lane in the west of the city, the very innermost house." Her eyes swept like a sharp blade, her tone emotionless. "Are you sure?" Tsue Hong swallowed hard and stammered. "Why, yes, I am sure." Song Chunhua threw down a silver ingot and turned to leave the door.
Kuyon collapsed completely.
Without hesitation, Song Chunhua headed toward Sugar Gourd Lane in the west. She leapt over the wall into the courtyard. It was a two-entry courtyard, silent at this time. Using her plant powers again, she sensed no three people inside. At this moment, an old woman came out. Based on the beggar's description, Song Chunhua guessed she was Jia Shanpa. Bah! A thick spit hit the ground. Suddenly, A girl rushed out of the house. Before she could run 2 steps, Jashanpa caught her. Still trying to run, you little brat. Her eyes flashed with fury as she slapped her twice loudly. Before the 3rd slap could land, a stone shot through the air, hitting Jashanpa's wrist precisely. She released her grip in pain, not having seen who threw it. Before she could react, she was hit with a heavy punch and fell to the ground like a torn sack. Just as she was about to get up, Song Chunhwa stepped heavily on her back. Where are the twin children and the 3-year-old boy we caught today? I'm just a simple old woman. Jashanpa looked pitiful, tears welling up. Song Chunhwa pressed down harder. A scream came from the old woman. Speak. Song Chunhwa's cold gaze swept over her, voice icy. Please, hero, spare me. I really don't know about any twins. I am just a poor old woman. The girl who had been beaten spat loudly. She turned to Song Chunhwa and said, We caught 3 children this morning, but one of them was taken away immediately. Song Chunhwa's eyes turned cold as a blade. No, that girl is lying. Jashanpa shook her head desperately. Before she could finish, she suddenly screamed. A dagger pierced her hand, blood pouring out. Her eyes, cold as a blade, trembled. I told you. They're in the alley next door. Mrs. Jashan was trembling all over, with a blood-stained, cold blade pressed against her cloudy eye. A cloth was stuffed into Mrs. Jashan's mouth, and she was lifted up and taken quickly toward the door. The girl followed closely behind. My younger brother was also captured by them. She paused briefly and pointed inside the room. There are 5 or 6 other girls inside. Song Chunhwa nodded to show she understood, but her steps still headed toward the door. Her main goal was to find her 3 family members. The people inside would be handled by the authorities. She reached a courtyard gate. The old woman nodded tremblingly. The gate suddenly crashed down. A man's voice came from inside. Who is it? Do you want to die? Mrs. Jashan was thrown heavily into the yard. The man inside was still stunned. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as he fell to the ground again. Hearing the noise, a man came out of the house and saw the scene, then immediately turned and ran away. Song Chunhwa took a quick step and kicked, knocking the man to the ground. She took out a rope and quickly tied the 3 of them together. She glanced at Mrs. Jashan's bloodied hand. Then with her knife, she cut, causing 2 men's hands to bleed from similar wounds. The girl beside them shivered, but quickly pretended to be calm. She used her plant powers, following the familiar scent. A door opened, revealing a room with more than 10 children huddled in the corner. The twin children's eyes suddenly lit up. Song Lulang was still sleeping on the ground. The girl beside them rushed to a boy in the corner and hugged him tightly. The other boys looked at Song Chunhwa, begging for help. Song Chunhwa picked up Song Lulang, and her voice was calm as she sent energy into him. Song Lulang slowly woke up, groggy, and called out softly. Song Chunhwa patted his head. Holding the twin children and Song Lulang, she didn't stop but headed straight for the government office. Just as they arrived at the gate, they met Song De Lang and old Zhu coming out. Seeing the 3 children, Song De Lang hurried over. He was so excited that he nearly tripped. He hugged the twin children tightly, tears in his eyes, then stood up and hugged Song Lulang with effort. Song Chunhwa briefly explained what had happened to the 2. They then went into the government office again, while Song Chunhwa took the 3 children home. When they reached the courtyard gate, old Zhu's wife and Chen Shui Fong eagerly came forward. Just as they were about to enter the house, old Zhu's wife quickly stopped them and said she was rushing into the yard. Soon, she came out carrying a basin and placed it at the door, filled with dry leaves and firewood. After lighting the basin, old lady Zhu pointed at it and said, Cross over this, and everything will go smoothly and safely. The twins listened and obediently jumped over. Song Chunhwa carried Song Lulang across the fire pit. Inside the yard, Song Chunhwa took a beggar and threw him back into the alley corner. Before leaving, she tossed a small silver coin at his feet. After bathing, the twins began to tell what had happened. The 3 children were playing at the door when they saw an old woman fall. They went to help her, but as they approached, They all lost consciousness. When they woke up, they were back in the same house. Song Woonyang hugged Song Chunhwa in fear. At this moment, old lady Zhu brought each of them a bowl of chicken noodle soup. You're all hungry. Eat quickly. 2 hours later, Song Dalong and old man Zhu returned from the government office. The 3 pickpockets have been caught. The children involved are temporarily held at the city's official office. Once the records are done, their families will be notified to pick them up. Those scoundrels, old lady Zhu said fiercely beside them. After tidying up, they headed to the exam hall for Song Sanning's test. The family walked neatly toward the exam hall. When they arrived at the gate, just as the exam ended, the gate slowly opened. Song Chunhwa briefly told Song Sanning about the 3 children who had been kidnapped today. Go back and practice punching for half an hour, said Song Sanning to the twins, then turned to Song Lulang. You too. The twins nodded eagerly, but Song Lulang looked confused. He had only slept a while. Why did he need to practice punching now? The next day, Song Chunhwa took the 3 children to the government office to make records. After sending the children home, she went to Yukintang's door, took out a letter and 10 copper coins, and handed them to a woman nearby. Please deliver this letter to the shopkeeper. Zue Furong did the same. Then she headed home, pulling her carriage toward the outskirts of the city. Less than an hour after the shopkeeper of Yukintang left, Zue Furong's carriage arrived. I'll give you a letter when I have the remaining 10,000 coins, Song Chunhwa said to Lu Furong. After the deal, she did not head into the city. She sneered, drive, and whipped the horse, which sped up. The carriage behind quickly followed. It seems this young master Zue Furong hasn't given up on that soap recipe. Ordinary horses cannot compare to the energetic and nourishing white horse. In less than a quarter of an hour, the horses following behind were left far behind. Song Chunhwa was not in a hurry to return to the city. She slowly absorbed the special plants along the road, and when hungry, she took out prepared meat pies and rice balls from her space. Song Chunhwa removed the disguise she used for the horses and cart, then changed back into her female clothes. She entered the city during the last half hour before the city gates closed. As soon as she arrived home, it was dinner time. Tomorrow was the final exam. After dinner, Song Sanlang practiced boxing for half an hour, then took a bath and went to bed early to avoid disturbing him. The whole family also went to sleep early. It was time to check the exam results one last time. I see my brother's name. The twins shouted excitedly, pointing at the red list. Brother will be a scholar now, right? The twin boy and girl chattered happily. Old Zhu glared sharply at his son beside him. Zhu Xiaohua just chuckled. Looking at his silly, smiling son, old Zhu shook his head in disdain. Then he glanced at his daughter-in-law's belly. It seemed that the family wanted to train a scholar for the next generation. If they couldn't make the son a scholar, then the grandfather of the scholar would definitely be someone important. Familiar Wang the matchmaker came again, holding her familiar handkerchief, speaking her familiar words. As soon as she entered the yard, she loudly announced, "Good news!" She hurried straight to Song Chunhwa, waving her fragrant handkerchief. Second young lady of the Song family has good news for you. Before Song Chunhwa could reply, she continued, the wealthy Ma family in town has taken a liking to you. At this moment, several people in the yard, who were weighing shells and mugwort, looked over. A man from another village said, the Ma family owns 2 shops in town. Wang the matchmaker waved her handkerchief proudly, grinning with satisfaction. Yes, that's them. Their family has more than 2 shops in town, and they also have one in the county seat. Hearing this, everyone in the yard looked at Song Chunhwa with envy. Oh, if she marries into that family, she'll be very well off, said a woman selling shells with admiration. Exactly. She'll be a lady who is well taken care of, Wang the matchmaker said excitedly. She waved her handkerchief, spitting flying everywhere, and began praising the young man with idioms. Young Master Ma is truly a talented gentleman, handsome and charming, graceful as a jade tree, with a full forehead and a round face, tall and strong, walking like a dragon and stepping like a tiger. Song Chunhwa was very sure that this matchmaker had definitely attended a modern idiom training class. Sorry, I have no plans to marry right now, said the matchmaker. Song Chunhwa smiled and replied, but her tone was clearly rejecting. Oh, you're only 14, not 11 or 12. How can you not plan to marry? The matchmaker said with a knowing look. Getting married early is best, or else you'll be left for others to choose later. Song Chunhwa smiled and said to the big man. The man with the big beard came over and made a gesture inviting her. The matchmaker was not willing to give up. This deal was promising because the Ma family had agreed to pay 20 taels of silver. 20 taels. She walked towards Song Chunhwa, trying to persuade her kindly, with a look that seemed to consider her best interests. Young lady Song, if you miss this chance, there won't be another. You should think carefully. Seeing her uncooperative, the big man simply picked up the matchmaker and headed toward the gate. At that moment, a woman in the yard quickly approached the gate. Miss Wang, she called out sweetly. The matchmaker glanced at her. Seeing she was a patched-up village woman, she brushed her clothes and looked at her sideways. The woman still smiled sweetly. I have 2 daughters, one 12 and one 16. They are very pretty. Before she finished, she was cut off. Do you think everyone in Ma's family wants to marry? Do you have a scholar or a nobleman? The woman hurriedly held her back. Miss Wang, if we can make this happen, I'll give you half the bride price. The matchmaker paused, then looked her over and said, Half won't help me. She then twisted her waist, flicked her handkerchief, and walked away. The woman stomped her foot and hurried after her. Miss Wang, we all know your abilities. I'll add another 10%. The matchmaker was pleased by the woman's flattery and the tempting offer of a split, and they whispered together about something. A few days later, the 3 brothers' school was on holiday, and a matchmaker named Wu came to the house. She was followed by a busybody woman and her maid. Congratulations! When Madame Wu, the matchmaker, entered the courtyard with a smile, she greeted everyone warmly. Then she asked, May I ask which one is the young scholar? Everyone looked towards Song Daliang, also known as Song Sanling. Song Dongmei spoke up. There are 2 young scholars. Which one are you looking for? Madame Wu's eyes widened quickly, and she hurriedly said, Looking for Song Daliang. Seeing everyone's gaze turn toward him, she hurried over to him. Congratulations, young scholar. Soon, you will become the son-in-law of the Wei County Magistrate's family. Villagers watching from the gate were surprised to hear this. An old woman's eyes widened as she shouted, This Song family is quite something. They have officials coming to propose marriage. The crowd murmured in agreement. Song Daliang smiled slightly and said to Madame Wu, Thank you, but I want to focus on my studies for now. Marriage is not something I am considering at the moment. The old woman who had just spoken was surprised and said, Why did Song Daliang refuse? He's the county magistrate's son-in-law, the highest official after the county governor. Maybe he will become the county magistrate someday. Another old woman said, Don't forget, the Song family is not what it used to be. Look at this big house, and they have 2 young scholars. Maybe they will even become successful officials someday. A man nearby, speaking confidently, added, Jiren, the successful candidate. Yes, Jiren. I heard that when they meet the county governor, they don't even need to bow, and they can get a good position in the government. The crowd discussed excitedly. Young scholar, this is good advice. First, you need to settle down and start a family before you build your career. You need a family first. Besides, the Wei County Magistrate can also help your village. Song Daliang responded politely and respectfully, bowing slightly. Sorry. Please pass on my thanks to the Wei County Magistrate and Miss Wei for their kindness. Seeing Song Daliang's firm tone, Madame Wu changed her tone to persuade. Don't rush to refuse. Think about it. If you marry into the Wei family, you will have connections with the officials. Again, Song Daliang bowed and refused. Young scholar, you should think carefully. Are you sure you want to offend the Wei County Magistrate? Madame Wu said with a hint of threat. Song Chunhwa looked at the big man. Following the signal, the big man stepped forward confidently, making a welcoming gesture. Madame Wu, who works in this field, has never been refused before. She is from a farming family and threatened. You will definitely regret this. Then she stormed out angrily. At this moment, The crowd watching the scene started talking again. Did they really refuse? Really? Not long after Madame Wu left, Song Eugene came to the house and said, "Is it okay that they refused Wei County's official family? That's a government family. It's not okay," Song Chunhua replied directly. "Why refuse if it's not okay?" Song Eugene was surprised and asked quickly. "If we don't refuse, my older brother will have to marry." Song Eugene nodded, then said, "Actually, we could consider it. If it's a good match, then we wouldn't have to offend anyone." Song Chunhua shook her head. "Big brother, it's not the right time for marriage now, unless someone really likes him." Seeing that the siblings had their plans in mind, Song Eugene didn't say anything more. The next morning, a carriage stopped at the Song family's gate. At the gate, Madame Wu, who came yesterday, was the first to get off the carriage, followed by a middle-aged man. Madame Wu, with a flattering face, walked beside him. Song Dalong was preparing to go to the county school, as he hadn't been going to the town school since yesterday. At home, except for reading time, he was busy working in the workshop. When Song Wunyang ran over, he was busy with Song Chunhua in the workshop. Big brother and second sister, the matchmaker who talked to Big brother yesterday, is back, and there's also a grandfather. They arrived in a carriage. Song Dalong and Song Chunhua exchanged glances, guessing that the man was probably Wei County's official. They put down their work, changed out of their work clothes, and headed to the new house together. Meanwhile, Song Wunyang went to call Song Dalong and Song Chunhua. Shin Mabe was out walking with Song Lulang and hadn't returned yet. Only Song Dongmei was left in the yard. From Madame Wu, she learned that the visitor was a county official. She had never seen an official before and started trembling. But she kept her composure and led the visitors into the main hall, hurriedly pouring tea and setting out cakes. Seeing Song Dongmei's reaction, Madame Wu felt very proud, as if she was a step above. Having passed the exams to become a scholar and a talented student, the county held a banquet. Song Daliang had met Wei County Magistrate before. He hurried forward to bow and greet him as he entered the main hall. "Honorable Magistrate." Wei County Magistrate immediately stood up, gently helped him up, and said, "Just call me Mr. Wei." Taking the lead, he pointed to the chair beside him. "Please, everyone sit down." Seeing Song Chunhua sit down, Wei County Magistrate frowned slightly. He picked up his teacup, looked at the tea inside, which was plain and simple, and frowned again. Then he put the cup down, smiled, and asked Song Daliang, "Regarding yesterday's matter, I wonder what you think, Mr. Song." Song Daliang stood up and bowed. "Thank you for your kindness, Magistrate. I am overwhelmed. I come from a humble family and have not yet achieved fame. I dare not delay the lifelong happiness of Miss Wei. You are a pillar of the county, and Miss Wei is a noble lady. If I try to pursue her now, I would not only shame my family, but also risk ruining her good future." Hearing this, Wei County Magistrate's smile faded. "So, Mr. Song truly refuses?" Song Daliang bowed again. "Thank you for your kindness." Wei County Magistrate didn't say more. He smiled and stood up. "Then I wish you success in your exams soon, Mr. Song." Madame Wu, who was behind, whispered to the Song family, "Such an ungrateful person." After saying that, she hurried to catch up with Wei County Magistrate. After they left, Song Dongmei spoke. "That Magistrate Wei is quite easy to talk to." Song Chunhua smiled but said nothing. The day after Wei County Magistrate left, Song Sanlang and Song Silang returned home from school with some news. "My teacher returned my gift of money and told me to find a new school," said Song Sanlang, opening his hand to show the silver. Next to him, Song Silang also spoke. "Mine was returned too. He said I should find a new school." Song Chunhua looked thoughtful and then said, "Then you should stay at home and study these days." Song Daliang asked Song Chunhua, "Is it because I refused the magistrate?" Song Chunhua saw that Song Daliang looked guilty and smiled. "Big brother, don't overthink it." The next day, seeing Song Sanlang and Song Silang studying at home, Song Daliang, feeling guilty, couldn't help but tell Song Chunhua, "I want to go see Magistrate Wei." "Are you planning to ask for her hand in marriage?" Song Chunhua asked. "No, it's not that," Master Song Dalang replied. "Please ask him not to target my family." Spring Flower Song chuckled softly. "It's useless unless you agree." Master Song Dalang looked troubled. Seeing this, Springflower Song patted him gently and said, "Big brother, don't worry. I have a way. Go rest first. Tomorrow, you need to report to the county school. Sorry, the school is full and not accepting new students right now." The teacher's tone changed from welcoming to more formal. Springflower Song had guessed this situation since Song Sanlang and Si Lang were expelled from town, so she said nothing more. When they got home, Song Sanlang and his siblings were surprised to see their older brother Song Dalang and second sister returning together, as they were supposed to go to the county school. "Big brother, why did you come back?" asked fifth sister, looking up. Song Dalang smiled but said nothing, turning to look at Song Sanlang and Song Si Lang with guilt. A carriage was heading toward the county town. "Please come in." The tea house owner saw Springflower Song and hurriedly left the guests he was serving. Although it had been 3 years since they last met, the owner still recognized her at a glance. Springflower Song smiled and said, "Good memory, shopkeeper." The shopkeeper modestly replied, "You're flattering me. I only have these skills." He led Springflower Song upstairs to a private room and told the young servant nearby, "Bring a pot of Longjing tea from before the rain." After serving the tea, the shopkeeper eagerly asked, "Miss, what good things have you brought this time? A 2 or 300-year-old ginseng root? I wonder if your shopkeeper is interested." The shopkeeper swallowed hard, trying to stay calm, but stammered, "2 or 300 years. Springflower Song nodded. Yes, I want it," the shopkeeper replied without hesitation. "Please inform your master. I want to speak with him face to face. I'll come back tomorrow." After getting the reply, Springflower Song stood up. The shopkeeper nodded quickly. As soon as she left, she immediately ordered the servant to prepare a horse and hurried to the mansion. The next morning, when Springflower Song arrived at the tea house, Master Su, the steward, was already there, smiling warmly to greet her. He had been promoted from a minor steward to the chief steward, thanks to the young lady in front of him. Seeing her now, he felt very friendly. "Miss, please come in. Our young master has been waiting upstairs for a long time." As Song Chunhua entered the private room, young Master Su immediately stood up to greet her. This was also a respected guest of the Su family, and more importantly, a person important to him. Whether the Su family could rise further might depend on her. After taking a seat, Song Chunhua didn't say much and directly opened a box containing 100-year-old ginseng. As soon as she lifted the lid, the room was filled with surprised gasps. Even the experienced young Master Su couldn't help but narrow his eyes and hold his breath. 2,500 taels. 2,500 taels. She confidently quoted the price from last time for the 100-year-old spiritual mushroom. A slight smile appeared on Song Chunhua's face, but she didn't respond. Seeing this, young Master Su quickly made another offer, 3,500 taels. Seeing her still calm, he hesitated for a moment and then said, 5,000 taels. Song Chunhua showed no sign of being moved. The steward and shopkeeper were quite surprised. 5,000 taels was enough to buy a 3-room house in the city. Song Chunhua smiled and said, "Prices are negotiable, but I have a favor to ask of young Master Su. Just say it. As long as the Su family can do it, I won't refuse." Song Chunhua had already learned that behind the Su family was a high-ranking official with deep connections in the city's government. In less than half an hour, the steward returned to the tea house. "Miss, everything is settled." Song Chunhua pushed the box forward. "This ginseng is a gift for young Master Su." Young Master Su looked at Song Chunhua and then said to the steward, "Give the 5,000 taels to Miss Song." The Su family didn't lack this amount of money, and he wanted to maintain this relationship. Song Chunhua didn't refuse. She graciously took the silver note and poured a ginseng pill from a porcelain bottle, handing it over. After saying that, she stood up and left quickly. Young Master Su looked at the ginseng pill in his hand, then at her leaving figure, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Interesting." Back home, Song Chunhua said to her 3 brothers, "You 2 go to school tomorrow. Big brother, get ready. I'll go with you to the county school." "No, it's not." Song Dalong looked confused. "It's settled." Song Chunhua smiled. While the Song family was preparing for dinner, a carriage was parked at the gate of the courtyard. Wei County Magistrate stepped down from the carriage, accompanied by a servant carrying many items. His face was full of smiles, very different from his proud attitude last time. He quickly took the items from the servant's hands. Last time I visited in a hurry and forgot to bring a gift. I hope Magistrate Song won't mind, he said, handing a gift box to Song Daliang. The people of the Song family were surprised, except for Song Chunhua, who looked calm. Song Daliang instinctively looked at Song Chunhua, who nodded, so he took the gift from Wei County Magistrate. As the senior, Song Dongmei hurriedly said, "Please come inside, Magistrate." "Yes, yes, yes," Wei County Magistrate replied repeatedly, but he didn't walk straight to the main seat like last time. Instead, he sat at the lower seat. No matter how he acted now, Song Daliang still sat at the lower position. When Song Dongmei brought tea, he stood up and took the cup with both hands, ignoring the poor quality of the tea. He tilted his head back and took a big sip, praising, "I wonder what advice Magistrate Wei has for us today," Song Daliang asked. Wei County Magistrate quickly stood up, sounding almost flattering. "A misunderstanding happened a few days ago. I hope Sir Song can forgive me." Hearing this, Song Daliang was momentarily stunned, then stood up and bowed solemnly. After a moment, he replied gently, "You are too kind. I am just a humble scholar. I am honored that you asked about me. If I offended you the other day, I hope you can forgive me." His tone was respectful and calm, showing no arrogance. "Please also tell the Su family that it was all a misunderstanding." Wei County Magistrate sweat slightly on his forehead. Song Daliang was surprised. Su family? He immediately guessed that Song Chunhua had made some connections. He then straightened his expression and bowed. "You are too kind. Since it was a misunderstanding, I will explain the situation to the Su family." Wei County Magistrate looked relieved and nodded repeatedly. "Thank you for your understanding, Sir Song." Wiping his forehead sweat, he smiled at Song Dongmei. "I apologize for bothering you the past few days. Please forgive me." Song Dongmei was confused by Wei County Magistrate's attitude. Not understanding everything, she saw the official apologize, waved her hands nervously, and hurriedly said, "County Magistrate, you are too polite." Wei County Magistrate exchanged a few more pleasantries and then stood up to leave. As he was leaving, he did not forget to bow to Lord Song and say, "Lord Song, if you need anything in the future, please come to the county office to find me." After seeing Wei County Magistrate off, everyone in the Song family looked at each other in surprise. Then, they all looked towards Song Chunhua. Song Chunhua smiled slightly and briefly explained what had happened. Song Sanling asked, "Is it the person who bought the ginseng?" Song Chunhua nodded. In the past few days, Song Daliang was okay with not being able to go to the academy. However, he felt guilty about stopping Sanlang and Silang from attending. He said seriously, "Second sister, thank you." Song Chunhua smiled and said, "Big brother, you're being too polite." At this moment, Song Dongmei called out, "Dinner is ready." Because the matter was settled, the evening meal was filled with laughter and happiness. The next day, Song Daliang successfully entered the county academy. The teacher was very respectful, very different from a few days ago. Song Sanlang and Song Silang also returned to the Jinshan school. Life went on peacefully. About a month later, a new carriage stopped again at the door of Song Chunhua's house. It was during the time after farming when they were returning home for breakfast. The carriage parked in front of the Song family's yard attracted many villagers to stop and watch. Several women in rough cloth dresses carried vegetable baskets, staring intently at the silk and fine gift boxes being carried down from the carriage by the servants. That Song family has climbed even higher. Last time it was the county magistrate, and this time, I wonder which important person it is, one woman said with a click of her tongue. Nearby, a young wife looked at the fabric with admiration in her eyes, then suddenly pinched her husband's arm hard. The discussion grew louder around them, filled with envy. Only Shin Mabe and Song Wunyang were at home. Shin Mabe looked at the strangers at the gate and asked doubtfully, "Who are you looking for?" Sue's steward stepped forward with a smile and said, "Looking for second Madam Song." Hearing this, Wunyang hurriedly ran back to the old house. Seeing that they were strangers, Shunmabe didn't invite them inside. "Oh, you're here for Chunhua." Suddenly, an old woman's eyes widened and she clapped her legs loudly, shouting, "Could it be another marriage proposal? Look at all these big packages." This drew everyone's attention to the young man dressed in fine clothes and jewelry. Such a grand young master. He must be a wealthy family from the city. How is it possible? How could such a person be interested in a country girl? The crowd once again started talking about Song Chunhwa's marriage. Song Chunhwa heard the noise and came over. When she was about 10 meters away, a woman shouted, "Chunhwa, you have a distinguished guest." When she saw it was the master and servant from the Su family, Song Chunhwa raised an eyebrow slightly. As she led them into the main hall, Shinmabe had already prepared tea, with green bean cakes on a plate. For men serving tea and water, both the young Master Su and the butler looked a little surprised, but they quickly hid their expressions. After finishing, Shinmabe quietly left the room. "May I ask what brings young Master Su here?" Song Chunhwa thought that she and this young Master Su had no business dealings, so there was no reason for them to meet. Young Master Su stood up and bowed. "Last time, the lady from Song gave me a ginseng pill. After my grandmother took it, her long-standing illness greatly improved. I wonder if there are any leftovers? I am willing to pay a high price." Some time ago, the ginseng pill Song Chunhwa gave was not something she paid much attention to, since the family's estate always had such medicines. Half a month ago, she felt unwell and, in a daze, accidentally gave her grandmother the wrong pill. The pill she took was different, and the usual discomfort she experienced every few days disappeared for half a month. That's why he hurried to her house. Song Chunhwa smiled and said. Hearing this, young Master Su quickly said, "Could you sell a few pills to me? You set the price." He then signaled to the butler beside him. The butler hurried forward, opened a box, and took out a beautifully carved wooden box, inside neatly stacked with 100 taels of silver notes. Song Chunhwa took out a porcelain bottle from her pocket and handed it over. "There are 2 pills inside." Young Master Su eagerly accepted it as a treasure. After exchanging a few words, young Master Su and the butler left. Song Chunhwa distributed the gifts she brought to her family. Finally, she carried several boxes of cakes and gave some to Song Eugene, her eldest aunt, and the village chief. From then on, about every half-month, young Master Su and the butler would visit her home. At this moment, the Song family had just finished breakfast when young Master Su's carriage stopped at the gate. Both he and the butler carried large and small packages. As they entered the yard, they greeted everyone they saw and handed out the prepared gifts. "Grand Aunt brought you some fabric. It's very suitable for you. Brother Shin, take a look at this ink." "Sweetie," Song, seeing Song Chunhwa even more warmly. "Little Miss Song from the Song family, hello." "Hello," Song Chunhwa replied with a smile. The Song family went about their daily chores as usual. Young Master Su didn't mind. After being invited to see Shinmabe, he either played in the yard with 6th brother Song or chatted with Dongmei Song. During this time together, Dongmei Song no longer acted as nervously as before, treating young Master Su as an ordinary younger relative. As noon approached, Dongmei Song cheerfully said, "Young Master Su, the 4 of you should have your meal at home." Young Master Su responded without hesitation, "Great. I'm so happy. I get to taste the dishes made by my eldest aunt again. I miss your cooking, especially the braised lion's head. You can't find it elsewhere." Dongmei Song was delighted by young Master Su's words and quickly said, "I'll make it for you today." Looking at young Master Su, who kept charming Dongmei and the others at home, Chunhwa Song remembered the first time she saw him. Could it be that he also changed like her? In the evening, young Master Su and his group reluctantly left. Time passed through spring and summer, arriving at the harvest autumn season. By then, a cool breeze was blowing. Cured sausages began to be made again with great enthusiasm. That morning, young Master Su returned to the Song family again. Chunhwa Song smiled and said to him, "Would you like to have lunch at home today?" Young Master Su's eyes widened, and he immediately nodded. Although he had eaten many meals at the Song house, This was the first time Chunhwa Song had spoken to him. He instinctively felt something good was coming. Chunhwa Song carried 2 strings of cured sausages from inside and went into the kitchen. "Auntie, we'll have cured sausage for lunch. When guests are at home, they never make cured sausages or pigskin." Dongmei Song was momentarily stunned but quickly replied. Young Master Su looked at the table full of cured dishes, his eyes widening. "Is this the signature dish of Baiwei Fong in the capital and Jufulu in the county?" Chunhwa Song nodded. "How come your family has it?" young Master Su asked, then paused as if recalling something with a confident tone. "You can make it." Chunhwa Song nodded again. "Could it be that Baiwei Fong and Jufulu are supplied by you?" She nodded once more. "And the pigskin too." Prince Su was surprised again when he heard this. Song Chunhwa smiled and asked, "Are you interested in working together?" Without hesitation, Prince Su nodded quickly. "Of course, this is a good way to make money." After dinner, Song Chunhwa and Prince Su discussed the details carefully. In the end, they agreed to grow bigger and stronger. After Prince Su left, Song Chunhwa went back to Qinjinghe's house. "You said you want to build a big workshop in the village," Qinjinghe asked back. He knew that Song Chunhwa's family had hired a few workers. He always thought it was just small-scale work, but now this young girl, only about 10 years old, said she wanted to buy land, build a house, and open a big workshop. He couldn't believe it. Song Chunhwa nodded seriously. "I want the empty land at the end of the village," she said directly. "That's quite a large piece," the village chief replied. They quickly measured the land and handled the paperwork. The next day, Song Chunhwa started hiring workers in the village to clear weeds, rocks, and cut down trees on the land. In less than a day, about 20 to 30 people arrived. They still let Lu San and Lu De be in charge, hiring 20 hardworking and willing workers. They started working right away. For building the workshop, Song Chunhwa planned to use the same workers who helped build her new house last time. It was almost harvest time, so she knew they would need to take time to work in the fields later. The workshop had to be built before winter. Prince Su hired a professional team to build houses. Song Chunhwa knew a few families who could help. The day before construction started, Song Chunhwa went to the workshop site at the end of the village. At that moment, Widow Yu was turning the soil in her vegetable garden, and Little Bean Sprouts was pulling weeds nearby. Song Chunhwa walked straight to Widow Yu. "I want to build a workshop, you know, right? Please cook meals with Grandma Li, 2 meals a day, 10 coins a day. Do you agree?" "Yes, yes, yes." Widow Yu quickly replied. After a pause, she added, "No need to pay. I'll give you the food, just take it," Song Chunhwa said, and turned to leave. A few steps later, she told Widow Yu, "Tomorrow I will bring rice, flour, vegetables, and oil." The next day, just as dawn broke, Prince Su's carriage entered the village, followed closely by 2 horse-drawn carts and a bullock cart. They headed straight to the village and construction site. At that time, Lu San and his team were already waiting at the site. Song Chunhwa and Prince Su arrived around the same time. After meeting and dividing the work, they immediately started building. Here is the improved and corrected version of your text. They started working here. Song Chunhwa walked to the ox cart and took down the rice, flour, grains, and oil she brought. Widow Yu and Little Bean Sprout hurried over to help. "Here's today's supply. This is for 1 day." Chen Yaosher pointed to a large pile of rice, flour, grains, oil, a 10-pound piece of meat, and some small side dishes. She asked in disbelief. "Yes, today's. All cooked. Don't keep any. You need to eat well to work hard." Song Chunhwa nodded confidently. Chen Yaosher thought to herself, "No wonder everyone wants to come work for the Song family. Firewood will be sent over later by Uncle Song II," Song Chunhwa said before leaving. Once everything was settled, Song Chunhwa drove the ox cart home. Young Master Su followed closely behind. Song Chunhwa took young Master Su to the sausage and fried pigskin workshop. She explained the process briefly. On the way back to the new house, Song Chunhwa said, "The pig farm and the small intestines from the town and county won't be enough, so young Master Su will start collecting small intestines in the city to make sausage casings. I'll start working on that tomorrow in the city." "All right, I'll send someone with you to teach how to make sausage casings." Originally, Chun Suifong could do it, but she was pregnant again. After the agreement, Song Chunhua went back to the workshop and said to Renai, "Go to the city and stay for half a month to teach people how to make sausage casings. Is that okay?" And I nodded without hesitation. When Song Dongmei heard this, she quickly found Song Chunhua.
Chunhua, is Dani capable?
Don't let her mess up. Maybe someone else should go. Song Chunhai smiled and said, "Big sister, you don't know Dani's abilities. She works quickly, but she's never been to the city and she's never taught others." Song Dongmei looked uncertain, but still worried. Just as she was about to say more, Song Chunhua smiled and said, "Just trust her and I. She can do a good job." After lunch, Da and I and young Master Su headed to the city together. Song Dongmei watched until the dust from the horse-drawn carriage settled, then reluctantly walked back to the courtyard. The workshop was bustling with activity. Once again, the Song family received a matchmaker, but this time it was not the siblings, but Da and I herself. Old acquaintance Wang Meipa, waving her handkerchief, was followed by two familiar people, Lu Da and Jiang Pozi. Song Dongmei was just returning to her new home for lunch and happened to meet them at the gate. When Wang Meipa saw her, she immediately approached and said, "Congratulations. I bring good news for the eldest sister." Seeing the two people behind her, she frowned. In recent years, Song Dongmei had been eating well and dressing nicely. Plus, she was naturally pretty, which made her look very different from when she was in Lu's family. She looked bright and lively. Lu Da saw this and couldn't take his eyes off Song Dongmei. He stepped forward, looking affectionate, and reached out to shake her hand. Song Dongmei took 2 steps back, her eyebrows tightening, and her tone became serious. "Lu Da, if you dare to shout again, I won't be polite." Jiang Pozi looked at Song Dongmei from head to toe. She saw that Song Dongmei's clothes had no patches and were not rough cloth like her own. She also noticed the silver jewelry on her ears and hands, with a greedy look in her eyes, as if she was eyeing her belongings. Today, Lu Da was like a piece of meat on a rolling pin. He shouted again, "Child's mother." Song Dongmei was furious. Jiang Pozi, seeing her dressed so well, quickly regained her composure and acted like an elder. "Why haven't you brought the people in yet, since the wife and husband are here?" Wang Meipa nodded in agreement. Yes, I have nothing to do with you," Song Dongmei almost shouted. At this moment, a woman passing by saw the scene and hurried over to Song Eugene's family. Old brother Song," she called out from the yard gate. Song Eugene's family was returning from the fields. Seeing her, he asked, the woman hurried over and said, "The mother and son from Dea village are here. Oh, and Wang Meipa too." Hearing this, Song Erxiang turned to go. "Still daring to come? Just wait, I'll beat him to death." "Stop," Song Eugene shouted. "Father, we can't let big sister suffer. Those mother and son definitely mean trouble. You go back to the pig farm. We can handle this," Song Eugene said. Song Daxiang said from the side, "Yeah, second brother, go back to the pig farm. We'll go ourselves." Song Erxiang wanted to say more, but Song Eugene's gaze stopped him. A group of people ran quickly towards Song Chunhua's house. They arrived first. When I arrived, Shenmabe was just opening the courtyard gate from inside. Grandma Jiang saw Shenmabe and, without hesitation, pointed at Song Dongmei and scolded. No wonder she didn't want us to come in. Turns out, they keep a little white face in the yard. Song Dongmei was so angry she couldn't speak, just pointing at her. Shenmabe coldly said, "Auntie, please watch your words." Madame Wang smiled and tried to smooth things over. "Just a misunderstanding." She then turned to Song Dongmei and said, "Oh, we forgot the main reason for coming. Young lady, we're here to bring good news. The landlord's son from town is interested in your older sister." At this moment, Danny came over with a firm look and said, "I won't get married." "What are you talking about?" "Even if you don't want to, you have to marry," Grandma Jiang said, hands on her hips, scolding. "I won't marry. If you want to marry, you do it," Danny replied bravely. "You're a stubborn girl. Just wait and see." Grandma Jiang raised her hand, ready to hit her. "How dare you?" Song Eugene, who had just arrived, shouted loudly. Seeing Song Eugene and his family,
Grandma Jiang quickly moved to hit Danny, but she justified herself. This child needs a good lesson. If we don't, she'll have no manners. Song Chunhwa stepped forward with a smile. If you hit her, we'll report you for intentional harm. I'm her grandmother. What's wrong with a little spanking? I remember clearly you signed a separation agreement. You have no right to interfere, Song Chunhwa said coldly. No matter what, she carries our Liu family's blood. She's one of us, Grandma Jiang insisted, acting stubborn. Song Chunhwa didn't want to argue anymore and called out into the yard. Big guy. Madame Wang saw someone coming out and took a few steps back, then said to Song Dongmei, Young lady, this is truly a good family. You can't miss this chance, Grandma Jiang told Dongmei. Even if you don't want to marry, you have to. I already took the bride price. Hearing this, Song Dongmei instantly became so angry she was gasping for breath. Suddenly, she lunged at Grandma Jiang. Give me back the bride price, or I'll fight you. Grandma Jiang, caught off guard, was knocked down by Song Dongmei. Stop her, someone. Pull this crazy woman away, Grandma Jiang shouted to her son. Lu Da, who had already fallen for Song Dongmei, didn't try to stop her. Instead, he said softly, Dongmei, let your mother go. Grandmother Jiang, seeing her son like that, was so angry she used all her strength. Just as she managed to overpower the other side, Song Jinshi and her 3 daughters-in-law rushed over. 5 against 1. Grandmother Jiang had no way to fight back. Midway, Madame Wang, the matchmaker, looked at Grandmother Jiang being beaten on the ground, then at the approaching large-bearded man. She backed away trembling and said to Song Chunhwa and the others, I'll go now. She hurriedly left, almost stumbling and falling. Brother Song Daxiang and his brothers saw Lu Dua looking at Song Dongmei with a strange expression. Without hesitation, they stepped forward and started hitting him. Seeing that the beating might seriously hurt him, Song Eugene called a stop. In the end, mother and son left, limping. But the next day, they appeared again in Black Shadow Mountain Village, this time with a wedding procession. Festive drum music echoed loudly. A grand wedding procession arrived at the village entrance. The drummers led the way, with high-pitched Suona horns, loud cymbals, and melodious flutes, making the scene lively and joyful. In the middle of the procession, 4 sedan bearers carried a decorated bridal sedan. Behind them, a team carried the bride price. They shoulder-pitched red lacquered baskets, wrapped with red silk, totaling 10 baskets. The women chatting at the village entrance all gathered around, watching the procession with envy in their eyes. But none of them had heard of anyone in the village getting married. Judging by the grandeur, it must be a wealthy family, which they knew well. However, they didn't dare to approach the procession. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed woman saw Lu Dua and his mother, both with bruised faces. They were dressed in new clothes, but their faces were colorful and swollen. When some women approached, Grandmother Jiang forced a smile and said proudly, It's the Sun landlord's eldest son coming to marry my daughter. My family didn't hear the old man from the Song family mention this, a nearby woman said suspiciously, rubbing her hands. Another woman also spoke. Yes, I didn't hear about it either. I just saw Dongmei and she didn't mention anything. Grandmother Jiang's eyes flickered. Oh, they're probably afraid you'll find out and want to compete with my daughter. The women felt something was off but couldn't think of any other reason. The wedding procession moved through the village, attracting many villagers. When they reached Song Chunhwa's house, most of the villagers followed behind. The men held farming tools, the women carried baskets, and the children jumped and cheered behind them. Time to pick up the bride. Time to pick up the bride, matchmaker Wang, looking strong, signaled 2 sturdy men to follow behind her. She confidently stepped forward and said, Hurry up, young lady. We're here to pick up the bride. Song Dongmei was so angry her chest heaved with frustration. Suddenly, she rushed toward the women in the team. Before she could get close, 2 strong men appeared in front of her. The woman in front, Mrs. Jiang, looked proud. But not long after, Song Dongmei's legs suddenly hurt, and she knelt down with a loud thump. Of course, the stones were placed there by Song Chunhwa.
She heard the news at the village's construction site and hurried home. Song Chunhwa arrived, and so did Song Eugene's family. Matchmaker Wang moved closer to the strong men but kept talking cheerfully. Congratulations! At that moment, the bridal sedan was lowered. A man standing beside it lifted the curtain, and a man in his 20s stepped out. Everyone was surprised. The bridal sedan hadn't yet brought out the bride, and now a man was coming out. He wore a bright red wedding robe, with a silly smile on his face, repeating, "I am the groom, here to pick up the bride." The crowd whispered, "That groom is a fool, no wonder he liked Donai." Next to them, an older woman stared at the bride price team, drooling. Being a fool doesn't matter. Who else would give such a generous gift? My daughter can choose anyone she wants. Sun's eldest son, smiling kindly, approached Song Dongmei with a bow that sounded loud like a bell. Song Dongmei was so angry she trembled all over. Don't call me that. I'm not your mother." The Sun family's eldest son chuckled. "You are my wife's mother, so that makes you my mother." After saying this, he turned to the manager beside him for confirmation. Luda, standing in the team, added, "Dongmei, look how polite your future husband is. Shut your mouth, you fool." Song Erxiang raised his fist, ready to hit. Luda stepped back behind the strong man, shrinking away. Song Eugene watched everything and shouted loudly, "Everyone, get out of here." Matchmaker Wang smiled and stepped forward. "Old Master Song, why are you shouting on such a happy day?" At this moment, Danny heard the news and came running. Granny Jiang saw her and quickly ran toward her. Although her leg was a bit lame, she moved very fast, pulling the other person and saying to the tall man nearby, "Help the bride onto the wedding sedan. Let me go." Danny was held hostage by the man. The three brothers from the Song family saw this and rushed over quickly. Although the brothers were used to farm work and had some strength, they were no match for the strong martial man. They were quickly knocked down. Some villagers watching the scene ran up to help, but they were also knocked down easily. Among the crowd, the man was about to help. Granny Jiang shouted, "Anyone who dares to come closer will be going against the county magistrate. Our son-in-law's family is related to the county lord." Hearing this, the man who was about to help stepped back. Granny Jiang looked proud. Song Chunhua turned toward the yard and called out, "Big Beard." Suddenly, the yard door swung open from inside, and a tall man with a full beard rushed out. Song Chunhua gave him a quick look, and the big-bearded man headed straight for his target. The two strong men who had been brave just moments ago were thrown to the ground like chickens and kittens. Granny Jiang swallowed hard and took a step back, still shouting, "You dare to rebel and oppose the county magistrate." Song Chunhua sneered and gave the big-bearded man a look. Granny Jiang fell to the ground. "Ah!" she screamed. Luda hurried over and shouted, "Madam." Granny Jiang loudly yelled, "Lock them all in the jail." Song Chunhua signaled with her eyes, and the big-bearded man looked at Granny Jiang. She quickly shut her mouth. Sun Deguizi watched everything and clapped foolishly. "Nice, nice. Keep going, keep going." Wang Medler saw this and quickly hid behind the strong man. The steward's son waved his hand behind him, and the servant carrying a basket stepped forward. "This is the bride price for your eldest daughter," Sun said, pointing at Granny Jiang. "The 200 taels of silver have already been given to old Lady Jiang." Hearing the 200 taels, the crowd became lively again. "Wow, the bride price is actually 200 taels. My 5 daughters together are less than 40 taels. Huh, who doesn't say that? What is the Song family causing a fuss about?" Master Song took out the marriage document stamped with official seal. "This is a verified official document. Since Song Dongmei cannot read, Song Chunhua reached out to examine it carefully. The 3 pages clearly showed Luda and his son's signatures and fingerprints. Song Chunhua returned the document and, from her pocket or space, took out a separation letter and handed it over. "Sir Sun, please look." Sir Sun glanced at it and returned it. "There is no record of this at the county office." He then turned to ask Luda and his son, "Did you sign this separation letter?" The mother and son shook their heads quickly, denying it. Old Lady Jiang pointed at Song Chunhua and her group. "This must be their forgery." Luda nodded vigorously in agreement. Song Erxiang, who had a quick temper, pointed at Lu Da and his son and shouted, "Nonsense. I saw you sign it myself." Song Eugene also hurried forward. They can testify that it was written in Dahu village and the official seal was from the county office. At that moment, someone from the crowd stepped out and shouted, "My father didn't write this." Song Chunhwa's face was warm with a gentle smile, and she asked softly, "Sir son, do you mean to take them away today?" Old Lady Jiang raised her head and shouted, "Of course." Song Chunhwa still smiled, but a cold chill was in her voice. "Let's see if they have the ability." Sir Sun trembled, thinking about his relationship with the county magistrate, and quickly dismissed the idea. Song Chunhwa ordered the tall man. Upon hearing the order, the sedan was turned around instantly. Young Master Sun sat back inside the sedan, and Sir Sun was invited to stand beside it. The unruly strongman lay on the ground, crying out in pain. The servants carrying the dowry and musical instruments had already wisely turned around and ran off before being told to do so. Madame Wang had already disappeared without a trace. Old Lady Jiang and her son hobbled away into the distance. In less than a tea break, the wedding procession vanished in front of the Song family's door. The villagers watching were stunned. "Aren't the fields still not finished?" A man suddenly spoke and hurried away. The others quickly followed. "Oh dear, this tall man usually doesn't talk much, so why is he so fierce?" They shivered at the thought. In the blink of an eye, only Song Chunhwa, the big beard, and the Song Eugene family remained in front of the courtyard gate. "Grandpa, come in and sit," Song Chunhwa said as she led everyone inside. Inside the house, Song Dongmei clutched her clothes nervously and asked worriedly, "Will they come again tomorrow?" "It's okay, sister. If they come again, we'll just fight them again," replied Song Daxiang and Song Sanxiang. "Yes, fight them again," they echoed. "Can you beat them?" Song Eugene glared at them. Song Erxiang muttered, "Well, there's the big beard too." Song Eugene shot a sharp look at his son and then asked with concern, "Do you think the Sun family is really related to the county official? If the government gets involved, what should we do?" Suddenly, the room fell silent. In this world where officials hold power, common people dare not fight against the authorities. Lu Juhua, looking confident, said, "This Sun young master has good conditions. We might as well give Da and I to him. I won't marry him," Da and I interrupted, holding her head high. "Why are you talking nonsense?" Lu Juhua pushed away Song Daxiang's hand. "Even if the government fakes the marriage papers, they can frame us with a crime. We could all end up in jail. And today we even fought." She then whispered to Song Chunhwa, "How can you hit someone? If they think it was us, what will happen?" "Shut up," Song Eugene shouted loudly. Song Chunhwa chuckled softly. Seeing this, Song Dongmei quickly explained, "Chunhwa, don't misunderstand. I'm grateful you came. If it weren't for you..." Suddenly, a slap sounded loudly. Lu Juhua's face showed a clear slap mark, and she covered her face in disbelief. "Song Daxiang, how dare you hit me? How dare you?" Lu Juhua yelled, crying and hitting Song Daxiang. "Why am I so unlucky?" Usually timid, Song Daxiang didn't respond at all, standing still like a wooden post, letting her tear at him. He didn't fight back. Seeing this, Song Yao's wife said to the other two wives, "Help your sister-in-law back." Lu Juhua pushed her away. "I'm not going back." Song Eugene looked at Song Daxiang and shouted, "Get your wife back." Song Daxiang stood still and silent for a long time before speaking. "Mom and Dad, I want to leave her." Lu Juhua almost cried out, her lips trembling, her mouth forming a round shape. Then she closed it. The rest of the Song family was also stunned when they heard this. Song Jinxing stepped forward and patted his son. "Say what?" "Quickly take your wife back." Song Daxiang didn't reply. He spoke again. "Mom and Dad, I want to leave her." His tone was firm. Song Dongmei hurried over and said, "Daxiang, you must not do anything foolish because of what happened with your older sister." Song Erxiang, Song Sanxiang, and Song Yao also tried to persuade him. But Song Daxiang remained silent. Seeing her husband not speaking, Song Jinxing said, "Old man, say something." Song Eugene looked at his eldest son deeply, sighed slightly, and said, "Let's go home first." He turned and walked outside.
Song Jingsing went to Song Daxiang and took his hand like when he was a child. Song Dongmei went to Lu Juhua. Lu Juhua stood there like a puppet, letting Song Dongmei hold her, whispering, "Daxiang really wants to leave me." Song Dongmei comforted her. "It won't happen." In the afternoon, when Song Erxiang came to work, he learned that Lu Juhua had gone back to her parents' house. It was Song Yujin who told her to go. After hearing about Daxiang, Song Erxiang asked worriedly, "Will the Sun family come again? And will they go to see the county magistrate?" "Yes," Song Chunhua said firmly. Song Erxiang was stunned and quickly asked, "What should we do?" "It's okay," Song Chunhua said with a slight smile. Seeing her calm, Song Erxiang felt relieved. As expected, the next day, 10 constables arrived in the village, each carrying a big sword at their waist. A few women at the village entrance whispered, "Are they here to arrest the Song family?" "Definitely." Old Tao's wife hurriedly called her grandson, who was playing with mud under a tree. "Go quickly to Sister Chunhua's house and say the constables are here." "Run." Song Chunhua looked at the officers coming to arrest someone, smiled softly, and turned her gaze outside the courtyard where the sound of carts and horses grew louder. "Arrest him." The leading detective gave an order, and the officers immediately prepared to act. "Captain Yu." Suddenly, a clear voice came from outside the courtyard gate. Young Master Su walked in calmly. Captain Yu was momentarily stunned when he saw who was coming, then quickly stepped forward with a big smile, speaking in a friendly tone. "Young Master Su, what brings you here?" "I'm here on personal matters for a benefactor," Su said with a slight smile, then looked towards Song Chunhua. "Benefactor?" Captain Yu looked puzzled. "Exactly," Su nodded and signaled behind him. "Second Madam Song has helped my family." He then took a delicate box from Steward Su and handed it to Song Chunhua. "This is a small gift from my grandmother. Please accept it." Seeing all this, Captain Yu and the officers behind him were both stunned. After accepting the gift, Song Chunhua looked at Su with a smile and asked Captain Yu, "Do you know what mistakes Second Madam Song's family might have made?" Captain Yu stammered. The other officers might not know Su's background well, but as the right-hand man of the county magistrate, he understood. "It's just a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding." Captain Yu hurriedly waved his hands. "We'll be leaving now, we won't bother you anymore." As the officers left, Song Dongmei patted her chest in relief and took a deep breath, looking grateful. "Young Master Su, we owe you a lot this time." Standing nearby, Song Yao said, "Yes, thanks to you, young Master Su. Otherwise, we are so grateful." Song Dongmei and her son kept thanking him. "Second Madam Song and I are partners, so this is what I should do," Su said humbly. In the study, Song Chunhua took out a porcelain bottle and handed it over. "Here is your reward." Su's eyes lit up and he teased, "Next time you need help, just ask for me." Yesterday, after the wedding procession left, Song Chunhua sent a message to young Master Su. When Su received the message, he set out at dawn. The next day, Captain Yu appeared again at Song Chunhua's house, accompanied by Steward Sun and a middle-aged couple. There was no longer the arrogant attitude from a few days ago. As soon as they entered the courtyard, the middle-aged couple immediately took a small wooden box from the steward. "Second Lady Song, we truly were deceived by Lu Da and his son." The middle-aged man's voice trembled. "Please forgive this small gift." Captain Yu bowed respectfully. "That severance letter was lost by a new clerk, but it has been found yesterday. As for Lu Da and his son, the county magistrate will surely punish them severely." "Thank you, Captain Yu," Song Chunhua said calmly, with a gentle smile. She turned to the couple and pushed the wooden box back. "Please take this back." Hearing this, the couple thought Song Chunhua wouldn't forgive them and became anxious. The county officials had clearly said that whether this matter could be settled depended on the second young lady of the Song family. "Please issue an announcement to clear our name." "We will do that. We will do that." The couple was overjoyed and kept promising. Their problem was resolved. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Song Chunhua carried a basket into the mountains. A few days ago, her plant-related energy level reached 1,000 for the 5th time. Like the first time, it was instantly reset, and the black soil area increased by 10 square meters.
Now, her energy level was stuck at a modest 2. The area of black soil was automatically exchanged for energy, and Song Chunhwa had no control over whether or when to exchange or how much. When the level reached 1,000, the system would activate immediately. The morning fog in the mountains hadn't yet dispersed, and the fresh scent of plants filled the air. Song Chunhwa took a deep breath, feeling the surging energy around her. To be cautious, she didn't dare go too deep. Since her energy level was low, she didn't venture as far as usual. When her energy level reached 3, she had gathered quite a few wild fruits and chestnuts in her basket and was about to head back. Suddenly, she sensed movement in the woods. Her years of experience made her alert instantly. She quickly drew her bow and arrow from her space. Rustle, thump, thump, thump. This noise was definitely not from an ordinary beast. Without hesitation, Song Chunhwa leapt onto a nearby ancient tree. From her high vantage point, she saw a group of wild animals rushing toward her. The whole tree started to shake, and Song Chunhwa quickly pulled her bow. She shot an arrow at the wild boar under the tree. The hit boar squealed loudly in response. The other boars charged toward the tree where Song Chunhwa was. One person held a sturdy tree, which then fell with a loud bang. As it fell, Song Chunhwa used her strength to jump onto another sturdy tree nearby. The boar that was shot made a loud, thunderous noise. It ran around wildly under the tree. Song Chunhwa kept aiming and shot 2 more arrows. 2 boars fell to the ground with a loud crash. The remaining boars ran away in all directions. When only 2 boars, both unable to move, were left under the tree, Song Chunhwa immediately jumped down. She quickly finished off the 2 boars with a final strike, then stored them in her space. She quickly left the bloody scene. Near the mountain's edge, she took the smaller of the 2 boars. Without going home, she carried it straight to the village construction site. Passing through the farmland, villagers working in the fields saw Song Chunhwa carrying the boar and didn't find it strange, though they felt a bit envious. At the door of a house, little Duya was pulling weeds. When she saw Song Chunhwa, she immediately stood up and ran over, shouting, "Big Sister Chunhwa." The shy girl who used to be afraid to call people now seemed more cheerful. "Is your mother home?" Duya nodded, then ran into the house.
Mom.
"Big Sister Chunhwa is here." Just at the door, Widow Yu and Chen Yaosher came out of the house. They looked at the boar on Song Chunhwa's shoulder and were momentarily stunned. Although it wasn't the first time seeing her up close, they still felt surprised. The boar dropped to the ground with a thud. Later, Uncle Erxiang will come to slaughter it. The skin and fat will be taken out, and the rest will be made today. Chen Yaosher, who was always careful with money, didn't agree. "All made into things? That's too much. Only by eating well can we do good work," Song Chunhwa said with a smile, repeating her usual saying. "Call Grandpa Li Jing. He can just eat at home." Chen Yaosher waved her off. "No, I already told Grandpa Li Jing I want to invite him for some big braised pork," Song Chunhwa said happily. Seeing that Song Chunhwa wasn't being polite, Chen Yaosher smiled and said, "All right, I'll go call my old man later." Song Chunhwa was about to leave when Widow Yu spoke up. "Chunhwa, can I try that pig?" Chen Yaosher, standing nearby, was surprised. Widow Yu continued, "My family used to slaughter pigs. I've watched many times, and he often told me tips. Recently, I've been visiting the pig farm to watch pig slaughtering. That looks different from doing it yourself, and this wild pig weighs about 300 jin. We might not be able to carry it together," Chen Yaosher said. Without hesitation, Song Chunhwa nodded. Chen Yaosher looked disapproving. Song Chunhwa smiled and said, "No worries. If I can't do it, I'll ask Uncle Erxiang. Besides, you're here to supervise." Chen Yaosher glared at her with a smile. Widow Yu moved the long table out of the house and saw the mother and daughter preparing to lift the wild pig. Song Chunhwa went over and placed the pig on the table. "Big Sister Chunhwa is so amazing. I want to be like that someday." Little beans sprouted stars in her eyes. Without lingering, Song Chunhwa headed straight home. She arrived smelling of pig and blood. She changed into clean clothes. Just then, breakfast was served. After eating a bowl of lean meat porridge, Song Chunhwa said, Annie, no need to cook today. Let's go to the village construction site to eat. Later, call Grandpa and Grandma too. They'll slaughter a pig at the site, and today we'll have a pig feast. When it was almost mealtime, Song Chunhwa led Song Luling to the construction site. Song Wunyang and Shin Mabe were still in class and would come later. Big Beard needed to guard the pig farm and would be brought by Song Erxiang or Lu de Song Dongmei was in charge of cooking, while Chen Yaoshi and Widow Yu helped in the kitchen. People working at the nearby construction site had already started thinking about the feast. Although the meals were usually good, with meat and vegetables every day, today's aroma of meat was especially tempting. Because Song Dongmei learned many cooking skills at Chunhwa's house and was willing to add oil, salt, and seasonings, her dishes were even more delicious today. Most importantly, today's dishes were all meat. Your drooling sounds are so loud I can hear them from here, a man teased another man nearby. You think your drooling is quiet, the other man replied with a cheeky smile. Lu Sin approached and said, The master is giving us good food, so we need to do our best. The two men laughed and replied, Of course. Finally, it was time to eat, and a group of people on the construction site hurried over. Seeing the 6 large bowls of meat and vegetables on the table, everyone's eyes lit up. Song Chunhwa placed the wine jug she had just brought in front of Qin Jinghe and Song Eugene. Grandpa, Uncle, have a sip. Song Eugene casually opened the bottle, and the aroma of wine filled the air. The 2 old men enjoyed the meat with the wine, feeling very happy. Before leaving, Song Chunhwa gave each person a bottle. They both smiled so happily they couldn't see their eyes. When they reached the gate of the courtyard, they saw Mu Zhen squatting there. When he saw them approaching, he quickly stood up. He walked over to Song Chunhwa and whispered, Big Sister Chunhwa, I won't be feeding the fish tomorrow. Song Chunhwa looked at his slightly red eyes and asked, Why not come anymore? The young boy's shoulders trembled slightly. He looked at the weeds sprouting between the stones at his feet and whispered, Andy fell a few days ago. She can't be left alone for long. Hearing this, Song Dongmei hurriedly asked worriedly, Is she okay? His voice grew quieter, with a hint of tears. I can't. Get out of bed. How did she fall so badly? A few days later, during lunch, Song Dongmei sighed. Today, Lu San's wife went back to her parent house and stopped by to see Grandma Mu General. After asking around, I found out that a village Andy had snatched some wild vegetables she had carefully dug up and pushed her down. Life has gotten a little better, but still. The next day, when they arrived at the construction site, Song Chunhwa headed toward Lu San's wife. Seeing her, Lu San's wife pleaded, Chunhwa, I have a favor to ask. After Grandma Mu Zhen recovers, could you help find a job for Mu Zhen's child? Any kind of work is fine. That child is very hardworking. Yes, replied Song Chunhwa with a nod. Chunhwa, thank you on behalf of Mu Zhen. The next morning at dawn, Song Chunhwa carried the food she had prepared for Song Dalong and hurried in a cart toward the county town. After giving the food to the other person, she led the cart straight to the county government office. At the gate, she just happened to meet a constable from the last time she visited Chunhwa's home. Please, Lord County Magistrate, make a decision, the constable said, looking puzzled. He wondered why this girl, who was protected by the Su family, still needed the county magistrate to decide. Although I was thinking this, I quickly responded, The county magistrate has gone to the city and will return tomorrow, but the county deputy is here. Then please have the constable brother lead the way. When we arrived at the rear office way, the county deputy came out of the house. Honored guest, please come in. Today, I come to ask you for a favor. Song Chunhwa bowed. Wei hurriedly helped her up. Please speak. I dare not refuse. Song Chunhwa recounted the trouble the Mu family faced in the village. I will have someone go and catch the people now, Wei said, about to call for help. Song Chunhwa quickly stopped him. Thank you, sir. Please, just lend me 2 constable brothers to go to the village. Wei didn't hesitate. I will send 2 men with you right away. Since the grandparents and grandchildren are alone and helpless, I want to use your name, sir, and say they are your distant relatives. Is that okay? Wei nodded without hesitation. The 3 of them headed straight to the Li Zheng's house. As soon as the carriage stopped, the constables prepared to go inside. On the way here, Song Chunhua had already explained her plan, and the two constables. Go and bring Wu Tsuexiang and Zhang Er, one constable ordered seriously when he saw the Li Zheng without hesitation. If they run away, I will hold you accountable, may I ask, officer? Before he finished, the constable shot a stern look and said seriously, hurry up. I want to see them within 15 minutes, or you'll be questioned. The Li Zheng's wife trembled as she handed over tea. Please, officer, have some tea. Both constables brought water and refused politely, looking serious. Everyone else in the yard dared not make a sound. About 15 minutes later, the father and son of the Li Zheng hurried into the yard, panting, followed by a woman, a girl, and two men. Who is Wu Tsuexiang and Zhang Er? One constable looked at the group and asked, without smiling. A woman with a hoarse face and a man with a pointed chin trembled and stepped forward, kneeling down. You are Wu Tsuexiang, the constable pointed at the woman. Yes, yes, yes. You stole the wild vegetables that Lady Ding, the county magistrate's aunt, was digging, and you pushed her down, which is why she can only lie in bed now. Everyone in the courtyard, including the villagers watching from the gate, froze when they heard Lady Ding, the county magistrate's aunt, especially the village chief and Wu Tsuexiang. Wu Tsuexiang hurriedly shook her head in panic. You mean Lady Ding, the county magistrate's aunt, is accusing you wrongly? The officer emphasized these words. Wu Tsuexiang shook her head again, more vigorously than before. No, no, no. Please, Your Honor. Please forgive me. I won't do it again. Wu Tsuexiang kept kowtowing and apologizing. Another officer spoke. You intentionally hurt someone. Usually, you'd be sent to jail, but Lady Ding, the county magistrate's aunt, is kind-hearted. She said if you're willing to pay for the medical expenses, nutrition, and lost wages, she won't press charges. Are you willing, Wu Tsuexiang? Hearing that she wouldn't have to go to jail, Wu Tsuexiang nodded hard. I am willing, I am willing. 10 taels of silver and 100 jin of grain. That's, Wu Tsuexiang stammered. Do you have any objections? One officer asked sharply. Wu Tsuexiang shook her head like a rattle. Now, send your family to bring the silver and grain here. Hurry up, Wu Tsuexiang told a man behind her. Mother, that money is for. A woman nearby hesitated, grabbing the man who was about to leave. Are you going to watch your mother go to jail? Wu Tsuexiang scolded her son. The man quickly shook off the woman's hand. Mother, I'll go right now. With Wu Tsuexiang's matter settled, the officer looked at the man beside him. Are you Zhang Er? The officer stepped forward.
Yes. Yes, I am, sang stammeret, trembling.
Our county magistrate's aunt owns 3 acres of good land, but is your family farming there? Yes. Yes, my family is farming it, Zhang Er replied nervously. How dare you, Zhang Er, forcibly take the orphaned and widowed person's land? The officer suddenly shouted. This is false. Your Honor, I didn't do it. Zhang Er kept kowtowing. Do you mean I and our county magistrate's wife have wronged you? The constable cast a cold, sharp look. The 2 kneeling people trembled more and shook their heads hard. No, no. For the past 4 years, you only paid rent in the first year. You haven't paid anything in the following 3 years. Isn't that considered occupying orphaned and widowed people's land? The constable looked at the village head and said clearly. The village head dared not argue and nodded quickly, like a chicken pecking rice. Zhang whispered in explanation. The constable, I did pay the taxes. Are you saying the government took 70% of your grain? The constable looked serious. I need to report this to the county magistrate. Zhang hurriedly waved his hands to deny it. If you didn't, then I order you to pay all 3 years' rent now, and because of the delay, you must also pay 1 or 2 silver coins as compensation. You have half an hour to pay everything. Otherwise, everyone who ate this grain, whether children or women, will be put in jail. Uncle, Zhang, hearing this, hurriedly asked the village head for help. The village head, scared, looked at the constable and kicked Zhang. Hurry up and go, the constable raised an eyebrow. Oh, is this your nephew? No, it's not. The village head waved his hand. The constable, with a half-smile, said slowly, We heard you call him uncle just now. Did you approve of this occupation of land, or are you involved? It was already autumn, but the village head was sweating heavily and knelt down. "Sir, I didn't participate. I really don't know about this," the constable snorted. "If you don't know, then I think we should change the person in charge here." At this moment, the village head hated Zhang's family to the core. Then the eldest daughter-in-law of the village had knelt down hurriedly. "Sir, we are willing to make amends." "Make amends?" the constable asked back, turning to his colleague. "How much is appropriate?" "1 or 2 silver coins." The village head raised one finger. Seeing that the two constables didn't speak, the village head quickly held up. The constable glanced at the 2 hens pecking at food in the yard. The village head realized and quickly said, "Plus these 2 chickens." The constable nodded. The village head let out a big sigh and angrily shouted at his wife, "Go catch these 2 chickens and apologize to Granny Ding." Soon, chaos broke out in the courtyard. The wife of the village head and her son each carried a chicken and walked out of the yard. Several curious women quickly returned to their own homes after seeing the commotion. Once the issue was settled, Song Chunhua, along with the constables, headed toward Mu Zhen's house. A group of villagers followed behind the carriage. When they arrived at Mu Zhen's home, many villagers were standing in the yard. Wu Cuixiang and Zhang Er's family were carrying grain toward the house. Song Chunhua and the constables hurried the carriage inside. Just as they entered, the wife of the village head and her son ran over, holding a flapping hen. At this moment, several women and aunties stood in the yard, holding wild vegetables and their own vegetables. "Mu Zhen, these are vegetables grown by my auntie's family. This is wild vegetables I just picked today. Last time I borrowed vegetables from your family. Here, I'm returning them. Please don't mind." The women hurriedly shoved their baskets into Mu Zhen's hands, afraid he wouldn't accept. Mu Zhen looked at all this with confusion, unsure why villagers who usually bullied his family suddenly acted so kindly. Seeing Song Chunhua, he quickly stepped forward. She looked up at him, and Mu Zhen immediately understood the strange situation with her presence and the constables. The 2 constables explained the situation in detail, then began inspecting the delivered grain. They still needed to return to the county town today, so the compensation items and silver were all in order. The constables went to Mu Zhen's grandmother's house. "Madam, if you have any questions, please ask Mu Zhen to come to the county office," one constable said loudly, so everyone in the yard could hear. The wife of the village head whispered, "Is she really the county magistrate's aunt? I've never heard of her before." The village head glared angrily and then gave a warning look to the other villagers. On the way back, Song Chunhua stopped the carriage and handed a few coins to each constable. "No need, no need." The 2 constables refused. Song Chunhua smiled and said, "Please accept these teas for the 2 gentlemen. Don't refuse." Seeing they insisted, the 2 constables happily accepted. As they left the city gates, the sky darkened and they hurried along. As winter approached, the workshop began recruiting workers. Once the news spread, the next day, the yard was crowded with villagers applying for jobs. Song Chunhua loudly announced, "This workshop is hiring 60 people, regardless of gender. Sign up today, and the interviews will be held tomorrow." Under Song Dongmei's guidance, those registering lined up in front of Shin Mabe and Song Wunyang's long table to register. An older woman praised Song Wunyang. "Wunyang is really impressive," a woman in the line whispered. "What's the use of a girl who can write? It's a waste of money." The woman in front of her quickly turned around and covered her mouth, warning, "Don't speak if you can't say anything." Following Song Chunhua's instructions, everyone's basic information was recorded in the register. "Second sister, 100 people have signed up," Song Wunyang reported seriously. "Wow, Wunyang is really amazing," Song Chunhua praised with a smile. The next day, the sun rose from the east. The yard at Song Chunhua's house was full of villagers coming for the interview. As the interview time approached, the sound of a carriage was heard outside. Young Master Su entered. Young Master Su sat beside Song Chunhua. On a long table set up on the left, each space held about 5 pounds of meat, a chopping board, and a kitchen knife, with 10 sets in total. Song Wunyang asked the first 10 people in line to wash their hands. Chun brought chopped meat filling and checked each person. At the signal to start, the knives moved quickly. Heir Chun, Grandma Lu, Aunt Wan, and the mother-daughter pair of Song Dongmei observed at the front. After 10 rounds, 20 strong workers for chopping meat were selected. For sausage stuffing, 20 women with skillful but gentle hands were chosen. Not too rough. Finally, 10 workers for handling and frying pigskin were selected. Song Chunhua announced the names of those accepted on the spot. After reading all the names, a woman with a hoarse face sat on the ground crying loudly when she saw her name was not called. Before Song Chunhua could speak, Song Eugene stepped forward and shouted to a man in the crowd, "Help your mother back quickly." Hearing this, the man immediately went to support his mother. The woman pushed his hand away and shouted loudly, "Why go back? We have food to eat and money to take. Mother, Chunhua said this is the first time we're hiring. Next time, those who signed up now will get priority," the man advised. "When will next time be?" The old woman immediately got up from the ground. "Spring Flower, please have mercy on my wife.
Just let me in this time."
60 people have been recruited, and I am not more than anyone else. With this, all the villagers who hadn't been accepted looked over with hope in their eyes. Spring Flower smiled and said, "Sorry, this time only 60 people are being recruited. If you want to join, someone else must leave. Among those accepted, if someone volunteers to withdraw, I will consider it. But your withdrawal doesn't mean you can directly take their place. I need to select from the remaining 40 people. Does anyone want to withdraw voluntarily?" After Spring Flower finished speaking, all 60 accepted people shook their heads. Spring Flower signaled to the old woman to look. The woman with a hoarse face pointed at a round-faced woman and said, "Your family has 3 people accepted this time. Please give me this spot." The round-faced woman replied bluntly, "Do you have no shame? Our family managed to get 3 spots because we do good work." A man nearby saw his mother speaking so directly and quickly tried to smooth things over. "Annie, it's not that we don't want to let you in. Spring Flower just said, if someone wants to withdraw, it can't be one person chosen directly. It has to be selected from all the remaining people." Chen Yao's wife stepped over and said, "Stop causing trouble. Otherwise, young Master Su will send your second son back home." The old woman looked at young Master Su, who stood silently at the front, and Su's steward standing beside him. Although the young master kept smiling, her experience told her he was not someone to be messed with. She hurried over to her son. Spring Flower's lips curled into a smile. Young Master Su is a good shield. The people who didn't get accepted were asked to leave first. Just then, Chen Jinghe returned from the town and walked into the courtyard. Spring Flower took out the rules and benefits. She handed them to Song's 5th sister beside her. A crisp voice sounded in the courtyard. After reading everything, Spring Flower spoke. "If you cannot follow the rules, you are free to leave now." One old woman smiled and said, "We get 20 coins a day, and 5 more for chopping meat. If we perform well, there are rewards." "Who would want to leave?" Another woman nearby echoed, "Exactly, exactly. Any violation of the rules will be punished according to these regulations," Spring Flower said. "Did you hear the rules clearly?" "Yes, we heard." "Yes, we heard clearly." Song Chunhua turned to the person beside her and said, "Please, Grandpa Laojing, be a witness." Chen Jinghe stepped forward in front of the crowd and said loudly, "Since everyone has heard clearly from now on, don't tell me you didn't know when it comes to punishment." Then, everyone lined up to sign their names on the agreements. After signing, Song Chunhua explained the start time, and the interview was over for the day. On the day the workshop was finished, Song Chunhua took out the main pig from her space, just like last time, and asked Widow Yu and Chen Yao to cook a whole pig feast. This time, Widow Yu was in charge of cooking. Widow Yu's skillful knife work impressed many onlookers. The men in the village, who often had small tricks in mind, watched her dance the knife and lost interest. During the meal, one man smiled and said, "This meal, I'd be willing to skip a few coins a day for it." His tablemates agreed. "The food is as good as during the New Year. Honestly, I've gained about 10 pounds during this work period," another man at the next table said with a smile. Since they didn't need to work that day, Song Chunhua brought out 2 jars of wine, and everyone could pour their own. Not only the men, but several women also poured half a cup each.
My husband loves this drink. As long as I let him have a sip, I can even scold him, and I still want to taste what it's like. A few women nearby also eagerly tried. Some took a sip and spat it out with a look of disgust, while others seemed to open a new world. After the workshop was finished, the custom tools were also ready. Song Chunhwa assigned roles to a few veteran workers. Da and I was in charge of seasoning. Grandma Lu managed the meat tie cutting, Aunt One handled sausage stuffing and drying, and Lu Jin was responsible for frying pork skin. De Chun and and I stayed at the old house to make soap. For frying pork fat, Song Chunhwa hired 2 extra people who worked in the old house kitchen, which was off-limits during work hours. Lu Dafulu San was responsible for buying firewood, repairs, and security at the workshop. They usually worked twice a day, around the hours of 9 and 10 in the morning, doing farm work in the fields in the morning, then returning home for breakfast. Since the workshop was at the end of the village, for some families it took about 15 minutes to get there and back, so Song Chunhwa decided to manage breakfast. The workers were very happy when they heard the news. Everyone had heard about Song Chunhwa's family meals, and they saved some of their own food. Cooking was still done by Widow Yu and Chen Yao. They were very pleased because the food was better than what they usually ate, and they also received wages. The day before work started, Widow Yu brought a string of copper coins to Song Chunhwa's house. Chunhwa, this is the food money for Little Bean Sprout this month. Song Chunhwa happily took it. The next day was a clear, sunny day, a good day for work. Clatter, clatter. The workshop officially opened. Everyone who started work received a red envelope, and all their faces were full of smiles. One man said with a smile, "This is the first time I've received money before even starting work." Another man nearby replied with a smile, "Me too." An older woman nearby sighed, "I've been working for so many years, and this is the first time I found a job." Another woman, smiling, said, "Yes, besides selling myself as a servant or a maid, most jobs don't hire women." A woman standing a few people away also smiled and said, "You don't know. Since I started working here, I haven't had to do much housework at home." A young woman covering her mouth and smiling nodded, "Me neither." Everyone secretly checked the copper coins inside their red envelopes, feeling more and more pleased. On the first day of work, everyone mainly learned how to operate according to the standards. One day, Song Chunhwa went to the workshop and passed by Widow Yu's small house. From afar, she saw her talking with some elders from the village, measuring something on an open space nearby. Widow Yu was holding Little Bean Sprout and Chen Yao, standing nearby with a smile on her face. Widow Yu's smile was even brighter. Little Bean Sprout saw Song Chunhwa from a distance and hurried over. "Big Sister Chunhwa." Widow Yu and Chen Yao looked over and smiled. "I have some money now, and want to buy this land. When I have more, I'll build a house, and I can also grow some vegetables here," Widow Yu said happily. Song Chunhwa nodded in agreement and then asked, "After buying this land, do you still have some money left? There is also about 100 or 200 coins." Widow Yu honestly said, "In the future, when there is extra money, buy that piece of wasteland too." Song Chunhwa pointed at the measuring tape on the wasteland, behind a small hill. Widow Yu was first surprised but quickly nodded, "Okay." Originally, Song Chunhwa didn't want to say anything, but seeing Widow Yu buying land, she knew the other person was thoughtful. Her plan involves preserved eggs and salted eggs. She has traveled through several county towns over the years, but has never seen these 2 types of eggs. For now, she doesn't plan to make salted eggs, and she will wait to make preserved eggs until the sausage production stops. The workshop is running smoothly and steadily. As soon as she arrived at her old home, she heard Chun shouting loudly. Then came the servant woman scolding, "Fool, let go of me." From the sound, Song Chunhwa recognized it was Chin Sanpa, who was frying pork fat. She went into the yard and saw Chun grabbing Chin Sanpa. Chin Sanpa was cursing nonstop. Meanwhile, son Pa in the kitchen was indifferent, standing at the stove doing her own work. Second sister Chun let go. When Chun saw Song Chunhwa, she immediately released Chin Sanpa. Chin Sanpa didn't wait for Chun to speak. "Chunhwa, you're here." This fool. Seeing Song Chunhwa's cold gaze, she quickly changed her tone. Chun doesn't know what's wrong.
She came into the kitchen and wouldn't let go. Second sister Chun wouldn't just hold on to you for no reason. At this moment, Ernie's voice came from the door. And I ran in quickly, followed by Song Dongmei. Chunhua, Aunt Chin stole the oil residue. And I pointed at Chin Sanpo and said to Song Chunhua, I didn't steal it. You must have seen it wrong. Chin Sanpo stood up by her side. Chun pointed at Chin Sanpo's sleeve. Oil residue. Chin Sanpo reflexively covered her sleeve. Seeing this action, Song Chunhua and Song Dongmei understood immediately. Song Chunhua looked over. Chunhua, it's a misunderstanding. I saw the oil residue and thought it was good, so I wanted to buy it. But I was afraid someone else would buy it first, so I took some out. Chin Sanpo, unable to hide it anymore, quickly took out a copper coin and handed it to Song Chunhua, saying, This is for the oil residue. Big sister, please settle the wages for the recent workers for Aunt Chin, Song Chunhua said. The oil residue is priced at the employee rate, Song Dongmei nodded. I will go back and check now. Chin Sanpozi immediately begged for mercy. Chunhua, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please give Grandma another chance. Song Chunhua shook her head firmly. There are about 60 people working in the workshop now, and it will only get busier. We must follow the rules, or the workshop won't run properly in the future. Seeing this, Chin Sanpozi's face changed instantly. Why are you so petty, girl? It's just a few bits of oil residue. I am your elder. What's the big deal about a few bits of oil? Seeing the oil residue on the stove, she couldn't hold back and quickly scraped it, scattering oil all over the ground. Before Song Chunhua could say anything, Sun Erpozi was the one who hit her. Chin Sanpozi was the one who got hit. I told you not to waste food, Sun Erpozi shouted loudly. She slapped and scolded while hitting. Chin Sanpozi was unable to fight back at all. After 3 slaps, she grabbed Chin Sanpozi and dragged her outside the yard. Go pick up the oil residue on the ground and weigh it, Song Chunhua told Ernie. Since you've been working so hard these days, I'll sell this oil residue to you at a worker's price, she said with no expression. Chin Sanpozi's face was burning hot. She was about to retort when she saw the cold look in the other's eyes and immediately shut her mouth. When Chin Sanpozi was dismissed, it quickly became known in the village. Many people laughed at her for being naive, choosing to do petty theft instead of accepting her monthly wages of several hundred coins. Besides, workers could buy things at a discount. But some had already been eyeing her position. Just after lunch, several women and aunties came into the yard. Each carried something and smiled happily. My second son dug up some winter bamboo shoots. Try it. This is the fish my third son caught in the river. Song Chunhua politely declined and asked, May I ask what brings you here? A round-faced auntie spoke first. I heard there's an open spot. Our workshop has rules and regulations. Do you ladies know about them? Yes, we do. Then follow me, Song Chunhua said and headed outside the yard. Sun Erpozi was frying oil. As soon as she entered the kitchen, a fragrant smell filled the air. A few people couldn't help but swallow hard, then quickly covered their noses, afraid that Song Chunhua might think they were greedy. Please take turns frying a pot of lard, Song Chunhua said with a smile. After demonstrating, Song Chunhua chose the round-faced woman. One aunt asked, Chunhua, I want to ask, we are just as capable as Daju's wife. Why did you choose her? Song Chunhua replied with a smile, because Daju's wife follows our rules. First, she washes her hands before working. Second, she cuts each piece of meat to the right size. Third, she washes the meat that falls on the ground before putting it back. Fourth, so everything really has to follow the rules, a woman muttered quietly. The other women who weren't hired regretted it. They thought, if only they had studied the rules more carefully. Daju's wife was very happy. She often worked in the workshop, and every day she would talk about the rules. She realized that to work at Chunhwa's house, she had to follow these rules. Every free moment, she asked the older women to explain the rules to her in detail. They spent half the afternoon doing this. As a reward, Song Chunhua gave each person half a jean of lard residue. You can start working tomorrow, Song Chunhua said with a smile to Daju's wife. Yes, yes, yes. She quickly nodded in agreement. Later, villagers who heard the news felt disappointed that they missed the chance. They wished they had acted faster, but there was nothing they could do. They could only wait for another opening or another chance to apply. Song Chunhua was in charge of production, while Su Gongzi handled sales. One day, a cart came to deliver goods. Instead of going directly to the workshop, it first stopped at Song Chunhua's house. They lifted the curtain, and a small boy about 7 or 8 years old stepped down. The boy looked chubby and cheerful. Su Gongzi followed closely behind. Song's second young lady as well. This is her son, Su Gongzi said, pointing to the chubby boy. The boy stepped forward, bowed politely, and said, "Hello, Sister Chunhua. Please call me Wenjiao." Song Chunhua smiled and replied, "Wenjiao, hello. This is a gift for Sister Chunhua and her family. Please accept it," Su Wenjiao said, taking a gift box from the steward beside him and bowing as he handed it over. "Thank you." Song Chunhua smiled and accepted the gift. She took out a porcelain bottle from her handmade small bag and poured out a ginseng pill, offering it. "This is a gift for you and your family. Please accept it, Wenjiao." Young Master Su hurriedly refused. "This is too valuable." Song Chunhua smiled without saying anything and handed the ginseng pill over again. "Today, we need to return to the city. We will take our leave now." Young Master Su didn't stay long, and several carriages headed toward the village's end. The first snow of winter fell, signaling the arrival of deep winter. Early in the morning, Song Chunhua went to visit Dr. Hong's house. "Good morning, Dr. Hong." Dr. Hong was sweeping snow in the yard, smiling warmly. "Spring flower is here. I came today to ask for a few bottles of medicine to prevent cold and fever," Song Chunhua said. "About enough for 70 people. For the workers?" She nodded. Hearing the voice, Mrs. Hong came out from inside the house, smiling and greeting her. "It's cold outside. Come inside quickly." She led Song Chunhua into the kitchen, where a corner had a small pit dug, with firewood burning underneath. Hanging above were 2 pieces of meat and a fish. Nearby, several small stools were arranged, with 2 children sitting on them, warming themselves by the fire. The 2 children often ate at Song Chunhua's house. When they saw each other, they immediately ran over. "Big Sister Chunhua, come warm up." Mrs. Hong quickly poured a cup of hot water. Soon, Dr. Hong came in carrying a large bag filled with herbs. "How much silver is this?" Song Chunhua asked.
Don't worry about that.
"These are all from the mountain. No silver spent." Dr. Hong waved his hand. Mrs. Hong also smiled and said, "Yes, no need for money." 2 people in Song Chunhua's workshop earned about 1 or 2 silver coins each month, and they could buy meat and oil at employee prices. Mrs. Hong was very happy and kept looking at Song Chunhua with more joy. This won't do. Gathering herbs in the mountains also takes time. Song Chunhua took out her money pouch. "If you won't accept money, I'll go to the town next time." "All right, 200 coins then," Dr. Hong agreed, quoting the usual price for herbs collected and sold at the pharmacy. After giving the copper coin to Dr. Hong, Song Chunhua knew he gave her a friendly discount. The 2 children each received a piece of candy. When they saw the candy, their eyes sparkled. "Thank you, Sister Chunhua. Why are you giving such expensive candy?" Hong Yangshi said with a smile. Without staying long, Song Chunhua took the medicine and headed toward the workshop. It was almost time for breakfast. Chun Yaoshi and Widow Yu were busy in the kitchen. Seeing Song Chunhua come in, they greeted her with smiles. "This is for preventing colds and flu. Boil a batch every day right after cooking," Song Chunhua said, placing the herbs on the kitchen table. "Okay, I'll start boiling right away," Widow Yu replied happily. "Everyone have a bowl too." After checking the workshop, Song Chunhua headed home. It was snowing, and the school was on holiday. The 3 brothers were at home. On the way back, the 5 siblings were practicing boxing in the yard, and Shun Mabe joined them. "Lower your hands. Use strength when punching." The serious voice of the big man was heard. Song Lulang was squatting in a horse stance. When he saw his second sister come in, his mouth drooped, and tears seemed ready to fall from his eyes. Song Chunhwa pretended not to see and strode into the house. When she reached a spot where he couldn't see her, she smirked. Song Chunhwa added 2 large pieces of firewood to the fireplace, closed the small iron door, then lay on the sofa. She used her mind to harvest the mature ginseng in the space, then planted ginseng seeds in the empty land. She looked at the large basket of century-old ginseng and lingji mushrooms, feeling very happy. The next day was the end of the month, and it was payday at the workshop. Zhang Dainiu, Lu Hehua, Kai Baoyan. Every time Song Chunhwa called a name, someone came forward. After collecting their wages, they signed with a fingerprint. Thank you all for your hard work. Now, the monthly Outstanding Employee Award, Song Chunhwa said with a smile, standing up. Everyone looked at her eagerly, because winning this award meant getting 3 jin of fat meat. Tao Tsuehua Yuerbao. When their names were called, they cheered. Oh, this meat is really fat. A man looked at the meat carried by the man next to him and swallowed hard. The man beside him held his head high, proud not only because he received the reward of this fat meat, but also because his work was recognized. Everyone keep working hard. Next month, you could be the employee of the month, Song Chunhwa said passionately. At this moment, she felt like the boss from her past life, who used to dream big before the end of the world. After paying the workers, as dinner time approached, Song Chunhwa headed home. Second sister, dinner's ready. Song Liulong's short legs crossed the yard gate as he ran over. Song Chunhwa picked up Song Liulang. All right, we're going to eat now. Big Aunt cooked a big fish. Song Liulang gestured excitedly. It's this big. Wow, that big. Song Liulang nodded like a little chick pecking grains. The snow was getting thicker, and the new year was approaching. But this year's snow was especially heavy. Early in the morning, the bearded Shinmabe and his siblings used homemade long rakes to clear the snow from the roof. Every time they swept away the snow, Song Liulang clapped and cheered from under the eaves. Wow. Big brother is so amazing. Third brother is so great. Fourth brother. Fifth sister. That their small hands turned red from clapping. Song Dongmei was busy in the kitchen, with San and I helping nearby. When Song Chunhwa came outside, she saw the scene. Seeing Chunhwa return, Song Dongmei stood at the kitchen door and called out to the yard. Dinner's ready. Everyone put down their rakes, happily ran to wash their hands, and serve the dishes.
Ah.
You fried my favorite fried dough sticks. Song Liulang leaned in and took a big bite. Big Aunt, I love you the most. Our Yan Yan said yesterday that her favorite is fifth sister, said Song Wunyang, pretending to be sad. But this morning, Yan Yan said she liked third brother the most, added Song Sanling with a smile. Shun Mabe walked into the kitchen with a smile. Yan Yan didn't say she liked teacher Shin the most. Song Liulang giggled and said, You're all my favorites. The kitchen was filled with laughter and joy. Suddenly, Song Erxiong rushed into the yard. Chunhwa. Chunhwa. Without waiting for questions, Song Erxiong spoke first. The pig farm collapsed. Hearing this, everyone except Song Dongmei, who was at home with Liulang, grabbed 2 fried dough sticks or 2 pancakes and ran outside. Because I just finished shoveling snow in the yard, I am now wearing snow boots and don't need to change shoes. The snow on the ground is already knee-deep, and several farmhouses have collapsed. At the pig farm, there are continuous loud squeals. Lu Er and some newly recruited villagers are guiding the pigs to an area that hasn't collapsed. The group immediately divided tasks to repair the roof. With many people working together, the roof was fixed by noon. Before leaving, Song Chunhwa instructed, starting tonight, 2 people will take turns on duty, checking every half hour. After leaving the pig farm, Song Chunhwa did not go home, but headed toward the workshop. Lu Dafu was busy clearing snow from the roof with a rake. Because the workshop was newly built with a blue brick and tile roof, it didn't collapse. When checking the workshop, everyone was present, but many kept looking outside anxiously. Just now, walking here, I saw most houses in the village had been crushed by snow. Grandma Lu, please notify everyone later that we have a half day off today, and everyone should go back to repair their houses, said Song Chunhwa. Lu replied quickly, Okay, I'll go inform them right away. Thinking that lunch at home was almost ready, Song Chunhwa headed home. It was the 20th day of the Lunar New Year, with 10 days left until the holiday. That day, the workshop was especially lively. Everyone's face showed happiness. Today at the workshop, there was a New Year feast, payment of wages, and distribution of New Year gifts. Early in the morning, the kitchen and surrounding area were crowded with women, wives, and men. "Meat is here," shouted Song Xiang loudly. With his shout, everyone looked over. 2 pigs that had been slaughtered earlier were being carried in, and behind them, several people held large basins filled with organs, pig blood, and fat. Next, Lu Dafu called out, "Rice is here." A bag of rice was carried into the yard and placed on a long table beside the pork. "There are 20 big bags," exclaimed a woman washing vegetables in the yard, looking excited at the rice. "This is really for us," said a man nearby, unable to believe it. Grandma Lu passed by and smiled, saying, "When has Chunhua ever lied to us?" "Yes, Chunhua has never lied to us." The man nodded without hesitation. Everyone in the courtyard kept glancing around, occasionally looking at the large piles of rice, pork, sugar, and cloth on the long table. Before they could fully realize what was on the table, soon the smell of meat filled the air throughout the courtyard. Large bowls of meat and vegetables were brought out one after another. Everyone's mouths watered as they watched. They sat around the table, eyes fixed on the meat pieces, but no one reached for their chopsticks. Song Chunhua raised her cup and said, "Thanks for everyone's hard work. Let's eat." With that, everyone started picking up their chopsticks and grabbing the meat they had been eyeing. The only sounds left were chopsticks clinking against bowls and people chewing loudly. One after another, loud burps marked the end of the meal. "Wow, I feel like ever since I started working at the workshop, I've been living like a landlord," said an old woman happily after eating. "That's right. Eating meat until you're full is something I never dared to dream of before," another woman nearby replied with a smile. After the meal, everyone either washed dishes or cleaned the kitchen and courtyard. No one needed to be told. Everyone hurried to do their part. Once everything was done, the most exciting part was next, distributing wages and rewards. Each person received their monthly wages, plus 2 jin of meat, 2 jin of rice, 1 jin of sugar, and 1 jin of oil residue. "Oh, this year is going to be a prosperous one," said a round-faced woman happily. "Yes, with meat, rice, and sugar, it's a lucky year. At my age, this is the best year I've ever had," a tall, thin woman nearby replied with a smile. They also awarded the monthly Outstanding Employee Prize, which was always 100 coins. The annual Outstanding Employee Prize included 100 coins, a piece of cloth, and 2 large pig's trotters. "Wow, you're really something, winning both the monthly and yearly awards. Your award is worth a whole month's wages," said a man enviously to another man who was carrying 2 full hands of items. A woman nearby also looked on with envy and said, "Wow, that's fine cloth." The man chuckled. The workshop's feast attracted many villagers who came to watch. Seeing everyone holding valuable items like meat, rice, sugar, and cloth, their eyes filled with envy. "Wow, all of this was given out?" a woman asked a familiar woman closely watching her. "Yes, it's the New Year's gift," the woman replied with a smile. "You are lucky to have entered this workshop to work," the old woman said with both envy and jealousy. This kind of conversation was not unusual, but amidst the laughter and chatter, a cry suddenly sounded. "Mother, don't take everything away. Leave some for Dawawa, Hua, and the husband." A young woman begged the grumpy old woman.
Bah.
2 little girls and they think they deserve such good things. That sickly one is just wasting food." At this moment, a nearby aunt, who usually got along well with the young woman, spoke up. "Wu San's wife, your daughter is no longer part of the Wu family." The young woman was hardworking and honest, and she was well-liked in the workshop, often helping to speak for herself. "Yes, if you take everything, how will your daughter explain it when she goes home? At least leave some." Seeing others supporting her, Wu San's wife started to cry out, "Oh, my daughter, who I worked so hard to have, and now she eats a little meat and joins outsiders to bully me. Mother, I don't want it anymore." "Take it, just consider it a New Year gift." The young woman hurriedly stepped forward. Wu San's wife, getting more greedy, shouted, "What? A New Year gift with these things. Then she continued crying. Oh, why did I give birth to such a calculating daughter? I worked so hard, and if I had known she was so unfilial, I would have strangled her. A nearby woman couldn't stand it and said, have some shame. Look at the girls in the village. None of them bring back such things when they visit home. Yes, yes, others agreed. Wu San's wife ignored the others' words and suddenly lunged at her daughter. Give it to me, mother. Dawawa and Erhua's clothes are too torn. I want to use this money to buy some fabric and make them new clothes. Our family is not well, and I need to buy medicine. Next time I get paid, I'll give you some, okay? The young woman covered her chest where she kept the coins, begging for mercy. Song Chunhua and Grandma Lu just came out of the workshop and immediately pulled Wu San's wife away. Wu San's wife was about to scold, but seeing Song Chunhua, she quickly shut her mouth. Mrs. Wu immediately put on a flattering, friendly smile. Spring Flower, am I blocking your way? I'll take this naive girl back now, so I won't bother you. She had long been eager to work in the workshop, but her own sons and daughters-in-law were not capable. Go and invite Dr. Hong, Song Chunhua said calmly, without emotion. Ding Ernyo finally realized. I'll go right now. Stop right there, Mrs. Wu shouted. Song Chunhua held Mrs. Wu's hand firmly, without moving. Spring Flower, why are you holding my wife so tight? Mrs. Wu said with a forced smile, twisting her wrist. If you take Ding Ernyo's wages, your family won't be able to apply for jobs in the future, Song Chunhua said without raising her eyelids. Spring Flower, Ding Ernyo is my daughter. What's hers is mine, Mrs. Wu said confidently, puffing out her chest. Song Chunhua slightly raised her eyelids, her gaze sharp as a blade. Are you planning not to come to the workshop anymore? No, 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 Mrs. Wu hurriedly denied. The moment Song Chunhua released her hand, Mrs. Wu made a move to chase, but when she met Song Chunhua's piercing gaze, she changed direction abruptly. On the 16th day of the lunar month, the workshop entrance was bustling with activity. Third sister, look at you, so glowing. You must be having a good year. A tall, thin aunt called out loudly from afar. That's right. You don't know, when I went back to my parents' house, my proud cousins heard I earn hundreds of coins each month, and at the end of the year, I even received fine rice, meat, sugar, and oil residues. They say women shouldn't work outside, but their words are sour. More bitter than when I go to town to buy vinegar. Don't say I didn't tell you. I think your complexion looks good too. Oh, is that a new dress? And those shoes are new too. You don't know, I've never worn new clothes or shoes since I was a child. Now that I earn some money, I have to buy myself a new set. The two looked at each other and smiled in unison. Making money is really great. They both burst into laughter. At this moment, an old woman waved a red envelope filled with money and interrupted. Oh, you two, stop talking here. Go inside and collect your lucky red envelopes. Hearing this, their eyes lit up and they quickly ended their conversation, walking inside briskly. The man's wife next to him heard this and quickly moved closer. Song Chunhua sat behind the long table, with cotton swabs and a sign-in book spread out in front of her, and a thick stack of red envelopes beside her. Every time someone signed in, she handed them a red envelope. Chunhua, I will work hard. The wife who received the red envelope said excitedly, her voice trembling. The people in line, and those who had just received their envelopes, all showed their loyalty. Song Chunhua smiled and replied, work hard. The workshop won't treat everyone unfairly. As the lucky time approached, Lu Dafu raised a bamboo pole, with a string of firecrackers hanging from the top, crackling loudly. The sound of firecrackers at the end of the village announced the start of work at the workshop. A few days after opening, the workshop held its second recruitment. Huji's mother, you're here too. How can I not come when the workshop is hiring? Do you know how many people they're looking for this time? The workshop yard was full of people. Most villagers who didn't meet the work requirements at the workshop had come. Song Chunhua conducted interviews as she did last time, and in the end, she selected 20 people. Just when everyone thought it was over, Song Chunhua spoke. Anyone willing to work at the pig farm, stay behind. The villagers who hadn't been hired before looked up with bright eyes. Who wouldn't want to? even young girls who hadn't married yet or women recently married. After all, the pay was attractive. Chunhwa, I've been feeding pigs for over 10 years, one woman said. I've been doing it too. Even though I'm older than them, I've been raising pigs since I could walk, another added. Everyone shared their pig-raising experience. In the end, 5 people were chosen. Uncle Erxiang, take these people and see which positions suit them, Song Chunhwa said to her brother, Song Erxiang. Got it, got it. After explaining the rules, a woman nervously tugged at her sleeve and asked, Chunhwa, can people from outside the village come? Song Chunhwa looked up. The woman stammered. My family-in-laws asked me to ask. A woman nearby, whose family was from this village, responded sharply. People from our own village find it hard enough to get in, and now you're thinking about outsiders? I didn't mean it that way. I was just asking, the woman replied. Song Chunhwa paused her words with a glance and spoke softly. At the moment, we are only hiring people from our village. However, we will still accept any kind of mugwort and shell casings from other villages, all at the same price. The old woman proudly raised her eyebrows at her sister-in-law. Song Chunhwa spoke again. If we need more workers later, and there are no suitable people in our village, people from other villages can also apply. Hearing this, the sister-in-law's eyes lit up. At that moment, Song Sanlang hurried into the yard in a rush. Second sister, it's done. Song Chunhwa suddenly stood up, her eyes shining with excitement. The two headed straight to the back mountain of the new house. At the steep part of the small river, a water wheel was set up, with a grinding stone placed on the flat ground nearby. The strong flow of water caused the grinding stone to turn. The sound of shells being crushed could be heard. Next to it, there was a bucket of ground shell powder. Seeing this automatic grinding device, the 4 siblings looked very excited. Earlier this year, Song Chunhwa showed the 4 of them a picture of the water wheel and explained how it worked. They were all fascinated, and even Song Wunyang kept asking her questions. Song Chunhwa had to look for books related to this in her collection. This is much faster than using a stone mill and also saves effort, said Wunyang excitedly. But then she looked worried. However, if we use this, won't Chun and and I have no work to do? Song Chunhwa pinched her chubby face. This also needs someone to watch over it, and you have to put in shells, poria, and other ingredients, then grind and process them. All of that requires people. Oh, I see. Wunyang cheered up. That means Chun will be even more relaxed. Song Sanlang looked regretful. We haven't made the mixer that second sister mentioned. That would make things much easier for her. Second sister, don't worry. We will definitely figure it out, said Song Sanlang confidently. Wunyang nodded confidently beside him and loudly agreed. Suddenly, Song Dalong's eyes lit up as he spoke. I know how to make that mixer, Song Chunhwa mentioned. Without waiting for others to react, he quickly ran home. He had an idea, but after testing it, it still didn't work. However, this didn't discourage the 4 siblings. Next, I spent time immersed in the mixer, constantly testing, overturning, and improving it. Finally, I had to go to the academy, so Song Dalong stopped working. Song Chunhwa asked Liu to circle the water wheel and build 2 large workrooms. She had bought this mountain when she started her new house, enclosed the path below to make a safe, hidden area. No one could come up, making it very secure. Because the building materials were ready, the 2 rooms were built in less than half a month. Chun and I moved their work areas from the old house to the water wheel side. Uncle Fuchen, Chen Fuchen, just returned from town and was feeding the cows in the yard. Spring Hua is here. Are you looking for my father? He's in the fields now. I'm here to see you, Song Chunhwa said with a smile as she walked over. Me? Chen Fuchen asked in surprise. He couldn't guess what Song Chunhwa wanted. In the past, she might have gone to town by ox cart, but now they had both an ox cart and a horse-drawn carriage. I want Uncle Fuchen, after you come back from town, to help collect shellfish and mugwort from a few neighboring villages, Song Chunhwa said. Okay, Chen Fuchen agreed without hesitation. I'll pay you according to the workshop's rate, she added. No need, there's not much to do right now. Chen Fuchen waved his hand. Just feed the cows with 2 baskets of grass. Uncle Fuchen,
I'm asking you to do this long-term, so we must settle the payment clearly, Song Chunhwa said with a smile. During dinner, Chen Fuchen mentioned this matter. Chen Jinghe said seriously, Springhua asked you to do this, so you should do it well. Father, I understand, he replied. Just like the old third family, half of the money goes to the public fund and the other half stays with your family, Chen Jinghe explained. Chun Lu's wife couldn't help but smile at this. Seeing this, Chen Jinghe continued, Since you all are working now, most of the land is managed by the eldest, so when you pay the public fund, I'll take half for the eldest. That's fair, Chen Fuchen quickly agreed. Qian Hua was about to say something, but Chen Jinghe shot her a look. Chen Furong glared at her. Qian Hua chuckled. Giving half to the eldest brother's family, I have no problem with that. I want to say that soon it will be time to plow the fields. At that time, there will only be one ox. Why not, Dad? We can buy another ox at home. That way, it won't delay things, and I can also go out to gather mugwort on regular days. Big brother's family can go too when they have free time. You think this ox is cheap? Chun Furong retorted. Second son, go to the town tomorrow and see if there's a suitable ox. When Chen Jinghe said this, everyone looked over. Old man, old third is right. This ox isn't cheap, said Chen Yao. Chen Jinghe looked at his grandsons and said, All right, just go and check it out. The happiest person to hear this was Qian Hua. The family has 2 ox carts, and when she visits her parents, she must bring one. That way, she doesn't have to walk and can also have some face. Song Chunhwa looked at the space filled with dozens of thousands of blocks of soap and decided to clear it out. Grandma Lu, I plan to go out for a few years, maybe about a month. Please watch over the workshop for me, Song Chunhwa said to Lu. Is De Wang going to take the exam? Lu asked. Song Chunhwa didn't want others to ask too many questions about her trip, so Lu didn't press further. She just advised her to be careful when going out, like an elder. When the Su family came to pick up goods, she told their servant to pass the message to young Master Su that she would be going out. On a clear morning, Song Chunhwa set off in her horse-drawn carriage. This time, her destination was Beijing. Song Chunhwa, like unlocking a new level, opened the map of Daqing country. She had long been curious about the political and economic center of this country. Feeling happy, she headed north. Holding a meat patty cooked by Song Dongmei, she leisurely pulled her carriage toward the inn. At that moment, a child stared at her with wide eyes, biting the meat patty in her hand. It was still spring, and the wind carried a chill, but the child was wearing short clothes and pants, with toes exposed and red from the cold. Thinking of how she had just arrived in this world, Song Chunhwa took 2 meat patties from her pocket and handed them over. The child snatched them with a smack and quickly stuffed them into his mouth. A few older children nearby saw this and rushed over. 3 or 4 children started fighting, and the child clung tightly to the meat patties. Then, an older child picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the child's head. This small-scale fighting and stealing doesn't concern Song Chunhwa, but she must step in when it harms others. A small stone was thrown, causing a kid to hurt his wrist, and the stone fell to the ground. Song Chunhwa stood nearby, not planning to help. Half an hour later, 3 kids fighting fell to the ground. The little kid with a meat patty wiped blood from his mouth with his hand. After the commotion, Song Chunhwa led her cart toward the inn. The next morning, she came out of the inn stables with her cart, and the little kid with the meat patty ran over from under a nearby eave. Buy me, and I'll do anything you ask, the boy said directly, looking at Song Chunhwa with hope. She looked into his dark eyes, thought for a moment, then took 5 taels of silver from her pocket and handed it to him. She also took 2 meat patties from the cart and gave them to him. Come back in a month and I'll pick you up. The boy didn't hesitate, took the silver and the meat and nodded happily.